Chapter 1. Fusion. In the South China Sea, a dilapidated wooden fishing boat braved the scorching sun to engage in its fishing endeavors. This fishing vessel appeared to have seen better days. Its once pristine white paint had faded to mere remnants, and the hull bore witness to numerous collisions, hastily patched up with a few wooden planks and nails. On board, a youth of 17 or 18 years was gritting his teeth, straining to haul up the fishing net from beneath the waves. Tonight's feast will either be sumptuous or meager, all hinging on this net. He shouted a makeshift chant, pulling with all his might until the net finally emerged from the water. Disappointment washed over him as he gazed at the few tiny shrimp caught in the net. With a sigh, he smacked his lips and mused, "No worries, a porridge of millet with shrimp broth. I've heard on the radio that this is called health preservation." The optimal fishing time had long passed, and being acutely aware that further efforts would yield naught, he resigned himself to the situation. The youth, named Nie Yun, had inherited this worn-out fishing boat, aptly named Sea Wolf, as his sole inheritance from his late father. Of course, father was not his biological parent. He was an orphan, taken in at a young age. Fortunately, despite their meager means, his adoptive father was a decent man, free from any moral failings. Due to their impoverished circumstances, Nie Yun had only completed primary school, and before he could even set eyes on the rumored beautiful young female teacher of the secondary school, he had dropped out, naturally following in his father's footsteps and becoming a proud fisherman. As for why being a fisherman was considered honorable, his drunken father had often proclaimed. The chairman once said that the working class is noble, and fishermen are part of the working class. Therefore, fishermen are noble. As a child, he harbored a deep-seated admiration for adults. Laughter erupted around him. Much later, Nie Yun would come to realize that in this society, while individuals might be equal, their professions often were not. Whoosh! The sea breeze rustled the sails, and playful splashes of waves occasionally doused the bow of the boat. The little fishing vessel drifted languidly towards the mainland. Indeed, it was drifting at this glacial pace. It would likely arrive by evening. The boat was equipped with an ancient diesel engine, which, in his father's words, made their Sea Wolf a hybrid luxury fishing vessel. To modernize, one needed financial resources. Nie Yun steered the boat while reclining on the deck, idly chewing on a piece of squid tail, gazing at the clouds above. As drowsiness crept in, he stifled a yawn, ready to surrender to the waves of Penghu Bay. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his eye. Startled, Nie Yun looked up to see a brilliant fireball streaking across the sky, even dazzling against the daylight. A shooting star. His eyes sparkled. Just as he was about to make a wish, he sensed something was amiss. The angle of this shooting star was rather peculiar. The fireball, in its fiery descent, emitted a terrifying roar as it collided with the atmosphere, rapidly shrinking in size until it vanished at several thousand meters high, leaving only a faint crimson glow. I often hear on the radio that if someone is unlucky, they could be struck by a falling star. Surely, I can't be that unfortunate. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Nie Yun's forehead. In the next instant, with a whoosh, the streak of light pierced through Nie Yun's abdomen, subsequently crashing through the unfortunate Sea Wolf and plunging into the depths of the sea. Cough! Nie Yun expelled a mouthful of blood, mixed with internal organs, as his mind swirled with various harmonious thoughts. Ultimately, he managed to utter his dying words. Heaven envies the talented. Then, with a final roll of his eyes, he passed away at the tender age of 17 years and 10 months. Perhaps the heavens deemed Nie Yun's life too tragic, for at this pivotal moment, the goddess of fate finally lifted her veil for this unfortunate child. A gaping hole marred his abdomen, now obscured by a digital mosaic, and a silvery, star-like substance clung to the wound, moving in an eerie manner. Upon coming into contact with Nie Yun's blood, these silvery particles absorbed it like a parched sponge, vanishing at a visible pace, while the silvery specks seemed to gain energy, multiplying wildly until they formed a silver patch that spread along the blood trail and ultimately entered Nie Yun's body. On a microscopic level, these silver particles, when magnified, revealed themselves to be ultramicroscopic robots, each a million times smaller than a nanometer, with intricate and complex designs etched upon them. Having drifted through the cosmos for eons, this unknown entity, on the brink of extinction, had finally found a host seeking to merge with him for the possibility of survival. The silvery substance raced through his veins, swiftly ascending to his heart, then spreading throughout his body via the circulatory system, leaving a trail of shimmering silver in its wake. The endocrine, respiratory, digestive, and even nervous systems of Nie Yun underwent a rapid and wondrous fusion and parasitism. 10 minutes later, Nie Yun, submerged in seawater, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Gasp. He inhaled deeply, as if he had just faced an immense terror. Wait, hadn't I died? Feeling bewildered, he looked down at his smooth, flat abdomen, now adorned with 8 well-defined muscles, peeking out from beneath his tattered vest. He reached out, pressing a finger against it. Yes, it still felt as firm and elastic as ever undeniably his original body. Wait, what about the massive hole in the sea wolf? Oh no! As the pump drew out water, Nie Yun worked to patch the leak otherwise, before he could repair the sea wolf. Both he and his brother would become fish food. As for why he referred to it as his brother, in his childhood, his father treated the sea wolf with more affection than he did Nie Yun, often exclaiming, "The sea wolf is my true son, you are merely adopted. Can you compare to a biological child?" Thus, Nie Yun could be considered a second child in a manner of speaking. Half an hour later, he managed to patch the hole adequately, though water still seeped from the edges. At this point, he no longer cared about whether the energy was clean or not. He cranked the engine to full power, the diesel motor belching black smoke as it propelled towards the mainland. Chapter 2. The Wrecked Sea Wolf. At South Bay Dock, an unremarkable little place in the coastal town of Haiying, southeast China. Aside from the occasional medium-sized cargo ship passing through, the dock was mostly filled with fishing boats. Haiying thrived on its fishing industry, with the majority of its residents relying on fishing for their livelihoods. However, most fishing vessels here were medium-sized, while Nie Yun's single-person operation boat was becoming increasingly rare. Industrial development had brought about a clustering effect, where the efficiency and profits of larger fishing boats far surpassed those of Nie Yun's tiny craft. In fact, with Nie Yun's remarkable experience and skills, he had received numerous offers from various fishing boats. Yet he could not bear to part with his beloved sea wolf. Thus he continued to lead a meager existence, barely scraping by. "Look, it's the sea wolf. Something's wrong," shouted a fisherman with a voice like a rusty bell, drawing the attention of the crowd to where he pointed. The exceedingly worn fishing boat, trailing a plume of black smoke from its stern, had its sails lowered, moving at a pace comparable to that of a tortoise, with a figure on board frantically scooping water clearly. The boat was leaking. This was indeed Nie Yun's sea wolf, which, after hours of desperate efforts, was nearing the dock, running low on fuel. Just then, a medium-sized fishing boat approached, and mockery rang out from aboard. "Look, isn't that our Captain Nie Yun? TSK. Did he encounter pirates? Or perhaps a giant fish?" "Ahaha." Nie Yun looked up, spotting a sailor with a black scarf wrapped around his head, his sunburned visage laughing heartily at his plight. "Baldy, quit the wisecracks and lend a hand." Nie Yun shot him a glare and called out. This fellow, named Lu Xiaoyo, was 2 years older than Nie Yun. Due to a peculiar ailment, he had suffered from premature balding, earning him the nickname Baldy, which Nie Yun had given him in their youth. Though they had been rivals since childhood, they could also be considered close friends, their bond having withstood the test of over a decade. Despite the mockery, as soon as Nie Yun finished speaking, Baldy tossed down a rope, clearly having been prepared to assist all along. Nie Yun seized the line and began tying it to the bow. Bam! Ouch! While Baldy was still poking his nose into Nie Yun's troubles, a hefty smack landed on his head, followed by a deep, gravelly voice. "You little brat, get down there and help." Then, a burly, bearded man appeared, pulling the pipe from his mouth, and called out to Nie Yun, "Hey kid, you all right?" "Uncle Lu, I'm fine, didn't even break the skin." Nie Yun grinned in response. This is Lu Xionia's father, who has watched Nie Yun grow up since childhood. He and Nie Yun's father are sworn brothers, and he has always taken great care of Nie Yun, often providing assistance whenever Nie Yun found himself in need. The bald man, appearing reluctant, jumped onto Nie Yun's boat to help bail out the water, yet he worked with surprising vigor. With the assistance of Lu and his son, the nearly sunken sea wolf finally made it to the shore. Nie Yun's vest was tattered, offering little more than a rag, yet he did not seem to bear any injuries, which struck others as rather peculiar. "Hey, I wonder if it was a large aircraft up in the sky, carelessly tossing out trash. Look, this hole in the sea wolf was caused by something falling. As for my clothes, they were accidentally torn while repairing the boat. Nie Yun was at a loss as to how to explain being struck by a meteor, yet emerging unscathed, so he hastily concocted an excuse. After all, in this day and age, one could survive a lightning strike. But to be struck by a meteor and remain entirely intact, it must surely be the work of aliens. Huh, the goddess Ma Zhu has manifested. You really are unfortunate to get hit by something falling from the sky while at sea. How unlucky. Ouch. Just as the bald man finished speaking, he received a sharp smack to the head and fell silent. After reprimanding his son, Lu took a couple of laps around the large hole before frowning and saying, "The keel has been penetrated. This is quite troublesome." Nie Yun, feeling anxious, asked, "Is it very serious? How much will the repairs cost?" Ever since his father passed away, the sea wolf had become his lifeline. Upon hearing Liu's words, his heart sank. Lu shook his head. This isn't merely a matter of money. The keel has been breached, and even if it is repaired, the structural integrity and stability of the boat will be compromised. Even after repairs, it will still leak. Unless we completely replace the keel, which would mean dismantling the entire hull, the cost would exceed that of building a new boat altogether. In other words, the sea wolf is likely to be declared a total loss. Upon hearing this, Nie Yun's mind went blank, and all he could hear were the words "a total loss." He lowered his head, remaining silent for a long time, his eyes gradually reddening as he gazed at the gaping hole in the sea wolf, memories of the past 15 years flooding his mind. The sea wolf was not only his means of survival, but also his home, and more importantly, his brother. Now was to be scrapped. Seeing this, the bald man fell silent as well. He looked at Nie Yun, wanting to say something comforting, but was held back by Lu. "Yun, it may be for the best that it is scrapped. I've told you before that the sea wolf is long past its prime, and venturing out to sea like this is perilous. Even without today's incident, it wouldn't last another 2 years. Let go of the sea wolf and come aboard my ship. Before your father passed, he entrusted me with the responsibility of looking after you. It's your stubbornness that has kept you clinging to the sea wolf. Now it's time to pack up and come with me from now on. My ship will be your home." Lu took a deep drag from his cigarette, releasing a cloud of smoke as he looked at Nie Yun. Nie Yun remained silent, staring blankly at the sea wolf. After a long while, he hoarsely replied, "Thank you, Uncle Lu. I would like to spend a night with the sea wolf." Lu nodded and stepped outside. The bald man opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed and patted Nie Yun on the shoulder. Nie Yun slowly sat at the edge of the boat, his mind in turmoil, a cascade of thoughts flooding in memories of his father and of the sea wolf. Chapter 3. Forge and Iris, are you perchance, Nie Yun? A crystalline, maidenly voice shattered the young man's reverie. Nie Yun lifted his gaze to behold a vision in white. A young woman who had seemingly materialized upon the vessel, now standing before him. Her countenance was exquisitely refined, her skin alabaster, her very presence an immaculate anomaly amidst the rugged surroundings, rendering her almost blindingly radiant. A throng of fishermen cast curious glances their way. "Indeed I am. And you are?" Nie Yun inquired, bemused. "Prior to his demise, he entrusted a missive to be delivered to my mother, in accordance with his final wishes. My mother has dispatched me to retrieve you," the young woman stated, her tone measured, almost frigid. "He?" A stirring within Nie Yun's heart. "You speak of the old man?" A delicate furrow etched itself upon the young woman's brow at Nie Yun's appellation of old man. "Affirmative," she affirmed. The young woman continued, "Nay, merely to ensure your fundamental sustenance." A wave of disappointment washed over Nie Yun, tinged with bewilderment. "What relation do you bear to him? I have never heard the old man mention any kin." He abandoned my mother and me. What audacity has he to speak of us?" The young woman's visage finally betrayed emotion, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "Abandoned? You and your mother?" Nie Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to reconcile this revelation with the image of his disheveled father. What was even more unfathomable was the notion that the old drunkard with a bulbous nose could sire such a stunning daughter. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. The young woman surveyed the dilapidated state of the sea wolf with a discerning eye. The individual remains unchanged, adopting others without fulfilling the corresponding obligations. Misunderstanding the situation. Nie Yun, who was anxious about the awkward atmosphere and unsure what to say, noticed the young woman's appraisal of the sea wolf and promptly began to introduce it. This is the sea wolf, my father's pride and joy, my brother. I've lived here with my father since I was a child. Would you like me to give you a tour? Nie Yun felt it was his duty to allow his father's daughter to become acquainted with the place he had lived for so many years. After all, it was his father's only legacy. Sea wolf, feeling as though something was amiss. There's no need. I have no interest in his affairs. The young woman stated frigidly. Nie Yun distinctly perceived the resistance within the young woman's heart. He hesitated for a moment before lifting his head and smiling. Well, thank you for your kindness, but I'm not considering leaving the sea wolf at the moment. She furrowed her delicate brows. Are you certain you've considered this thoroughly? I've heard that this vessel is on the verge of being decommissioned. How will you sustain yourself in the future? If you're uncomfortable with being dependent, we can provide you with a stipend to fund your education. Before the young woman could complete her sentence, Nie Yun interjected, No, thank you. I don't require your charity. I'm perfectly capable of living on my own. Thank you. The young woman stared blankly at Nie Yun, whose gaze was filled with obstinacy and tenacity. This altered the young woman's perception of Nie Yun. Very well. Here is my contact information. If you change your mind, you may reach out to me. The young girl placed a card beside her and turned to leave, her long hair swaying gracefully, leaving behind a slender silhouette. Wait, Nie Yun called out to her. The girl turned her head, her dark, lustrous eyes meeting his gaze. Although his father often spoke with harshness, indulged in alcohol, and possessed a particularly foul temper, Nie Yun knew deep down that he was, in fact, a good man. I am unaware of your past, but if you could visit his grave and light an incense stick, I believe it would bring him great joy, Nie Yun earnestly conveyed to the young girl. She fell silent for a moment, offering no reply, and then turned away. Not far off, a bodyguard clad in black opened the car door for her, and the vehicle sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Nie Yun watched her depart, his expression calm as he slowly sat down, resting his chin on his hand while gazing at the sunset over the sea, lost in thought until the last glimmer of twilight vanished beneath the horizon. Indeed, it seems I ought to be earning some money. A pang of heartache washed over Nie Yun, nearly making him roll on the ground in distress. The rumbling of his stomach reminded him that the laborious afternoon had left him ravenous. He retrieved several packets of instant noodles and some fish and shrimp, hastily boiling water to prepare a makeshift meal. Strangely enough, today he consumed 3 packets and still felt unsatisfied. Only after devouring another 3 did his hunger finally subside. Alas, misfortune seems to compound. Even the sea wolf is in this state, and yet I have suddenly developed such an appetite? A destitute individual encountering a glutton. A truly lamentable fate. Once satiated, Nie Yun leaned against the broken opening of the sea wolf, idly scooping out the newly seeping water, engulfed in a sense of ennui. Despite the knowledge that the sea wolf is beyond salvation, he still yearns to spend a little more time with it. A lifetime of brotherhood. Over a decade of deep affection. Let me accompany you on your final journey. Tomorrow, I shall set you ablaze, and your ashes will be scattered into the sea. Father is likely waiting for you beneath, for you are his beloved son. He will surely recognize you. Remember to reunite with him before crossing the bridge of hell. I wonder if the bridge will allow you passage. Will you traverse above it or beneath? Yet it matters little. The mere fact that you can cross is a blessing. Do not be overly discerning. Nie Yun scooped water at a leisurely pace, his murmurs drifting into nonsensical ramblings. His motions were slow and deliberate, akin to caring for a younger brother, each spoonful taken until only a small puddle remained. What is this? Nie Yun paused, his gaze drawn to a spot near a breach in the hull, where the water revealed a palm-sized patch of silvery brilliance, strikingly conspicuous. The reflection of the moon? He glanced up at the sky, shrouded in thick, dark clouds. There was no trace of the moon's luminescence. He picked up a nearby dry cloth and wiped the puddle clean, only to discover the silver patch remained, not resembling any debris but rather appearing as though it had adhered to the boat's bottom. Curiosity piqued. He reached out to touch it. It was smooth to the touch, remarkably pleasant. No, it was exceedingly comfortable. Nie Yun felt as though he were caressing himself? In a moment of astonishment, Nie Yun was struck by the peculiarity of this sensation. Self-touch, iris, mechanical insects, mutated symbiosis. In an instant, the bizarre occurrences that transpired during the day revealed their meaning to him. The mechanical insect, a creation from the Eris civilization, unexpectedly collided with its own meteorite, revealing the astonishing existence of extraterrestrial life. Nie Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite having traversed the vastness of space for an extended period, the mechanical insect could only offer scant information. Aside from the made in Eris label, there were merely brief descriptions of its capabilities. This mechanical insect, an exceedingly diminutive micro-robot, was originally intended as a repair material for Eris spacecraft. For reasons unknown, it had seemingly parasitized Nie Yun, suggesting an unforeseen mutation had occurred. As Nie Yun gazed at the shimmering silver entity, a profound connection resonated within his soul. "If I call out to you, will you respond?" he asked, sounding rather foolish. With a soft plop, akin to a pebble skimming across water, the silvery mass rippled in response. Chapter 4. Rebirth. The remaining days are all profit. Observing the mechanical insect, Nie Yun mused while stroking his chin, since this is an alien spacecraft repair solution. Surely it can manage a repair on the Sea Wolf with ease? With such a vast disparity in technological eras, he wondered if the mechanical insect could indeed restore such an ancient relic. As this thought crossed his mind, his heart raced slightly, and he attempted to command these invisible little beings. To his astonishment, the silvery mechanical insect began to stir. Simultaneously, a wave of consciousness surged into his mind. Command confirmed. No classified civilian sailing vessels detected on the planet. Classification: none. Repair commencing. As Nie Yun stood there in astonishment, he observed the diminutive entities emitting a faint, rustling sound akin to ants devouring their sustenance. They diligently gnawed at the timber in that area, excavating a sizable cavity. Before Nie Yun could lament the condition of his vessel, the silvery white swarm of mechanical insects languidly crept towards the keel of the Sea Wolf, enveloping the fractured surface like a mass of pliable clay. Subsequently, another series of rustling sounds ensued. Nie Yun meticulously scrutinized the splintered edges of the keel and was elated to discern that the fractured surface was indeed exhibiting signs of gradual restoration. In less than a minute, approximately 3 centimeters of length had been repaired, and the newly regenerated keel surface was remarkably smooth, almost mirror-like. Nie Yun reached out and tapped the area, producing a resonant sound. As someone who frequently procured timber for ship repairs, Nie Yun possessed a keen understanding of how to assess the quality of wood. Judging by the sound alone, he could ascertain that the material was exceptionally robust, surpassing the ordinary timber he had acquired by a considerable margin. He procured a small knife and attempted to make an incision, but upon closer inspection, he was astounded to find that not even a scratch had been inflicted. Nie Yun was overjoyed, realizing that the restoration process also entailed enhancement. He would have readily believed that the material was metallic in nature. The space-age spaceship repair fluid was indeed a marvel of advanced technology. In the blink of an eye, the wooden debris was broken down into raw materials by the mechanical insects, which were then utilized to continue mending the hull. However, the pace was somewhat sluggish, indicating a deficiency in labor. In the ensuing moment, the triangular iron appeared to liquefy, and within a minute, it had been entirely consumed by the mechanical insects. The palm-sized mechanical insects then seemed to expand, gradually increasing in surface area. Self-replication is complete. To continue proliferation, please introduce more materials. A distinct consciousness echoed in my mind. With merely a bit of scrap iron, the number of mechanical insects has increased so significantly, and the repair speed has correspondingly improved. What more needs to be said? Nie Yun dumped all the iron items from the cabin that were not usually in use. Proliferate fiercely for me. However, after the number of mechanical insects increased significantly again, they suddenly ceased their movements, and the consciousness of the mechanical insects echoed in my mind. Insufficient energy, please replenish energy. Nie Yun was dumbfounded. There's this setting too? Aren't universal level repair fluids all about consuming the wind and dew absorbing spiritual energy? What can be done about this? What kind of energy is needed? Nie Yun asked in his mind. Solar energy, electrical energy, chemical energy, thermal energy, nuclear energy, energy crystals, antimatter annihilation energy. Stop! Stop, stop! Nie Yun quickly interrupted the mechanical insects. Fine. Anyway, after nuclear energy, he couldn't understand a single word. He looked up at the sky, wondering where he could find solar energy or electrical energy in the middle of the night. Sorry, the sea wolf is following the antique route and is meant to be treasured as a collector's item. How could it possibly undergo electrification? Nuclear energy? Do you expect a fisherman like me to use a nuclear-powered fishing boat? Huh, wait a minute, it sounds very domineering, doesn't it? Try it later? Nie Yun's thoughts drifted far away as he thought. Wiping away his saliva, he quickly suppressed the wild idea of a nuclear-powered fishing boat. Chemical energy? Does that mean fuel? Having hastened to the stern, Nie Yun retrieved the depleted diesel canister and, with some effort, managed to extract the remaining dregs, which he then dripped onto the silvery mass of mechanical insects. The diesel was instantly imbibed by the insects, disappearing as if into a sponge. Subsequently, the mechanical insects redoubled their efforts to mend the vessel's hull. Their pace notably quickened. It appeared they had been subsisting on meager reserves of solar energy accumulated during the day and were evidently famished. The diesel fuel proved to be a potent energy source, and, more importantly, it was clean and pollution-free, emitting no exhaust. He remained, after all, a staunch environmentalist. However, his elation was short-lived. The mechanical insects, having doubled their numbers once more, ground to a halt. Insufficient energy. He lamented their voracious appetite, wishing they would contribute to the nation's energy efficiency. Nevertheless, he surmised that the energy required for the insects to proliferate was significantly greater than that needed for mere hull repairs. Furthermore, the rate of proliferation increased exponentially, and, consequently, energy consumption soared. Although Nie Yun was unfamiliar with the intricacies of exponential growth, he understood the basic principle of repeated multiplication. This confirmed that his elementary mathematics education was, indeed, provided by a qualified instructor. Perplexed, Nie Yun mentally retraced his steps. Remarkably, his memory seemed to have improved considerably, as he could now recall the extensive list of energy types mentioned by the mechanical insects. Previously, he would have struggled to remember such details after a mere 10 minutes. He would never concede that his notoriously poor memory was the reason his father, exasperated, had compelled him to abandon his studies and become a fisherman. In the words of my father, it seems you are not cut out for scholarly pursuits. Quickly, you should dive into the online world. Speaking of which, where exactly is my father from? But these details are trivial. What truly matters is that he finally recalled the option of harnessing thermal energy. Thermal energy? Ah, that is my forte. He gathered a heap of charcoal and poured it directly onto the mechanical insect, then sought some wood shavings to ignite a fire. In a shadowy corner of the East Bay dock, a flicker of flame emerged, illuminating a radius of several meters, casting a somewhat solitary glow. In the distance, Uncle Lou happened to witness this scene. He sighed, and an image of a lonely youth, curled up with his knees drawn to his chest before the hearth, surfaced in his mind. However, unbeknownst to him, Nie Yun was joyfully dancing the vibrant samba around the bonfire, his face alight with glee. Bump, cha-cha, bump, cha-cha. Beneath the bonfire, silvery glimmers shimmered in the light, writhing as though yearning to break free from their cocoon and be reborn through the flames. Chapter 5. A repetition that evening, Nie Yun expended all his savings to purchase 2 barrels of diesel and a pile of scrap metal. Before dawn, he set sail aboard the Sea Wolf. The vast ocean stretched endlessly before him as the sun rose, casting a brilliant red glow that enveloped the Sea Wolf in a radiant embrace. Standing at the bow, Nie Yun spread his arms wide, welcoming the dawn. This was not merely a moment of poetic inspiration for Nie Yun. How wonderfully comfortable this feels. Why had I never realized how pleasant basking in the sun could be? Warmth envelopes me, delightful. Nie Yun could not help but exclaim. Why do I feel increasingly akin to the mechanical insect? Just soaking up the sun, and I find I'm no longer hungry. Am I still human? This question is far too philosophical for my taste. Upon pivoting, a wave of amusement washed over him as he beheld the silver-white mechanical insects, seemingly enamored with the sun's radiant warmth. They had ascended to the sails. Their forms spread wide, greedily absorbing the solar energy. The sea wolf's keel had been entirely restored, a testament to the previous night's proliferation and repair efforts. The mechanical insects had multiplied several-fold, now forming a mass the size of a millstone. Their silvery bodies dominated the sails, resembling an abstract painting in shimmering hues. "Gulme, my little darlings, feast with abandon," he exclaimed, "for in unity there is strength, and in strength miracles are wrought. Clearly, our numbers are insufficient, our power inadequate. Therefore, reproduce without restraint. Let it be known, there shall be no constraints on reproduction here." With a sweeping gesture, a cascade of silver-white insects descended upon a heap of scrap metal, piled high to a man's height. By midday, the diminutive creatures had completely devoured 2 barrels of diesel fuel, leaving behind only ashen-gray powder where the scrap metal once lay. The losses were significant, yet the results were undeniably encouraging. The sea wolf sails were now entirely covered by the mechanical insects, basking languidly in the sun while simultaneously reinforcing and repairing the canvas. Should any vessel pass by and witness the shimmering sails, they would surely utter a disparaging remark about its ostentatious display. The sea wolf, decades old and neglected, bore the marks of time and disrepair. Considering the abundance of his mechanical brethren, he resolved to extend their restorative touch to the ship itself, envisioning a comprehensive rejuvenation. At that moment, he finally arrived at his chosen destination. This is a desolate islet, far removed from the mainland. Nie Yun had visited it several times before, for it held something of use to him, or rather, to his mechanical insects. Circumventing half the islet, the sea wolf gently approached a beach and dropped anchor. The area was uninhabited, yet it possessed something that Nie Yun coveted, a shipwreck. Adjacent to the white sands, a dilapidated old single-masted sailing ship lay beached, half submerged in the silt. Subjected to the relentless passage of time, its original appearance was indiscernible, covered in various algae and shells. Countless individuals had likely ransacked its interior, leaving nothing of value save for the ruined hull. However, what others perceived as worthless debris was, in Nie Yun's eyes, a priceless treasure. As the saying goes, even a broken ship contains some iron. For Nie Yun, who possessed mechanical insects, the ship's hull itself was an excellent source of raw materials. Nie Yun secured the sea wolf alongside the shipwreck, fastening them together with ropes. Then, with a grand gesture, he unleashed the mechanical insects, which had just absorbed a burst of solar energy. Nie Yun beamed as he watched the point of contact between the shipwreck and the sea wolf rapidly vanish as if being melted away, while the sea wolf's surface in contact with the shipwreck was slowly transformed, appearing brand new. A cost-free transaction is truly a source of joy. Nie Yun grabbed an axe and went ashore to gather firewood, or rather, to collect energy. Before long, another bonfire commenced aboard the sea wolf. Nie Yun stretched languidly, watching the mechanical insects ceaselessly devour the shipwreck, while the sea wolf underwent a rapid transformation, as if being renovated. He grinned from ear to ear. "My friend, I haven't treated you unfairly, have I? Rest assured, when the opportunity arises, I shall procure a veritable ironclad vessel for you, facilitating a direct upgrade and ushering in an era of modernization." Caressed the ship's hull, akin to caressing a beloved. It appears he had already forsaken his initial intention of nurturing the sea wolf as a vintage collectible. Such is the fickle nature of men. He glanced down to find that his wood-chopping axe had been reduced to a mere wooden handle, which was rapidly vanishing. A rustling sound reached his ears, and upon turning his head slightly, he observed that the anchor, which had accompanied him for decades and was once covered in rust, was now coated in a layer of silvery white and was gradually diminishing in size. "Heavens, what manner of sorcery is this?" exclaimed, dumbfounded. Wait, he seemed to have uttered something of consequence. What was it? Suddenly awoke with a start. He had just declared that there were no family planning restrictions. "Halt! Cease all reproduction," urgently commanded, then ruefully picked up the anchor. The once hefty behemoth, weighing dozens of pounds, could now be lifted effortlessly with one hand. Alas, we have relied on each other for so many years, yet your fate is so cruel. How can you bear to depart from me in such a manner? Where shall I ever find an anchor as amenable as you? Lamented, on the verge of tears. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he cried out and cast the bereaved anchor aside, rushing into the ship's cabin with utmost haste. A heart-rending scream echoed forth, followed by emerging from the cabin, utterly crestfallen. Gone, all gone. How could you spare not even the pots and pans? I had only recently acquired them. They were but mere babes. Is there no vestige of humanity left? Overwhelmed with grief and despair, Nie Yun watched the mechanical insects voraciously consuming the shipwreck. Oblivious to his anguish, they devoured everything metallic in sight. Resigned to this harsh reality, he lamented, "At least spare me a pot to cook instant noodles. What am I supposed to eat?" As if in response to his thoughts, a portion of the mechanical insects detached themselves and swiftly assembled into the shape of a pot. Astonished, Nie Yun wondered at this unexpected ability. He picked up the gleaming silver pot, testing its sturdiness with a tap. It was indeed solid and perfectly suitable for cooking. Overjoyed, Nie Yun exclaimed, "It can transform into whatever it consumes? Excellent. Now, bring forth my progeny." Instantly, a multitude of pots, bowls, and pans materialized before him, indistinguishable from his original set. Ha ha ha. Well done. What are you waiting for? Devour. Devour with abandon. There is no family planning here. I repeat, there is still no family planning here. His boisterous laughter echoed across the deserted island, startling a flock of birds from the forest. Chapter 6. Ancient coins. Half an hour later, every iron tool on the Sea Wolf, even the iron nails and hoops on the hull, had been converted into mechanical insects. And even Nie Yun's dark-haired crew members were gone without a trace. Excellent. Nie Yun stood on the beach, surveying the Sea Wolf, now gleaming silver from stem to stern, and grinned with satisfaction. But a moment later, he frowned, realizing that while the ship looked impressive, it was also excessively ostentatious. If I sail this out, it'll probably be impounded by the Coast Guard in minutes. If only it could change color, thought Nie Yun, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, he found himself in awe, his mouth agape at the unfolding spectacle. As realization dawned, a fit of laughter erupted from him. Bravo, my children. With this, we can even save on paint costs. Yet, it seemed that communication between father and son still required improvement. Come, let me help you unleash your potential. An idea sparked within him, and he extended his palm. Suddenly, amidst the mechanical worms voraciously consuming the sunken ship, a fist-sized orb of silvery brilliance emerged, springing forth like soft clay into Nie Yun's grasp, feeling pleasantly weighty. With the enthusiasm of a child presented with a novel toy, Nie Yun marveled at the silver sphere as it transformed into a frying pan, then into an exquisitely crafted knife, molding itself into various shapes as easily as one would manipulate clay. In accordance with Nie Yun's commands, the orb shifted through hues of deep black, pure white, and vibrant colors. This is delightful. Transform into a longsword. Nie Yun, caught in a playful reverie, yearned to indulge in youthful exuberance. However, this time, the mechanical worm remained unresponsive, and a thought echoed in his mind. What is a longsword? After gesturing for some time to illustrate the concept of a longsword as a long, hilted weapon, the mechanical worm continued to display a perplexed expression, rolling about in his palm. Is it unable to transform? Perhaps only what has been consumed can change? Surely, there cannot be a sword within the confines of the Sea Wolf's cabin. Mechanical worms are not merely a form of repair liquid. They are, in fact, individual micro-robots equipped with storage capabilities. Although a single mechanical worm has a limited storage capacity, as their numbers increase, the overall storage potential rises exponentially. When a mechanical worm consumes an object, it stores its virtual model, which enables it to reconstruct the item using its own material, akin to the principles of 3D modeling. Currently, the models of objects consumed by mechanical worms occupy less than 1/10,000th of their total storage capacity. One can envision that as the population of mechanical worms continues to grow, their storage limits will reach astronomical figures. As long as there is a physical template for them to consume, Theoretically, there is no item that a mechanical worm cannot replicate or simulate. Astonishing. This implies that if I provide you with an aircraft carrier, you could construct one for me in return. Nie Yun was taken aback. With his aspiration to become a proud fisherman, the impact of such a revelation was even more staggering than encountering extraterrestrial artifacts. Until this moment, he had regarded the mechanical worms primarily as tools or toys for repairing the sea wolf. The sudden realization struck him. His father-as son appears to be on the brink of a breakthrough. This epiphany finally illuminated the true nature of the mechanical worms he had acquired. The marvels of a highly advanced cosmic civilization, even its residual repair substances, are beyond the imagination of a humble fisherman from a barren earth. Naturally, there is also the element of mutation resulting from the fusion of the mechanical worms and Nie Yun, though he remains entirely oblivious to this aspect. However, the novelty was fleeting. Nie Yun simply desired to safeguard his sea wolf and live a tranquil existence. As for employing the mechanical insects for any purpose, Nie Yun confessed to having no inclination whatsoever. Following the paternal exchange, Nie Yun found himself at loose ends. Observing an epicure indulge in a feast can be a delightful experience, particularly when the individual in question is an attractive woman. However, beholding a multitude of mechanical insects feasting is hardly an enthralling spectacle. For reasons unknown, he found himself increasingly drawn to basking in the sun's rays. As if deprived of its warmth, he would experience a sense of unease. Could this be the manifestation of the adage that two individuals who cohabitate for an extended period invariably begin to resemble one another? Nie Yun glanced at the adjacent mechanical insects, lost in contemplation. Subsequently, his eyelids grew heavy, and Nie Yun drifted into a dream. He envisioned himself transformed into a six-legged mechanical insect, frolicking alongside a multitude of identical siblings. As the twilight hues painted the firmament, Nie Yun stirred from his slumber. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he clutched his head and muttered, "What an utterly mortifying dream. At least put on some raiment." The mechanical insects remained silent. He lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. The mechanical insects had devoured the shipwreck to a considerable extent, with the exposed hull having completely vanished from sight. The total number of mechanical insects appeared to have increased somewhat. At that moment, a cluster of mechanical insects rolled towards him, their surfaces still glistening with moisture, indicating recent underwater activity. The mechanical insects then unfurled, revealing a coin ensconced within. "Good heavens, an antique!" Nie Yun exclaimed, his mind instantly alert. He seized the coin and promptly cast an appraisal spell upon it. The coin appeared quite aged, its surface dull and lackluster. Its composition was uncertain, though assuredly not iron. Had it been, it would never have reached his possession. Of this, Nie Yun was unequivocally certain. He scrutinized the coin, surmising it to be silver. Inscribed on the coin's obverse were the characters made in Guangdong province at the top, with cupping weight one tael at the bottom. Flanking the sides were bat motifs, and at the center was Guangxu Yuanbao. Upon flipping it over, the reverse revealed a double dragon design. Guangxu? It sounded like the name of an emperor from some dynasty. Was it Song or Ming? Nie Yun racked his brains, attempting to place Guangxu in the annals of history, but his limited knowledge soon led him to abandon the effort. Knowing it was an antique was enough. It was sure to be worth a considerable sum. The now impoverished Nie Yun instantly envisioned the prospect of braised pork. He gleefully pocketed the coin, relishing the feeling of receiving a treasure upon waking. He surveyed the location of the sunken vessel, its base filled with silt. It was there that the mechanical insects must have discovered the coin. Otherwise, Nie Yun would never have had the opportunity to stumble upon such a windfall. Nie Yun observed that as the number of mechanical insects grew, their intelligence seemed to increase as well. They now even knew to surrender their spoils, which was almost beyond comprehension. Could this be the wisdom of the collective? What he didn't realize was that the fusion of the two entities was not a simple case of one influencing the other. The influence was reciprocal. Nie Yun felt himself becoming more like the mechanical insects, and the mechanical insects were likewise influenced by Nie Yun, becoming more humanized, more like Nie Yun himself. Chapter 7. Chu Xiao Xiao, perhaps we should dispatch the lads to resume the search, suggested Nie Yun, his avarice piqued by his initial success. However, it soon became evident that such serendipitous discoveries were not commonplace. After a fruitless half-hour, Nie Yun abandoned his futile endeavor. As the evening sea breeze intensified, Nie Yun kindled a bonfire within the ship's hold to prepare instant noodles. The mechanical insects, having coated the interior with a silvery sheen, kept him company by the fire, ensuring that he need not fret over the risk of conflagration. By all that's unholy, he mused, his countenance perplexed. How is it that I feel so sated despite having abstained from food all day? Nie Yun found himself strangely full after consuming a mere bowl of instant noodles. Can it be that mere exposure to sunlight suffices to replenish my vitality? Am I still even human? Nie Yun was caught in a profound quandary. Suddenly, the drone of a motor, initially faint, grew louder, disrupting Nie Yun's contemplation. He was immediately taken aback. Having spent years in close contact with various vessels, he could discern from the sound alone that a small speedboat was rapidly approaching his location. What could possibly bring someone to this desolate islet so late at night? Nie Yun wondered, taken aback. The waters surrounding the South China Sea were notoriously rife with a motley assortment of characters, from clandestine migrants to underworld figures and smugglers. Nie Yun had encountered his fair share of them at Nanwan Wharf. Given that this area was a lawless zone far removed from the mainland, stumbling upon an illicit transaction could prove fatal. Prudence dictated caution. With a mere thought, Nie Yun commanded the mechanical insects into action. A silvery cascade descended from the ceiling of the hold, extinguishing the bonfire as if with a curtain, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Subsequently, he personally directed the mechanical insects to swiftly alter their pigmentation, and in the obscurity, the hull of the sea wolf underwent a rapid metamorphosis. Several sections of the vessel's structure assumed an absolute ebony hue, outwardly resembling gaping voids, thus accomplishing a rudimentary visual deception within a brief span. While it fell short of achieving flawless camouflage, the confluence of a moonless night rendered it unlikely to arouse suspicion unless subjected to close scrutiny. It is prudent to be vigilant, even in the absence of malice. His father had imparted to him, to subsist on the sea, one must not be a defenseless fish, vulnerable to capture. Rather, one must embody the essence of a sea wolf. Wolves traverse the world to feast on flesh, while dogs are relegated to consuming excrement. Which do you aspire to partake of, flesh or excrement? Nie Yun harbored a craving for flesh, and thus elected to emulate the wolf. Despite Nie Yun's affable and amicable demeanor, those acquainted with him were cognizant of the tenacity that coursed through his veins. How else could he, at such a tender age, have thrived as a solitary entity in the tumultuous milieu of South Bay Pier? It was a consequence of his protracted struggles, confrontations with hoodlums, altercations with fellow fishermen, persisting until none dared to provoke him with impunity. In South Bay, Nie Yun bore a sobriquet, the Sea Wolf. Having completed the Sea Wolf's disguise, Nie Yun experienced a modicum of mental fatigue, accompanied by a resurgence of hunger. It would appear that directing the mechanical insects was not without its toll. However, the exigencies of the moment precluded protracted contemplation. In the distance, a speedboat rounded a promontory, its roar heralding its arrival within Nie Yun's field of vision. The vessel was a petite, alabaster speedboat, helmed by an individual of evident expertise who executed a swift turn with a graceful drift, maintaining velocity as it charged forth. The spotlight at the bow swept across the Sea Wolf several times, and to his dismay, it appeared to be heading directly toward him. Nie Yun tucked his head beneath the edge of the boat, inwardly lamenting. Had he known, he would have simply slipped away with the vessel. If someone were to board shortly, how could he explain the disguise of the Sea Wolf? A fragmented performance art? Fortunately, the speedboat docked not far from the Sea Wolf, and it was evident that the newcomers had not discerned the vessel's ruse. They showed little interest in the abandoned wreck, which greatly relieved Nie Yun. He cautiously peered out to observe the scene. Illuminated by the speedboat spotlight, he clearly saw a tall man straining to haul the boat onto the shore. Once the speedboat was secured, 3 individuals disembarked, with one being forcibly escorted down by the other 2 men. Indeed, it was an abduction. The captive was a woman. Her hands bound in front of her, and that white dress looked somewhat familiar to Nie Yun. Hurry up and get down, no dawdling. The man's actions were rather rough, causing the woman to stumble noticeably. As she swayed, the light fell upon her face, and Nie Yun's expression shifted dramatically. It was her, the very girl who had sought him out yesterday, claiming to be the daughter of old dad. How could it possibly be her? This is a kidnapping? All I did was step out for a moment, and this is what I encounter? The scent of melodrama wafted thick in the air. Heh, third brother. Don't be so rough. What if you injure her? She's quite the beauty, and I would like to enjoy her later. A man with a duck-like voice chuckled lecherously. Second brother, refrain from unnecessary actions. The employer has insisted on a complete hostage. They seek a woman, and once this task is accomplished, you may indulge in the company of 10 or 8 each night. The first man to disembark spoke in a low voice. Boss, there's no need to be so serious. The employer requires an intact hostage. A brief moment of pleasure for me won't cause her any harm. Besides, the women we attract are hardly of such caliber. The man with the coarse voice leered at the young girl. Chu Xiao observed the yellowed teeth and lustful gaze of the man, and a shiver ran down her spine. Regardless of her usual pride and icy demeanor, she was merely a 17-year-old girl, and under such circumstances, her ability to refrain from screaming was a testament to her composure. You are kidnapping me for money, are you not? As long as you ensure my safety, I am willing to pay whatever amount you desire. The girl endeavored to suppress her terror, seeking a glimmer of hope. Miss Chu, those of us in this line of work also value our reputation. Although you may offer a higher price, we are bound by our prior agreement with the employer. My apologies. The leader dismissed her with those words, paying her no further heed. Third, use the satellite phone to inquire when the employer will arrive. Yes, boss. Nie Yun watched as the third man retrieved his satellite phone and murmured quietly before reporting back. Boss, the employer mentioned encountering Coast Guards on the way and will likely arrive in about an hour. Very well. Confirm the delivery location. Understood. Second, set up a tent. Third, start a fire and gather some food. The leader turned to see the second man still fixated on Chu Xiao and promptly issued his commands. All right, boss. Soon, the third brother swiftly retrieved a backpack from the speedboat and began to search for dry twigs to kindle a fire. The second brother, with a gluttonous glance at Chu Xiao, reluctantly set about assembling the tent. The speedboat's engine fell silent, and a powerful outdoor lamp illuminated the scene. Chu Xiao, hugging her knees, sat beside the bright light, exuding an aura of vulnerability, while the eldest brother vigilantly positioned himself next to her, scrutinizing their surroundings with unwavering caution. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows, a pair of eyes was fixated on their every move. Chapter 8. The unyielding anchor. The trio responsible for the abduction of Chu Xiao were notorious outlaws in Nanwan, infamously dubbed the Desperate Trio. They had been commissioned by a mysterious employer who offered a handsome reward to kidnap the heiress of the Chu group, Chu Xiao. Should they succeed in this venture, the three brothers could immigrate abroad and live a life of leisure for the remainder of their days. The eldest brother was the undisputed leader, known for his ruthless cunning. The second brother, timid and lecherous, was nonetheless adept in various vehicles and thievery techniques, displaying considerable shrewdness. The third brother, though somewhat dull-witted, possessed the strongest fighting skills among them, having previously been a fighter in underground boxing, earning the utmost trust of the eldest brother. Concealing ulterior motives, the second brother worked swiftly, and soon, a makeshift military tent was erected. The eldest brother shoved Chu Xiao inside the tent, secured the entrance, and took his position before it, never straying far. Brother, who do you suppose this employer really is? Why would they want to capture the Chu family, heiress? The second brother inquired as he settled beside the eldest, feigning curiosity while his eyes darted towards the tent. Refrain from inquiries that are not your concern. Increased knowledge only invites greater tribulations. Have you forgotten the fate of your predecessor? The leader uttered with a chilling gaze. Despite his lieutenant's considerable capabilities, his excessive inquisitiveness rendered him difficult to manage. The second in command offered a sheepish grin. Indeed, my apologies. My tongue ran away with me. May I ask for your forgiveness, Chief? He added, the young lady's misfortune is undeniable, Why would she forsake the metropolis for this desolate backwater? Otherwise, we would never have had the opportunity to apprehend her. Indeed, our success was fortuitous. The Chu Corporation is a prominent conglomerate in Fujian province. Though its expansion has been relatively recent, both mother and daughter are formidable individuals. The Chu Corporation's growth is astonishing, and it is rumored to be expanding into Southeast Asia, poised to become a colossal power. I surmise that those who sought to abduct the Chu heiress are among the established powers whose interests have been encroached upon. The leader's eyes betrayed a shrewdness that belied his coarse exterior, indicating meticulous preparation. Ah, so the Chu heiress is of considerable value. Is 10 million a paltry sum? Divided among three, each of us receives a mere 3 million, less than the cost of a luxury vehicle for some young master. The second-in-command grumbled. The leader cast a sidelong glance at his lieutenant. His eyes narrowed, a frigid glint within them. I have reiterated this countless times. One's rewards must be commensurate with one's capabilities. Had you their influence, you too could exploit the Chu heiress for greater gain. However, we are merely blades in their hands, wielded to draw blood when needed, and discarded into the Huangpu River when no longer required. The second, unnerved by the eldest's admonishing glance, felt his throat parch. Eldest, don't be angry, ist, merely ist. Alas, the third is so slow even in gathering firewood. I shall assist him. With these words, the second hurried towards the woods deep within the isle. Oomph. The eldest watched the second's departing figure, a fleeting murderous intent flickering in his eyes. You err. It is to be divided between two, 5 million apiece, which is not meager. The hushed murmur was carried away by the wailing wind. On the other side of the beach, the third stood before the dilapidated shipwreck, a flashlight in hand, curiously scrutinizing the derelict vessel. How are there so many breaches? It seems less like a grounding on a reef and more like a bombardment. The third scratched his head, perplexed. In the darkness, Nie Yun. Mechanical insect. It appears, perhaps a tad excessive. Regardless, I shall dismantle some timber from a ship. This is far swifter than gathering firewood in the woods. A truly excellent notion. Have my intellect recently ascended? Verily, I must learn more from the eldest. Thus, I shall grow ever more astute. The third was somewhat pleased with himself. He entered the shipwreck, his flashlight sweeping about, and strode directly towards the hold, intending to find some dilapidated tables and chairs. Upon entering the hold, as the bright light illuminated the space, the third was immediately taken aback. Contrary to his expectations, the hold was remarkably clean and tidy, with various domestic accoutrements visible. After a brief moment of bewilderment, alarm surged within him, and his vigilance heightened. Someone's here. However, at that moment, a sound of something sliding from the darkness beneath his feet reached his ears, and then a tightness gripped his ankle. Startled, he swept the flashlight downward, revealing a silver cable that had somehow ensnared his ankle. What is this? The beam of the flashlight traced the silver cable upward, ultimately illuminating a beam across the ceiling where an anchor lay ominously. A surge of alarm coursed through him. He immediately resolved to draw his dagger and sever the cable. Yet just then, the anchor abruptly leapt from its resting place on the beam. Undoubtedly, he could affirm that there was no one in sight and no mechanism nearby. It seemed as if the anchor, in a fit of despair, had chosen to leap without hesitation. An anchor, in a moment of hopelessness, had committed an act of self-destruction. A peculiar thought flickered through his mind, and in the next instant, a sudden tightness gripped his feet. A brief cry escaped him, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself inverted, head down and feet up. Before him, the despondent silver anchor swayed back and forth, mirroring his predicament. His mind momentarily clouded. He was unnerved by this bizarre scenario. Thud! 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 The sound of footsteps drew closer from the cabin door, eventually halting behind him. Though he could not see who it was, he sensed an unmistakable malice emanating from the presence. Who is it? A chill ran down his spine. There was someone in this dilapidated wreck. No. Was it a person or a ghost? Suddenly, he recalled the legends of phantom ships. Goodness, could he truly be so unfortunate? Was this a case of cleverness backfiring? Thud! After a dull thud resonated, Lao San's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Nie Yun casually discarded the frying pan in his hand, which melted into a silvery liquid and merged into the sea wolf vessel. He clapped his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Our first collaboration is impressively in sync. Splendid indeed. Let me see what treasures this fellow possesses. Ultimately, Nie Yun discovered a satellite phone, a Swiss Army knife, a pistol, 2 magazines, and an assortment of compasses and other items on Lao San. Goodness gracious! If it weren't for my little treasures, I might have faced dire consequences. Nie Yun shuddered at the thought. Gun control in his homeland was renowned worldwide, and he had never anticipated that his adversary would be armed. This group of kidnappers was certainly formidable. Nie Yun stowed away the items, tucking the pistol into the small of his back, then glanced at Lao San, who was still dangling in midair. He waved his hand, saying, "Don't waste it. He has some food on him. Remember to tie him up after you finish." Then, the ship's anchor transformed into a silvery fluid, and with a splash, Lao San fell down, subsequently enveloped in a shimmering white cocoon. Moments later, all metallic items on him were swept away, leaving even the ironed buckle of his belt stripped. Satisfied with the sight of Lao San tightly bound in silvery ropes, Nie Yun nodded approvingly before shifting his gaze outside the cabin. In the darkness of night, the solitary source of light was strikingly conspicuous. Chapter 9. She is worth 10 million ah. Though separated by the cabin, Lao San's brief cry startled Lauda, who was not far away. He abruptly rose to his feet, a slight furrow creasing his brow as his gaze fixated on the sunken vessel from which the sound emanated. His right hand deftly withdrew the pistol from his waist. There was a commotion in that direction. Lao San might be in trouble. I shall investigate the situation. You remain here and do not stray an inch. After issuing his command, the leader grasped his gun in one hand and illuminated a flashlight with the other, proceeding cautiously toward the wreck. Lao Air watched as his leader vanished into the darkness, the beam of the flashlight receding into the distance. A mischievous smile crept onto his face, a glint of lewdness evident in his eyes as he turned to glance at the tent. After waiting a minute to ensure his leader had gone far, Lao Air rubbed his hands together and slipped into the tent. Chu Xiaoxiao had never felt such helplessness. Having been raised in an elite educational environment, she was imbued with high expectations from a young age, and her extraordinary talent led her mother to place immense hopes upon her. She had managed the vast Chu Corporation, assisting her mother in its growth to its current stature. What many did not realize was that the success of the Chu Corporation owed at least a small part to her efforts. Her exceptional abilities had made her the center of attention both in school and at the company, and she had always perceived herself as distinct from others, akin to a sovereign on a throne overlooking the masses. However, having always been sheltered under her mother's protective wing, she never imagined that one day she would find herself bound on a desolate island, the tent enveloped in darkness, mirroring her uncertain fate and invoking despair. She had never contemplated that she could exhibit such vulnerability, rendering her no different from the multitude she often regarded with disdain, perhaps even weaker than they. Had it not been for the intention to pay respects at that wretch's grave, she would not have found herself in such a dire predicament, she mused bitterly. At that moment, a murmur of voices drifted in from outside, and shortly thereafter, the tent was abruptly lifted, a beam of light flooding in to dispel the darkness. However, what appeared before Chu Xiaoxiao was not the dawn of hope, but rather a visage that inspired revulsion, a grotesque countenance. Fear flickered in her eyes as she curled up tightly, drawing her knees to her chest, yet the confines of the tent left her with no avenue of escape. The second man grinned maliciously at the pitiful sight of Chu Xiaoxiao, one of her sandals having been lost during the abduction, accentuating her vulnerability. He greedily surveyed the innocent lamb before him, chuckling, "Oh, little beauty, are you feeling anxious? Please, don't come closer," Chu Xiaoxiao cried, shaking her head in terror, tears welling in her eyes as she desperately sought refuge beneath her flimsy garment. Her heart-wrenching expression only served to stoke his predatory desires, and he could no longer restrain himself, lunging forward to tear at her dress. With a resounding rip, accompanied by her piercing scream, a glimpse of alabaster flesh was revealed. "Ah, the daughter of a wealthy family is indeed well-nourished," he sneered, Look at those curves. Casting aside the torn fabric, he prepared to pounce. Chu Xiao, steeped in despair, could only clutch her chest, trembling helplessly. I advise you not to move. A cold voice rang out, causing the second man to freeze, feeling a cylindrical object pressed against the back of his head. Chu Xiao stared in astonishment at the shadow emerging from behind the second man. The backlight obscured her view of the visitor's face, yet the voice sounded somewhat familiar. She raised her hands and slowly began to retreat. That unremarkable voice resonated once more. Having navigated through treacherous waters for many years, the second man could discern the other's psychological state merely from their tone. Although the voice suggested youth, it exuded an unsettling calmness, indicating that the speaker was no novice. Any rash movement on her part could provoke a genuine gunshot. He swiftly assessed the situation, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Displaying a keen sense of self-preservation, he raised his hands high and cautiously backed out of the tent, step by deliberate step. The tent was modest in size, thus the newcomer merely placed a foot at the entrance without fully entering. The two retreated slowly, the muzzle of the gun pressed firmly against the back of the second man's head. Once they had exited, the tent was flooded with light again, mirroring the surge of clarity within Chu Xiao's heart. Her eyes widened as she beheld the scene. Having narrowly escaped peril, a wave of overwhelming joy washed over her, and tears streamed down her face. After retreating a couple of meters from the tent, the intruder finally halted. "Which path do you tread, brother? Is there perhaps a misunderstanding?" The second man managed to suppress his fear and inquired. He turned to face the intruder, taking 2 steps back, and at last, he discerned the youth's features. The boy appeared to be around 16 or 17, clad in a snug tank top with his pant legs rolled up, presenting an unmistakable image of a beleaguered fisherman. The second man gazed in disbelief at this lad before him, thinking, "Is this the very individual who has captured me?" His gaze then fell upon the handgun in the boy's grasp, and his pupils dilated in shock. "That's the third man's gun. Have you eliminated the third man?" He urged, "Step back a bit." He disregarded her inquiry and issued another command. Inside the tent, Chu Xiao watched as the 2 men retreated slowly, then separated to stand on either side of the tent entrance. The curtain obscured her view of their faces and expressions. Recede further. After a moment of bewilderment, the youth's voice echoed in her ears. The girl wondered what he intended to do. The second man's eyes darted around as he retreated, saying, "Young man, let's not be hasty. We can discuss this. Do you know who's inside? She's worth 10 million. Chu Xiao listened to their conversation, her heart filled with trepidation. As the second man moved further away, eventually disappearing behind the tent. "Yes, I heard. She's worth 10 million. TSK. I've never even seen 10,000 in my life. All right. Stay there. The position is just about right." "Position? What position?" The second man was taken aback. Bang! In a quiet night, the gunshot reverberated through the air. The girl watched as a spark erupted from the pistol in the man's hand, leaving a blurry spot on her retina. Her ears experienced a brief period of deafness. Thud! The sound of a body falling. Chu Xiao was dazed, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Then, the face of the youth appeared outside the tent. The bright light illuminated his face, making his eyes appear exceptionally bright. "It's him. Why would it be him who came to rescue her?" She had expected the police, special forces, or even ordinary residents of the island. But why him? "Hello, beautiful. It's nice to see you again." Nie Yun wore a broad smile. Chapter 10. The Ghost Ship. "What are you doing here?" Chu Xiao finally reacted, incredulously. "Rather than dwell on that question, I believe it would be prudent for us to leave this place. Don't you think?" Nie Yun winked and replied with a grin. "Why you just killed someone?" Chu Xiao asked, her voice tinged with unease. "Indeed, my father stated that such scum do not deserve to breathe the same air, and one should not show mercy upon encountering them." Nie Yun responded calmly. Of course, it was primarily dark, making it difficult to see the blood. Old 2. By the sunken ship, Old 1 cautiously approached, sweeping his flashlight around, but finding nothing amiss. He called out, "Old 3, are you there?" A deathly silence ensued. "Old 3, if you're here, respond." He shouted again, yet met with the same utter lack of response. Cursing under his breath, Old One realized that the only satellite phone was with Old Three, and there was no mobile signal here, leaving him no choice but to venture inside. With his right hand gripping his firearm and his body slightly crouched, he carefully entered the sunken vessel. Just then, a distant gunshot startled him. His heart raced as he took 2 steps toward the ship's edge to glance at the tent. But Old Two was nowhere to be seen, filling him with immediate dread and confusion about the unfolding situation. Damn it, Old One cursed while hastening toward the tent. However, halfway there, a scene ignited his fury. Virum, someone had started their speedboat. Then, under this furious gaze, the speedboat swiftly reversed into the sea, executed a turn, and rapidly sped away. You treacherous scoundrel! It was practically exploding with rage. In his estimation, had seized the opportunity to abscond with, intending to monopolize the 10 million reward. He had guarded against external threats day and night, only to be betrayed by an insider. By the time he reached the tent, the speedboat was already hundreds of meters offshore, beyond the range of a handgun. Damn you! If I ever get my hands on you, I'll tear you limb from limb. The roared in fury. As he continued to curse, he suddenly detected a metallic scent carried by the sea breeze. He paused, momentarily stunned, and glanced to the side. There, at the edge of the spotlight's illumination, the shadow of a pair of outdoor boots was visible. He felt a sense of familiarity with the boots. He directed the flashlight's beam and instantly beheld a corpse lying in a pool of blood. It was none other than. Could it be? A chill ran down his spine as the face of surfaced in his mind. Such a meticulous scheme could have been conceived by the ever-loyal, seemingly dull-witted. Little did I know that the most cunning of all was you. In that instant, a wave of sorrow washed over the betrayed by the person he trusted most. He felt a profound sense of disillusionment. Could years of brotherhood truly be outweighed by a mere 10 million? He slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the dark sea, utterly devoid of the will to move. After a long while, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the darkness nearby. The chieftain turned his head stiffly, only to see the third brother emerge from the shadows, his face beaming with surprise. He was holding up his trousers with one hand and clutching his head with the other, his appearance somewhat comical. Yet the chieftain found himself unable to laugh, his mind utterly bewildered. What was happening now? Upon seeing the chieftain, the third brother was overjoyed, as if he had encountered a long-lost kin. "Chieftain," he exclaimed, "I'm so glad to see you. I must tell you, I just had the most dreadful dream." There was a spectral vessel and its anchor. Before he could finish, the chieftain embraced him tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "Third brother, it's so good to see you. It wasn't you, after all. It wasn't you." The third brother was immediately perplexed, and then, realizing the situation, his skin crawled with goosebumps. He pushed the chieftain away, clutching his waistband tightly, and stammered, "Chieftain, I'm not that kind of person." The chieftain's face darkened with exasperation. Soon after, the two brothers shared their experiences and realized something was amiss. "Let's go and inspect that ship," the chieftain said grimly, grabbing his pistol. They returned to the location of the sunken vessel, only to be dumbfounded once more. The wreck was gone, vanished without a trace. "See, chieftain," the third brother stammered, "do you think we might have encountered a ghost ship?" "Don't be ridiculous," the chieftain retorted. "Could a ghost have shot the second brother? But a ghost knocked me unconscious. The bump on my head hasn't even subsided yet. Upon awakening, I discovered that the buckle of my trousers had burst open. Eldest brother, could it be that I was assaulted by a specter?" Bang! The eldest brother struck the third brother on the head. "What specter would be so blind as to take a liking to a simpleton like you?" In truth, the eldest brother was also somewhat unnerved, and he promptly turned and hastened away from that ghastly place. Perhaps it was a female specter? In truth, I am quite well endowed. "Alas, eldest brother, wait for me," the third brother muttered, then quickly followed, for he had no desire to remain there alone. In the darkness, the brothers' conversation carried. "Eldest brother, shall we await the employer here? Without a vessel, we are unable to depart." Bang! Another strike to the head. "Are you daft? The person is deceased. Should we remain and risk being vented upon by the employer's cohorts? To whom shall we voice our grievances? Then, what shall we do?" Shortly thereafter, a medium-sized speedboat once again graced the shore. "Deceased? Has contact been established with the other two?" The visage of Feng was furrowed with concern, and an aura of menace began to emanate from him. Feng scoffed. Bah, these wastrels are rabble. Assuredly, procuring seasoned mercenaries is the more prudent course. Depart. The entourage trailed behind Feng, preparing to board the vessel. Abruptly, Feng halted, casting a sidelong glance at the subordinate who had delivered the initial report. Who authorized your boarding? Without tarrying, Feng turned and departed. The subordinate grew anxious. Feng, grant me another. Bang! Beside them, an individual had drawn a firearm. With the crack of a gunshot, that person's words were forever silenced. Not far from the beach, behind a rock, Lausen wiped the sweat from his brow and, feeling a sense of dread, remarked, "The boss is indeed clever. These people kill without a flicker of an eye. We almost met our demise." Lao Za, with a somber expression, gazed at the departing speedboat as though he were watching 10 million slip away into the void. Chapter 11. My vessel has arrived on the surface of the sea. Not far from the island, a speedboat gradually slowed its pace, shutting off its engine, and began to drift aimlessly with the waves. As the engine fell silent, darkness enveloped the boat for fear of being discovered by the enigmatic employer awaiting their rendezvous. No lights were illuminated, save for the faint beam of a flashlight held by Nie Yun. What are we doing here? Ju xiao xia in quit, observing Nie Yun as he rummaged through their spoils with his flashlight. At that moment, she had donned a jacket, concealing her springtime attire, which naturally belonged to Nie Yun's collection of treasures. Waiting for my boat, Nie Yun casually replied, and, at that instant, he unearthed several cans from his backpack, exclaiming with delight, "Wonderful! Just when I am famished." Chu Xiao Xiao, somewhat surprised, asked, "Waiting for your boat? Do you have companions?" Having just exerted considerable energy controlling the mechanical insect, and with no solar power to recharge, she was already ravenous. Stimulated by Nie Yun's appetite. She suddenly realized it had been quite a while since she had eaten. Indeed, she was hungry. She settled beside Nie Yun, who opened a can for her as well, and the two of them silently indulged in their meal. Before long, a pile of 7 or 8 empty cans accumulated at the bow of the boat. Nie Yun let out a satisfied belch, prompting Chu Xiao Xiao to cast him a peculiar glance. Had this fellow gone several days without food? "You still haven't told me why you are here," she remarked, observing Nie Yun squinting his eyes as he digested. "If I were to say that my brother and I were having a picnic there, only for you to come looking for us, would you believe it?" "I wouldn't." Chu Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. "A picnic on a deserted island with your brother? Are you the wild man, or is your brother the wild man?" That would certainly explain it. Knowing that the truth would not be taken seriously, Nie Yun chose to remain silent. "Hey, I haven't thanked you yet for saving me." Chu Xiao Xiao expressed her gratitude, though it felt somewhat awkward and unnatural. "I don't go by him. My name is Nie Yun." "Oh, I see. My name is Chu Xiao Xiao." Realizing that Nie Yun was unaware of her name, she quickly corrected herself. "All right, I will remember that," Nie Yun replied, and once again, silence enveloped them. Chu Xiao Xiao, hugging her knees and gazing at the pitch-black sea, suddenly recalled the moment Nie Yun had fired his weapon. It seemed as though he had intentionally positioned the man in a place where she could not see him, perhaps to shield her from the sight. Because of Nie Yun's actions, she experienced a minimal psychological impact from witnessing a murder for the first time. Instead, her disdain for that man led her to feel that he deserved his fate. That man's adopted son seemed to be quite gentle. "Nie Yun, could you tell me about him?" Ju xiao xia in quit sopti. Nonplussed, Nie Yun glanced at Chu Xiao Xiao, meeting her radiant gaze. Averting his eyes with a touch of embarrassment, he reclined, cradling his head in his hands, and gazed at the celestial tapestry above. "My old man, a notorious tippler in these parts, perpetually soused, never succumbed to drunken rages. Instead, he would perch at the prow of the sea wolf, lost in contemplation of the sea. A man of indolence and disarray, I've been his shipmate, mechanic, fisherman, and cook since memory serves, while he merely played the role of captain. Moreover, he possessed a penchant for mischief, delighting in embarrassing me before others. Once, in a fit of pique, I chased him down the street with a cleaver, Yet, beneath his gruff exterior lay a heart of gold. He always considered me first, sharing whatever bounty came his way. I am deeply grateful to him. He bequeathed me the sea wolf, a haven of tranquility, and imparted the wisdom to survive and the principles to live by. I sensed his underlying unhappiness, though he never divulged his past. But alas, I hold no interest in the bygone days of an old codger. Ha! Nie Yun rambled on, his words painting a vivid portrait of the man. Chu Xiaoxiao listened in rapt silence, forming a distinct impression of the man, no longer a mere figment of her imagination. When Nie Yun finished, he turned to Chu Xiaoxiao, who, after a long pause, softly uttered, "I went and offered incense." With a gleam in his eyes, Nie Yun smiled, murmuring, "Is that so? That's all that matters." About 10 minutes later, the stillness of the night was abruptly broken by the lapping of water, suggesting something was drawing near. "Statan, Zhu Xiao Xia Inquit." Did you hear that? Stretching languidly, Nie Yun gestured towards the side. "Indeed, it seems my vessel has arrived." Following his indication, Chu Xiaoxiao made out an aged fishing boat emerging silently from the inky sea under the faint starlight, gliding to a stop beside the speedboat. Chapter 12. Release this. This. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, observing the pitch-black silhouette of the fishing boat. Devoid of engine noise, it appeared to be propelled solely by its sails, yet it seemed devoid of a crew, resembling a spectral vessel. Oh, with the rapid advancements in society and the advent of self-driving automobiles, my sea wolf is practically the nautical equivalent, Nie Yun elucidated before leaping onto the sea wolf with his bag. Self-driving? Chu Xiaoxiao cast a doubtful glance at the sea wolf's sails, rolling her eyes. Perhaps an electric engine would be a more practical addition. Having boarded the sea wolf, Nie Yun extended a hand towards Chu Xiaoxiao, who, after a moment's hesitation, placed her hand in his. He assisted her onto the sea wolf, and she blushed slightly, feigning interest in the vessel as she stepped away. There's really no one here. The sea wolf was not expansive. A single glance sufficed to survey its entirety. Ms. Chu manifested astonishment upon discovering its utter vacancy. Could it be operating autonomously? Such a notion seemed preposterous. Unbeknownst to her, the seemingly dilapidated sail occasionally emitted a flash of argent luminescence. This phenomenon constituted a novel revelation for Mr. Nie following his discourse with his progenitor that day. Irrespective of the distance involved, he possessed the capability to command the mechanical insects to execute his directives with unparalleled precision. This development rendered the prospect of remotely piloting the sea wolf a tangible reality. Alas, a discrepancy presented itself. If my memory serves me correctly, the keel of this vessel was fractured upon my arrival yesterday. How is it capable of embarking on a voyage today? Ms. Chu abruptly recalled an incident and began to search the premises, yet no vestige of the breach remained. Ahem, I rectified the damage last night. In truth, the sea wolf did not sustain injuries of such severity. The appearance was merely exaggerated. Repaired? Even if the damage was not substantial, is it plausible to restore it to this state within a single night? Although Ms. Chu did not possess extensive knowledge of the shipbuilding industry, she possessed a fundamental understanding of the subject. Given the magnitude of the aperture in the sea wolf yesterday, it would be inconceivable to repair even the deck within a day. I have an acquaintance who constructs aircraft carriers, you comprehend? Mr. Nie bestowed upon Ms. Chu an enigmatic gaze, reflective of his own personal comprehension, before turning to depart. An aircraft carrier manufacturer? Is it plausible that an individual who constructs aircraft carriers would deign to repair a dilapidated fishing vessel, engaging in carpentry work no less? Ms. Chu discerned an escalating aura of mystique surrounding this individual. Herein lies a satellite telephone. I am not adept at its operation. Would you be so kind as to contact your domicile and request that someone retrieve you from the pier? Furthermore, I desire that this matter remain confidential. As you are aware, it would engender considerable complications. Mr. Nie proffered the satellite telephone while scratching his cranium. Chu Xiaoxiao answered the phone, gazing at him. Are you still unwilling to live with us? Ah, I have grown accustomed to being alone, and I cannot abandon the sea wolf. Chu Xiaoxiao nodded, then stepped aside to dial a number. Hello, who is this? A gentle woman's voice, seemingly fatigued, came through. Hello, Mom, it's me. Xiaoxiao, is that really you? The woman appeared somewhat agitated, as if she had knocked something over. After a moment, she said, Xiaoxiao, how are you? Don't worry, Mom will definitely rescue you. Tell the kidnappers that I will pay any amount as long as you are unharmed. Mom, please don't be anxious. There are no kidnappers around me. I have been rescued. I'm safe now. What? The voice on the other end seemed stunned for a long while, before suddenly shifting to that of a man. Hello, Miss Chu. I am Lu Guodong, the director of the Public Security Bureau of Xia City. May I ask where you are and how you were rescued? Please, take your time. Chu Xiao glanced at Nie Yun and replied, You do not need to know where I am or how I was rescued. Tomorrow morning, I will call this number to inform you of my location. Just have my mother send someone to pick me up. This, before the other party could finish. Chu Xiao hung up the phone. Hello, Director of the Public Security Bureau? Be careful, or they might make things difficult for you, Nie Yun remarked, witnessing the domineering and assertive side of Chu Xiao. Perhaps this was the true essence of Chu Xiao. Nestled within the municipality of Xia City lies the township of Haiying, a place where even the esteemed chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, a figure of considerable authority, remains a stranger to the likes of Nie Yun. Yet, with remarkable nonchalance, seemed to disregard his stature. He dares to make things difficult for me? A hint of formidable self-assurance resonated in S' tone. Considering the circumstances, you should be grateful that I was rescued by you. The fact that we aren't holding him accountable should be enough to make him jubilant. By the way, why are you towing that speedboat? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. During her phone call, Nie Yun had already secured the vessel to the stern of the Sea Wolf, which was now being dragged along. Practically brand new, it could fetch a handsome sum upon resale. Nie Yun responded, a miserly grin spreading across his face. Rolled her eyes, then stifled a yawn. Go get some rest in the cabin. I'll wake you when we arrive tomorrow, Nie Yun suggested. Not in agreement, but as she took a couple of steps towards the cabin, she abruptly halted, turning back with wide, inquisitive eyes. Does the door have a lock? She asked. Nie Yun was taken aback. Rest assured, my interests do not extend to underage girls. You're nowhere near as alluring as Aunt Shu Qian, Nie Yun retorted dismissively, his face darkening with displeasure. Shot him a fierce glare, mentally etching the name Aunt Shu Qian into her memory. Bang! The cabin door slammed shut with considerable force. The resounding noise a clear indication of someone's indignation. Be careful with my door, Nie Yun exclaimed, wincing at the sound from outside the cabin. He made his way to the stern of the boat, where a rustling sound emanated. The mechanical insects were feasting heartily. The speedboat, belonging to the Daredevil, was stocked with dozens of liters of gasoline, which conveniently benefited Nie Yun, ensuring an ample supply of energy for the night. The following morning awoke with a start, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at the empty expanse of the sea behind them. The speedboat. Last night I pondered it, and, in reality, a dilapidated speedboat is hardly worth a considerable sum. So I released it back into the wild, Nie Yun stated earnestly. Chu Xiao. Who was it that claimed last night it was in 90% new condition and could fetch a good price? Furthermore, what kind of act of releasing is setting a speedboat free? Chapter 13. Unison of Man and Weapon, 7 o'clock a.m., South Bay Pier. At this hour, fishermen had begun to set sail one after another, and the sea, which had been tranquil for a night, regained its vitality and vigor. Although the passage of time had etched some crow's feet onto the woman's face, one could still discern how beautiful she was in her youth. This was Chu Feng, the chairperson of the Chu group. Mom. A young girl's call caused Chu Feng to stiffen. She turned her head and saw her daughter, who had been missing for 2 days, standing radiantly at a corner not far away, wearing a jacket. In the sunlight, the girl's smile was as beautiful as a flower, and apart from her somewhat disheveled hair, she seemed to be perfectly fine. Chu Feng hastened her pace and tightly embraced Chu Xiao. Xiao, you scared your mother to death. Are you all right? Were you hurt? At the same time, for bodyguards formed a square around the mother and daughter, and several police cars and dozens of police officers swarmed in, cordoning off the area. The commotion surprised the surrounding fishermen, who looked over, wondering what had caused such a large-scale operation. Chu Xiao rolled her eyes. I told you there were no bandits. At this moment, a square-faced, middle-aged man in full gear, wearing a bulletproof vest, walked out from among the police officers. Hello, Miss Chu. I am Lu Guodong. May I ask how you escaped? Where are those bandits? I have already mentioned that someone saved me, and we managed to shake off those thugs, Chu Xiaoxiao said with irritation. She lay in Chu Feng's embrace, her gaze drifting towards the distant sea, where a dilapidated fishing boat was setting sail. Hey, Dad, look over there. Isn't that the sea wolf? The bald man stood at the bow, squinting at a fishing vessel in the distance. Uncle Lu set down the rope he was holding and leaned over to take a look. It indeed bore a striking resemblance. But how could it be? The keel was broken. Not only would it be impossible to navigate, but simply staying afloat would be a challenge. It must be merely a coincidence. Sigh, I wonder where Nie Yun has gone. That fellow never lets anyone rest easy. Don't worry, Dad. That guy is more cunning than a sea monkey. He wants to get into trouble. Well, let us hope so. Everyone, let us get moving. The key to a productive day lies in the morning. And life thrives on activity. Those who need sunbathing, go sunbathe. Those who require maintenance, do your maintenance. Stay busy. You newcomers over there, get to it. Devour the mast. Be careful. Consume as much as you can without breaking it. On board the Sea Wolf, Nie Yun shouted commands to the mechanical insects as they executed the Sea Wolf's enhancement plan. Having sent off Miss Chu, Nie Yun could finally proceed with the transformation and fortification of the Sea Wolf without restraint. Last night, the mechanical insects consumed that speedboat, significantly expanding their ranks, multiplying their numbers threefold, such that they could nearly fill the very structure of the Sea Wolf. As he partook in his morning repast, an innovative notion struck him. Given the protean capabilities of the mechanical insects to morph into virtually any substance, what if they were employed to supplant all the materials of the Sea Wolf? Preliminary experiments had demonstrated the exceptional fortitude of items assembled by these insects, rivaling, if not surpassing, that of specialized alloys. The prospect of a fishing vessel constructed entirely of such alloys sent shivers of excitement through Nie Yun. As to why a fishing vessel, Nie Yun justified it by his identity as a proud fisherman, questioning the plausibility of constructing an aircraft carrier instead. The Sea Wolf had already navigated beyond the coastal waters, venturing into the distant ocean, an area devoid of other vessels, allowing the mechanical insects to operate unreservedly. He could now discern that the insects, when maintained in their nascent state, exhibited peak energy absorption efficiency, with color alterations impeding their operational effectiveness. Consequently, any passing vessel would observe a resplendent, silver-hued fishing boat, exuding an aura of nouveau riche extravagance. The boundless light and heat furnished an abundance of energy, sufficient, at least for the current operational demands of the mechanical insects, obviating the need for Nie Yun to expend funds on fuel. The mechanical insects tirelessly executed the metamorphosis of the Sea Wolf's main structure, with each component consumed being replaced by a newly constructed counterpart. In the parlance of wuxia novels, the Sea Wolf was undergoing a transformative rebirth. Nie Yun, far from being idle, was assimilating the spoils of war. The Swiss Army knife and 2 handguns acquired the previous night having been entirely devoured by the mechanical insects. Having recently experimented with the saber, Nie Yun discovered that its strength had more than doubled. Furthermore, under his direct command, the mechanical insects had enhanced its sharpness, rendering it capable of slicing through iron with ease, truly a divine weapon. To Nie Yun's further delight, the handguns seized from the second and third individuals, after being strengthened, evoked a sense of profound connection when held, a stark contrast to the awkwardness of his initial firing yesterday when his intended headshot landed in the chest. Closing his eyes, he linked his consciousness with the mechanical insects in his grasp, and a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. He seemed to perceive the intricate inner workings of the handgun with crystalline clarity, down to the most minute detail. Click! Still with his eyes shut, Nie Yun cocked the handgun and released the safety, sensing the bullet glide into the chamber, unimpeded. Bang! He fired a shot at random towards the sea surface. The firing pin struck the base of the bullet, igniting the volatile propellant within, causing an explosion that propelled the projectile, spinning, to streak through the gun barrel in a flash of sparks, and then to hurtle forth. Whoosh! Nie Yun opened his eyes, profoundly shaken. Could it be that he had achieved such a level of mastery? Was this not the legendary union of man and gun? Since the fusion, his memory and comprehension had surged. Reflecting on the trajectory of the bullet and his posture, he raised the gun and aimed at the ropes on the mast. Bang! Another shot which, naturally, missed its mark. Bang! The second shot. Sizzle. The bullet collided with the rope, emitting a brilliant spark as the ricochet soared into the sky. The mooring cable remained unscathed, bearing only a scratch that was instantly mended by the mechanical insects, leaving no trace. Excellent! Exclaimed Nie Yun, pleased as he stroked the gun. Then, he murmured, it's just a bit of shame this gun doesn't have any special effects. Clatter. The cable snapped precisely where it had been struck, and the entire sail cascaded down. Nie Yun, observing this, nodded contentedly, blew on the gun muzzle, and twirled the weapon flamboyantly before it transformed into a bracelet around his wrist. At will, he could morph the bracelet back into a pistol. As he continued to tinker with his spoils, whistling a tune, the mooring cables and sail laboriously ascended the mast, reconnecting to the broken points. The mechanical insects collectively sighed. This master is hard to please. Chapter 14. Attachment. Nie Yun toyed with a satellite phone. Given the scarcity of maritime signals and his limited circle of acquaintances, he didn't even own a mobile phone. It was undeniable that Nie Yun had previously lived like a fisherman from the 1970s, virtually isolated from the world. Such unadulterated simplicity was almost museum-worthy. Ultimately, though, he resolved to consume it. Through his connection with the mechanical insects, he was astonished to find that he understood the satellite phone's very architecture. His cerebral structure had transcended the ordinary, rivaling that of a computer. This old man, who didn't even finish elementary school, is becoming less and less human, Nie Yun remarked with a touch of self-satisfaction. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang, startling Nie Yun. He glanced at the caller ID and skillfully answered the call. Hello. It was the voice of Chu Xiao. Oh, why is it you? Nie Yun exclaimed in surprise. Silly, I noted down your number. Besides, your phone is almost out of credit. I've topped it up, so you needn't worry about running low for the next year. Chu Xiao said generously. Oh, I truly appreciate it. To be honest, I seldom use my phone. Before Nie Yun could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Are you selling that ancient coin? Sell it. All right. I actually think it's quite necessary to have a phone to stay in touch with you, Nie Yun admitted, feeling a bit anxious. Before she left, he had asked her to help appraise the ancient coin he found. If it turned out to be worthless, he would give it to Chu Xiao, but if it held value, he would request her assistance in selling it. Naturally, this remark earned him a playful reprimand from her. Is this how you speak to a girl? You'll only give it to me if it's worthless. That's more like it. I'm back home now, and I've had someone appraise that silver coin as well. I'll let you know as soon as I hear back. Where are you right now? Nie Yun scratched his head, surveying his surroundings, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had drifted to an unknown location. Cough, I'm fishing. The catch today is quite good. He lied casually. Fishing. Chu Xiao seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Tell me, do you really intend to fish for the rest of your life? What's wrong with fishing? Nie Yun replied, sitting at the bow of the boat, swinging his feet and enjoying the light-hearted conversation with the beautiful girl. He was quite pleased with the experience. It feels quite novel. Have you ever considered making a significant achievement? Chu Xiao was exasperated by his lack of ambition. Of course I have. I'm a person with dreams. Oh, and what might those dreams be? Naturally, to become the greatest fisherman. You, never mind, do as you please. I couldn't care less. Chu Xiao angrily hung up the phone. Nie Yun, perplexed, put away his phone, bewildered by the young lady's sudden outburst. City dwellers are truly peculiar. Nie Yun turned his gaze backward, where nearly half of the vessel's hull shimmered with a silver glow. Alas, brother, it seems the antique route is no longer feasible. We must embrace progress and advance towards the new era. He patted the deck of the Sea Wolf. However, why does the waterline seem unusually deep today? Nie Yun curiously observed the surface of the sea, which was playfully lapping at his feet. Usually, he sat at the bow without such a luxury. Oh no! Nie Yun was momentarily taken aback before realizing it was due to overloading. Indeed, the Sea Wolf was originally a wooden fishing vessel, its design inherently limited. To transform it entirely into an all-metal fishing boat was an unrealistic expectation. This suggests a significant flaw in the enhancement plan for the sea wolf. What should be done now? Nie Yun found himself momentarily stunned. A book is only truly useful when one needs it. His elementary-level knowledge felt utterly inadequate. After deep contemplation, Nie Yun concluded that the manpower for the mechanical worms must undoubtedly continue to expand. The greater the number, the greater the strength. It was evident that there were not enough people to exert sufficient power. How could miracles be achieved? The Development Center for Family Planning must remain steadfast and unshakable. Consequently, expansion was the only viable path forward. After meticulous deliberation, Nie Yun formulated two potential strategies. Firstly, to assimilate other vessels of substantial tonnage, integrating them into a comprehensive upgrade. Secondly, to fabricate an amplified iteration of the sea wolf. My friend, he mused, if one were to undergo cosmetic surgery, would one opt for a complete transformation or merely augment the posterior and mammary regions? The mechanical insects, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued their tireless labor. As expected, the predilection for ample proportions is indeed a universal male trait, Nie Yun remarked knowingly. The mechanical insects. Half an hour later, Nie Yun, breathless and fatigued, surveyed the sea wolf, now a disheveled assemblage of disparate components, its hull listing precariously, one side of the deck nearly submerged, seemingly on the verge of capsizing. Huff, huff, damn it, he exclaimed. It appears my rudimentary education is a hindrance. My friend, it is not for lack of trying, but some attributes are simply immutable. Attachment is the genesis of suffering. Detachment, the path to liberation. Nie Yun clasped his hands together, adopting the demeanor of a venerable monk. Thus, Project Wolverine was declared a failure. Chapter 15. The quest for maritime expansion. Where does one procure a sizable vessel? Preferably derelict, incurring no expense. Suddenly, inspiration struck Nie Yun. There exists a locale replete with shipwrecks. The South China Sea, a historical nexus of Asian maritime trade, served as a conduit for long-distance voyages originating from Europe and Africa via the Cape of Good Hope, as well as trade routes connecting Southeast Asia and the Americas to the provinces of Guangdong and Fujian. Statistical data indicates that the waters adjacent to the South China Sea harbor no fewer than 2,000 ancient shipwrecks. In recent years, efforts to salvage ancient shipwrecks have intensified domestically, yielding a significant array of porcelain antiques and other precious national treasures. However, many vessels remain entombed in the depths of the sea, forgotten by history. The waters of the South China Sea, particularly around Nanao, are renowned for their shipwrecks. Numerous porcelain merchant ships from the Ming and Qing dynasties have been recovered here, their overall value incalculable. As Nie Yun pondered this, he faced a dilemma. Although this region should harbor a multitude of sunken ships, they lay submerged in the deep ocean. How could he deploy the mechanical insect? After much contemplation, he suddenly noticed a fishing rod leaning against the side of the boat, and an audacious idea surged within him. Grasping the rod, he willed the hook at its tip to transform into a solid silver sphere. Go! Nie Yun exclaimed, casting the sphere with vigor. It soared through the air, trailing the fishing line before splashing into the sea with a gentle plop, sending up a small spray of water. The weighty sphere, tethered to a slender silver line, gradually sank into the depths, occasionally encircled by curious fish darting playfully around it. Eventually, the sphere reached the ocean floor, stirring up a small cloud of sediment. Then, the sphere sprouted 6 elongated, spider-like legs, resembling a diminutive arachnid as it commenced its search in the abyss. However, the efficiency of a single mechanical spider was woefully inadequate. Furrowing his brow, Nie Yun commanded smaller units. Reinforcements are needed ahead. Deploy the reserve team. In response to his directive, several devices aboard the Sea Wolf transformed into pools of liquid silver, cascading down the fishing rod and slender line into the deep sea. Beneath the depths of the ocean, the originally diminutive spider began to multiply frantically, transforming into 2, then 4, and subsequently 8. In no time, the seafloor was teeming with these small arachnids. Numerous marine creatures were startled by these newcomers, scattering in a frenzy. Below the surface, a commotion ensued. Thousands of tiny spiders scoured the seabed with fervor. Nie Yun secured the fishing rod to the boat and closed his eyes, basking in the sun to recuperate his lost energy. As the search area expanded, the mast of the sea wolf vanished, followed by the sails and the anchor, until only a skeletal frame remained, leaving the sea wolf a bare and unadorned vessel. Once the workforce of spiders increased, their efficiency indeed soared. Within a mere 10 minutes, the mechanical worms made their first discovery. Nie Yun opened his eyes, a flicker of joy crossing his face. Before him lay a single-masted sailboat, comparable in size to the Sea Wolf, likely a relic from the 1990s. Nie Yun commanded the nearby mechanical worms to delve deeper into the search, while others continued to broaden their scope. The hull was promising, though constructed of wood. It contained a fair amount of iron artifacts, such as an anchor and sheets of iron, sufficient to satisfy the appetites of his companions. However, the structure did not meet the required standards, serving merely as an appetizer. The search must persist, even though the mechanical worms were plentiful. The expanse of the ocean floor was immense. It was not until an hour later that the mechanical worms relayed news of another target. Nie Yun sensed it and, unable to contain himself, exclaimed in surprise, "What on earth?" Before Nie Yun materialized, an antiquated European-style, three-masted sailing vessel presented itself, its hull canted at a 70-degree angle. Embedded within millennia-old silt, with only a fraction of its structure visible, encircled by a profusion of coral reefs. Were it not for the exhaustive search conducted by the mechanical insects, its discovery would have proven elusive. Having endured centuries, the ship's surface was extensively adorned with marine flora, serving as an abode for various marine organisms. Several breaches marred the ship's flank, presumably the cause of its submersion. These details were of secondary importance. Crucially, it was an ancient warship. A row of open gun ports lined the ship's side, some still containing verdigris-covered cannons. Despite the passage of centuries, those dark apertures stood erect, seemingly recounting bygone heroic epics. Nie Yun gulped. This was a vessel of at least 1,000 tons. More significantly, the cannons within could provide a considerable quantity of iron. Without hesitation, he summoned his comrades, assembled the brethren, and consumed with utmost voracity. Devour until nothing remains. Countless silver, shimmering mechanical insects swarmed forth. Upon the sea, a bare ship's frame floated, conspicuously bearing only two features, a solitary figure and a fishing rod. This peculiar ensemble piqued the curiosity of numerous passing vessels. One such vessel approached, and a mariner on its deck hailed, "Ahoy, mate! In distress, perhaps? Assistance required?" Ultimately, the crew of the vessel departed the vicinity, regarding the scene with incredulous gazes. As the sun ascended and descended, until midday the following day, the mechanical insects had devoured every iron object aboard the ship, their numbers multiplying over tenfold. Nie Yun felt that controlling the mechanical insects was becoming somewhat arduous. The solar energy was no longer sufficient to sustain their high-intensity operations, and he found himself needing to indulge in hearty meals to replenish his strength. When the energy of the mechanical insects was once again depleted, he had no choice but to instruct his subordinates to halt their tasks, spreading out across the ocean's surface to absorb the fierce midday sun. From a distance, they appeared as a shimmering expanse, and one might mistake them for mere reflections on the water surface, thus alleviating any concern of being discovered. At that moment, a call from Chu Xiaoxiao came through. "Hello, Nie Yun. Your ancient silver coin has been appraised." Chu Xiaoxiao's tone bore an unusual hint. "Really? What is the verdict?" Nie Yun replied nonchalantly, taking a generous bite of instant noodles, his hunger overwhelming. "The appraisal stated that your silver coin is valued at no less than 10 million. What?" Nie Yun initially responded with a casual acknowledgement, but then suddenly grasped the implication and exclaimed, nearly choking on his noodles. "Cough, cough." He coughed intensely for a considerable time. You said how much?" 10 million, in soft currency. At the very least. Wait, what? That single old coin is worth 10 million? Are you kidding me? Surely, you're not exaggerating out of gratitude for my saving your life? Nie Yun questioned skeptically. "I'm not so petty." When the time comes, I will gladly show you the certificate. You truly are a fortunate soul. This silver coin, known as the Double Dragon Longevity Coin, features a pair of bat designs on either side of the obverse, symbolizing auspiciousness. The character for bat, Fu, is a homophone for fortune. Thus, the incorporation of bats on the coin serves to invoke both bat and fortune, corresponding with the longevity character on the reverse. It signifies a dual blessing of prosperity and longevity. This coin was minted by the GD Provincial Mint to commemorate Empress Dowager Cixi's 60th birthday, and its rarity means it has not been seen on the market for many years. A decade ago, this silver coin was valued at $1.29 million, while its current estimate begins at $10 million. Does this mean my silver coin is truly worth $10 million? Nie Yun asked, somewhat in disbelief. Chu Xiao rolled her eyes, exasperated, as if all her previous words had fallen on deaf ears. Yes, it is worth $10 million, and that is merely the starting bid. Wait, why are you silent? I was just pondering how many bowls of beef noodles $10 million could buy. Chu Xiao. Chapter 16, The New Sea Wolf. Nie Yun, can you not aspire for greatness? Even if you deposited that $10 million in the bank, the interest alone would afford you beef noodles every day. Clearly, Chu Xiao was exasperated with Nie Yun. Fine, then I shall deposit it in the bank. Nie Yun immediately agreed to this investment plan. Beep. The sound of a phone call disconnecting echoed from the other end. 10 minutes later. Ahem, Xiao, please do not be upset. I was merely joking. Nie Yun smiled somewhat obsequiously, realizing that he had no choice. The money had yet to materialize. Should the individual on the other end, in a fit of pique, decide to order a few 100,000 bowls of beef noodles, whom would he turn to for solace? By the way, Xiao, if I were to utilize this money to purchase a large fishing vessel. Beep. Nie Yun stared at the abruptly disconnected call, a wave of frustration washing over him. What was wrong with wanting to buy a fishing boat? It's not as if I intend to acquire a pirate ship. Yet, the funds were in their possession, so he resolved to endure. Nie Yun contemplated that although he had indeed found a sizable vessel, modifying the Sea Wolf to resemble that ship would likely result in an international manhunt by the following day, with a charge of arms smuggling looming over him. Furthermore, without the appropriate documentation for the vessel, it would be tantamount to operating an unregistered vehicle, an impractical endeavor. Just like a car's registration, lacking a boat license would lead to severe consequences. Having the vessel seized will be the least of his worries. Could one even say, officer, my apologies. I rushed out today and forgot my boat license. In short, without the requisite documentation, he would be unable to dock at any harbor. After much deliberation, he concluded that purchasing a legitimate large vessel, capable of withstanding scrutiny, would be the most prudent course of action. 10 minutes later, Xiao. I was wondering if you had any recommendations for a boat I might wish to purchase? Nie Yun cautiously inquired, feeling a measure of relief that the call had not been abruptly terminated again. Well, what kind of boat do you intend to buy? Chu Xiao responded in a seemingly indifferent tone. Could you share the specific requirements you have in mind? Chu Xiao finally decided to indulge him. Ideally, a pre-owned, all-steel vessel displacing at least 1,000 tons would be optimal. I have an acquaintance, the one involved in constructing aircraft carriers, who can refurbish and retrofit it at a significantly reduced cost. Furthermore, it would be preferable to have advanced and comprehensive electronic equipment, including global positioning systems, sonar, radar, and water purification. Beyond that, there are no further requisites. Nie Yun has ultimately resolved to embrace modernity and advance swiftly towards electrification. Very well, I'll make inquiries on your behalf. However, operating a large vessel necessitates the recruitment of a considerable number of crew members. Our corporation is acquainted with numerous headhunting firms. Would you like assistance in locating some sailors? Ahem, that won't be necessary. I know many sailors. There's no need to trouble you, Nie Yun hastily replied. He jested inwardly. Considering the multitude of secrets harbored by the Sea Wolf, it would be imprudent to allow others aboard. In that case, very well. However, considering the extent of my assistance, how do you intend to express your gratitude? Following the conventions of novels, a dinner invitation would be the minimum, wouldn't it? You may keep all the remaining funds from the sale of the silver coin after the purchase of the vessel, Nie Yun declared magnanimously with a sweeping gesture. Beep beep. Nie Yun. Have I? Ere once more? Mechanical insect. Idiot. Idiot. On the subsequent evening, precisely at midnight, in the South China Sea, off the coast of Nanao, large quantities of bubbles began to percolate on the tranquil surface of the ocean. Beneath the waves, a growing shadow loomed ever larger, as if a marine leviathan was poised to breach the surface. In the distance, aboard the barren sea wolf, Nie Yun wielded his fishing rod with both hands, the line retracting swiftly and automatically. Emerge! New sea wolf! Nie Yun bellowed, yanking the rod with sudden force. A resounding crash followed as the barnacle-encrusted bow pierced the water's surface, revealing a colossal vessel, its presence steeped in centuries of history. The prow slammed against the waves, unleashing a surge of water several meters high and generating a widespread tempest, causing the sea wolf beneath Nie Yun's feet to rock violently. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Roar! Nie Yun clung tightly to the bow, drenched to the bone, yet his face split into a wild grin amidst the storm as he roared with glee. He reveled in the sensation. As the sea gradually calmed, Nie Yun maneuvered the sea wolf alongside the new sea wolf, which was still expelling water. This dilapidated warship, christened the New Sea Wolf, measured approximately 100 meters in length, over 20 meters in height, and a dozen meters in width. The Sea Wolf appeared as a mere infant beside the imposing figure of the New Sea Wolf. At present, the ship's numerous breaches had been patched by the mechanical insects, the silvery white repairs resembling makeshift bandages. On each side, 25 cannon ports were arranged in 2 tiers, all now sealed by the mechanical insects, with small amounts of seawater still being discharged from certain areas. Naturally, Nie Yun had not simply fished up this warship. The method was quite straightforward. The mechanical insects excavated the silt, then fabricated countless small balloons to expel the vast quantities of seawater from within the ship's hull, causing it to naturally ascend. Prior to this, however, the mechanical insect had reinforced the main structure of the sunken vessel, as the decaying timber would have otherwise been unable to withstand such buoyancy and would have simply fractured. Fortunately, the seabed was replete with shipwrecks, ensuring an ample supply of raw materials. Ascending the rope ladder constructed by mechanical insects, Nie Yun boarded the venerable warship. The various tools formed by these mechanical creatures continued their relentless toil, diligently cleansing the hull and mending its damaged parts. After devouring over 50 cannons, the population of mechanical insects surged, now capable of filling the Sea Wolf entirely. However, their distribution on the New Sea Wolf still rendered the space somewhat sparse. There were not enough hands, nor the requisite strength. Observing the tirelessly working mechanical insects, Nie Yun revealed the visage of a capitalist. Subsequently, the Sea Wolf was directly dismantled by the mechanical insects and joined the ranks of those repairing the New Sea Wolf. Witnessing the complete vanishing of the Sea Wolf from the surface of the sea, Nie Yun awkwardly traced a cross upon his chest. Brother, from this day forth, the children shall be with you. The Sea Wolf and the New Sea Wolf shall merge into one, inseparable. I bestow upon you the name Sea Wolf. The mechanical insects paused momentarily, seemingly perplexed, then resumed their industrious work. From this point forward, whenever Nie Yun required it, the mechanical insects could swiftly reassemble into a complete Sea Wolf, an all-metal fishing vessel that, in a certain sense, had indeed come to fruition. Of course, this was contingent upon its buoyancy. Nonetheless, men have a penchant for grandiosity. In high spirits, Nie Yun set off to inspect his new vessel, while the mechanical insects dutifully manipulated the sails, steering toward the distant seas. Chapter 17. Sunlight Group Summer City, atop the Imperial Mansion. The previously imposing Feng stood in utmost reverence before a young man. The young man opposite him possessed remarkably handsome features. At this moment, he sat languidly on the sofa with his legs crossed, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand while intimately caressing a bewitching woman, eliciting giggles from her. This young man was Han Yi, the only son of Han Xiangsheng, the chairman of the Radiant Sun Group. A slight sheen of perspiration appeared on Feng's forehead as he swiftly glanced at his young master's expression. He lowered his head and said, "Apologies, young master. This time, it was an unforeseen circumstance. The desperate Saburo we hired had initially succeeded, but internal strife arose, and a mysterious figure seems to have rescued the target. Spare me the details. I care not whether you employ disparate Saburo or worthless Saburo. I am unconcerned with the process. I only regard the outcome. Yes, yes, young master. Feng dared not utter another word. What course of action do you intend to pursue? Nie Yun queried. His eyes narrowed as he watched the crimson liquid swirl in his glass. Then proceed with it. Finances are of no concern, no matter how conspicuous the commotion. The Radiant Sun Group will find individuals to handle the public repercussions. Ensure only that the clandestine aspects are thoroughly cleansed. Yes, young master. Feng understands. The Chu Corporation has now extended its reach in a maritime trade, which is our core domain. Thanks to them, the Radiant Sun Group's financial report for this year is less than stellar. Each day, we suffer staggering losses in profits, so this matter must be resolved expeditiously. Should you fail again, you know the consequences. Yes, subordinate understands. This time, I shall personally intervene to ensure that I do not disappoint you, young master. Feng bowed. Indeed, one must seize the opportunity without a scratch, for afterward, I shall have the pleasure of meeting our esteemed commercial prodigy. Haha. As Han Yi recalled the exquisite visage of Chu Xiao, a hint of wicked amusement flickered in his eyes. Fear not, young master, everything is in good hands. Brother Feng replied with a knowing smirk. However, as Han Yi thought of Chu Xiao and glanced at the little star nestled in his embrace, he found himself rather unenthused. Compared to such a woman, these were merely superficial adornments. The Sunlight Group stands as a colossal entity spanning across the provinces of Guangdong, Fujian, and Jiangsu, primarily engaged in oceanic transportation and steel trade with Southeast Asia. It has been a behemoth since its inception at the founding of the nation. The Han family, its proprietors, ranks as the foremost lineage in Xiaqing. Yet, as an established power, the rise of the Chu family has undeniably encroached upon the core interests of the Sunlight Group. What renders the Sunlight Group helpless is Chu Feng's exceptional acumen, coupled with a daughter who possesses a genius for business in a realm of traditional commerce. They have found themselves outmatched, with their market share continually diminishing. Consequently, Han Yi's actions have garnered the tacit approval of Han Xiangsheng and indeed the entire Han clan. While it is easy to dodge open assaults, it is far more challenging to guard against covert strikes. Since they cannot prevail in open confrontation, they resort to more insidious tactics, a practice not foreign to the Han family. On the other side, within the office of the Chu Group, Chu Feng observed her daughter, Chu Xiao, seated on the opposite sofa, engrossed in browsing materials on her pad, with a perplexed expression in her eyes. As a mother, Chu Feng discerned certain clues from her daughter's unusual behavior. It's nothing. I'm merely assisting a friend. What friend? Could be the one who rescued you this time? A thought stirred within Chu Feng. Indeed, after some contemplation, Chu Xiao decided not to withhold the truth from her mother. The two had always been each other's confidants, with no secrets between them. Thus, Chu Xiao recounted the tale of how Nie Yun had rescued her to Chu Feng. Are you saying that it was that fellow's adopted son who saved you? Chu Feng exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yes, but isn't that young man merely a fisherman? I find it peculiar as well. That young man harbors a multitude of secrets and seems to possess remarkable fortune. The silver coin, for instance, was entrusted to me by him to sell. Well, it seems that my sending you to meet him, while inadvertently placing you in danger, also led to your escape from peril because of him. Truly, a double-edged sword, Chu Feng remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, life is unpredictable. Chu Xiao responded with a smile. Although you have returned safely this time, this matter will not simply be forgotten. The mastermind behind this remains at large, and the Chu family will undoubtedly seek retribution, Chu Feng declared, exuding an aura of imposing authority. Having built her empire from the ground up, she was not one to be trifled with. Who exactly sought to abduct me? Is there any clue? Yes, the level of security surrounding you needs to be elevated. I will engage the services of the nation's foremost security firm to provide round-the-clock protection. Very well, Mother, you must also take care. By the way, Mother, wish to ask you something. A trace of complexity flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes. What is it? That person. Could you tell me about him? Chu Feng was taken aback as she gazed at Chu Xiao. She had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the person who had abandoned them since childhood, never daring to bring it up, and even feeling considerable aversion towards the topic. What could have prompted her to speak of it today? Well, perhaps it is time to enlighten you. Chapter 18. The base on a deserted island nearly 100 nautical miles south of the waters off South Australia. Far removed from major trade routes and ports, this desolate place rarely saw the visitation of ships. The island featured a secluded area, flanked by sheer cliffs on either side, ensuring that only vessels intentionally approaching the isle could uncover its hidden sanctuary. At this moment, Nie Yun and the newly acquired sea wolf were concealed within its embrace. Standing atop a coral reef at the water's edge, Nie Yun rested her forehead in her hand, surveying the grounded sea wolf before her. Indeed, her new vessel, the sea wolf, had not yet seen a full day of daylight before it honorably ran aground. Mechanical insects were diligently working to clear the rocks that had lodged into the hull of the sea wolf, mending the substantial breach and expelling the seawater. Alas, one must not be too reckless in shipbuilding. The ambition for a nocturnal expedition undeniably led to this mishap. Nie Yun cast a reproachful glance at the sea wolf. Upon boarding her new vessel, the debris that had once cluttered its surface had been cleared away, leaving most areas rejuvenated, with the deck gleaming brightly. In one corner, however, a pile of discarded wood and various refuse gathered by the mechanical insects served as their repository of raw materials. Satisfied, Nie Yun nodded. He intended to restore and reinforce the sea wolf, then gradually replace components with mechanical insects, completing the mecha-insect conversion. Although the number of mechanical insects was considerable, they seemed insignificant compared to the massive sea wolf. Even if all the insects were used, they likely couldn't replace the entire keel, which would also free up many mechanical insects from constructing materials, maximizing their efficiency. Apart from the mechanical insects working tirelessly on the ship, swarms of mechanical spiderlings were scattered around the reefs, centered on the sea wolf, clearing the seabed and collecting any usable materials. Since inventing the mechanical spiderlings for exploration, Nie Yun discovered that raw materials were no longer the primary constraint on the number of mechanical insects, as the resources on the seabed far exceeded anyone's expectations. Countless years of human development and maritime trade had filled the ocean with man-made waste and debris, which serve as inexpensive raw materials for the mechanical insects. The current limitation on the development of mechanical insects was energy. After all, mechanical insects were not specialized energy collectors. Even with solar energy absorption, they couldn't guarantee continuous 24-hour operation and self-replication, so they had to stop periodically to replenish their energy. Nie Yun felt a sense of melancholy, akin to a factory owner whose establishment consistently yields tantalizing profits, yet cannot afford to employ a 3-shift system for its workers. This harsh reality weighed heavily upon him. The mechanical insects murmured, "We demand our rights." Yet this was merely one of Nie Yun's concerns. Alongside the issue of energy, the matter of confidentiality had also risen to prominence. Given Nie Yun's unwavering belief in the necessity of a large scale, as obscured by fog, the sea wolf was destined to grow increasingly vast. Initially, when it operated as a modest fishing vessel, there was little cause for concern. However, now that it approached nearly 100 meters in size, remaining inconspicuous had become nearly impossible, especially in a world rife with omnipresent satellites. Should the current form of the new sea wolf be discovered, headlines the following day would undoubtedly proclaim the resurgence of a Spanish galleon, with suspicions of piracy prompting a multinational effort to eradicate the threat. The secrets aboard the sea wolf were astounding, compelling Nie Yun to bolster his confidentiality measures. He certainly wished to avoid being captured for dissection. The solution to this predicament was, in fact, rather straightforward. Establishing a base would suffice, with a discreet stronghold in place. The mechanical insects would have a dedicated site for their operations, transforming guerrilla tactics into a more efficient positional warfare strategy. Should the need arise for a public appearance, a contingent of mechanical insects could assemble an outdated version of the sea wolf fishing vessel for outings, alleviating the burden of constant apprehension. In essence, the establishment of a stronghold and the expansion of the mechanical insect population was an unstoppable trend, an inevitable choice for clandestine and surreptitious development. At this moment, Nie Yun commanded the mechanical worms to clear the surrounding reefs, beyond the desire to facilitate the passage of the sea wolf. He was eager to experiment with establishing a secret base here. The notion of a secret base was exhilarating. Nie Yun felt a surge of excitement. However, he pondered, with all this said, are you certain this isn't merely for amusement? Just then, a rumble emanated from his stomach. Here we go again, alas. You all work diligently, and I too am not exempt from toil. How many times has this been today? Nie Yun felt a tinge of helplessness. As the number of mechanical worms continued to rise, the energy required to control them also surged, and the solar energy was becoming increasingly insufficient. Fortunately, he had recently discovered a miraculous method of energy replenishment. Otherwise, a food crisis would surely loom as his greatest dilemma. Upon seeing his superior approach, the mechanical worms parted to create a path. Without hesitation, Nie Yun extended his hand and plunged it into the searing flames. A wondrous spectacle unfolded as the flames danced around his palm, and he appeared oblivious to the heat, wearing a countenance of sheer satisfaction. His hand, enveloped in fire, shimmered with silver light, as the thermal energy was entirely converted, replenishing Nie Yun's vitality. This was a newfound skill he had stumbled upon. As for why a mere human could harness thermal energy, Nie Yun, who had never even studied biology, mused that the probability of someone with an elementary understanding solving such a conundrum was infinitesimally close to zero. It truly felt as though he was becoming increasingly akin to the mechanical worms. While they mirrored his essence, he found himself resembling them instead. How ironic. I wonder, if I were to consume gasoline, would the effect be the same? Yun stroked his chin in contemplation, but ultimately shook his head, hastily dismissing the suicidal notion from his mind. Chapter 19. Cannons, this bounty will sustain me for quite some time indeed. My logistical support is more than adequate. Now, let me survey my prize. Last night was a flurry of activity, from seeking a secluded hiding place to the unfortunate incident of running aground. So consumed was he that Nie Yun had yet to properly inspect his new vessel. The newly christened Sea Wolf was a Spanish-style brigantine, comprising 3 levels: the deck, the mid-deck, and the hold. It boasted a total of 51 cannons, 25 on each side, distributed across the deck and mid-deck, with one positioned at the bow. However, these cannons had been entirely consumed by the mechanical insects as sustenance, leaving only vacant gun ports. A quarterdeck was erected on the deck level, with the captain's quarters situated at the highest point. This location offered an exceptional vantage point, and the helm was positioned just ahead of the captain's quarters. Evidently, this Spanish-style warship possessed a distinct aristocratic flair. The captain's quarters were quite spacious and bore vestiges of opulent ornamentation, although now in a state of advanced decay. The mechanical insects had been preoccupied with clearing debris and repairing damage to the ship's exterior, and had not yet had the opportunity to cleanse the interior, save for devouring some dozens of cannons. Nie Yun casually directed the mechanical insects to consume and restore the captain's quarters, devouring all the objects within. Yes, this is quite satisfactory. I shall reside here from now on. Furthermore, integrate the adjoining chambers into a grand suite, as I am the sole occupant of this vessel. Spatial considerations are of no concern. Hurry, you lot, tidy up. I intend to reside here tonight. Gazing upon the commodious captain's quarters, Nie Yun was brimming with elation. Who could have fathomed that merely yesterday he dwelled in a cramped fishing vessel cabin, and today he would be transitioning directly into a presidential suite? At that moment, a communication arrived from the mechanical insects. Nie Yun's heart stirred, and he turned his gaze toward the bed in the captain's quarters. The wooden bed frame had largely decayed and collapsed. As the mechanical insects diligently cleaned, a wooden box was revealed within. The box was not large, only about the size of 2 palms. At this point, some parts had rotted and broken, revealing a glimmer of gold within. Nie Yun's eyes gleamed. He stepped forward and opened the wooden box, although it appeared that the box originally had a lock, and the key was nowhere to be found on any of the skeletons. The box was now in a state of utter disrepair. With a slight effort, Nie Yun directly snapped the lock and opened the box. Instantly, a burst of golden light dazzled his eyes. Gold coins. Nie Yun's eyes were completely occupied by the box full of gold coins, and there was no room for anything else. This was probably the dead captain's private stash, right? What a benefactor. If a single silver coin can fetch 10 million, how much are these nearly 100 gold coins worth? How many ships could one purchase? By Jove, my father's son is about to strike it rich. Only this thought remained in Nie Yun's mind. He began to envision the sea wolf leading hundreds of large fishing vessels behind it, hunting in the Pacific Ocean. He seemed one step closer to becoming the greatest fisherman. Wiping the spittle from the corner of his mouth, he gingerly poured the gold coins into a metal box newly assembled by the mechanical insect. He then commanded the insect to secure the box with no fewer than 9 locks. Bear in mind, he solemnly intoned to the box, "Under no circumstances is anyone to open this box without my express directive. Contained herein is my entire fleet, and its safety is of paramount importance." Mechanical insect. Having reaped such a bountiful harvest at his inaugural stop, the nefarious Nie Yun practically floated into the next site of interest. La la la, la la la, he crooned. The sky is so azure, the clouds so pristine, and the ocean, oh, what a cornucopia of treasures you are. Oh, behold, such an endearing array of projectiles. Utterly captivating. Air. Mid-aria, Nie Yun abruptly halted, as if seized by the throat. A film of cold sweat instantly beaded upon his brow. Before him lay stacks upon stacks of tightly packed boxes filled with black powder cannonballs. The ebon, lustrous projectiles, having weathered the ravages of a century, had lost none of their menacing aura. At least, Nie Yun was thoroughly intimidated. Quickly, expedite the removal of these cannonballs, he stammered, his lips ashen. Nay, hold. Proceed with utmost caution, lest we suffer a collision. A single mishap could very well spell our doom. Nie Yun's voice trembled, his words tumbling over one another in a torrent of trepidation. Even with the diminished explosive force of antiquated black powder, such a prodigious quantity, if inadvertently detonated, would assuredly send the sea wolf and its captain hurtling into the celestial sphere. An entire hour elapsed before the mechanical insects successfully transported all the artillery shells from the munitions depot to the coastline, where they were stacked into a small mound. Distance from the sea wolf. A sigh of relief escaped me. I had discovered this in time. Who knew whether these ancient relics, aged over centuries, might explode? Yesterday felt akin to sitting atop a barrel of gunpowder, sending shivers down my spine. After the momentary scare, Nie Yun began to observe the shells from afar. Initially, fear had clouded his judgment, preventing him from examining them closely. In truth, a significant portion of shells were solid iron balls, with only about 30% being the black powder explosive shells with fuses, approximately 100 in total. However, most were severely deteriorated, their fuses nearly corroded away, posing little risk of detonation. These ancient shells were spherical. It was only in more modern times that shells gradually transitioned to a pointed cylindrical shape to enhance the airtightness within the barrel during firing. The earliest explosive shells were equipped with delayed fuses, filled with black powder or incendiary substances, and those before him were quintessential examples of that era's explosive ordnance. At this distance, safety was assured, and even if an explosion were to occur, Nie Yun had no fear of being affected. Thus, he commanded the mechanical insects to transport one well-sealed and relatively intact explosive shell far from the cluster. Employing his devouring replication skill, he reforged the shell, before ultimately igniting it in an open area. Approximately 3 seconds later, a thunderous roar erupted, enveloping a 3-meter radius in clouds of smoke, its lethality comparable to that of a grenade. Quite impressive indeed. This should serve well for fishing, Nie Yun mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Then he excitedly commanded the mechanical insects to assemble a cannon, its silver barrel shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, fierce and menacing. Undoubtedly, it was a masterpiece of warfare. As for his intentions, they were unmistakably clear. Firing a cannon is a romantic endeavor for every man, and Nie Yun was no exception. He took aim at a nearby cliff, loaded the ammunition, and ignited the fuse. Naturally, all of this was executed from a safe distance. As he held his life in high regard, with a thunderous roar, The cannon fired, the projectile soaring through the air, and moments later, a column of water erupted from the sea beneath the cliff. Chapter 20. Is there nuclear energy? This distance is rather awkward. In truth, Nie Yun had overestimated the firing range of ancient artillery. Compared to the artillery of modern times, which is measured in kilometers, ancient cannons were primarily mid-range combat weapons. After firing several more rounds and realizing there was little danger, he even ignited a fuse himself for a first-hand experience. Once the thrill subsided, Nie Yun began to ponder the management of these cannonballs. Although he never envisioned that the firepower of an ancient warship could dominate the seas, some means of self-defense was certainly necessary. What if he encountered pirates? Well, even though pirates have largely vanished, the mere prospect of intimidating children was exhilarating. Armed fishing boats. This idea took root in Nie Yun's mind and refused to be shaken off. However, possessing these cannonballs would leave him with no way to clear his name should he be discovered. The regulations regarding gunpowder in his homeland were exceedingly stringent. Even if it were for fishing purposes, he would still need a plethora of permits. The mechanical insects are not omnipotent. At least, they cannot amalgamate into consumable items such as gunpowder, which even Nie Yun carries in the form of bullets. Must he then rely solely on solid rounds? Although they possess a certain degree of power, the absence of an explosion utterly diminishes the artistic flair. The thrill of firing is halved. By the way, I wonder if consuming it allows for a temporary halt in combination. A thought flickered in Nie Yun's mind. Regardless, let's experiment. Little ones, devour this shell, he commanded, and then swiftly vanished from sight. The mechanical insects, undaunted, executed Nie Yun's orders. The iron exterior was rapidly consumed amidst a rustling cacophony, revealing the black gunpowder within. The mechanical insects continued their feast until nothing remained. Nie Yun attempted to ignite a small portion of the mechanical insects, but there was no explosion. The flames merely danced quietly upon their surfaces, the heat insufficient to harm them, evidently serving only to recharge their energy. Once fully burned, the mechanical insects reverted to their glistening silver forms. Reassemble, Nie Yun commanded next. The insects swiftly reconfigured into a silver-hued bullet, which appeared indistinguishable from the previous one aside from its color. He took this bullet and fired a test shot, and indeed, it functioned normally. After a moment of contemplation, he procured a blooming shell. This time, he instructed the mechanical insects not to digest the iron casing directly, but to decompose it into iron filings. He allowed the black mud mechanical insects to roll upon the filings, then swiftly transform, re-emerging as a dark blooming shell, while the original black mud mechanical insects withdrew, reverting to their primal forms. Following the trial firing, the enhancements proved efficacious, culminating in Nie Yun's triumphant completion of the cannon's construction. Indeed, with such capable subordinates, concerns regarding ammunition logistics are alleviated, for I am now capable of transforming into an armory at will, provided the raw materials are sufficient. Nie Yun promptly transmuted all the cannonballs into iron filings and black mud mechanical insects, storing them in the hold of the Sea Wolf. Having resolved a significant vulnerability and possessing the capability to upgrade the Sea Wolf into an armed fishing vessel, Nie Yun's subsequent exploration yielded no further astonishment or alarm. Though the removal of numerous skeletal remains from the ship's cabins did require some effort, Nie Yun cremated these skeletons and scattered their ashes into the sea. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, may your souls find repose. Whether you were virtuous or malevolent in life, may your spirits find their way home, Nie Yun solemnly intoned, bowing deeply towards the ocean. In truth, the sheer number of remains had unsettled him, prompting him to expedite their passage to the afterlife. Fortunately, I have ample comrades. Otherwise, I would be terrified to sleep at night, Nie Yun exclaimed, patting his chest. The ship, save for the mechanical insects, was devoid of life, with Nie Yun as the sole inhabitant. The emptiness rendered it akin to a spectral vessel, and despite his courage, Nie Yun felt a sense of unease. I must devise a means to infuse the ship with some vitality, Nie Yun mused, stroking his chin as he contemplated how to enhance the presence of the solitary captain. The mechanical insects have cleared a navigable route, ensuring the sea wolf's unimpeded passage. Moreover, the number of mechanical insects has doubled once again. Yet the energy crisis has intensified significantly. The energy derived from burning wood is merely a drop in the ocean compared to the vast quantity of mechanical insects. Just as Nie Yun was engulfed in worry, a call from Chu Xiao interrupted his thoughts. "Hello, Nie Yun. I have successfully auctioned your silver coins, fetching a price of 13.5 million. After deducting transaction fees and income tax, you will ultimately receive 11.53 million. The very first words from Chu Xiao made Nie Yun wish to embrace her and shower her with gratitude. Had he truly become a millionaire? The happiness arrived so swiftly and unexpectedly that he had barely had time to reflect on his past struggles. However, the ease with which this fortune came left Nie Yun with a sense of unreality. Furthermore, I have located the ship you requested. Our group is planning a significant expansion into the maritime trade sector and has recently acquired several companies, necessitating the disposal of a fleet of vessels. Among them is one that perfectly meets your requirements, and I have arranged for it to be sold to you at a price of 9.85 million. Nie Yun was momentarily stunned. Then his expression fell as he realized that, according to Chu Xiao's earlier pace, he had seemingly enjoyed just 5 seconds of being a millionaire. So, with the remaining 1.68 million, please provide me with a bank account number, and I will transfer the rest of the funds to you. Unaware of the tumultuous emotions swirling within Nie Yun, Chu Xiao continued. "Oh." Nie Yun responded weakly, a thought sparking in his mind. Xiao, you need not transfer the money. I happen to require some items. Please assist me in procuring them and loading them onto the ship, and I will come to collect them together." "Oh, certainly. Just tell me what you need." Chu Xiao replied eagerly. "I desire a collection of energy supply devices, preferably those that are clean and devoid of pollution, as you might expect from an environmentally conscious individual, such as myself." "What type of energy do you require?" Chu Xiao promptly disregarded the statement regarding my environmental advocacy. "Is nuclear energy an option?" Nie Yun inquired cautiously. The greatest fisherman must undoubtedly possess a nuclear-powered fishing vessel. Chu Xiao, Chapter 21, Ant Shu Qian. Ahem. What I mean to convey is that nuclear energy is naturally out of the question. What alternatives are available? Sensing that Chu Xiao was on the verge of losing her temper, Nie Yun hastily changed his tune. The most efficient option would likely be solar power generators, with more common alternatives including diesel generators and wind turbines. Very well. Let's procure one set of each in various sizes. After all, with the mechanical insects at our disposal, one set equates to countless sets. Additionally, I would like a robot that is relatively nimble, though its functions need not be overly sophisticated. A more agile robot? What purpose does that serve? Chu Xiao questioned, puzzled by the peculiar requests of this individual. Ahem. Life at sea can be rather monotonous. It's merely for amusement. Nie Yun fabricated a small lie. He certainly could not disclose that he intended to employ it as a crew member, for ordinary sailors would be utterly unsuitable for the sea wolf. After much contemplation, this approach seemed the only viable solution. Although the mechanical insects can transform into numerous tools, their lack of a physical form often hinders efficiency, necessitating Nie Yun's presence for supervision and correction. Equipping the mechanical insects with robotic bodies would significantly enhance their efficiency in various tasks. More importantly, it would transform them into veritable sailors. A magnificent vessel like the Sea Wolf feels incomplete without a crew of diligent sailors tirelessly swabbing the decks. Mechanical insects. Why deck swabbing? Thus, driven by this vision, Nie Yun conceived the Robotic Sailor Augmentation Initiative. Very well, I shall keep an eye out. Such robots are readily available in the market and shouldn't be difficult to procure. Aside from these, is there anything else you require? That would be all. Oh, how much will all of this cost? Approximately 1 to 2 million. If it proves insufficient, I shall advance the funds. Splendid. I shall not stand on ceremony. Coincidentally, I have unearthed some ancient coins recently. I shall have you sell them to reimburse you in due course. You unearthed ancient coins again. Do you presume them to be as commonplace as cabbages on the street? To simply chance upon them at every turn? Retorted, rolling her eyes. So, You were merely meant to discover them all at once. Very well, but not every ancient coin is as valuable as your previous find. Rarity dictates value. The scarcer a coin is in the market, the more precious it becomes. Your previous coin was exceptionally rare. The others may not fetch such a high price at auction. Cautioned him, fearing his expectations might be too lofty. Undoubtedly, I am cognizant of this matter. You should have someone appraise them beforehand. My expectations aren't particularly lofty, and I am not necessarily anticipating a substantial sale. Indeed, Nie Yun's expectations were not high, and he did not anticipate that a single gold coin could fetch over 10 million. However, he was sustained by the sheer quantity. Even if the 100 or so gold coins were valued at 1 million apiece, the total would approach nearly 100 million. Very well, these are not insurmountable obstacles. Our group's procurement team can resolve them within a day, and they can be delivered to you by this time tomorrow. Where would you prefer to take delivery of the goods? Additionally, you will need to execute the sales contract and other pertinent documents. Very well, let's convene at the same hour tomorrow. I shall apprise you of the location in due course. Oh, and incidentally, procure some scrap iron and fuel for the vessel. The more, the better. Disregard the fuel. What is your intention with the scrap iron? To utilize scrap iron for modification and upgrades. Chu Xiao was at a loss as to how to evaluate this notion. Is the technology for constructing aircraft carriers invariably so audacious? Upon terminating the call, even Nie Yun himself did not anticipate that the issue that had plagued him for several days could be resolved with such brevity. Once the new vessel and equipment are received, the mechanical insects will no longer be constrained in their development, which will undoubtedly usher in a momentous construction boom. Verily, Chu Xiao is an exceptional teammate, and one must resolutely maintain a close alliance with her. The following afternoon, at a location approximately a dozen nautical miles from Nie Yun's clandestine base, 3 vessels converged. One was Nie Yun's fishing boat, the antiquated Sea Wolf, still in a state of disrepair. Another vessel, a white medium-sized yacht, measures over 30 meters in length, boasting a streamlined exterior that exudes elegance. Its surface has been meticulously treated with exquisite paint and wax, rendering it as refined as a work of art. Hey, which one is your boat? Zhu Xiao. Both amused and exasperated, observed Nie Yun, who was eyeing her yacht with unabashed longing, and pointed towards the third boat as she spoke. Oh, is it that one? Nie Yun turned slightly, casting a glance at the large cargo ship beside the yacht, which was several sizes larger, yet appeared somewhat bulky and even bore signs of peeling paint, clearly revealing its second-hand status. He then shifted his gaze back to Chu Xiao's yacht, salivating with desire. The contrast was stark. Comparing the two was akin to a rural bumpkin standing before a lady of high society. Nie Yun was acutely aware of the disparity. Do you want it? Chu Xiao inquired with a playful smile. At her words, Nie Yun turned to look at her. She was adorned in a pink sleeveless low-cut gown, her light makeup accentuating her beauty as she stood gracefully against the sea breeze, leaving Nie Yun momentarily spellbound. She outshone the yacht, and an unexpected thought flashed through his mind. She was more beautiful than the vessel itself. No, I am merely appreciating. Yes, appreciating? He averted his gaze slightly, uncertain whether he referred to the boat or the woman. Chu Xiao was simply too dazzling. Noticing Nie Yun's discomfort, she felt a small sense of triumph. After all, she had spent a whole 3 hours on her appearance. Yet, recalling the detestable mention of Aunt Shu Qian from that insufferable man, her teeth clenched in irritation. That evening, upon hearing Nie Yun mention that he was not as good as Auntie Shu Qian, she made a mental note of the name. Subsequently, she specifically sought someone out to inquire about this woman named Shu Qian at Nanwan Wharf. The results of the investigation were swiftly delivered to Chu Xiao, confirming that Shu Qian indeed resided near Nanwan Wharf and operated a well-known beef noodle shop. However, when Chu Xiao received the photograph of the proprietress named Shu Qian from her subordinate, who had a peculiar look in his eyes, she was immediately incensed and crumpled the photo into a ball of waste paper. The woman in the photograph was a plump woman in her 40s with an ordinary appearance. But one striking feature stood out. Her proportions were ample, or rather, quite substantial. Damn you, Nie Yun. Chu Xiao was livid at that moment. How could she possibly compete with that? Chapter 22. Matching outfits, suppressing her vexation regarding anti-Shu Qian. Chu Xiaoxiao cleared her throat twice before surveying their current location on the Sea Wolf, inquiring with a hint of bewilderment. At this moment, the fishing vessel Sea Wolf could be described as nothing more than a bare hull, devoid of everything except the sails, appearing strangely desolate. Nie Yun's expression was somewhat awkward as he cleared his throat and explained, ahem, well, recently I felt that the Sea Wolf had gained a bit of weight, so I decided to put on a diet. Ju xiao xia. Could you be any more far-fetched? Nie Yun was naturally helpless in this situation, but he had tested it this morning and discovered that an all-alloy fishing vessel would indeed sink. In the end, he could only come up with a neutered version, which is the current appearance of the Sea Wolf. Surveying their surroundings, Nie Yun diverted the conversation, remarking, "You've orchestrated quite the spectacle. It nearly rivals a state dignitary's procession." Due to Chu Xiaoxiao's insistence on personally overseeing the exchange, and Chu Feng's concern for her daughter's safety, she had doubled the usual security detail. 8 bodyguards were positioned on 3 vessels, encircling them. A female bodyguard stood close by, her ears catching every word, casting peculiar glances at Nie Yun. It seemed improbable that a young lady of Chu Xiaoxiao's stature would associate with someone like Nie Yun, a fact underscored by the dilapidated fishing boat. Regrettably, my mother was apprehensive about my venturing out alone, Chu Xiaoxiao explained, expressing her own reluctance for such ostentation. Understandable. By the way, has the identity of those who abducted you been ascertained? Nie Yun inquired. Not definitively, though it's highly probable that the Solar Flare Group is behind it. But why am I burdening you with this? Chu Xiaoxiao trailed off, not wanting to involve Nie Yun in their high-stakes conflict. Solar Flare Group. Nie Yun silently committed the name to memory, refraining from further inquiry. Come, let us ascend and inspect your vessel and its cargo, Chu Xiaoxiao declared, leading Nie Yun aboard the freighter. As they boarded, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over, bowing deferentially to Chu Xiaoxiao. Madam, Manager Wu, please acquaint Captain Nie with his new vessel, Chu Xiaoxiao instructed, gesturing towards Nie Yun. Upon observing that Mr. Nie Yun was remarkably young and possessed a rather distinctive attire, a drab vest, denim trousers rolled up to the knees, and deeply tanned skin, reminiscent of a fisherman, the manager, surnamed Wu, couldn't help but wonder if it was some form of elaborate cosplay. Even his vessel was an oddly shaped fishing boat. Damn, he inwardly muttered. These young masters truly know how to amuse themselves. Nevertheless, he maintained an impeccable professional smile. Nye. Captain, greetings. After some deliberation, Manager Wu opted for the appellation Captain Nye. Hearing both Ms. Chu Xiaoxiao and Manager Wu address him as Captain Nye, a wave of exhilaration washed over Nie Yun, invigorating every pore. Greetings, greetings. Nie Yun responded with a radiant smile, leaving Manager Wu somewhat flattered. The vessel is equipped with a hydraulic knuckle boom crane, boasting a maximum lifting radius of 15 meters and a lifting capacity of 5 tons, suitable for handling containers or bulk cargo. Additionally, it features a sizable harpoon gun and net casting apparatus, enabling a degree of fishing activity. In essence, it is a versatile vessel capable of both cargo transport and fishing pursuits. Internally, the ship is furnished with cutting-edge detection radar and sonar systems, alongside a comprehensive network of monitoring and communication equipment, as well as automated operational devices, allowing for all vessel operations to be managed by a standard crew of just 10 individuals. The vessel's design is intended for navigation on domestic rivers and inshore waters. However, provided the sea conditions are favorable, offshore operations are feasible, though not advisable for safety reasons. Although it is a second-hand vessel, due to the previous owner's mismanagement, its sailing mileage is relatively low, thus its remaining service life is quite promising. With Manager Wu's introduction, Nie Yun gained a general understanding of his new ship. Indeed, this vessel is splendid, Nie Yun affirmed with a nod of satisfaction. Manager Wu secretly muttered to himself, how could it not be? A ship of this caliber, even as a second-hand one, is worth at least 15 million. The young lady seems oblivious to the relationship between herself and this young man, selling it for under 10 million. Subsequently, Manager Wu guided Nie Yun through the various cabins of the ship, explaining its equipment and functionalities. Well, Since Captain Nie has no reservations about the Qingjiang, shall we proceed with signing the purchase contract? Manager Wu suggested with a smile. Naturally, Nie Yun had no objections, and with a signature resembling a dog's paw, he completed the paperwork. Amidst Manager Wu's twitching eyes, Nie Yun became the rightful owner of the Chengjiang. Seeing Nie Yun's beaming expression, Chu Xiaoxiao felt quite pleased as well and remarked, "Next, let us head to the warehouse to check on the items you requested." The group made their way to the storage area located beneath the deck. It was crammed full, aside from some machinery. Most of the space was occupied by heaps of scrap metal and oil barrels. Over there are the fuel and scrap metal you requested, a total of 50 tons of diesel and 30 tons of scrap iron. Additionally, here are the solar power generator, diesel generator, and wind power generator, each in a set, Chu Xiaoxiao explained. Nie Yun gazed contentedly at his goods. Yet a fleeting thought crossed his mind that something seemed to be missing. "Where's my robot?" questioned Nie Yun, casting a puzzled gaze around. "There it is," Chu Xiaoxiao exclaimed with a hint of triumph, gesturing towards the solar panels. "Where? I don't see it," Nie Yun responded, his eyes sweeping back and forth, yet still failing to locate the object of their search. "Look down." A moment of bewilderment washed over Nie Yun before he lowered his gaze. Oh, indeed, there they were. A pair of humanoid robots, their sleek aluminum alloy exteriors adorned with a black, white, and red color scheme, possessed endearing, oversized eyes and tapered receiving antennas flanking their heads. Their appearance was undeniably charming. "Could someone elucidate?" Nie Yun began. "Why they are miniature. Have you ever encountered a 20-centimeter tall sailor?" Adding to the absurdity, the pair was, in fact, a couple. One sported a small tank top and rolled-up jeans, mirroring Nie Yun's attire, while the other donned a pink dress, a clear indication of its female counterpart. Could someone deign to explain why these robots are pocket-sized and, furthermore, a matching set? Nie Yun's eyes twitched as he regarded Chu Xiaoxiao. Did you not lament the monotonous nature of life at sea, necessitating recreational robots? This is the selection I meticulously curated. Do you find them unappealing? She fixed him with a gaze that suggested dire consequences should he utter a word of disapproval. Nie Yun realized, to his dismay, that he had indeed voiced such sentiments. A case of reaping what one sows, it seemed. He could only manage to utter 2 words through gritted teeth. Adorable. But how could such an endearing automaton be employed as a sailor? It's hardly a match for unwavering diligence. Furthermore, why fashion the male android in my likeness? It completely negates my distinctiveness as the captain. Are there any slightly more lifelike models? I mean, of a more realistic scale? Nie Yun cautiously attempted to salvage his captain's authority. Scale. Upon hearing this term, Chu Xiaoxiao was about to explode. Just how realistic of scale are you demanding? Are you implying those lifelike, maiden-esque, purely recreational androids? A dangerous glint surfaced in Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes. Nie Yun paused, taken aback by Chu Xiaoxiao's words, and then, "Holy crap, so that's an option." Nie Yun suddenly realized, indeed, why confine oneself to those dreary, skeletal-faced robots? The world could indeed be rendered more delightful. A belated realization, truly belated. How had this escaped my notice? However, as a face full of excitement, Nie Yun sensed the murderous aura emanating from beside him. His body stiffened, and he swiftly assessed his odds of survival after courting death, ultimately abandoning this plan to reach the shores of bliss. Absolutely not. Am I such a person? These 2 will suffice. I am far too pleased, Nie Yun said disingenuously. Only then did Chu Xiaoxiao nod in satisfaction. Her personal female bodyguard wore a peculiar expression as she listened to their exchange, but her professionalism kept her silent and unexpressive. As Chu Xiaoxiao fiddled with a nearby remote control, one of the robots began to move its limbs with surprising dexterity. Nie Yun smiled and nodded in apparent satisfaction. Yet inwardly, he was lamenting the emphasis on size. Indeed, it was all about the dimensions. All this so-called intelligence was utterly unnecessary. Once everything was settled, Nie Yun turned to Chu Xiaoxiao with an air of mystery. "By the way, I have something on my ship. Come with me." He then led her aboard his vessel, the Sea Wolf, sending all the bodyguards to another ship. The female bodyguard was quite displeased with this arrangement, But under Chu Xiaoxiao's insistence, she complied. Nie Yun glanced around furtively to ensure no one was watching, then dragged out a metal box about a meter in length from a corner. "What is this?" Chu Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. "My fleet. A treasure," Nie Yun replied, producing a silver key to unlock the box. Chu Xiaoxiao leaned in to peek inside, only to find yet another box. Nie Yun extracted the inner box and opened it, revealing yet another box. Chu Xiaoxiao watched in bemusement as Nie Yun continued to extract one box after another, resembling a Russian nesting doll, until a considerable pile of boxes of various sizes had formed beside them. Finally, after 5 minutes, Nie Yun produced a box adorned with 9 locks, which was merely the size of 2 palms. Inside, "Is it another box?" Chu Xiaoxiao asked, suppressing a smirk. "Cough, cough. No. This time it's the real deal." Nie Yun cleared his throat awkwardly. This was an entire fleet belonging to his brother. He could not afford to be careless. He then proceeded to unlock the 9 locks with a key, and the 2 of them, like thieves, crouched in the corner as they opened the chest. Instantly, a brilliant golden light emanated from within. Chu Xiaoxiao gaped in astonishment at the nearly 100 gold coins inside. She picked one up, observing the king's portrait on one side and a dove's tail flower on the other. Even though Chu Xiaoxiao was not well versed in antiques, she could discern that these coins were undoubtedly of considerable antiquity. "Is this what you refer to as ancient currency found outdoors?" she asked, pointing at the vast array of coins with a look of disbelief. "Cough, cough. I acknowledge that the quantity I found is somewhat excessive, but you must trust me. I genuinely stumbled upon these," Nie Yun stated earnestly. Indeed, he had found them, along with an ancient Spanish warship. "Once these coins are sorted, I will inform you." Given the substantial quantity, flooding the market all at once would disrupt prices. Therefore, I recommend a gradual release. Although it may take longer, the returns will be significantly greater, said Chu Xiaoxiao as she secured the chest in her yacht safe. "Yes, that's fine. You can handle the arrangements. I believe I owe you quite a bit this time, so feel free to deduct from it. Once sold, you need not return the funds to me immediately. I may require some items in the future," Nie Yun replied. Chu Xiaoxiao felt a sense of joy at Nie Yun's unwavering trust in her and nodded in agreement. Although this substantial sum of nearly 100 million may seem insignificant to her, it holds a different significance for Nie Yun. His unwavering trust in her brings an inexplicable joy to Chu Xiaoxiao's heart. "By the way, once the gold coins are sold, remember to return that box to me." Nie Yun suddenly recalled and spoke up. "The box? Why?" Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Nie Yun with a puzzled expression. "Cough, cough. Well, oh yes, that box is a family heirloom, rich in sentimental value." "A family heirloom?" Chu Xiaoxiao regarded him skeptically, but she did not press further, merely nodding in agreement. By the time all matters were settled, dusk was approaching. Chu Xiaoxiao stood at the bow of the ship, watching as the Changjiang sailed away, dragging the Hailang in a crooked manner, gradually disappearing into the fiery glow of the sunset. Manager Wu, sweating profusely, observed this scene beside Chu Xiaoxiao. "Miss, is this really all right? Mr. Nie is alone and has only learned the basic operational methods. He can only vaguely steer the ship. Even if he claims that sailors are waiting ahead to assist him, venturing out to sea like this is perilous. If he says it's possible, then it should be feasible." However, this fellow harbors numerous secrets, and his acquisition of a ship seems rather furtive. Who would believe that one can simply pick up gold coins on the way out? There must be some trickery involved. Sooner or later, I will extract all your secrets. Chu Xiaoxiao thought to herself, revealing her tiny tiger teeth. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger that loomed closer. Chapter 24. Office Romance. Meanwhile, shortly after parting ways with Chu Xiaoxiao, the only vessel remaining upon the vast sea was the Changjiang, drifting solitary upon the waves. Within the cargo hold of the Changjiang, the workers began their tasks. "Come on, let's first process this heap of scrap metal." The manpower was indeed somewhat insufficient. Nie Yun waved his hand, and the multitude of mechanical insects that had recently transformed from the sea wolf began voraciously consuming the scrap metal. He found a box to sit upon, unceremoniously, as he looked on with a hint of helplessness at the diminutive robots, a pair of which were now working in tandem. Ah, small as they are, they're certainly better than having nothing at all. Nie Yun sighed, rubbing his forehead, as a cluster of mechanical insects, poised and ready, surged forward like hungry tigers. After 10 minutes, Nie Yun opened his eyes to behold the robots, now indistinguishable from their original mechanical insect forms. And a glimmer of joy flickered across his face. Not only had his expertise in mechanical engineering surged, but he had also discovered an immensely valuable new capability. He closed his eyes once more, and after a full half hour, he opened them again, his gaze filled with streams of data. Activate, Nie Yun commanded, looking down at the robots. You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it will never be too much. As the lively music began to play, the pair of robots instantly commenced a lively square dance, their precision and coordination rendering all the local dance enthusiasts utterly ashamed. Stop! Nie Yun commanded again. The robots immediately ceased their movements, standing upright with perfect posture. Oh yes, it truly works. Nie Yun waved his arms and let out a cheer. Although the recent movements of the robots appeared to pose no challenge for Nie Yun, who could flawlessly manipulate the mechanical insects. He had executed everything without employing any mental commands. In other words, the program he had just crafted was entirely controlled by his voice. Moreover, once the electronic products transformed into mechanical insects, they possessed a significant advantage. Their storage capacity was vastly expanded, as each individual mechanical insect functioned as a storage unit. When considering the compact size of these miniature robots, their total capacity could rival that of a supercomputer, allowing Nie Yun to freely create extensive applications. Yet another skill added to the repertoire of a programming master. It seems I am veering further down the path of academic excellence. I am no longer a mediocre student, but rather a late bloomer. Father, witnessing my current achievements, you must be smiling down from the heavens. Although at present this skill seems somewhat superfluous, as Nie Yun's mental control undoubtedly surpasses the flexibility and efficiency of this method, the ever-expanding swarm of mechanical insects means he can no longer personally oversee each one. He had previously lamented the increasing time spent on recharging, feeling overwhelmed. But if he could assemble a legion of robots that could operate autonomously with just a single program command, he could manage even a vast number of mechanical insects with ease. Viewed in this light, the potential of this skill becomes immensely significant. However, to craft a program suitable for various environments is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. For now, Nie Yun must take the reins personally. You two are the first batch of sailors under my command, and it is imperative that you are bestowed with names. Henceforth, the female shall be called Little Sea, and the male will be known as Little Wolf. Yes, splendid. From this moment onward, you shall be known as Little Sea and Little Wolf. Captain Nie has always favored straightforward and unadorned naming conventions. Initially, he considered naming them Little Nie and Little Yun, but in a bid to preserve a modicum of distinction, he opted for Little Sea and Little Wolf instead. Little Wolf Squad, assemble. At this command from Nie Yun, the mechanical insects, fervently engaged in proliferating their kind, began to form a small mound from a heap of scrap metal. In a flash, a silver figure emerged from this mound, swiftly transforming into a male robot upon landing. As soon as the robotic figure touched the ground, it scampered towards Nie Yun with its short legs, puffing and panting. Mounds continued to rise, and one after another. Little wolves sprang forth like prairie dogs, ultimately forming an orderly line of 20 before Nie Yun. With a sharp clap, the Little Wolf Squad executed a perfectly synchronized salute. Little Sea Squad, assemble. Another wave of 20 Little Seas leapt from the main group, lining up neatly on the opposite side to salute. Astonishingly. They even performed an ancient courtly bow. Nie Yun nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the 2 rows of robots, which barely reached his knees. Alas, if only they were a tad larger, it would be even more perfect. The lingering resentment that Nie Yun harbored regarding dimensions had never truly dissipated. Very well, you constitute the inaugural cohort of veterans within my armada of mariners. In the times ahead, it is imperative that you diligently exhibit a spirit of assiduous and conscientious labor, fully harnessing your inherent strengths of resilience, and unwavering dedication. Simultaneously, you must serve as exemplary role models, inspiring those who follow in your wake. I offer my unwavering moral support. Nie Yun, with his hands clasped behind his back, delivered a fervent exhortation, while the robotic squadron remained unmoving. Perhaps sensing a slight awkwardness in the atmosphere, Nie Yun cast a fleeting glance upon them. Instantly, a synchronized and resounding applause erupted. Nie Yun, wearing a satisfied smile, nodded in approval and turned to depart. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he swiveled back, raised a solitary index finger, and declared with utmost gravity, "Here, I must emphatically underscore a crucial point. Romantic entanglements within the workplace are absolutely, unequivocally prohibited. Is that understood?" Xiao Hai. Xiao Lang. Mechanical Insects. Chapter 25. My gaze encompasses my entire fishery. Shortly thereafter, the Chengjiang embarked anew on its voyage. Nie Yun, ensconced in the captain's chair within the main control room, reclined with his legs propped upon the control panel before him, leisurely observing his new employees as they scurried about with diligent purpose. A multitude of Xiaohai units, each adorned with an endearing head and clad in a rose-hued dress, diligently attended to their respective duties, whether steering the vessel, operating the radar, or scrutinizing various measuring instruments, occupying diverse clerical positions, their endeavors both industrious and impeccably organized. A young wolf, dressed in the garb of a fisherman, busied himself with the tasks of transporting supplies, coiling ropes, and scrubbing the deck, all with a diligent and uncomplaining demeanor. The harmonious pairing of genders made the labor seem less burdensome. The young wolf thought to himself, "I'm actually quite exhausted." Nie Yun accepted a cup of tea offered by a nearby sailor, taking a sip that lent him an air of authority befitting a captain. He deftly maneuvered the robotic crew to guide the ship, the Chengjiangho, while simultaneously experimenting with new skills, endeavoring to devise a more convenient automated program for the robotic sailors. The output power seems a bit insufficient. A stronger force would be ideal. Let us adjust this and see how it performs. Suddenly, the young sailor who had just served him tea began to convulse violently, akin to a seizure, limbs flailing uncontrollably. With a peculiar sound, she emitted a puff of black smoke and slumped over, her head hanging low. Awkwardly, Nie Yun glanced at his secretary, apologizing. "My apologies. A mistake, a mistake." The clearly malfunctioning young sailor, after a brief display of shimmering silver waves, underwent a swift internal repair, returning to her original state. She cast a bemused glance at the unscrupulous captain who had used her as a subject for his experiments, before resuming her quiet position as secretary. "How'd I fail again? This simply won't do. I refuse to be defeated." Once again, the secret base has undergone a remarkable transformation. A channel over 30 meters wide has been cleared and is continuously being deepened and widened. Adjacent to the Sea Wolf, a makeshift dock has been constructed using the cleared rocks and other materials. Although it is rudimentary, the processing capabilities of the mechanical insects are of cosmic caliber, resulting in an impeccably smooth pathway adorned with raw materials collected from the seabed. Moreover, the base has been camouflaged to some extent. Above the Sea Wolf, a dense canopy of trees has enveloped the sky, extending along the cliffs to the exit, effectively concealing the omnipresent satellite surveillance. This camouflage net was crafted from the materials found in the island's woodlands by the mechanical insects. In the near future, this net will also obscure the sole entrance, rendering it virtually impossible to detect any anomalies from even a few dozen meters away unless someone were to investigate in person. A secret base must prioritize absolute confidentiality. This was Nie Yun's fundamental intention when establishing the base, to remain hidden and prioritize safety. With the Chengjiang docked beside the Sea Wolf, Nie Yun commanded all mechanical insects currently reinforcing the Sea Wolf and constructing the base to cease their activities. They joined the original mechanical insects in a concerted effort to devour the Chengjiang and its supplies, thanks to the fuel purchased with Chu Xiaoxiao's assistance. The energy issue has been temporarily resolved. Once the replication of several power generation units is complete, that will no longer pose a problem. Under Nie Yun's orders, all mechanical insects rev their engines, initiating yet another surge of population explosion. From a distance, the entire Changjiang vessel appeared to be cloaked in a silvery sheen, shimmering softly under the moonlight. Originally, this ship was intended to serve as a FA-ADE, while simultaneously providing a wealth of raw materials. From the moment it was acquired, its fate of being devoured was sealed. Standing at the bow of the Sea Wolf, Nie Yun gazed at the relentless swarm of mechanical insects voraciously consuming everything in sight. An indescribable emotion surged within him. Once, he had navigated beneath this very ship, enviously observing the colossal vessels that seemed to dominate the world. Yet now those cargo ships, once formidable in his eyes, lay at his mercy. Soon, even the 10,000-ton giants or the 100,000-ton behemoths would merely serve as sustenance for him. What lay beyond that? As Nie Yun looked at his own hands, he began to grasp the true extent of his power. Beneath that silvery exterior surged an unparalleled force. The might of technology, his strength, ambition flickered like a spark thrown into the lake of his heart, igniting a blazing inferno. He lifted his gaze to the boundless sea and the star-studded sky. What defines the greatest fisherman? Contemplating this, the light in Nie Yun's eyes grew ever brighter. Let this ocean be governed by me. As far as the eye can see, it is my fishing ground. Chapter 26. Boss. Someone seeks to move against your fleet at that moment. A sudden awareness flashed through Nie Yun's mind, causing him to pause. His expression shifting dramatically as an overwhelming fury surged within him, veins bulging on his forehead. At the helm stood a middle-aged captain who had served the Chu family for over a decade. However, his gaze flickered uneasily as he intermittently glanced at the radar in the control room. Beep! A signal emanated from the radar, revealing a luminous dot at the edge of the screen, rapidly advancing towards the center. The captain's expression shifted, and with a clenched jaw, he silently commanded the yacht to change its course towards the approaching light. Meanwhile, Yi Min, the personal bodyguard of Chu Xiaoxiao, was patrolling the yacht, overseeing the security measures implemented by her team. A former member of the Women's Special Police Unit in Fujian Province, she was well-versed in combat, marksmanship, and the protection of high-profile individuals. Subsequently recruited by Longquan Security Company, she was appointed as the lead security consultant, entrusted with the personal protection of Chu Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, Yi Min paused, sensing a significant alteration in the yacht's trajectory. Logically, there should be no chaotic traffic on the open sea. Once the destination was confirmed, the vessel could proceed directly towards the port without the need for dramatic turns, especially with no other vessels in proximity. She peered towards the bow, where the inky expanse of the ocean resonated with the faint roar of engines, seemingly drawing nearer. Her instincts heightened. She sensed something amiss and promptly made her way to the control room to ascertain the situation. Upon reaching the control room, she reached for the door, only to be taken aback as she discovered it was locked from the inside. Bang! She knocked forcefully on the door. Captain Wei, are you there? Why is the door locked? The interior was enveloped in an unsettling silence. Suddenly, Yi Min sensed that something was amiss, but it was already too late. Bang! Bang! Outside, the sharp reports of automatic gunfire erupted, accompanied by a chorus of anguished screams. Damn it! Yi Min swiftly drew her sidearm and hurried towards Chu Xiaoxiao's bedroom. In an instant, the yacht was engulfed in a cacophony of gunfire minutes later. A grim man clad in tactical gear, wielding an AK-47 assault rifle, stepped aboard the yacht, which now appeared rather forlorn. He was flanked by 7 or 8 armed personnel. The yacht had lost its former elegance and sophistication. It was riddled with bullet holes, and shards of shattered glass littered the ground. Some areas of the hull had even been blasted open by heavy weaponry. What is the situation? The stern man inquired in a commanding tone, his words laced with the cadence of Vietnamese. The surrounding mercenaries wore expressions of indifference, as if taking lives were as mundane as eating or drinking. Why have we not yet apprehended the target? The cold man pressed. The leading female bodyguard, alert and agile, responded, We have just engaged. She managed to injure one of our brothers and retreated into the core chamber, which is reinforced with ballistic steel plating. Breaching will take some time. However, rest assured, 2 of our brothers are stationed at the entrance, and she cannot escape. Very well, The grim man nodded in acknowledgement, then disdainfully glanced at the speedboat they had arrived in, shouting in stilted Mandarin, "Feng, you may come out now. It is safe here." A figure emerged from the speedboat, seemingly scrutinizing the vessel for a moment, before cautiously approaching the stern man. It was none other than Feng, from the Radiant Sun conglomerate. "Captain Yuan, is everything resolved?" Feng inquired with a hint of eagerness. "There remains a fugitive who has absconded into the central compartment with the target. However, rest assured, apprehending the quarry is only a matter of time." "Excellent. Utterly splendid. Captain Yuan, expedite the capture of the target. I shall notify our young master forthwith. Regrettably, that is not feasible at present. We have already activated the electronic jamming apparatus. Until the rat within is apprehended, communication blackout must be maintained to forestall any leakage of information." "I see. Very well. I shall await further developments. Captain Yuan, I implore you to expedite the capture of the target." The stern man, Captain Yuan, issued a directive to his subordinates. Soon, the quivering Captain Wei was brought forth. Having witnessed the carnage perpetrated by these Annamese mercenaries, Captain Wei was utterly terrified. Upon seeing Feng beside Captain Yuan, he felt as though he had encountered a long-lost relative. "Feng, I'm so glad to see you. You must ensure my safety." Captain Wei stammered. "Fear not, Wei. As long as you cooperate obediently, not only shall your son remain unharmed, but upon conclusion of this matter, I shall arrange for your entire family to retire in Australia." Yes, I shall cooperate. I shall cooperate." Captain Wei nodded profusely. "Excellent. I have a query for you. Are you capable of opening the portal to the central compartment?" Captain Yuan inquired. If the compartment was bolted from within, it would be impossible to open from the outside. The cabin was originally designed as a sanctuary for the protection of paramount individuals. Fortified with 3 centimeters of steel plating, sufficient to withstand most contingencies and allow the occupants to await rescue. "Sir, shall I employ high explosives to breach the portal?" An underling proposed. "Negative," the leader countered. "The use of explosives risks the lives of those within. We require the quarry alive and unscathed. Procure the necessary implements from the vessel and bisect the gate." "Aye, sir." 2 mercenaries assented and departed forthwith. "The remainder of you, with the exception of a contingent to maintain surveillance over the target and forestall her escape, are to ransack this yacht. Leave no valuable unmolested," the captain commanded. "Huzzah!" the mercenaries exclaimed in chorus, dispersing to commence their plunder. As per custom, the majority of the supplemental spoils procured during such operations were theirs to retain. Feng dared not object to this arrangement, as he was compelled to tread warily in the presence of these ruthless mercenaries. The yacht was once again subjected to a brutal ransacking, leaving it in utter disarray. "Hark, brethren, a safe. It must contain treasures aplenty. Fetch the captain. He shall surely possess the means to unlock it." One of the mercenaries discovered a safe and summoned assistance. Lo and behold, Captain Wei did indeed possess a spare key. The safe was promptly opened, revealing nothing but a silver-hued coffer secured with 9 locks. The mercenaries' eyes twitched as they beheld the densely entwined chains. "An exquisite find indeed," they exclaimed, their hearts filled with glee. Only something truly exceptional would warrant such formidable restraints. They promptly retrieved a fire axe, but a single blow against the coffer yielded no result. Instead, the mercenary wielding the axe felt a jolt of numbness through his arm. "Incredibly sturdy. This must be crafted from specialized steel," he declared. "The contents within must be of considerable value." The mercenaries were now brimming with excitement. The more impenetrable the coffer, the more priceless its contents must be. They then employed various methods to breach the coffer, but refrained from using high-yield explosives, fearing damage to the invaluable treasure within. However, their efforts only resulted in a few superficial scratches on the coffer's surface. Eventually, the matter reached the attention of their leader, Captain Yuan. As he gazed at the coffer, the mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances. "Apparently, Miss Chu received this from a mysterious individual earlier today," Captain Wei reported. "It seems to contain something immensely precious, as she personally handled it throughout, even dismissing her own bodyguard." "Intriguing," Captain Yuan remarked, his eyes gleaming with newfound interest. It appeared their mission had yielded an unexpected bounty. As they rejoiced at the prospect of intercepting a treasure, Nie Yun received a message from the mechanical insect within the coffer. Boss, someone is plotting against your fleet. The instant Nie Yun received the message, his brow furrowed. Nie Yun, Nie Yun. A surge of fury coursed through him. Chapter 27. 3 bullets alas. The coffer resists our every attempt at ingress, its composition defying our tools. Fear not, for the key undoubtedly resides with the esteemed Miss Chu. Upon her capture, the means to unlock its secrets shall be ours. Captain Yuan jested. Indeed, our leader's sagacity knows no bounds. The mercenaries echoed in mirthful agreement. Feng, too, harbored a covetous gaze towards the strongbox, yet dared not utter any sentiment of shared ownership. Ziz! At that moment, the yacht reverberated with the shrill whine of a welding torch in operation. It appears they have commenced their endeavor. Soon, we shall behold the contents concealed within. Captain Yuan declared, his gaze fixated upon the coffer, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Within the central compartment, Chu Xiaoxiao appeared wan, her visage reflecting her helplessness as she turned towards Yi Min, too, bore the marks of their plight, a gunshot wound marring her left arm. Hastily bandaged with a strip of cloth, her jacket stained crimson with blood. Miss Chu, it seems our predicament is dire. Our signals are jammed, and our adversaries have acted with such audacious disregard, daring to strike so close to shore. Furthermore, they have evidently suborned Captain Wei. Uncle Wei, how could this be? Regrettably, it is undeniable. Otherwise, they could not have pinpointed our location at sea, nor approached us with such ease. Our yacht was deliberately steered towards them, and Captain Wei preemptively secured the control room. This, Chu Xiaoxiao faltered, unable to reconcile herself with this revelation, her countenance darkening with despair. Those individuals outside are likely not of Chinese origin. I overheard them conversing in what appear to be Vietnamese, suggesting they are foreign mercenaries. They are ruthless, leaving no survivors. Adversaries of this caliber exceed the capabilities of our security firm. Furthermore, their numbers far outweigh ours, and they possess heavy artillery like rocket launchers, while we're only armed with handguns. Indeed, we underestimated their resolve to apprehend you. Miss Chu, with regret, I must inform you that I am helpless. Unless a passing vessel detects the anomaly, we can only await their breach and subsequent capture. Will we perish? Chu Xiao Mumut. Are you implying they intend to kill you? Chu Xiaoxiao's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Yi Min nodded with a wry smile. Rest assured, in our line of work, we are always mentally prepared for such an eventuality. I will reserve a final bullet for myself. Tears welled up in Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes. Over the past few days, she had developed a fondness for Yi Min, whom she regarded as a sister. The prospect of witnessing her demise was unbearable. Suddenly, the piercing sound of an electric welder cutting through metal echoed from outside the door. The two women exchanged a knowing glance and a bitter smile. After a prolonged silence, Chu Xiaoxiao lifted her head, a faint yet resolute smile gracing her lips. Yijijia, when the time comes, please reserve a bullet for me as well. Yi Min stared at the young girl in astonishment, as if seeing her for the first time. Miss Chu, please call me Xiao Xiao. Indeed, Xiao Xiao, you have become their target. They have taken you hostage solely to coerce your Chu group into making certain commercial concessions. You still possess a glimmer of hope for survival. Yi Min stated after a moment of hesitation. Sister Yi, there is no need to comfort me. The manner in which they have abducted me today, showing no mercy even to the innocent, is a testament to their ruthlessness. Should I fall into their clutches, my mother would undoubtedly acquiesce to all their demands for my safety. However, I fear the ultimate outcome would merely lead them to drain every last drop of blood from the Chu group. Once I am rendered useless, my fate would be sealed. Moreover, being in their hands, I would likely find life worse than death. Yi Min regarded Chu Xiaoxiao with admiration. In the face of such grave danger, her ability to lucidly perceive her predicament was truly commendable, a reflection of her prowess as a rising star in the business realm. With a sigh, Yi Min shared a knowing smile with Chu Xiaoxiao, though that smile bore an unspoken sense of resignation. The two leaned against each other, watching as the door was gradually and methodically severed, cherishing these fleeting moments together. Chu Xiaoxiao, enveloped in a familiar sense of despair, could not help but conjure the image of a certain individual. That fateful night, the deafening gunfire in the darkness, accompanied by a flash of blinding light, had pulled her from the abyss. Sister Yi, if someone were to descend from the heavens during your most desperate moment, much like now, defeating all the villains and then smilingly addressing you with hello, beautiful, how would you respond to that person? Chu Xiao asked, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. If such a man existed, I would offer myself to him without hesitation, quipped with a grin, regarded with astonishment, exclaiming, so this is the real you, had always perceived as a stern bodyguard, never imagining such colloquialisms would escape her lips. Possessed a delicate beauty, yet her countenance bore a heroic spirit, a paradoxical blend that endowed her with a singular allure. Indeed, before my demise, I shall embrace my true self. I, too, shall offer myself in marriage. Giggled, clenching her tiny fists. The two women, momentarily forgetting their dread, erupted in laughter amidst their desperate circumstances. As their conversation unfolded, 3/4 of the sturdy door had been breached, sparks flying from the welding. It was evident that a gaping hole would soon be carved out, obliterating the women's last vestige of defense. Meticulously inspected her magazine, discovering she had only 3 bullets remaining after the recent skirmish. She unloaded each one, reinserted them, and cocked the gun. One for the enemy, one for myself. Clutching her pistol, she turned to, who, though pale, nodded resolutely. The cutting ceased, replaced by hushed voices outside, signaling the imminent breach. Suddenly, the entire yacht shuddered violently. Chu Xiao, unsteady on her feet, let a cry as she fell to the ground. Yimin was not much better off, but she quickly leaned over to Chu Xiao's side, gazing uncertainly at the doorway. Could it be a distraction before the opponent's incursion? Was such a ruckus truly necessary? Chapter 28. The collision of the century. Nie Yun was furious. The consequences were dire. Just as he had set his sights on becoming a great fisherman, someone dared to meddle with his fleet in his own backyard. How could such an affront be tolerated? If his uncle could endure it, surely his aunt could not. Sea Wolf, prepare to strike. Nie Yun bellowed. Engage the engines. Assemble the propellers. Arm the cannons. In an instant, the Sea Wolf revealed its menacing fangs. Transforming into a fearsome beast, Nie Yun abandoned the sluggish sail propulsion, opting instead for the recently devoured Chengjiang's propeller system. With ruthless precision, he assembled 3 complete sets of propellers in the hull, while 2 additional sets extended from either side, culminating in a total of 5 propellers that whirled into action. Countless small wolf robots busily transported barrels, generously supplying the diesel engines with fuel, ensuring an ample supply of power. The Sea Wolf began to move slowly at first, but speed increased rapidly. As it surged out of the base at an almost 30-degree angle, its velocity soared to 20 knots. The bow steadfastly aimed at Nie Yun's fleet. Standing at the helm, Nie Yun waved his hand and commanded, Sea Wolf, full speed ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The diesel engines roared, operating at an overload of 120 power. The propeller beneath the surface of the sea spun with an exhilarating velocity, churning up vast plumes of water as the Sea Wolf surged ahead, swiftly surpassing its originally designed theoretical speed limit. At the bow, Nie Yun's disheveled hair was tousled by the fierce sea breeze, dancing wildly, mirroring the tempestuous emotions of its master. His eyes blazed with a fierce fury, exuding an aura of lethal intent. No matter who you are, dare to touch my fleet, you shall perish. On the yacht, Brother Feng observed the mercenaries rummaging through the surroundings and stepped forward, saying, Captain Ruan, please ensure your men are cautious and do not harm the target inside. My young master has instructed that it must remain unscathed. Rest assured, we are quite adept at this sort of task. We will first toss in a couple of tear gas canisters. I guarantee they will find it difficult to wish for their own demise. That is excellent, indeed. Thanks to Captain Ruan this time, the promised reward of $10 million will be transferred to your account in full. Here, as to a pleasant collaboration. Yes, a delightful partnership. Captain Ruan was in high spirits. As the mission progressed smoothly, the reward was imminent, and he had also acquired an additional mysterious box. How could he not feel satisfied? After about half an hour, a subordinate approached with a report. Captain, the situation over there is nearly ready. We can proceed. Captain Yuan nodded, handing the box to a nearby subordinate to place it in his backpack, then declared, "Let us go, gather the brothers. We shall proceed to take a look." "Yes, sir." Having spoken, with the exception of the dozen or so mercenaries remaining on the speedboat and controlling the deck, the rest followed their leader into the yacht. Captain Wei was left on deck, guarded by 2 mercenaries. He trembled, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at the corpses and bloodstains on the deck, which, unattended, emitted a pungent, metallic odor. Captain Wei's gaze swept over the body of Manager Wu lying in a pool of blood not far from him, and he quickly averted his eyes. They were, after all, colleagues who had known each other for years, and his heart was now filled with both fear and guilt. "Old Wu, I truly didn't mean to harm you. They didn't say they would kill anyone, really. They got my son. I had no choice. It wasn't for the money. If I didn't listen to them, my son would be dead, and he's my only son. I'm sorry, really sorry," he muttered, tears streaming down his face. "Humph." The 2 mercenaries beside him cast disdainful glances at Captain Wei. Strange. Did you hear something?" One of the mercenaries suddenly asked, puzzled. "A sound? Huh. Did it seem to be something like from that direction?" The other said, cocking his ear to listen for a moment. The swishing sound grew louder and louder, and more mercenaries looked in that direction. Captain Wei was also slightly stunned as he looked out at the dark sea. Having dealt with ships all his life, his first reaction was that this was the sound of a vessel cutting through the water at high speed, and it was heading straight for them. He took 2 steps back in terror, his eyes widening as he looked in that direction. Every mercenary on deck became aware of the anomaly, raising their firearms in unison towards the disturbance. "Expedite! Illuminate the area with searchlights!" a quick-witted mercenary exclaimed, as the brilliant beams pierced through the darkness. A scene of utter astonishment unfolded before their eyes. Emerging from the inky abyss, a colossal vessel resembling a medieval galleon materialized hundreds of meters away. Its pointed prow cleaved through the ocean's surface, generating towering plumes of spray as it bore down upon them with the inexorable might of a primeval leviathan. "Oh heavens! When damnation is that? Evade! Evade with haste!" The crew erupted in a cacophony of frantic shouts. Only Captain Wei remained transfixed, muttering in disbelief, This is a Spanish galleon." As a connoisseur of naval vessels, he was intimately familiar with the ship's provenance. Yet this very recognition plunged him into a state of cognitive paralysis. A warship from centuries past, hurtling towards them at speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour? Am I ensnared in a phantasmagorical dreamscape? Alas, the distance between the 2 vessels had dwindled precipitously. Before the crew could react, the galleon executed a deft maneuver, akin to a drifting deceleration, unleashing a torrential deluge of seawater that cascaded over the assembled mercenaries. Then, with a thunderous reverberation, the flanks of the 2 ships collided violently, sending debris spiraling through the air, accompanied by the agonizing shriek of twisted metal. The sudden impact sent all the mercenaries staggering, with some unfortunate souls struck by flying splinters, suffering broken bones, or directly hurled into the sea, their cries of agony piercing the air. Captain Wei, with his quick thinking, had sought refuge behind a crate as the ships collided, clinging tightly to a rope, thus escaping unscathed. As the chaos gradually subsided, the drenched survivors on the yacht's deck stared in disbelief at the perpetrator of this catastrophe. A wooden hull, with 3 towering masts, exuded a palpable sense of history. Yet, this relic, more befitting a movie set or a museum, had materialized before them, delivering a devastating blow. A collision of epochs, a medieval sailing ship against a modern yacht. Heavens! Someone, please, tell me this is not a dream. Which director conceived this preposterous idea? Needless to say, it was Nie Yun and his sea wolf, fueled by unbridled fury. Chapter 29. The Little Wolf Suicide Squad. At this moment, both vessels presented a wretched sight, the aftermath of their monumental collision. The yacht, having already endured much, now had its remaining glass shattered by the impact, and the side that bore the brunt of the collision was visibly caved in. It was evident that the hull had been breached in several places, rendering this maritime masterpiece utterly ruined. Conversely, the opposing ship, being of wooden construction, should, according to common sense, have been utterly demolished in such an encounter, akin to an egg striking a stone. However, to the astonishment of all, the damage sustained by the wooden vessel appeared to be marginally less severe than that inflicted upon the yacht. Despite the extensive fissures that marred one side, the structural integrity remained remarkably intact, an astonishing testament to the wood's resilience. Yet, the Sea Wolf's condition was more precarious than it appeared. In the relentless pursuit of velocity, Nie Yun's brutal modifications had been excessively harsh, disregarding the vessel's capacity. The aggressive augmentation of the Sea Wolf's propulsion system subjected the hull to stresses far exceeding the limits of conventional wooden sailing ships. To put it bluntly, an ordinary vessel would have disintegrated under such savage acceleration. However, the Sea Wolf's core had been fortified by mechanical insects. Nevertheless, the ship's interior groaned and creaked under the strain. The violent collision had fractured several primary support beams. A conventional ship would have been deemed irreparable. But with mechanical insects at his disposal, Nie Yun was not to be deterred. The Sea Wolf towered 2 or 3 meters above the yacht, and the two vessels were now in close proximity, preventing those on the yacht from observing the Sea Wolf's deck. What unnerved them was the eerie silence emanating from the other ship, devoid of lights and any human sound, even after the violent impact. It was as silent as a ghost ship. Fortunately, the silence was soon broken by a chilling voice, laced with palpable fury, that echoed from the Sea Wolf. "Prepare the cannons." In that fleeting moment, some mercenaries from Annam, who were unable to comprehend Chinese, felt a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, there were indeed vessels nearby. However, the expressions of those who understood the implications of that statement changed drastically. "No, it cannot be." Captain Wei's face drained of color as he muttered absent-mindedly. He could clearly discern that this was not merely a medieval sailing ship, but a formidable sailing warship. As all eyes widened in disbelief, the opposing ship revealed dozens of cannon ports that suddenly swung open, revealing artillery gleaming with silver light, pushed out in perfect unison. Their ominous muzzles now aimed directly at them. "What in the world? Oh heavens! Take cover! Quickly conceal yourselves!" Panic ensued on the deck, but alas, it was already somewhat too late. "Fire!" With that furious command, the 25 cannons on the side of the Sea Wolf unleashed a deafening volley. Boom! 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 Had there been other ships upon the sea at that moment, they would have witnessed a remarkable spectacle, a sailing battleship unleashing its artillery in rhythmic cadence. The flashes of gunfire illuminating the scene as the upper deck of the yacht was engulfed in a fiery inferno. While such close-quarters combat would have been unremarkable in the context of medieval naval warfare, the extraordinary aspect was that one side was represented by a modern yacht, rendering the scenario utterly bizarre. Concerned for the safety of Chu Xiaoxiao inside, Nie Yun deliberately steered clear of the yacht's core area, merely targeting the surrounding deck. The adjacent mercenary speedboat, however, was not so fortunate, as it became the primary target of Nie Yun's assault. Given the proximity, accuracy was virtually guaranteed. Dozens of shells rained down upon the vessel, and after a series of thunderous explosions, the speedboat was rendered unrecognizable, engulfed in flames. Some of the mercenaries bravely attempted to retaliate, but their submachine gun bullets merely ricocheted harmlessly off the opposing hull with a metallic clang. Aside from a single rocket that struck a gun emplacement, causing an explosion, a large breach, and overturning the weapon, the mercenaries discovered their efforts against the Sea Wolf were futile. "A ghost ship! It must be a ghost ship!" one mercenary cried out in terror, casting aside his weapon and fleeing. Even for seasoned veterans, such bizarre phenomena that defied their understanding were enough to shatter their resolve. The one-sided annihilation persisted for 3 volleys. Apart from a few quick-witted individuals who leaped into the sea or sought refuge within the yacht, most of the mercenaries perished in the barrage. Captain Wei was not blessed with fortune this time, succumbing to a near-miss shell that left him bloodied and mangled on the deck. With great effort, he opened his eyes to see the lifeless body of Manager Wu nearby, his eyes wide open, staring blankly. This is retribution," Captain Wei lamented, shedding a final tear of remorse before breathing his last. As the cannon fire ceased, the yacht and the mercenary speedboat were ablaze, illuminating the surrounding waters. Little Wolf, Death Squad, clean up the remaining enemies. Go! Upon Nie Yun's command, a multitude of diminutive wolf-like automatons clambered down from the sea wolf, landing upon the yacht. However, these mechanical canines no longer bore their characteristic endearing expressions. Instead, they were visages of imminent tears. The moment these little wolves alighted, they commenced a frenzied, disoriented scamper, their tearful eyes betraying their alarm. Indeed, their panic was not unwarranted, for each wolf bore upon its back a spherical projectile of nearly equal size. A mercenary, seeking refuge behind a collapsed iron framework, warily surveyed the surrounding desolation and carnage. Gripping his AK-47 with trepidation, he cautiously peered outward. Lo and behold, his gaze fell upon a toy-like automaton, scarcely 20 centimeters in height, scurrying towards him with tear-filled eyes. The sheer unexpectedness and implausibility of this spectacle momentarily paralyzed his cognitive faculties. Then, in a trice, the robot, as if a lost child rediscovering kin, flung itself into the mercenary's arms, clutching his ammunition belt with unwavering tenacity. Lifting its head, the robot's tearful gaze, brimming with trepidation and helplessness, evoked in the hardened mercenary an impulse to shield and protect it. Alas, if only it were not for the ignited explosive device strapped to its back. Un vernacular expletiva. Kaboom. After the explosion, silence enveloped the world. This scene repeatedly unfolded aboard the yacht, as no matter how deeply the mercenaries concealed themselves, they would inevitably be targeted by the Wolf Squad, who launched themselves in suicidal charges. Alas, such is the cruelty of fate. Nie Yun observed this grim spectacle from the sea wolf, unable to suppress a sigh. Little Wolf, could one be any more shameless? Chapter 30. The mercenary battle against zombies moments earlier. When Captain Ruan and his companions arrived at the cabin where Chu Xiao and her team were located, two mercenaries were in the process of retracting their cutting tools. Four fierce-looking mercenaries stood guard on either side, vigilantly brandishing their weapons. Boss, upon noticing their leader's arrival, the mercenaries parted to create a path. Captain Ruan nodded, surveying the tightly secured door and the marks left by the cutting. He turned to one of his subordinates and commanded, "Proceed." The subordinate complied, drawing 2 tear gas grenades from his waist, preparing to kick open the remaining small opening left by the cutting. However, at that moment, a deafening roar erupted, and the ship suddenly trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. The mercenaries were thrown off balance by this unexpected disturbance, and Brother Foam was slammed against the wall, leaving him bloodied and wailing in agony. Such commotion could only indicate that something had gone awry outside. "Yes, boss," replied a subordinate named Ping, as he hurriedly led 2 others toward the exit. Boom, boom, boom. However, before they could distance themselves significantly, a thunderous cacophony of cannon fire erupted from outside, accompanied by the relentless tremors of the vessel and the clamor of fierce gunfire. Captain Ruan, seasoned by the trials of battle, paled at the realization. Was that the sound of bombardment? How could such a dense artillery barrage be possible in these waters? It was conservatively estimated that no fewer than 20 cannons were simultaneously targeting the yacht. Yet how could this be? The continuous bombardment persisted for a full minute before gradually subsiding. Fortunately, the area they occupied seemed to have escaped any direct hits, though all remained in a state of shock. Suddenly, the overhead lights flickered erratically before extinguishing completely, prompting the emergency lights to activate. The yacht's electrical system had suffered irreparable damage from the intensity of the assault. The corridor was left shrouded in dim light, and the abrupt darkness sent a wave of unrest through the mercenaries, who were left bewildered by the unfolding chaos outside. Nevertheless, true to their elite training, they quickly regained composure, each individual hastening to secure advantageous positions, their focus sharpened as they stood vigilant at the passageway, awaiting directives from their leader. Silence. Captain Ruan cast a fierce glare at Brother Foam. The cannon fire had ceased, yet curiously, sporadic explosions continued to echo intermittently. Could it be grenades? Captain, help! At that moment, a A disheveled mercenary stumbled into the corridor from outside, covered in smoke and evidently bearing severe injuries. His face was etched with terror, a visage teetering on the brink of psychological collapse. Upon recognizing the individual, Captain Ruan promptly seized his collar, exclaiming, "What transpired outside? How are our comrades?" The mercenary, known as Lao Lu, visibly traumatized, stammered incoherently, "A ghost ship. There's a ghost ship. Save me, don't come any closer." With a resounding smack, Captain Ruan delivered a sharp blow to Lao Lu's face. "Compose yourself and speak." The captain roared, his countenance contorted with ferocity. What exactly occurred outside? Seemingly jolted back to lucidity by the slap, Lao Lu stammered, It's a ghost ship. It rammed into us. It's a wooden sailing vessel, but as hard as iron. Our rockets were useless against it." He continued, and it has so many cannons. And then a large number of imps. The imps explode. They chase us, wailing as they pursue. And when they catch up, they detonate themselves. It's terrifying, utterly terrifying. The brothers are all dead. Silence descended upon the corridor, as still as a graveyard. Captain Ruan slowly released Lao Lu, who was now limp and muttering about the ghost ship. He surveyed the surroundings, noticing the fear etched on everyone's faces. Feng, in particular, was trembling uncontrollably, regretting his decision to partake in this venture. "I was foolish, truly foolish," he lamented inwardly. With a visage as somber as a rain-laden sky, Captain Ruan comprehended that what he had initially conceived as a rudimentary abduction had metamorphosed into a debacle. His external cohort had, in all likelihood, been utterly decimated, leaving his mercenary band diminished to a mere handful. Such a calamitous attrition was unprecedented in his experience. Harboring resentment, he cast a malevolent glare upon the trembling Feng. "Designate 2 individuals to remain and safeguard the target. The remainder will cautiously reconnoiter outwards. In the event of any anomaly, dispense with warnings and initiate immediate engagement." The leader's composed directive instilled a modicum of reassurance within the mercenaries. Exchanging furtive glances, a contingent of 6 or 7 mercenaries commenced a measured outward reconnaissance, employing alternating covering fire and illuminating their path with tactical flashlights. Leading the vanguard was the subordinate known as a ping. By this juncture, the sporadic detonations and agonizing cries from the exterior had ceased entirely, rendering the yacht eerily silent. The sole auditory manifestations pervading the corridor were the mercenaries' labored respirations and muted footfalls. Thud! A ping's footfall encountered an object of yielding consistency, eliciting an instantaneous petrification. Beads of perspiration trickled down his brow as he gingerly directed his flashlight towards his feet, only to discern that he had inadvertently trodden upon a silvery white ribbon. A wave of relief washed over him as he inwardly chastised himself for his apprehension, redirecting his focus forward. Unbeknownst to him, in his wake, the aforementioned ribbon metamorphosed into a viscous, metallic fluid, imperceptibly coursing along the shadowed recesses of the corridor walls, advancing towards the corridor's terminus. With the destruction of the external speedboat by Nie Yun, the communications jamming apparatus was similarly incapacitated, restoring the functionality of communication devices. Affirmative. Maintain vigilance and proceed with the search. Understood. Having concluded the call, a ping pressed onward. With meticulous caution, they navigated a bend, their tactical flashlights instantly illuminating the subsequent corridor, ever vigilant against potential adversaries. Yet at that moment, the mercenaries were taken aback. It was not an enemy that had materialized, but rather a row of 3 diminutive figures standing abruptly in the corridor, a mere 10 meters ahead. Under the beams of the flashlights, they could discern that these small figures were toy robots of peculiar design. Verdant in color, each bore a zombie-like visage with bulging eyes and prominent buck teeth, rendering them particularly eerie in the present environment. One of the 3 zombie robots clutched a small door panel. Another balanced an antiquated pot lit atop its head, while the last was swathed like a mummy. Each robot also bore a spherical object on its back. What were those things? A ping stammered, clutching his submachine gun tightly and aiming it at the figures. Mercenaries versus zombies. Let the games commence. At that instant, the three robotic figures uttered in unison. Their voices distorted with an eerie metallic resonance. Then they began to advance in lockstep, their short legs moving in a hobbling, zombie-like gait. Mercenaries versus zombies. Aping comprehended the Chinese words. Unfortunately, he had experience with a game known as Plants vs. Zombies. At that moment, his eyes widened, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Chapter 31. Nightmare difficulty. The three toy robots marched in unison, their pace unhurried. Yet they instilled immense dread and pressure in the mercenaries. Open fire. Aping shouted immediately. At this juncture, regardless of whether these toys were being controlled, eliminating them was undoubtedly the right course of action. Ah-tot-tot. The dense gunfire erupted abruptly. Clang, clang. The bullets struck the zombie robots, producing crisp metallic sounds. The concentrated fire caused them to stagger and fall, soon emitting smoke and lying motionless on the ground. Phew! All the mercenaries breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these were not apparitions or the like. Humanity's fear lies in the unknown and insurmountable, but certainly not in toys of this nature. However, at that moment, a subtle patter of footsteps echoed from the distant darkness. Then, to the horror of the crowd, row upon row of zombie robots marched towards them in neat formations. Each row of zombie robots was separated by a distance of 2 to 3 meters, each row still consisting of 3 robots, identical in appearance to the previous ones. The once ludicrous zombie gate now exuded an eerie and terrifying aura. Quick, quick, open fire! Aping cried out in terror. A fierce barrage of gunfire erupted once more. Some mercenaries even pulled out grenades and hurled them, instantly demolishing a large swath of zombie robots. Yet, all of this was in vain. These zombie robots seemed inexhaustible. As one batch was felled, another emerged, an endless stream. Clack, clack. The mercenary emptied his weapon, yet continued to pull the trigger in terror. Their ammunition depleted. A lapse in the mercenaries' barrage allowed the zombie automatons to close within 3 meters. One mercenary, slightly ahead, was the first to be reached, and with a deafening explosion, he was torn asunder. The automatons were carrying what appeared to be shells. Fall back. Retreat slowly. Maintain fire. Aping yelled in alarm. He recalled Lao Lu's mention of explosive imps. Could these be the same? Could there truly be a ghost ship? The mercenaries retreated, fighting as they went. Fortunately, the zombie automatons were not fast, moving in a uniform gait, granting the mercenaries time to adjust their formation. Aping, what's happening? Ruan, the squad leader's voice crackled over the radio. Clearly, the gunfire had reached the rear. Captain, there are hordes of zombie automatons that ghost ship, it's playing Plants vs. Zombies with us. Aping was nearly incoherent, evidently succumbing to the ghost ship theory, defining the enemy as the ship itself. On the other end, Ruan's temples throbbed with frustration. Plants vs. Zombies. Stop speaking nonsense. Speak plainly. Regrettably, the noise was overwhelming, and Aping had no time for a more detailed report. Ruan placed the radio down, his face grim. The gunfire grew nearer. Aping and his team were clearly retreating, soon to be pushed back to their location. Who exactly is the enemy? Why have we been targeted? What could we possibly possess that warrants such an assault? Instead of immediately advancing to the front lines, he composed himself and paused, lost in contemplative thought. Suddenly, he abruptly turned his gaze toward the door at the corridor's end. Could it be that their objective is rescue? Only law enforcement or the military would command the resources to deploy such overwhelming firepower. They must be attempting a rescue operation. Therefore, an outright assault is improbable. However, seizing the occupants within as hostages might offer a glimmer of hope. A knowing smirk crept across Captain Ruan's face. You too, secure the individuals inside. Captain Ruan instructed his subordinates. The pair approached the doorway, exchanged a knowing glance, and nodded in unison. One of them stepped forward, poised to breach the gaping hole previously cut into the door with a forceful kick. Alas, the man abruptly faltered upon reaching the threshold, frozen in place. What are you dawdling for? Get on with it, Captain Ruan rebuked, displeased with his subordinate's hesitation. It's not that, Captain, but this door, the man stammered, gesturing toward the portal with an expression of utter disbelief. The assembled company paused, turning their attention to the door. To their astonishment, the gash that had previously rent the door, creating a man-sized opening, had vanished entirely. The door appeared pristine, as though fresh from the factory. Silence descended upon the corridor once more, as all present stared blankly at the door, their skin crawling with unease. This is a phantasm. A trick of the eye. Feng, who had been trembling in the background, was overcome with terror at the sight of this uncanny phenomenon and collapsed to the floor. Everyone present witnessed the conspicuous lacerations, so distinct that only the blind could mistake them. Yet, it has now been restored. This transcends the realm of ordinary comprehension. Even Captain Yuan is unable to maintain his composure. His tactical acumen and perspicacity are considerable. But faced with this phenomenon, even the perspicacious Holmes would struggle to elucidate it. A palpable sense of dread permeated the air, and the old reprobate incessantly muttered about a haunted vessel, convinced of its malevolent influence. This was, of course, no mere illusion. Rather, it was a consequence of a clandestine infiltration by a minute contingent of mechanical insects orchestrated by Nie Yun. Under cover of the cacophony of gunfire, they surreptitiously repaired the portal, averting any desperate actions that might endanger Chu Xiao Xiao. The legion of zombified canids served not as mere amusement for Nie Yun, but as a calculated diversion designed to protract the engagement while captivating the mercenaries' attention. Now that the hostages' safety was assured, he perceived no further utility in perpetuating the macabre spectacle of mercenaries versus zombies. At Nie Yun's behest, the inexorably advancing zombie automatons abruptly ceased their advance. The mercenaries, relieved, ceased their fusillade, regarding the mechanical cadavers with perplexity. Had they exhausted their power reserves? Bravo, you fulfilled the requisites for an augmented challenge. Prepare yourselves, for now descends the nightmare difficulty. A youthful voice reverberated from within the vanguard of the zombie automatons, laced with a hint of sardonic amusement. Upon hearing this, Ping was immediately alarmed. However, before they could react, the faces of all the zombie robots flashed with a silvery light, and they suddenly shifted to a different expression. In their adorable eyes, there were even 2 teardrops hanging. It was as if they had suddenly transitioned from a ghastly horror film set to an endearing children's theater, leaving one with an indescribable sense of awkwardness. Chapter 32. Who Stole My Heart? However, after the change of scenery, what awaited the mercenaries was an even more terrifying plot. These robots were no longer moving at a slow, zombie-like pace. They strode out with their short legs, charging towards all the mercenaries at a breakneck speed. Damn it, Ping only managed to utter this phrase, turning around and running. So this was the crying imp that Lao Lu had mentioned. So, the previous one was just the easy difficulty. This game simply had no intention of letting people pass. However, not all the mercenaries reacted as quickly as Ping. Some of them were still firing shots, but the Little Wolf Suicide Squad, running at full speed, was nowhere near as easy as the previous difficulty. Ignoring the hail of bullets, the Little Wolf Suicide Squad, moving forward quickly in a panicked, serpentine manner, soon arrived in front of the leading mercenaries. After a few explosions, the smoke had not yet cleared, and more Little Wolf Suicide Squad members rushed out of the smoke, charging towards the remaining people. Alas, sighs after all. Nie Yun sighed faintly outside. Capital. Captain, it's not good. There are too many imps behind us. We can't stop them. Quickly find a way to escape. Hurry. Even before Ping materialized, his piercing cries reverberated through the corridor. This jolted Captain Yuan from his stupor. Even detonating the door to the core compartment was now an impossibility, as time had run out. Hemmed in by pursuers and with no avenue of retreat, he cast his gaze around, noting that the corridor extended beyond the chamber housing Chu Xiao Xiao. Bang! With resolve, he kicked open a door to a neighboring room, revealing a window overlooking the sea. Let's evacuate by leaping into the ocean, Captain Yuan declared, his decision swift. The mercenaries filed into the room. Those at the rear, gripped by fear, aimed their weapons at the entrance, haunted by the memory of the self-detonating imps. Bang! Bang! Captain Yuan unleashed a volley of bullets at the window, shattering it. The design of these windows precluded any possibility of opening them. He peered out into the inky blackness of the sea. A ping. Assign 3 men to cover our retreat. Lao Lu, you're up first. Captain Ruan commanded. Lao Lu, paralyzed by terror, stammered, "Here's a ghost ship out there." "Enough with your ghostly apparitions," Captain Ruan retorted, seizing a backpack from a nearby subordinate. He extracted a mysterious box from within. If fortune favored him, the treasure within could serve as the foundation for a new beginning. Clutching the box tightly, he rallied, "Everyone, follow me and jump." Without waiting for a response, he prepared to be the first to leap through the shattered window. At that very moment, a colossal shadow gradually emerged outside the window. Under the moonlight, the cracked hull of the ship appeared eerily strange, and the silver-white cannons, resembling exquisite works of art, glimmered with a chilling radiance. Gulp! Everyone swallowed hard and slowly retreated. It's a ghost ship, old Lu cried out in terror, utterly collapsing, just as everyone was fearfully backing away. A piercing scream from Ah Ping echoed. "Those little ghosts. They have reappeared." Turning to look indeed, a tearful, adorable little head had poked out from the doorway. The mercenaries, filled with dread, began to fire their weapons. Yet in the face of overwhelming power, humanity appeared so fragile. After a barrage of gunfire and explosions, the room fell into complete silence. Captain Ruan lay lifeless in a pool of blood, his eyes fixed on the box that had fallen a short distance away. Originally, he was meant to seize great fortune from the box and ascend to prominence in the international mercenary world, but unexpectedly, he met such a bizarre demise at the hands of a ghost ship. This script does not seem right. Mercenary Captain Nie Yun perished in his final moments. He finally had a name. Slowly, Nie Yun closed his eyes, able to rest at last. In the entire room, only one person remained alive, Brother Feng. Though he was battered and bruised, he still clung to half a life. This was not due to Brother Feng's extraordinary luck, invulnerability, or boundless powers, but rather, under Nie Yun's control, the self-detonation range of the Little Wolf Suicide Squad had narrowly missed him, sparing his life. Immobilized by a pool of peculiar silvery fluid that bound his limbs, he was helplessly anchored to the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the uncanny scene. It was indeed the spectral galleon. An overwhelming dread of the unknown gripped him. At that moment, a bridge of silver-white light extended from the ghost ship, connecting to the shattered window. His eyes widened as he watched a figure cloaked in black, with a cowl obscuring their face, descend into the room. Illuminated by the moon's ethereal glow. "Who dares pilfer my heart?" The figure rasped, their voice a gravelly whisper. Heart. A strange notion flickered through his mind. A sense of deja vu. He stared blankly at the coffer, the very one they had presumed to hold treasure. It was in fact his heart. The mercenaries had stolen the heart of the spectral captain. The genesis of their plight became apparent. The ghost ship's assault was retribution for the theft of its captain's heart. He wished he could exhume the mercenary who had discovered the coffer and execute him anew. It was all too familiar, reminiscent of a tale involving a certain Davy Jones. "Speak," the figure intoned, fixing him with an unseen gaze. "Why did you seize my heart?" "Most esteemed captain," he pleaded, "we had no intention of stealing your heart. It was all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding, you say? Then elucidate your presence here, and how you came to possess my heart." At this moment, Feng was utterly terrified, his fear overwhelming him, leaving no room for hesitation. He hastily divulged the purpose of his presence and the means by which he acquired the box. "So, you are affiliated with the Sunlight Group, tasked by your young master to abduct the daughter of a rival?" inquired the figure in the black cloak. Yes. We absolutely had no intention of stealing your heart. I beg you spare me," Feng cried, tears and snot streaming down his face in desperation. He remained oblivious to the fact that the cloaked figure's concern was not for his own heart, but rather for their ulterior motives. "Ah, I see. You are quite honest. Thus I have decided to reward you by inviting you to join us." The figure's words took Feng by surprise. Join you? What do you mean?" he stammered. "Of course. It means becoming a ghost." The cloaked figure brandished a handgun, aiming it squarely at Feng. Stunned, Feng recognized the weapon. It was a familiar Type 54. Bang! In the wake of the gunshot, Feng's last thought was a bewildered reflection on how even ghosts had begun to wield firearms, and domestically produced ones at that. Having taken another life with his own hands, Nie Yun felt no discomfort. He had long understood that mercy toward one's enemies was the most futile of gestures. Subsequently, the black cloak and the handgun morphed into a shimmering silver liquid, transforming into a silver bracelet that encircled Nie Yun's wrist, revealing his true form. The Sunlight Group. Indeed it is. Nie Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. No one shall dare to covet my wealth or harm my comrades within my domain. Chapter 33. Averting evil aboard the yacht. Within the central cabins, the two women exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring the tumultuous sounds emanating from beyond their confines. Initially, a barrage of artillery fire rent the air, succeeded by the staccato bursts of gunfire, culminating in a series of thunderous explosions. As the power faltered, darkness enveloped the room, save for the dim glow of emergency lights casting eerie shadows. Yet, amidst the cacophony raging outside, they remained unattended, left to ponder the unfolding events. Could it be that rescue has arrived? Ventured, a flicker of hope igniting her features. Anything would be better than the dire circumstances they had just endured, and this at least indicated a shift in the situation. Strained her ears, listening intently. Once she ascertained that the commotion had subsided and even the voices of the mercenaries were no longer audible, she turned to, cautioning, "It's not certain yet. Stay put, and I'll investigate." Bang! In that instant, a forceful kick reverberated through the chamber as a large foot splintered the already weakened door, widening the aperture. Startled, instinctively raised her pistol, aiming it toward the breach, anticipating the intrusion of mercenaries. "Hold your fire. It's an ally," exclaimed, scarcely believing her ears. Yet, it was undeniably his voice that echoed through the cabin. Equally incredulous, widened her eyes in disbelief. That young man from earlier? What's he doing here? "I'm here. I'm unharmed," finally responded, her voice brimming with elation. Subsequently, a head emerged through the opening and grinned at the two women, greeting them with a cheerful, "Greetings, ladies. Fancy meeting you again." The two women were taken aback, exchanging glances with a sudden flush creeping onto their faces. Did I say something wrong?" Nie Yun inquired, stepping inside and noticing their peculiar demeanor. "No, nothing. By the way, what are you doing here? What about those villains outside?" "Oh, my brother and I were grabbing a late-night snack nearby when we happened to notice your yacht under attack. So, I enlisted the help of a friend, and those mercenaries were taken care of by him." "Grabbing a late-night snack?" Chu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, accustomed to Nie Yun's tall tales. "Your friend?" "Yes. Haven't I mentioned him before? The one who builds aircraft carriers. He has extensive connections and many friends. So he brought over a warship manned by a fierce squad of Marines who swiftly dealt with those mercenaries. However, they were technically derelict in their duties by helping me. So please keep this a secret. If anyone asks, just say it was a pirate skirmish." "What? Your friend summoned a warship and Marines?" Both women wore expressions of utter disbelief. However, upon exiting the cabin and witnessing the war-torn devastation outside, resembling a battlefield, they were astounded to realize that it might actually be true. The yacht was riddled with bullet holes and engulfed in flames. A scene only possible with a large-scale armed conflict. Compared to Chu Xiaoxiao, the more discerning Yi Min could discern even more profound implications. Initially, there was a barrage, copious in quantity, yet curiously, of meager potency. The destructive force was, in contrast to contemporary ordnance, astonishingly feeble, akin to the impact of mere grenades, despite the unmistakable auditory evidence of artillery fire. Furthermore, the mercenaries' injuries, with the exception of foam, were uniformly attributable to close-range detonations rather than firearms. This is an improbable circumstance in confined close-quarters combat. A contingent exclusively employing grenades? Could they be specialized grenadiers? The existence of such a division seems preposterous. And a unit? Yi Min inquired, fixing her gaze upon Nie Yun after surveying the battlefield. Chu Xiaoxiao received it, perplexed as to how the box had come to be outside. Nie Yun pondered for a moment, then removed a silver-white bracelet from his wrist, proffering it as well. Chu Xiaoxiao accepted it, bewildered. "What is this? I've noticed your recent misfortunes, your proclivity for abduction. This is an ancestral heirloom, capable of warding off malevolence. 就要下 Ye minimum. Despite a strong inclination to strike him, Chu Xiaoxiao wordlessly accepted the bracelet, her head bowed, lost in thought. Remember to wear it at all times. It's efficacious. Nie Yun added, relieved when Chu Xiaoxiao nodded, her face flushed. This incident served as a reminder to Nie Yun. Placing the mechanical insect bracelet on Chu Xiaoxiao would ensure he was immediately alerted to any peril she encountered. As Yimin managed to contact the police and the Chu Corporation with her personal phone, Nie Yun set sail in his dilapidated little fishing boat. The Sea Wolf was far too ostentatious. To avoid being seen by the two women, it had already departed ahead to wait for Nie Yun. Your friend is truly enigmatic. He can effortlessly summon military assistance. Could he be a member of the so-called Red Second Generation? Yimin inquired, gazing at the departing shabby vessel. I doubt it. He seems rather ordinary, Chu Xiaoxiao replied, inexplicably reluctant to divulge too much about Nie Yun, as if his secrets were hers alone. Ordinary? Yimin rolled her eyes. By the way, didn't Tiyu say that whoever vanquishes the villains and rescues you from peril would earn your devotion? It seems the candidate for the Chu Corporation's ideal son-in-law has already been determined. This is quite the scoop. Yimin mused with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson, prompting her to retort, but you also said that. Well then, I wouldn't mind sharing a husband with another woman. But are you willing? Yimin, with her thick skin, was not someone a naive girl like Chu Xiaoxiao could easily tease. You. Chu Xiaoxiao was momentarily speechless, wanting to express her willingness. Yet the words eluded her. Chu Xiaoxiao could not help but laugh as well. The melodious laughter of the two women echoed across the sea. Subsequently, the maritime area was cordoned off by several Coast Guard vessels. As the investigation unfolded, it gradually stirred up a series of commotions, but that is a story for another time. Chapter 34. Reconstructing the Sea Wolf. Regardless of the monumental repercussions the evening's events may incite, they bear little consequence for Nie Yun. Nie Yun, instead, began to assess the evening's spoils. No firearms, no artillery. Our adversaries provide them for us. Though this band of enemies, mercenaries, suffered a miserable and inexplicable defeat, their armaments were remarkably sophisticated, befitting an elite mercenary outfit. Alas, their misfortune was their undoing. Now, having assimilated these weapons and equipment, Nie Yun could be said to have traded in his fowling piece for a cannon, with a silvery shimmer, akin to accumulating sand into a tower. A cache of military hardware materialized before Nie Yun, including AK assault rifles, rocket launchers, grenades, and more. Indeed, were I to venture into the arms trade, I would undoubtedly amass a fortune. Foxconn pales in comparison to the mechanical insects. I dare say I am now the world's most formidable contract manufacturer. In addition to the weapons, there were walkie-talkies, signal jamming devices, and a military-grade laptop, further augmenting Nie Yun's tactical options. He also utilized the computer's military-grade chip to conduct a chip modification on his aquatic robots, performing a military-grade upgrade that enhanced their reaction speed by 10 and reduced energy consumption by 5. More invaluable was the wealth of tactical application data, precise maps, and military knowledge contained within the military laptop, which broadened Nie Yun's horizons and enabled him to amass preliminary military technology. At the very least, he is no longer bewildered by the concept of ballistics. A person with merely a primary school education genuinely struggles to comprehend such complexities. The vast expanse of knowledge has made him acutely aware that the potential of the mechanical insects extends far beyond what is presently observable. He recognizes that his development of these mechanical creatures is insufficient. His imagination must expand further. The foundation of all this lies in energy, raw materials, and countless samples. For the time being, Nie Yun remained on the island, directing the mechanical insects to increase their population. Concurrently, he established hundreds of energy collection devices scattered across the island, nearly covering its entirety. By day, solar panels harness solar energy, and by night, these panels morphed into wind energy collection towers, effectively resolving the issue of energy scarcity. This small island had transformed into his private sanctuary, and Nie Yun had taken meticulous measures to camouflage it. To an outside observer, the island appeared deceptively ordinary, with only its lush vegetation hinting at any anomaly. No one would suspect that beneath the Fade lay a multitude of industrious functional structures. Thanks to the ample supply of raw materials and energy, Nie Yun consumed over 2,000 tons of the Changjiang vessel in a mere 2 days, resulting in an astonishing tenfold increase in the population of mechanical insects, an unprecedented demographic explosion. To facilitate the counting of the mechanical insects, Nie Yun decided to redefine their numbers. Given their minuscule size, quantifying them by sheer numbers would yield astronomical figures. Thus, he opted to measure by weight. 1,000 tons. This is the approximate scale of the mechanical insects at present. With such a formidable population, Nie Yun was now poised to fully mechanize the Sea Wolf vessel. With an ample workforce at his disposal, the project required little time. In just half a day, Nie Yun had procured a gleaming medieval sailing battleship. The ostentation of this design. The extravagant silver finish is truly flamboyant. Subsequently, Nie Yun embarked on a bold and transformative renovation of the Sea Wolf. First and foremost, the mast was removed. The Sea Wolf officially transitioned from sail power to a hybrid oil-electric propulsion system, driven by 3 large propellers. What? You question the design's rationality? Nie Yun dismisses such concerns entirely. As long as it fits, it is deemed rational. His philosophy of ship design is refreshingly straightforward and unapologetic. Next, the Sea Wolf underwent complete sealing operations, converting the hold into a ballast tank. When necessary, seawater could be injected into the ballast tank to facilitate submersion. In other words, the Sea Wolf has now evolved into a dual-purpose vessel capable of subaqueous navigation. This is but one of the imaginative breakthroughs Nie Yun has conceived in recent days. The principle of a submarine is, in essence, quite simple. The greatest technical challenge lies in ensuring watertight integrity, a concern that poses no problem for mechanical insects. Furthermore, Nie Yun repositioned the rear tower to the mid-rear section of the Sea Wolf, serving as the bridge, as well as the captain's quarters and his personal living space. Finally, the interior of the Sea Wolf was outfitted with an abundance of modern weaponry. Aside from the unchanged positioning of the 51 artillery pieces, the deck was now brimming with a myriad of rocket launchers. In Nie Yun's words, this vessel could also function as a missile boat. While its range may be somewhat limited, it compensates with sheer volume to satiate any demand. By the way, armed with the relevant ammunition data from the military laptop and having deconstructed rockets, grenades, C4, and other internal munitions, Nie Yun is now capable of producing smokeless powder using sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, with a notable enhancement in potency. To put it bluntly, as long as the raw materials are sufficient, he can inundate his enemies with countless rounds of ammunition, rendering it a zero-cost endeavor for him. Once all modifications are complete, the Sea Wolf will be utterly transformed. Its medieval-style hull, streamlined superstructure, modern propeller propulsion, and an internal weaponry system resembling a dazzling armory. This abstractly styled warship evokes a sense of wonder, as it seems miraculous that it can float upon the sea at all. At least if the ship sinks. He thought to himself, there would be no cause for alarm. Mechanical Insect. Chapter 35. The power to break free upon completing the modifications to the Sea Wolf. Nie Yun stored this warship model in the Mechanical Insects database, ensuring that whenever needed, he could summon the mechanical insect to instantly assemble the Sea Wolf with but a thought. Subsequently, he eagerly embarked on the maiden voyage aboard the transformed Sea Wolf. The oddly shaped silver vessel set sail from the base on a moonlit night, revealing its silhouette beneath the expansive sky. Seated in the captain's chair of the command room, with transparent glass panels before and to the sides, Nie Yun enjoyed an unobstructed view of the surroundings. Ahead of him and slightly below, several small sea robots were operating the radar and sonar equipment that Nie Yun had copied from the Changjiang. Beside him, as was customary, stood his secretary, now his deputy. Sea Wolf, dead ahead. Full speed ahead. The secretary, a petite sea automaton, declared in a dulcet tone. Command acknowledged. Sea Wolf, dead ahead. Full speed ahead. At his command, The three sets of propellers beneath the surface churned into a rapid spin, the potent recoil pinning Nie Yun against the back of his seat. The Argent warship sliced through the water, leaving a faintly arced white trail in its wake as it surged towards the front left. Yeah, it appears the center of gravity wasn't properly adjusted. Nie Yun, after acclimating to the acceleration, admitted with a touch of chagrin. However, this was a mere trifle for him and the Sea Wolf. Nie Yun immediately commenced adjusting the structural layout of the vessel. And so, upon this stretch of sea, a resplendent silver warship traced a series of S-curves and B-curves, leaving behind a rather flamboyant wake. Were a military observer present, they might remark, indeed, the evasive maneuvers are quite adept. It was not until half an hour later that Nie Yun managed to guide the Sea Wolf in a standard straight line. He wiped his brow and gave an awkward cough. Ahem, these are but minor setbacks. The path of life is invariably circuitous. The Sea Wolf. My heart is now in turmoil. Very well, the surface tests have concluded. Next, let us explore the submersible capabilities of the Sea Wolf. I command maximum speed. Dive. Sea Wolf. Maximum speed, dive. Little High echoed the captain's command. In the next moment, a flurry of bubbles and splashes enveloped the hull of the Sea Wolf as it gradually descended into the depths of the ocean. In less than a minute, it vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a faint trail in its wake. Depth 100 meters. Depth 200 meters. Depth 300 meters. As Little High continuously reported the descending depths, the scenery before Nie Yun transformed incessantly. A thought stirred within him, and suddenly, the surrounding walls of the cabin morphed into transparent glass, enveloping the captain's quarters in a crystalline dome. Nie Yun beheld the silvery moonlight casting its ethereal glow upon the tranquil seabed, as if the light had been refracted through a spectrum, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors, resplendent and enchanting. For a moment, he found himself entranced. Although he had been acquainted with the ocean since childhood, this was his first ascent to such profound depths, and it was his inaugural glimpse into the ocean's otherworldly realm, or rather, the true essence of the sea. The bow of the vessel opened to reveal two powerful searchlights, illuminating the vibrant coral reefs below, creating a myriad of captivating sights. Schools of fish, adorned in a spectrum of hues, flitted between the corals or circled the Sea Wolf with curious fascination. This place thrived with the vibrancy of life, a miraculous experience that ordinary individuals could scarcely comprehend. Immersed in this phantasmagorical realm, a sentence surfaced in Nie Yun's mind. The advancement of humanity is indeed painstakingly slow. Jules Verne, from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. This was among the few books Nie Yun had read, yet remained his favorite. The solitary and proud figure within its pages had left an indelible mark on him. Now, amidst such surroundings, he genuinely grasped the urgency and longing embedded in that sentence. Indeed, the progress of mankind is woefully sluggish. Even in the present era, space and the ocean remain unconquered frontiers. Fortunately, he possessed the mechanical insect. He sensed that the mechanical insect could bestow upon himself and humanity the very power to shatter these constraints. Continue the descent. He yearned to witness the Sea Wolf. Nay, to discover his own limits. A glint of aspiration shone in Nie Yun's eyes. Diving depth 1,000 meters. Diving depth 1,500 meters. Diving depth 2,000 meters. Still insufficient. Nie Yun perceived that the mechanical insect was far from reaching its breaking point. It could endure further. Diving depth 3,000 meters. Diving depth 5,500 meters. Creak, creak. As the Sea Wolf descended to approximately 5,500 meters, the vessel emitted a metallic groan, a testament to the contortion of steel. Is this the extent of our reach for now? Nie Yun murmured, halting the Sea Wolf's further descent. The water pressure here is truly formidable at this moment. A force equivalent to tens of thousands of tons is exerted upon the Sea Wolf, the most advanced submersible in the world, which can only reach depths close to this level. The fact that the Sea Wolf can descend to such depths with its remarkably slender hull is nothing short of a marvel of cutting-edge technology. Sooner or later, I shall conquer you. A spark gleamed in Nie Yun's eyes. Sea Wolf, return to base. Aye, Captain. Sea Wolf. Returning. Chapter 36. Kindred spirits following the completion of the Sea Wolf's transformation plan. All mechanical insects were once again disassembled and meticulously engaged in a next phase of development, upgrading the base. Besides further disguising and enhancing the surface structures of a small island, Nie Yun also shifted his focus beneath the waves. First and foremost, establishing the base beneath the ocean surface is significantly more concealed than constructing it above. The mechanical insects can operate and expand without restraint. Moreover, the seabed, in addition to being littered with countless shipwrecks and artificial debris, harbors nearly limitless mineral resources, which are precisely what Nie Yun requires as raw materials. The minerals found beneath the ocean consist of various metal, ores, and non-metallic materials. For instance, within the continental shelf region, one can find minerals such as sea greenstone and apatite, along with various construction materials. In the deep sea area, there exists a wealth of iron-manganese nodules and polymetallic mud. The minerals within the rock formations primarily include iron, coal, sulfur, and others. It is foreseeable that the number of extractable minerals could reach dozens. However, due to the high costs and difficulties associated with extraction, these precious resources remain largely untapped by humanity. Yet for Nie Yun, equipped with mechanical insects, this presents no insurmountable challenge whatsoever. The resources beneath the sea appeared to Nie Yun as an inexhaustible treasure trove, naturally drawing his gaze toward them. At that moment, several meters below the surface of the small island, a cavern with a diameter of 30 meters was gradually taking shape. Countless small wolf-like robots and mechanical insects were tirelessly entering and exiting, busily transporting soil and rocks, leveling the ground, and constructing various devices. Within the cavern, approximately 300 square meters had been cleared, upon which a dozen rudimentary warehouses had been erected to store different types of raw materials. Further afield, thousands of small wolf robots radiated from this small island, delving into the depths of the sea to gather resources and minerals, which they subsequently deposited into the cavern's resource warehouses. Within these warehouses, numerous mechanical insects were engaged in the sorting and decomposition of the minerals. Iron-rich materials were utilized to expand the population, creating new small wolf robots and spiders that continuously reinforced the collection and transportation teams. Meanwhile, other materials were meticulously categorized for storage, either as construction supplies for the base or as reserve resources, to enhance the small wolf robot's efficiency in underwater operations. Nie Yun incorporated a rugged structure into their limbs and reinforced their overall waterproof capabilities. He also developed a simple program, enabling them to undertake various straightforward underwater tasks such as cleaning, transporting, and exploring without his direct control, thus liberating Nie Yun from the increasingly burdensome demands of oversight. With the aquatic variant of the little wolf robot, coupled with the mechanical insect mini-spiders controlled by Nie Yun, work efficiency is maximized through their complementary capabilities. Acknowledging the pivotal role played by the little wolf robots, another focal point of his current endeavors is the optimization of the little wolf's internal programming. Whenever a little wolf robot encounters a logical fallacy or operational misstep during a mission, Nie Yun, upon receiving the information, can promptly refine their intelligent programming and subsequently synchronize the upgrade across all little wolf robots. The multitude of robots yields a plethora of experimental data, furnishing Nie Yun with ample samples and a basis for refinement. This undertaking may appear deceptively simple, yet even the most avant-garde high-tech software firms on Earth would likely find it unattainable to achieve such immediate rectification as Nie Yun. It is a flawless optimization cycle, the cost of which under normal circumstances would be astronomically high, but for Nie Yun, it is merely a matter of a fleeting thought. As if endowed with superhuman abilities, Nie Yun's robots are optimizing their intelligence at a rate of nearly one major version update per hour, and their work efficiency is escalating at an astonishing pace. With the assistance of the robots, the underwater base is expanding at a visibly rapid rate, its transformation nothing short of a marvel. Once the base construction gradually stabilizes, no longer requiring Nie Yun's constant vigilance, he finally exhales a protracted sigh of relief. Despite his stamina becoming increasingly superhuman after merging with the mechanical insects, Several consecutive days of intense operation have left him thoroughly weary. He yawned and ambled towards his opulent presidential suite aboard the Sea-Wolf. Scarcely had his head touched the pillow than Nie Yun was plunged into slumber. Meanwhile, not far from the clandestine base, a rudimentary raft drifted aimlessly upon the ocean surface. Its sail, evidently fashioned from a repurposed tent, hung tattered upon a mast of raw timber, offering scant propulsion. Big brother, a burly man, pallid and enervated, leaned against the mast, feebly exclaiming, "Are we to meet our end?" Behind him, another, more wiry man, equally languid, mustered his last dregs of strength to bellow. "Cease your blathering. Land is nigh. Persevere." These two were none other than the hapless duo who had abducted Chu Xiao, the eldest and third of the desperate trio. In a cruel twist of fate, the secluded islet, though remote, lay near shipping lanes. Yet, fortune frowned upon them, and the two ill-starred brothers languished for 8 long days without sight of a single vessel. To add to their woes, their provisions of fresh water and sustenance dwindled rapidly. Devoid of any knowledge of wilderness survival, they could not emulate the feats of Bear Grylls, snapping off heads and discerning the taste of chicken. Thus, they hastily constructed a makeshift raft, laden with their remaining water and a meager store of wild fruits, and set forth in search of salvation. However, lacking any nautical expertise, they soon became lost in the vast expanse of the sea, unaware that their position was drifting ever further from the mainland. 2 days have passed, and their supply of fresh water has been exhausted, leaving the two men in dire straits. With a sharp snap, the leader produced the last wild fruit and took a small bite, laboriously chewing it in his parched mouth before swallowing it with great difficulty. He then extended the fruit to the third man behind him. "The last one, go on and eat it." However, the third man declined, forcing a bitter smile as he replied, "Boss, you should eat it. I have a hearty appetite, and this morsel won't suffice. You ought to conserve your strength. Perhaps you'll manage to survive." Hearing this, the leader's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but he retorted harshly, "If I tell you to eat, then eat. Stop with the nonsense. Are you itching for a beating?" Reluctantly, the third man accepted the fruit, his gaze vacant as it drifted towards the distant sea. Suddenly, he froze, and just as he was about to bring the fruit to his mouth, it slipped from his fingers and tumbled to the ground. The fruit rolled past the leader and plopped into the ocean, sending up a small splash. You wasteful fool. What on earth are you doing? That was our last morsel." The leader was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted with a pained wail. In a fit of rage, he turned to seize the third man's collar, intending to strike him a few times. Yet, the third man, with a face alight with excitement, pointed towards the horizon and exclaimed, "Boss, an island. There's an island." Upon hearing this, the elder brother lifted his head in astonishment, following the direction indicated by the third brother. Indeed, there lay an island, its verdant foliage symbolizing a beacon of hope. Chapter 37. Who Disturbs My Slumber? With renewed hope igniting within their hearts, the two brothers mustered the last vestiges of their strength, propelling the raft towards the isle. After half an hour, the utterly exhausted pair finally managed to beach their makeshift vessel upon a coastal reef. As fortune would have it, upon setting foot on the island, they discovered a nearby pool filled with precious fresh water. After quenching their thirst, the two men regained some vigor and began their search for sustenance. "Elder brother, I have an inexplicable feeling that something is amiss here." The third brother, with his background in underground bare-knuckle fighting, possessed an animalistic intuition for danger. He hesitated at the edge of a forest. "Cease your foolish prattle. Even if there are wild beasts, do you believe we are mere herbivores? Even if a Tyrannosaurus Rex were to emerge, I would devour it raw before your very eyes." The elder brother ferociously brandished his pistol, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. With that, he strode into the woods. The third brother scratched his head and followed suit. As they traversed the dense thicket, the surrounding environment gradually transformed. Even the elder brother, who had earlier proclaimed his readiness to devour a Tyrannosaurus Rex, began to sense an anomaly. The trees thinned, revealing expanses of solar panels camouflaged in verdant hues, stretching across the landscape as far as the eye could see. Though difficult to discern from afar, The artificiality became glaringly obvious upon closer inspection. The island is inhabited. This island has been developed. The increasingly conspicuous signs of human intervention made this realization dawn upon the two men. "Chief, someone's here. We might be saved," the third exclaimed jubilantly. "Fool! Assess the situation first. Would a normal person necessitate such a disguise?" The leader retorted, restraining himself. "Perhaps an environmentalist?" The leader suppressed the urge to strike his companion, proceeding with increasing caution. The vicinity was replete with solar panels, devoid of any human presence. Suddenly, a rustling emanated from the undergrowth nearby, suggesting activity within. The two watched intently, the leader's sole pistol trained on the source of the sound. To their astonishment, a toy robot, approximately 20 centimeters in height, emerged from the foliage. It wore a small vest and jeans, and its endearing, oversized head was adorned with pointed antennae. The robot was hauling a damaged solar panel, trudging forward with great effort. To liberate the mechanical insects from their labor, the solar energy collection apparatus in this area had been completely transformed into ordinary, non-mechanical insect materials. Under Nie Yun's design, this process had been fully automated, obviating the need for Nie Yun's intervention. The wolf cub robots were perfectly capable of executing the task. The diminutive robot disregarded the two men, proceeding directly toward a destination. The two men exchanged bewildered glances. "Chief," the third began, "do you think we've stumbled in a Lilliput? The kind they write about in fairy tales?" The leader cast a sidelong glance at the third, his expression peculiar. "Unbeknownst to you, beneath your wild exterior lies a heart brimming with youthful exuberance. Come, let us follow and discover." The leader, summoning his resolve, made a decisive choice. The two followed the mechanical diminutive figure for approximately 10 minutes. Upon traversing a dense thicket, their vision abruptly expanded, leaving them astounded by the scene that unfolded before their eyes. A nearly 100-meter-long silver warship stood imposingly not far away. This oddly shaped vessel, cloaked in a gleaming metallic sheen, emanated an unmistakable aura of advanced technology. Yet, its structural arrangement and the cannon ports along its side evoked a design reminiscent of medieval ships from the realm of cinema, stirring an inexplicable sense of peculiarity within them. It lay serenely docked at a rudimentary pier, its size deceptively modest, yet it exuded an intangible sense of oppression. Surrounding the dock were several warehouse-like buildings, bustling with countless mechanical figures, tirelessly entering and exiting, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. "Boss, we have indeed entered a land of little people," exclaimed the third member, his voice tinged with excitement, slightly louder than intended. "Silence," the leader retorted, his expression darkening as he lowered his voice. A sense of trepidation gripped him. If he was not mistaken, they had inadvertently stumbled into a remarkably enigmatic realm. If discovered, who could assure them that these peculiar mechanical beings would be as amiable as depicted in tales of little people? What if they were, in truth, a legion of extraterrestrials poised to invade Earth? Captured, would they be silenced or subjected to dissection? After all, that is how such stories unfold in the movies, is it not? However, his words came a touch too late, as the commotion had already captured attention. Not far away, several distinctly unique silver female robots suddenly turned to gaze in their direction, and for a fleeting moment, the previously bustling scene fell into an eerie silence. All the robots, momentarily stunned, ceased their activities and collectively focused on the two individuals. Simultaneously, the slumbering Nie Yun slowly opened his eyes. The two men, witnessing this spectacle, felt as though their scalps were about to explode. What sort of psychological turmoil does one experience when being scrutinized by thousands of either adorably naive or chillingly cold robots? They were about to fully comprehend it. "Boss, I have a phobia of clusters," stammered the third brother, swallowing hard. "What on earth were you doing earlier? Come on, let us retreat slowly," the elder brother advised cautiously, simultaneously monitoring the movements of the robots while discreetly inching backward, before they could retreat into the dense forest. A languid voice, punctuated by a yawn, suddenly broke the tension. "Who dares to disturb the slumber of this king?" As the voice resounded, a figure emerged on the deck of a silver-white battleship, squinting down at the two. Draped in a silver cloak, the figure appeared quite youthful, with somewhat dark skin, and the gaze directed at them was far from amiable. The two brothers exchanged bewildered glances. This king? The implications of this are staggering. Oh, so it's an old acquaintance. My apologies, I just awoke and haven't yet had the chance to change scenes. Ahem, let us start over. So, you were the ones who interrupted my afternoon nap? Nie Yun concluded, casting a somewhat mischievous glance at the two. Run. Despite being unaware of the reason for the other party's claim of familiarity, the leader acutely discerned the malice directed at them by Nie Yun and promptly yelled, turning to flee. Behind them, a multitude of diminutive robotic figures loomed menacingly, notably armed with individual artillery shells. As the adage goes, the unyielding fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. A desperate man, when driven, transcends to the zenith of mental fortitude. However, their adversary mirrored their desperation, and in far greater numbers. Could two desperate individuals prevail against hundreds? Were they not already tempting fate? Chapter 38. Aligning by the time the two were disarmed and escorted before Nie Yun. They had adopted an obsequious demeanor. You are remarkably cooperative. I had anticipated a struggle, Nie Yun remarked, reclining in the captain's chair, leg cocked. A sardonic smile playing on his lips as he observed them. Inwardly, the two cursed. Anyone would exhibit similar compliance when confronted with such an arsenal. The walls of the captain's chamber were densely arrayed with dozens of AK-47s trained upon them, with even a dozen rocket launchers protruding from the ceiling. Both men vowed to develop a profound case of trypophobia from that day forward. Esteemed, sir, you jest. How could we dare? We merely trespassed upon your territory inadvertently, with no intention of offense. Might you, in the spirit of shared humanity, grant us our freedom? The leader implored cautiously. And what assurance do you possess that I am, in fact, human? With his head bowed, Nie Yun's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his expression obscured from the view of the petrified pair. However, his words sent shivers down their spines. Could this being truly be extraterrestrial? Speak, Nie Yun commanded. Reveal the reasons for your arrival upon my isle. Remember, you are afforded but a solitary opportunity. Should you dare to utter falsehoods, my garden yearns for enrichment. The two individuals, now consumed by the sheer terror of a close encounter of the third kind, dared not utter a single untruth. The fact that their captor bore a striking resemblance to a terrestrial human, devoid of horns or a tail, was of little consequence. Without omitting a single detail, they recounted their misfortune, their voyage to this island, and their origins, even confessing to childhood indiscretions. Upon hearing their tale, Nie Yun stroked his chin, contemplating their fate. The brothers nervously awaited his judgment, pondering whether to submit passively or offer a futile resistance should he decide to subject them to vivisection. Would you be amenable to employment? Nie Yun inquired suddenly. The question left them dumbfounded. The elder brother, as though failing to comprehend, asked incredulously, Pardon? Could you repeat that? So you decline, Nie Yun remarked, rising to his feet. Wait, we are willing. We are willing. The two exclaimed hastily. It was not a matter of choice. Did they not see the gun barrels emerging all around? They should have said so earlier. However, our company is quite formal. Recruitment necessitates an interview. Have you both brought your resumes? What? A company? Recruitment? Well, I didn't bring a resume. The two were on the verge of tears. What need was there for a resume for someone like us? No resume? People nowadays are so careless. Never mind. Let us simplify the process. You are undergraduates, correct? Yes, I'm a graduate student. The leader felt he might have stumbled into the wrong scene. Perhaps a change of attire was in order? Should I don a tie? Oh, a high achiever. Which school did you attend? Nie Yun was a bit taken aback. Tsinghua. The leader straightened his chest with pride. Two voices, filled with surprise, one belonging to Nie Yun and the other to the third member. Leader, you never mentioned you had this background. The third member exclaimed in astonishment. Cough. It's all ancient history. Back when I graduated, I was fearless and started my own project, which ended up leaving me in significant debt. Eventually, things worsened, and I felt too embarrassed to admit I was a Tsinghua graduate. Oh, the two nodded in understanding. So, he was indeed an academic elite. My apologies. However, I regret to inform you that I do not hire from 985 institutions. We only recruit from 211. I cannot tell if it is merely an illusion, but the leader always felt that this extraterrestrial being seemed to have a rather unfriendly tone. Thus, I only have temporary positions available. Are you interested? Yun's countenance remained impassive as he cast a sidelong glance at him. Eggheads are such a nuisance. Yes, yes. The eldest hastily assented. The prospect of being relegated to mere fertilizer in the absence of even temporary employment was hardly appealing. Only a fool would decline. And what about you? Nie Yun inquired, turning his attention to the third sibling. Me? Well, I only attended middle school for a couple of years. I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed, and I dropped out before finishing. People say I'm just a brute with a few muscles. Heh. The third sibling confessed, scratching the back of his head with a hint of embarrassment. Alas, you mustn't belittle yourself. So-and-so, for instance, only graduated from elementary school. Yet he ultimately achieved a remarkable feat. I find you to be quite an exceptional young man. I have high hopes for you. From this moment forward, you are a full-fledged employee. So-and-so? Who might that be? The eldest, upon hearing these words, nearly choked on his own blood. The disparity in treatment was glaringly obvious. He was now consumed by regret, lamenting his decision to attend Tsinghua University. Had he known, he would have opted for a vocational school instead. This was a quintessential example of choice outweighing effort. Ahem, what you say is profoundly insightful. I couldn't agree more. What is academic qualification, anyway? I must confess, my diploma was acquired through familial connections. I was a perennial repeater in my class, never even earning a single red flower in elementary school. I failed the college English test band for a total of 8 times, much to my shame. The eldest lamented, attempting to salvage the situation. Oh, is that so? No matter, these are but minor trifles. The most crucial aspect of a person is their talent. I perceive great potential in you. Nie Yun responded with a warm and affable demeanor, devoid of mockery, adopting an intimate tone as though addressing a kindred spirit. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Thank you. Thank you so much. The leader was moved to the point of tears. As expected, aligning oneself with the right faction is paramount, regardless of the circumstances. Overwhelmed with emotion, the leader's face flushed crimson before he abruptly fainted. He was so moved that he passed out. Initially taken aback, Nie Yun was then deeply touched. I suspect he merely succumbed to hunger. The third member of the group mumbled artlessly. Chapter 39. The Tempest of Xia City, esteemed leader. It appears our new employer treats us rather well. Not only does he provide sustenance, but he also offers employee benefits. Observe this silver necklace. How exquisite! The third member stroked the necklace around his neck with an expression of contentment. Surrounding him were remnants of fish bones, indicative of a recent repast. The silver necklace bore a meticulously crafted pendant in the shape of a small wolf robot. Nie Yun had generously bestowed one upon each of them, grandly proclaiming it an employee benefit. The leader cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ensuring they were unobserved before whispering, "You simpleton, this new boss is an extraterrestrial." The more beneficence he displays, the more likely he harbors ulterior motives. We must remain vigilant and avoid being exploited without realizing it. Understood, leader. But what ulterior motives do you surmise he possesses? If I were privy to the thoughts of extraterrestrials, would I still be considered human? The leader retorted, rolling his eyes. That is a valid point. The third member chuckled sheepishly. A cough from behind startled them both. They spun around in disarray, only to find their new employer regarding them with a genial smile. Boss! They exclaimed in unison, scrambling to their feet with deference. Replete, are we? Nie Yun smiled gently, having just finished his meal. The boss always felt that Nie Yun had ulterior motives. Well, since you're full, I have a task for you to accomplish. Do you have confidence? What task? You haven't mentioned anything yet. How can we have confidence? We do. The two stood upright, speaking in unison with unwavering conviction. Excellent. I have prepared the communication tools and the vessel for you. Once you retrieve the items, you may set off. As for the details of the task, I will guide you step by step. Understood, boss. Nie Yun nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Boss? The leader hesitated before speaking. Aren't you worried we might run away? Of course not. Trust is paramount. If you have doubts, do not employ them. I have absolute faith in you. Nie Yun waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. Upon hearing this, the leader felt a swell of emotion, a sense of camaraderie that inspired a willingness to sacrifice for a friend. Oh, by the way, there is something I forgot to mention. A smile curled at the corners of Nie Yun's lips as he snapped his fingers. For small wolf-like robots approached, carrying a half-length sculpture, which they placed before the group. Such sculptures are commonly used as models for painting practice and are prevalent in the outside world. Nie Yun then produced a necklace identical to the one around their necks and adorned the sculpture with it. The two looked on in confusion. What you see here is a necklace, and this is a model. With a flourish, Nie Yun brandished a silver pointer, elucidating the intricacies of the sculpture to the duo. Indeed, they responded in unison, nodding with fervent agreement. There exist several stipulations. Firstly, the unauthorized removal of the necklace. Secondly, the divulgence of any intelligence pertaining to this location. Thirdly, the perpetration of any act that displeases me. Should any of these three conditions be contravened, as Nie Yun's pronouncement reverberated, the diminutive wolves adorning the necklace experienced an abrupt ocular luminescence, followed by a rapid and audible constriction, culminating in the statue's decapitation. The disembodied head of the statue rolled upon the ground. The two swallowed audibly. This was, in effect, a high-tech garrote. Have you ever experienced the sensation of a blade against your throat? Perhaps you have. But have you ever experienced the sensation of a blade perpetually poised against your throat? These unfortunate souls were now privy to such an experience. Is this the extent of your trust in us? Concurrently, as Nie Yun was indoctrinating his newly acquired subordinates, the city of Xia was experiencing a tempestuous period in the aftermath of the yacht abduction. Initially, the revelation of Chu Xiaoxiao's reabduction by foreign mercenary forces ignited a maelstrom. Compounding the situation, the discovery of a deceased individual, known as Feng, with demonstrable ties to Han Yi, the scion of the Ryu group, placed the corporation at the epicenter of scrutiny, prompting multiple investigative visits from law enforcement. The two paramount conglomerates of Xia City were embroiled in a bitter feud, implicating scores of casualties, inciting a frenzy of investigative reporting from news outlets, akin to sharks scenting blood. However, the tumult gradually subsided due to the assiduous maneuvers of the Radiant Sun Group in both political and commercial spheres. Even the media began to exercise restraint in their coverage, and the police declared a cessation of investigations into the Radiant Sun Group due to insufficient evidence, effectively shelving the matter. Evidently, the Radiant Sun Group had deployed public relations tactics, revealing the deep-seated foundations of an established power. While the precise cost incurred by the Radiant Sun Group remained undisclosed, it was undeniable that the nascent Chu Corporation was no match for its adversary in this arena. The second event involved the Chu Corporation's ostentatious declaration of entering the oceanic trade industry, thereby directly competing with the core business of the Radiant Sun Group, further intensifying the animosity between the two entities. The third incident concerned the emergence of several 17th-century antique gold coins on the market, which greatly enlivened numerous collectors. Even numismatists from Europe and America were roused, with auction averages reaching 3 million renminbi, causing a stir in Xia City's antique trading market. Although the fervor paled in comparison to the preceding two events, it still garnered limited attention. Furthermore, rumors circulated that the Chu Corporation had discovered a vast maritime treasure, from which these coins were purportedly excavated. The scuttlebutt was that the Chu family's eldest daughter had been targeted for successive kidnappings due to the burden of possessing such coveted riches. Imperial Grandeur Tower, headquarters of the Radiant Sun Group. Your handling of this matter lacked prudence. A middle-aged man, his hair flecked with gray, yet possessing a keen gaze, regarded the respectful figure of Han Yi across from him. His tone was grave. This man was none other than Han Xiangxing, the chairman of the Sunlight Group. Father, this time it was my oversight. I never anticipated that fool A Feng would prove so utterly incompetent, not only failing to capture anyone, but also losing himself and dragging our Sunlight Group into this mess. I feel an overwhelming urge to eliminate him once more. Han Yi seethed through clenched teeth. Enough, Han Xiangxing sighed, rubbing his temples in fatigue. This matter is somewhat peculiar. It cannot be solely attributed to you. The information I have gathered from the police is rather strange. We must refrain from making any significant move for the time being and observe how things unfold. The Han family had exerted considerable influence and paid a hefty price to suppress this incident. The police appear to have little progress on the case. Although Chu Xiao and the surviving bodyguard claimed that pirates had intervened in a firefight, allowing them to survive, there were too many inconsistencies. Pirates? In the vicinity of our nation, where could there possibly be any significant pirate presence? Even more bizarre was the evidence of combat on the yacht, which suggested the involvement of a formidable military unit that had unleashed a considerable number of artillery to decisively eliminate that group of mercenaries. Such firepower could likely only come from the military. What? Hani gasped in shock. Father, are you implying that the military is involved in this matter? That cannot be, as I have never heard of any connection between the Chu group and the military. Thus, I assert that this matter is rather peculiar. Until we ascertain whether the Qi family has any backing, our Sunlight group ought to refrain from taking further action. Rest assured, I have long been devising strategies to address this situation. The Chu family is merely an emerging company. How could they possibly comprehend the depths of our Sunlight group? I have already contacted several major suppliers to obstruct their supply channels. Additionally, I have manipulated some aspects of their import and export qualifications with customs. This should delay their progress. I see. Father is indeed astute. Well, given the current tense atmosphere outside, you should maintain a low profile for the time being. There have been murmurs within the family expressing discontent towards you. Yes, I understand. He lowered his head obediently, yet a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The Chu family. This matter is far from over. Chapter 40. Exposure Chu Group Headquarters. This is utterly outrageous. What do you mean by insufficient evidence? If this matter cannot be resolved satisfactorily, we, the Chu family, will certainly not let it rest. Chu Feng glared furiously at Lu Guodong, who sat opposite him. Chairman Chu, it's not that we are not making an effort. It is simply that the case lacks any leads. There is only a body of a suspect related to the Sunlight Group, and we have no means to convict the other party. After all, everything must be substantiated by evidence, Lu Guodong replied with a wry smile. Having articulated his thoughts, he cast a fleeting glance towards Chu Xiao and Yi Min, who were seated beside him. However, should Miss Chu and Captain Yi be amenable to assisting us with further inquiries, I am confident that. His discourse was abruptly curtailed by Chu Feng's interjection. Has Xiao not been cooperative with the investigation? Did she not state that she was confined within the cabin and utterly unaware of the events transpiring? Her personal bodyguard, Yi Min, can corroborate this. A sheen of perspiration began to form on Lu Guodong's countenance. That is not the issue. It is merely that if Miss Chu could furnish the authorities with any insights regarding the purpose of her voyage and any subsequent encounters, it would undoubtedly expedite the progression of the case. Did I not convey that I merely sought a respite that day? Did I not, Sister Yi? Zhu Xiaoxia, who had been seated beside her, finally interjected, casting a playful wink towards Yi Min. Yi Min's lips contorted slightly before she offered a tacit nod. Alas, she had been shanghaied onto a ship of dubious repute. Upon the case's resolution, Chu Xiao had promptly acquired Yi Min's lifetime contract from Dragon Spring Security, thereby rendering Chu her new employer. The young heiress had coerced her into prevarication, threatening to withhold her wages should she fail to comply. She was, regrettably, left with little recourse. Furthermore, Nie Yun had been her savior, and she found herself unable to decline his modest request. Was it not incumbent upon her, as a citizen, to cooperate with the police investigation, particularly given her status as a victim? Chu Xiao's recalcitrance and withholding of information rendered the task akin to expecting a skilled artisan to produce without materials. Reflecting on the call received from the provincial office today, he was instructed to hope that this significant matter could be minimized and trivialized. It was yet another source of frustration for him. Akin to the saying that when dragons fight, the fish in the pond suffer, he found himself caught in a difficult position. Director, we have a lead on the case. What case? Lu Guodong inquired. The kidnapping case of a young lady from the Chu family. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lu Guodong's spirit instantly heightened. Are you implying that the lead pertains to someone named Nie Yun? He furrowed his brow as he glanced at a document encased in a transparent plastic bag, accompanied by a photograph of Nie Yun. The individual in the picture appeared rather ordinary, thin and dark-skinned. Indeed, Director, this is a maritime transaction contract we discovered on the deceased, Wu Jianya. He was a manager at the Chu Group and unfortunately met with tragedy while accompanying the young lady from the Chu family on a sea excursion. According to our analysis, he was killed by a group of mercenaries from Annam. Wu Jianya. Why? Why did this happen? Must I wait until I collect my lunch before I learn the whole truth? Well, I was initially puzzled as to why the young lady would require a manager for a leisurely outing at sea. Please continue. Yes, based on this transaction contract, it appears that this person named Nie Yun purchased a second-hand cargo ship from the Chu Group for $9.85 million. While that in itself is unremarkable, the crucial detail is that the date of the contract's signing coincides precisely with the day of the incident. What? This revelation has certainly caught Lu Guodong's attention. The date of the contract signing is the same as the day of the incident. This suggests that Chu Xiaoxiao's voyage was not without purpose. Rather, she went to meet an individual named Nie Yun and sold him a used cargo ship. This would explain her bringing manager Wu along, as they were essentially going to conduct a transaction. However, even so, why would she need to conceal it? There must be something suspicious about this. A glint of shrewdness appeared in Lu Guodong's eyes. Has this Nie Yun been investigated? Lu Guodong inquired. We have already accessed his basic information in the citizen database through his ID number. However, his profile only indicates that he is an ordinary fisherman at Nanwan Wharf, without even a registered permanent residence. Very well, an ordinary fisherman? How could an ordinary fisherman produce over $8 million to buy a ship? I was hoping he was not involved, but it's better if he is. Immediately arrange for personnel to conduct a thorough investigation into this Nie Yun. Yes, Director. Also, this matter is of utmost importance. Various factions are watching closely. Before the results of the investigation are revealed, no one is allowed to disclose the progress of the case. Is that clear? Understood. At the Han family villa in Xia City. Are you saying that it is highly probable that the Chu family's eldest daughter met a fisherman named Nie Yun that day? Are you sure you're not jesting? Han, he stood before the massive French windows, frowning. Behind him stood a subordinate, waiting attentively. Sweat beaded on the subordinate's forehead. Your subordinate is not privy to the detailed reasons, but I have just conducted a preliminary investigation into this Nie Yun through the local riffraff at Nanwan Wharf. He is indeed an ordinary fisherman at Nanwan Wharf, making a living with a small fishing boat. Moreover, there have been accounts of a young lady of the Chu family being spotted at South Bay Dock on the eve of the first kidnapping incident, and the location of her initial appearance after being rescued also transpired to be the same dock. Consequently, the intelligence team of the group speculates that this individual named Nie Yun may indeed have a connection with a young lady of the Chu family. Oh, Han Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, young master, at this moment, completely unaware that he had been exposed to the scrutiny of both the police and the formidable Ri Yao group, Nie Yun was leisurely basking in the sun, relishing his vacation on the island. As for the sophisticated notion of counter-surveillance, it was to a primary school student a mere illusion. Chapter 41, Nuclear Fisherman. Secret base after dismissing the pale and sweating Ding Liang, who had exerted himself tirelessly. Nie Yun reclined comfortably on a beach chair, closing his eyes for a brief respite. The afternoon sun enveloped him in a warm embrace, inducing a sensation of bliss that made him want to sigh with pleasure. On the table beside him lay a military-grade laptop provided by the mercenaries, accompanied by a massive signal receiver, seamlessly linking the computer to satellites orbiting in space. The development of the base was progressing methodically, and seizing the opportunity for a fleeting moment of leisure, Nie Yun resolved to partake in a popular online activity. For him, this was undoubtedly a novel experience filled with intrigue. So this is the essence of the internet. How fascinating. Connecting the world, indeed. Such a magnificent technology. Physical addresses, IPs. So this is the digital identity for surfing the web. If one were to commit misdeeds, could they be apprehended? Indeed, is it not the localization of network terminals? Global positioning. How remarkable. Ah, the art of hacking. Perhaps I should acquire a modicum of knowledge in it, for one must harbor no malicious intent, yet remain ever vigilant against the intentions of others. What is this? Ah, it is simply a feast for the eyes. It is astonishing to realize that the intricacies of human anatomy can be so exquisite. The science of human reproduction is indeed a profound discipline. I must delve deeper into this study. Countless streams of data flickered rapidly in Nie Yun's vision, absorbing knowledge from the internet at an astonishing pace. As time progressed, the synergy between Nie Yun and the mechanical insect grew ever more harmonious, nearly reaching the pinnacle of unity, where one exists within the other. To put it plainly, Nie Yun's mastery over the mechanical insect's capabilities intensified, rendering the mechanical insect entirely subservient to him. To illustrate, the mechanical insect has become akin to an external organ for Nie Yun, simultaneously functioning as both brain and body. This naturally encompasses their storage and computational abilities. For storage and computation are realms in which robots excel. It can be asserted that any information recorded by the mechanical insect, whether derived from hard drives consumed by it or directly downloaded from the internet in a local memory, can be instantaneously memorized by Nie Yun and assimilated through its formidable computational prowess. In simpler terms, the speed of network downloads equates to Nie Yun's learning rate. He could not elucidate the origin of this ability, attributing it solely to the extraordinary symbiotic relationship with the mechanical insect. It is feared that even the creators of the mechanical insects, the Ares civilization, could not have anticipated the emergence of a life form capable of establishing a soulful connection with these mechanical beings. The original intent behind the design of the mechanical insects was merely to endow them with the ability to repair damaged spacecraft. Thus, they were equipped solely with functionalities for storing spacecraft models, shape-shifting, disassembling, and remaking. They were not granted significant intelligence, and to prevent an uncontrolled proliferation of the mechanical insects, their reproductive capabilities were deliberately limited. However, under the relentless influence of cosmic rays, extreme environments, and the passage of time, the mechanical insects began to undergo mutations. Ultimately, this transformative process culminated in their complete metamorphosis through the fusion with Nie Yun, giving rise to a new life form in a remarkable symbiotic relationship. If artificial intelligence can be regarded as a unique life form born from machinery, then the symbiosis between Nie Yun and the mechanical insects can be defined as the exquisite amalgamation of biological and mechanical entities, resulting in a flawless symbiotic organism. They possess the infinite replicative abilities and supercomputational power of machinery, coupled with the self-awareness and evolutionary traits of biological beings, making them a more perfect mechanical organism than artificial intelligence itself. Now, this monstrous existence begins to cautiously probe the Earth's internet, akin to a ravenous dragon delicately tasting its trembling prey. When it finally unleashes its gaping maw, it will surely herald a tempest of blood and chaos. What is this? Goodness! The encyclopedia even contains information on the structure and fundamental principles of nuclear weapons. As Nie Yun browses through the vast ocean of knowledge, his eyes widen in astonishment, and he exclaims in surprise. No wonder Nie Yun, a seemingly naive individual, was astonished, as if the formula for gunpowder was readily available online. The construction and principles of nuclear weapons are hardly shrouded in secrecy. Even high school physics provides foundational insights. However, possessing this knowledge proves to be of little practical use, as the true complexity of nuclear weapons lies in their fissile materials, the refinement of these materials, and the capability for long-range delivery, such as intercontinental ballistic missiles and strategic bombers. Presently, only 5 nations possess comprehensive nuclear capabilities, and these details are meticulously guarded. Additionally, the extraction and trade of nuclear fuel are under stringent governmental control, rendering private ownership impossible. Thus, even if one delves deeply into nuclear technology, the conclusion often boils down to a simple, "Oh, I see." Yet for Nie Yun, the situation was different. According to the information he acquired post-education, humanity has developed two primary pathways for harnessing nuclear energy. The first involves the fission of heavy elements, such as uranium, while the second pertains to the fusion of light elements, such as deuterium and tritium. The technology for uranium fission is relatively advanced, widely employed in atomic bombs and nuclear power plants. However, terrestrial reserves of uranium do not exceed 5 million tons, which, based on current consumption rates, would last merely a few decades. In contrast, the quantity of dissolved uranium in seawater amounts to approximately 4.5 billion tons, vastly surpassing terrestrial reserves. Nevertheless, the concentration of uranium in seawater is exceedingly low, with merely 3 grams of uranium found in every 1,000 tons of seawater. Extracting uranium from seawater necessitates processing vast volumes of water, a highly intricate technological endeavor, at least according to current human capabilities. Yet Nie Yun's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Separating elements was indeed the forte of mechanical worms. His curiosity was thoroughly piqued. As he delved deeper into the publicly available technical literature on nuclear fission, beads of perspiration began to form on Nie Yun's forehead. It seemed, perhaps, possibly, maybe, these concepts presented no significant challenge to him. Uranium extraction technology from seawater? Utterly unnecessary. Given some time, the mechanical insects could effortlessly isolate uranium. High-concentration uranium purification? Centrifuge separation technology? Requiring a massive power supply. Also unnecessary. The elements extracted by the mechanical insects, could they be merely 998 K pure? Absolutely 999 K pure uranium. Nie Yun stared blankly for quite some time. It seems I was merely browsing the internet out of boredom, and now I've become a nuclear fisherman. Chapter 42. Nuclear fuel, anyone? Secret base, makeshift dock. Boss, don't you find this speedboat strangely familiar? The third brother gazed at the vehicle Nie Yun had prepared for them, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Third brother, you have that feeling too? I thought it was just my imagination. It's very familiar. But where have we seen it before? The boss stroked his chin, lost in thought. The two pondered for a moment, then almost simultaneously lifted their heads, pointing at the speedboat, their eyes wide with disbelief as they exclaimed in unison, "Isn't that the speedboat we lost?" The two stared blankly at the speedboat, utterly dumbfounded by the scene. Boss, do you think it might just be similar in appearance? This model of speedboat is quite common. Nonsense. See that chip paint over there? Have you forgotten how that happened? The boss's observational skills were indeed sharp. The speedboat replicated by the mechanical insects using ordinary materials. How could it not be identical? Even when scrutinized under a microscope, rest assured that every paint pleat aligns uniformly in a single direction. Could it be that the boss is surreptitiously? Alas, before the third brother could finish his utterance, the eldest abruptly interrupted him with a sharp rap on the head. "What are you prattling about?" he exclaimed. "This is undoubtedly a test orchestrated by the boss." The eldest brother glared fiercely at the third, furtively winking as if to say, "Have you forgotten condition number 3? What do you mean by stealing?" Displeasing the boss will result in immediate termination, with blood splattering in all directions. The third brother, recalling the bloodletting device poised above his neck, albeit with lingering doubt, hastily nodded in agreement. Yes, that must be it." Subsequently, he touched his head and inquired, "Eldest brother, why do you suppose the boss is putting us through this trial? Are you daft?" The eldest retorted, "Consider Sun Wukong, who traversed countless mountains and rivers, crossing oceans, before mastering the 72 transformations. Every formidable figure, before accepting subordinates, must assess their character and resolve. Given the boss's stature, does he casually accept just anyone as a subordinate? Therefore, this must be an assessment of our mettle." The third brother's face lit up with sudden comprehension. "I see. Eldest brother, you are indeed wise. Your words resonate with profound logic." The two simultaneously bowed in the direction of Nie Yun, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, boss, for your cultivation." After a considerable interval, perceiving no response from their surroundings, the two wiped away their perspiration and stood up. Upon boarding the speedboat, they observed that, in addition to 2 backpacks, a small wolf robot stood atop the control panel. "Greetings, boss." The two chorused, bowing once more to the wolf robot. The wolf robot's eyes flickered, emitting a burst of electronic sound. Commencing mission deployment. Corrected and improved version. Primary Directive 1. Arrive in Xia City within 24 hours. Successful completion will result in the revocation of outstanding warrants and a reward of 300,000 renminbi. Failure to comply will result in consequences as previously stipulated. Primary Directive 2 will be automatically issued upon successful completion of Primary Directive 1. Warning: do not misplace this mission deployment device. Negligence will result in dire ramifications. The siblings exchanged glances, subsequently straightening their postures. Yes, sir. We guarantee mission success. Once the ocular sensors of the robotic canine dimmed, the brothers commenced a hushed colloquy. Elder brother, I am uncertain if it is merely my perception, but the parameters of this assignment seem vaguely familiar. Disregard such conjectures. Did you not heed the mission briefing? We must expedite our arrival in Xia City. Make haste. We shall alternate piloting the vessel and depart forthwith. Very well, elder brother. However, do you truly believe the employer possesses the capacity to rescind the police's warrant? If the employer lacks the capability, do you presume to possess it? Are you familiar with extraterrestrial technology? No. Then cease your incessant queries. Commence navigation. Understood, elder brother. In another locale, Nie Yun wiped perspiration from his brow. The internet is indeed a perilous realm. One must safeguard their existence and abstain from excessive engagement. After a period of trepidation, Nie Yun hesitated for a mere 3 seconds before succumbing to the allure of becoming a nuclear-powered fisherman and initiating his experiment. Firstly, a safe distance is of paramount importance. Under the telekinetic command of Nie Yun, the mechanical arachnids harvesting the seabed several kilometers from the islet abruptly ceased their operations. They converged towards a central point within a few thousand square meters, coalescing into a silvery white sphere. This sphere then rapidly expanded and morphed, akin to an inflating balloon. Before long, a piston-like cylinder, approximately 20 meters in diameter, materialized at the heart of the designated area. At the base of this construct were 3 apertures, 2 of considerable size and a third, minute 1, connected to a transparent retort. Subsequently, this peculiar object commenced a reciprocating piston motion. Nie Yun meticulously cross-referenced the properties of liquid uranium, as described online, and was finally convinced that he had effortlessly traversed a path coveted by numerous small nations, refining highly enriched uranium. He was now merely an ignition sequence away from a nuclear detonation. It seems I've inadvertently escalated matters, Nie Yun mused, scratching his head. Typically, civilian-grade nuclear fuel necessitates an enrichment level of roughly 3, whereas weapons-grade fuel requires a concentration exceeding 93. The uranium Nie Yun had refined was deliberately infused with trace impurities, resulting in a purity level of approximately 90 rather than a perfect 100. The prerequisites for a nuclear fission explosion are critical pressure, critical mass, and critical temperature. The higher the purity of the enriched uranium, the lower the critical conditions required. Ergo, if the uranium were of absolute purity, a mere few dozen grams could potentially undergo a fission reaction at ambient temperature and pressure, triggering a nuclear explosion. Nie Yun naturally dared not truly court death. Achieving a concentration of 90 was already an audacious feat for him. The purification process, while remarkably smooth, took an exhaustive 3 hours, depleting the base's reserve energy. To extract merely 1 kilogram of uranium at such a high concentration, given the exceedingly low uranium content in seawater. As he gazed at the high-strength alloy thermos in his hand, a cold sweat trickled down his brow. Had he truly succeeded? It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Due to uranium's exceptionally long half-life, its radiation in natural conditions is exceedingly weak. Only when it enters a state of fission does it emit a lethal barrage of high-energy radiation. Thus, even high-enriched uranium poses minimal risk to human health, allowing Nie Yun to use a thick alloy thermos as a container without fear of radiation harm. As for why he employed a thermos, could one expect a novice like Nie Yun to possess a specialized nuclear fuel container? He had to make do. However, while he had indeed extracted nuclear fuel, he found himself at a loss when looking at the thermos. His objective was to construct a nuclear-powered sea wolf, yet possessing only nuclear fuel was of little utility. Although he could now easily create an atomic bomb, the ability to design an atomic bomb did not equate to the capability to build a nuclear power generator. Ensuring that the intense fission reaction could persist and provide a continuous energy supply required a level of technical expertise far exceeding that of merely detonating an atomic bomb. Only a handful of nations in the world possess the technology to operate nuclear power stations, let alone the capability to construct compact nuclear power vessels. Yet, such information remains an absolute state secret, and Nie Yun cannot possibly download relevant data from the internet. This predicament left Nie Yun in an awkward position. Despite being the first individual in history to personally hold nuclear weapons, and consequently being regarded by all nations as the most perilous terrorist, the crux of the matter is that his ambitions lie elsewhere. Just then, his satellite phone rang. He had streamlined the device, rendering it more compact, and eliminated the bulky battery components, as the mechanical insect could recharge and discharge energy itself, making the retention of an unsightly large battery unnecessary. Even disregarding the insect's other capabilities, its material properties surpass all known specialized alloys on Earth, and it comes with its own energy source. "Hello, Xiao Xiao," Nie Yun answered without even looking at the caller ID. Aside from Chu Xiao Xiao, no one else knew this number. "Nie Yun, I haven't properly thanked you for saving me again, and Sister Yi Min asked me to express her gratitude on her behalf." It's no big deal. Don't mention it. Next time someone tries to kidnap you, just call me directly." "Chu Xiao Xiao, where are you now? What are you doing?" Wisely, she chose not to respond to his banter. "What else would I be doing?" "Fishing. Did you purchase that enormous cargo ship just for fishing?" "Is it the Chengjiang?" "Alas, that relic has long since faded into the annals of history. I shall cherish its memory. Though, in truth, I'm at a loss as to its practical application, as my expertise lies solely in the art of fishing." Nie Yun demurred. "Have you never contemplated venturing into the realm of cargo transport? The profit margins are quite substantial, and our conglomerate boasts a plethora of relevant ventures. Should you be amenable, we could forge a mutually beneficial partnership. However, I implore you not to misconstrue my intentions as mere altruism. Our conglomerate is currently deeply involved in the realm of oceanic commerce, and we find ourselves in dire need of reliable and proficient transportation entities to oversee the logistical aspects. Furthermore, your auric coinage has fetched approximately 3 million per piece, rendering you a veritable Croesus. Have you considered establishing a transportation firm? Should you find yourself unfamiliar with the intricacies of the process, fret not, for our conglomerate possesses the requisite expertise to guide you through the labyrinthine procedures." Nie Yun scratched his head, fully cognizant of the young Miss Chu's benevolent intentions. Aligning oneself with the Chu conglomerate would undoubtedly pave the way for a meteoric rise to prominence. However, the prospect of engaging in logistics held little allure for him. "I presently command a fortune of several hundred million. I couldn't be bothered to stoop and collect the gold coins strewn across the ground. I'm multimillionaire." To a nuclear fisherman, such a notion is laughable. However, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he conceived of a potentially lucrative transaction. "I do, in fact, harbor a certain notion, though I'm uncertain as to whether your conglomerate engages in importation. Indeed, we engage in both import and export activities, and our recent endeavors have been progressively gravitating towards this particular domain. A cabal of nefarious individuals is also engaged in this pursuit, and we are currently embroiled in a fierce rivalry with them. Rest assured, I shall ensure that they comprehend the indomitable nature of the Chu clan." Neville subtly surmised the identity of the scoundrel she alluded to, though he refrained from voicing it, opting instead to flash a sly grin. "Splendid. I possess a consignment, procured from foreign lands, which I aspire to import domestically." "Indeed? What manner of goods?" questioned Clara, her curiosity piqued. "How is it that in a mere matter of days you ventured into the realm of international commerce?" she inquired. "Fear not, for our enterprise encompasses a multitude of domains. Provided your wares possess a market, we assure you of their introduction and sale within the nation." Clara exuded confidence in her firm's marketing prowess. "A market? Yeah, présumable. Neville hesitated. Ahem. Would you be interested in nuclear fuel? Clara. Chapter 43. Machinations behind the scenes. A protracted silence ensued on the line. Just as Neville anticipated Clara's imminent outburst, she finally broke the silence. Is this once again the doing of your acquaintance who constructs aircraft carriers and commands the presence of naval vessels? Clara inquired tentatively. Ahem. Actually, Neville stammered. He initially forbade me from disclosing this to others, but seeing as you've already discerned the truth, I shall not conceal it from you. Indeed, it is that scoundrel, engaging in such perilous endeavors. Behold the predicament it has wrought. Neville seized the opportunity to absolve himself, deftly shifting the blame. Clara rolled her eyes, retorting, capable of constructing aircraft carriers, commanding warships, and now procuring nuclear fuel. What heights will your friend ascend next? Ahem. If it proves unfeasible, then disregard my mention of it. Neville said cautiously. I merely posed the question in passing. It is not entirely impossible. However, the situation is so peculiar that I require time to assimilate the vast amount of information. Chu Xiaoxiao felt a slight headache, as this matter was indeed a challenge to her cognitive limits. Very well. Take your time to digest, but my friend mentioned that his goods are not for sale. He prefers bartering. What does he wish to exchange for? High-tech products, particularly military-industrial items, weaponry, and equipment, regardless of whether they're second-hand. Anything embodying cutting-edge technology from around the globe is desired. Nie Yun, being quite astute, has had his horizons broadened by the internet and is now intent on amassing the pinnacle of technology from Earth. What if he could, by analogy, procure a nuclear power generator? Even if that were unfeasible, upgrading the Sea Wolf would still present a promising opportunity. As the greatest fisherman, one must possess the most magnificent vessel. He has recently learned that over 90% of the world's most advanced technology is utilized in the military-industrial sector, leaving civilian applications lagging behind by 5 to 10 years or more. Naturally, the Sea Wolf deserves only the finest, making military products Nie Yun's top choice. As for money, Nie Yun can now boldly declare that it is merely a number to him. What? Military-industrial products? Weaponry? Your friend isn't involved in arms trading, is he? Indeed, aircraft carriers, warships, nuclear fuel. These items are intrinsically linked to the military industry, which explains Chu Xiaoxiao's association. Ahem, that's about right. Nie Yun replied vaguely. So, how much can he possibly provide? Enough to satisfy the demand. Oh no, I meant to say, there is an abundance available. Chu Xiaoxiao inhaled sharply, contemplating the immense confidence one must possess to utter such words. The uranium required by humanity is but a mere drop in the ocean. It pales in comparison to the vastness of the sea, let alone the demand from just one nation. Nie Yun certainly spoke with conviction. This matter is of considerable magnitude. I must mobilize personnel to investigate before I can provide you with an answer, for our group has never ventured into such unconventional business before. Chu Xiaoxiao's voice lacked assurance as she spoke. Indeed, engaging in the trade of nuclear fuel cannot be considered anything but unconventional. Which legitimate enterprise would dare to touch such a commodity? However, perhaps it is more accurate to ask which legitimate enterprise would even encounter such a commodity. The trade of nuclear fuel is undoubtedly a matter reserved for national dialogue. Which company possesses the qualification to partake in it? Very well, I shall await your news. By the way, there's a small favor I need you to assist me with. Speak on. Do you recall the 3 individuals who first abducted you? Ahem. It concerns the remaining 2 of them. They. Chu Xiaoxiao hung up the phone, her mind still somewhat hazy. I merely intended to make a call to express my gratitude and, in passing, offer Nie Yun a dose of motivational encouragement, urging him to aspire for more rather than solely dreaming of being a fisherman. How did the situation escalate to this? The trade of nuclear fuel? Chu Xiaoxiao's heart raced violently at the thought. Her astute business acumen enabled her to instantly recognize the immense commercial opportunity inherent in the situation, rendering the affairs of the relentlessly diligent individual comparatively insignificant. Promptly, summoned the head of the group's intelligence division to her presence and issued several directives to her secretary stationed outside the door. Once the arrangements were nearing completion, reflected upon her earlier endeavor to subtly assist under the guise of collaboration, and a sense of dejection washed over her. It seemed that the young man was entirely self-sufficient, and she was the one who invariably found herself on the receiving end of assistance. As contemplated matters concerning and approached office to discuss the momentous transaction, she could overhear her mother's indignant interrogation emanating from within. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Our company has encountered several unfortunate incidents, hence, I am unconcerned with your justifications. Should your company persist in its obstinacy, it shall be placed on this corporate blacklist in perpetuity, and all prospects of future collaboration shall be foreclosed. Alas, since has articulated her position with such firmness, I can only express my regret and bid you farewell. The office door swung open, revealing a corpulent, middle-aged man in a suit, a smug smile gracing his countenance. Once the individual had receded into the distance, entered the office, where she found breathing heavily with indignation. Mother, what has transpired? You have arrived. Upon beholding her cherished daughter, composed herself and forced a smile. Yes, I overheard the exchange. What has occurred? Alas, several of our domestic suppliers, with whom we had established partnerships, have inexplicably terminated our agreements, causing our pending sales contracts to be impeded by supply chain disruptions. Failure to resolve this promptly will significantly tarnish our reputation and hinder our expansion into overseas markets. Ms. Chu furrowed her brow, and just as she was about to speak, a secretary rushed in, visibly flustered. Madam Chu, she exclaimed, the import and export companies we acquired have almost simultaneously received investigation letters from customs, stating that their import and export qualifications require re-verification due to changes in legal representatives. Until the investigation is concluded, these companies are unable to engage in import and export trade. What? Chu Xiao and Chu Feng exclaimed in unison. All procedures were completed when the legal representative was changed. How could problems arise now? And it is still a very critical import and export qualification. Mom, someone is plotting against us. Chu Xiao quickly realized. The Radiant Sun Group. Chu Feng's eyes were frosty as she uttered the words deliberately. Too despicable. Chu Xiao was also very angry. Although Chu Feng was angry, she quickly calmed down. She had seen a lot of deceit in the business world, and she would not lose her mind because of it. All they're doing is trying to cause us some trouble. We can find suppliers again if they are gone, and customs cannot keep holding on to qualification issues. These can be resolved with a little time, but what we lack is time. The consummated transactions all pertain to significant overseas clients that were arduously acquired. Should a breach of contract occur during this initial collaboration, it would constitute a severe blow to our reputation, thereby compromising future business prospects, remarked with furrowed brows. Indeed, the Radiant Sun Group has undoubtedly invested considerable capital in cultivating relationships with customs officials over years of international trade operations. We must also acknowledge our oversight in failing to exercise sufficient vigilance in this regard. Her brow furrowed, commenced contemplating potential resolutions. Despite being merely 17 years of age, she has been assisting her mother in managing the company since her youth, vanquishing numerous adversaries in the cutthroat arena of commercial competition, thereby cultivating a mental acuity far surpassing that of her peers. In the face of adversity, she refrained from indulging in recriminations, instead engaging in introspection. Perhaps this is the fundamental attribute that enabled her to establish the vast empire of the Chu Group alongside. Witnessing her daughter's contemplative demeanor amidst the formidable predicament could not suppress a faint smile of contentment. She could scarcely be more pleased with her daughter. However, there may indeed be one aspect that fails to elicit her satisfaction. S. brow furrowed momentarily. Given that today is Monday, S. presence here at this hour can only imply. Are you truant once again? Inquired sternly. Upon hearing this, raised her head and offered an awkward smile. Could she candidly express her lack of commonality with her immature classmates? Can you envision the sensation of interviewing a cohort of postdoctoral scholars, only to be subsequently besieged by a throng of bashful high school students proffering love letters? Hence, S. sole discontent with stemmed from her habitual truancy. Mother, I have even commenced self-study of university curricula. What purpose does attending high school serve? Entreated, clasping his arm. I send you to school not merely for lectures, but to cultivate interpersonal skills with your peers. It is my fault for exposing you to corporate matters prematurely, which has deprived you of genuine friendships, lamented, shaking her head. Who says I have none? Elder sister Yi is now my confidant. And then there's Nya, paused, not out of coyness, but uncertainty as to whether could be deemed a conventional friend. By all accounts, defied normalcy. Oh, that's right. Nuclear fuel, exclaimed, finally recalling the purpose of her visit. Mother, my truancy today was not intentional, but compelled by an unavoidable reason, declared gravely. She could not afford levity, given the matter of nuclear fuel. Even national leaders would treat it with solemnity. Thump. Ouch. S. solemn countenance was immediately met with a rap on the forehead from her mother. Trying that tactic again? Do you think the same ruse will work twice on me? Sneered. Dumbfounded, realized that she had indeed employed a similar ploy during her previous truancy. Oh, that's right. It was Aunt Flo. Mother, believe me, this time it's genuine. Protested, between laughter and tears. Oh, so Aunt Flo has arrived prematurely? Is your endocrine system imbalanced? Inquired, taken aback. No, not that. It's something else entirely. Chu Xiaoxiao felt that her serious demeanor could no longer be maintained. Pray tell, what is the unavoidable reason for skipping class this time? Could it be that you have an unexpected visit from a distant relative? Chu Feng crossed her arms, her expression a clear invitation to begin her performance. Chu Xiaoxiao covered her face, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. What if I said someone wants to sell us nuclear fuel? Would you believe it? Of course I would. It could be nuclear fuel, or even someone offering to sell us a nuclear bomb. And I'd still believe it. Come now, how much for one? I'll take a dozen. Chu Feng replied with a cold smirk. An offhand, sarcastic remark from Chu Feng inadvertently revealed the truth. If she truly wished to purchase such items, Nie Yun could indeed provide a dozen. Mom, I'm serious. I'm not joking. Chu Xiaoxiao appeared utterly exasperated. You're serious? Chu Feng noted the earnestness in her daughter's demeanor, her expression shifting to one of gravity. Indeed, I would stake an entire year of perfect attendance as my guarantee. Chu Xiaoxiao declared boldly. Is it true that someone wants to sell nuclear fuel? But how could that possibly be? Chu Feng swiftly accepted the claim, the assurance too potent to dismiss. It's Nie Yun. Chu Xiaoxia Gonfet Gandhi Li. Him? But isn't he merely a fisherman? How could he possibly be connected to this? This was a pertinent question, for the concept of a nuclear fisherman had emerged throughout the annals of history. He mentioned it was a friend of his who builds aircraft carriers. Do you truly believe what he says? Chu Feng scrutinized her daughter intently. Ordinarily, one who utters such words would be deemed either a fool or a madman. However, Chu Xiaoxiao evidently thought otherwise. I believe him. Her countenance was resolute. Do you harbor affections for him? Chu Feng inquired abruptly. Chu Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson. Mother, what are you implying? I simply find him dependable. Her voice diminished to a whisper. Chu Feng, clutching her forehead, wore an expression of sorrow. When a woman perceives a man as reliable, is her surrender not imminent? Was her precious daughter to be spirited away by another? Indignation welled within Chu Feng's heart. Very well, I shall trust you this once. I shall forthwith dispatch domestic nuclear experts to inspect the goods. Should they prove counterfeit, you shall diligently attend a year's worth of lessons. Moreover, no premature romances shall be permitted. If they are genuine, you may fall in love or not, as you please. Do you dare wager? What is there to fear? Chu Xiaoxiao retorted, her ample bosom swelling with defiance. I shall certainly engage in a precocious romance, just to spite you. The influence of the Chu Corporation was, as expected, extraordinary. Within a mere hour, a seasoned expert from the Xia City University Institute of Atomic Energy, accompanied by professional testing equipment, was en route with Yi Min. Chu Xiaoxiao had initially intended to accompany them to meet Nie Yun, but Chu Feng had, without explanation, confined her. My little treasure, each voyage you undertake results in an abduction. Grant me some respite. Reluctantly, Chu Xiaoxiao could only entrust Yi Min with a countenance of grievance. To meet Nie Yun. The locale remained unchanged, as did Nie Yun himself. Jeans, a small vest, and a dilapidated fishing vessel, Seawolf. Is this what your company refers to as nuclear fuel? The septuagenarian professor, his hair streaked with gray, scrutinized the thermos in his hand. A look of incredulity etched upon his face. Yi Min remained silent, her gaze flickering towards Nie Yun, a twitch in her eye. Ahem. Well, yes. It's a disguise. Disguised in this manner. Who would suspect its true contents? Both the professor and Yi Min regarded Nie Yun with expressions of exasperation. We're supposed to believe it's a disguise. Their faces seemed to say, but must you wear such an air of self-satisfied invention so blatantly? Professor Fong cast a disdainful glance at Nie Yun's dilapidated fishing vessel, a sigh escaping his lips. He had initially been taken aback when a prominent enterprise like Chu's offered a substantial sum to enlist his expertise in authenticating a consignment of purported nuclear fuel. Now, it appeared to be nothing more than a farcical jest. His countenance darkened as he agitated the thermos, the distinct clinking of metallic fragments emanating from within, resembling uniformly sized granules. His complexion grew even more somber. Based on his extensive experience, this was certainly not the sound of uranium, or he had indeed been hoodwinked. Professor Fong, is there a matter of concern? Yi Min inquired, noting the professor's displeased demeanor. Humph. Judging by the resonance, the uranium's purity is quite remarkable, exhibiting a metallic state. I must confess, I am astounded that your company has acquired enriched uranium in its refined form. Truly an eye-opener for this old man. Professor Fong retorted with a sardonic chuckle. Astonished, Nie Yun gazed at Professor Fong, marveling that the professor, merely by casually shaking the thermos and listening to the sound, could discern the presence of enriched uranium within. Indeed, a person of professorial caliber possesses discerning insight. Nie Yun spoke truthfully. However, Professor Fong did not appreciate the compliment. Instead, glaring at Nie Yun before harumphing coldly. Carrying the thermos, he then sauntered into the inner compartment to examine the sample. Watching the professor's departing figure, Yi Min couldn't help but inquire of Nie Yun, is this truly nuclear fuel? Indeed, it is genuine. Did you not hear the old professor's assessment? He is undoubtedly an expert worthy of trust, Nie Yun declared with conviction. Yi Min simply face-palmed, choosing to ignore him. Had he not noticed the derisive smile on the professor's face as he departed? Deep down, she was skeptical of such an outlandish notion and began contemplating how to appease the old professor should he emerge in a fit of pique, lest he suffer any ill effects. 10 minutes elapsed. 20 minutes elapsed. Half an hour elapsed. I say, this old professor is taking an inordinately long time. Could he be an imposter? Nie Yun abruptly began to question Professor Fong's expertise. Who was it that just proclaimed him to be a trustworthy expert? Ye minimum retorted, rolling her eyes. To ensure the safe development of nuclear power, Nie Yun had diligently studied atomic energy, poring over a vast collection of technical literature and related forums. His knowledge rivaled that of even the most esteemed professors. Consequently, he was well versed in the testing methods, which, in theory, should have been completed within 10 minutes. Professor Fong emerged, his demeanor markedly different from his previous haughtiness. He now cradled the thermos with utmost care, his face etched with an expression of profound astonishment, gingerly inching forward as if wary of any sudden movement that might trigger unforeseen repercussions. Young man, please take it, he uttered, even resorting to honorifics. With nonchalant ease, Nie Yun accepted the thermos, casually stuffing it into a vacant plastic bag emblazoned with a Blue Sky supermarket logo, the very bag he had arrived with. Professor Fong stared at the supermarket bag, his face a mask of consternation. Professor, what are the findings of the analysis? Yi Min inquired, noticing the professor's peculiar pallor. Professor Fong inhaled deeply, composing himself before speaking in an unervingly peculiar tone. What this young man possesses is, without a doubt, 1 kilogram of highly purified, enriched uranium. A collective gasp filled the air. Could there be a mistake in the analysis? Yi Min questioned, her voice laced with incredulity, for the notion seemed utterly implausible. Initially, I harbored the same suspicion, so I conducted the test thrice, each yielding identical results. Furthermore, what's even more astounding is that its concentration reaches an unbelievable 90. Professor Fong exclaimed, dropping a bombshell. Yi Min, lacking specialized knowledge, wore a bewildered expression. Is 90 particularly high? As if sensing her perplexity, Professor Fong elucidated with a strange look. Theoretically, 93 enriched uranium is sufficient for the creation of nuclear weaponry. In other words, this substance requires further refinement. Yi Min turned her gaze in shock towards Nie Yun. While she had previously entertained some belief in his claim of having a friend capable of summoning a warship, she could never have fathomed that it pertained to such an extraordinary level of material. Just contemplating its value reveals its immense rarity. If certain smaller nations or terrorist organizations were to become aware of it, they would undoubtedly resort to any means, even waging war, to acquire it. How much is this worth? Yi Min was aware that Nie Yun intended to sell this item and could not help but inquire. How much is it worth? Professor Fong cast an irritable glance at Yi Min, questioning whether this item could even be quantified in monetary terms. For some nations, this represented the very capital for their rise. Her initial reaction was one of astonishment. Wow, this young man is wealthier than I imagined. Should I consider aligning myself with him? Young brother, may I inquire about the origin of this material? Professor Fong asked cautiously. Nie Yun racked his brain, seeking a plausible explanation. Found it? That excuse seemed utterly exhausted. My friend found it, he asserted decisively. Professor Fong remained silent, while Yi Min sighed. Last time, you found gold coins. This time, your friend found nuclear fuel. Could you not exhibit some creativity? Please, at least come up with a more credible excuse. I understand. Such matters cannot be casually disclosed. This young brother truly possesses remarkable capabilities. The old man has an unspoken request. Might you be able to oblige? Professor Fong rubbed his hands together, wearing a sycophantic grin. Professor Fong, typically known for his rigid and austere demeanor, displaying such an expression would undoubtedly astonish his students. Professor, anything within my capacity, I shall certainly accommodate. Could we procure a small quantity of these highly enriched uranium samples for our institute? A mere 5 grams would suffice. Professor Fong gazed at Nie Yun with earnest anticipation. Despite the allocation of uranium or from a state for experimental purposes at their Atomic Energy Research Institute, the scarcity of domestic uranium resources is exacerbated by the proliferation of nuclear power plants. Furthermore, the allocated resources are often low-grade uranium, or rendering the availability of such high-purity enriched uranium exceedingly rare. The experimental value of this substance is immeasurable. That matter. Since you've requested it, there's certainly no issue. I've entrusted the entirety of this consignment to the Chu Corporation for handling. Please negotiate the specifics with them. I've already communicated the terms to Chu Corporation, should they concur. I have no objections. Nie Yun, with professional acumen, delegated the matter to the appropriate entities, assuming a supervisory role. Young man, are you implying that the Chu Corporation has been entrusted with the disposal of this entire kilogram? Professor Fong discerned a critical piece of information. Indeed. Here, since the assessment is complete, please deliver this to Xiao Xiao, Sister Yi. Nie Yun handed the blue sky supermarket bag to Yi Min, initially bewildered. Accepted the bag, then exclaimed in astonishment, "You're simply giving this to me? Without any collateral or guarantee? Given that the stakes involve assets valued in the tens of billions of dollars, is it conceivable that such a fortune could be dispensed so casually, with the same nonchalance as a greengrocer handing over a couple of cucumbers? Collateral is unnecessary. Xiao Xiao is my father's daughter, my own sister. My trust in her is absolute. Her word is my bond, and even if she were to give it all away, I would have no objections." With that, Nie Yun clapped his hands, bounded onto his sea wolf vessel, waved and exclaimed, "Extend my regards to Xiao Xiao and your mother." Professor Fong and Yi Min stared dumbfounded as the smoke-belching sea wolf sputtered into the distance, speechless for a long moment. Chapter 46. Treasure. After an extended pause, Professor Fong, wearing an amiable smile, turned to Yi Min regarding the Lan Tian supermarket in your possession. "Miss Yi, would it be possible for you to introduce me to Miss Xiao Xiao?" "Certainly." Yi Min clutched the Lan Tian supermarket tightly to her chest. "Heavens, I have never before beheld anything worth tens of billions of dollars. I shall hold on to it for as long as I can. In the president's office of the Chu Corporation, Chu Feng expressionlessly set down the telephone and looked up at Chu Xiao, who was gazing at her with anticipation. Mother, have the test results been released? Chu Xiao inquired with some trepidation, feeling apprehensive as the moment drew near, given the extraordinary nature of the situation. After an extended pause, Chu Feng finally spoke in a measured tone. The substance is genuine, and its quality far surpasses our expectations. Only she knew the extent of her astonishment at that moment. This single kilogram of nuclear fuel was worth more than her entire Chu Corporation. On a strategic level, the latent value is truly immeasurable. With a triumphant gesture, Chu Xiao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. So I can skip class anytime and even. Ahem. I mean, this is genuinely unbelievable. Chu Feng observed her daughter's astonished expression with a resigned roll of her eyes. She composed herself and promptly connected with the security department, stating, "Hello, this is Chu Feng. Immediately summon all security personnel to the yacht dock to protect Captain Yi. Yes, I mean everyone. Leave 2 to guard the entrance, and deploy the rest at once, at the highest security level. Right now, if they're not at the dock within half an hour, you, the head of security, will be packing your things and leaving." With that, Chu Feng hung up the phone, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Wow, Mom, you're so formidable." Chu Xiao giving her a thumbs up. "You still have the presence of mind to laugh. Do you realize the significant trouble our Chu family is in?" Chu Feng Vito. Her tone sharp. Our Chu family has never feared significant issues. Only those that are not significant enough. Mom, I've already had the intelligence department gather all the necessary information. Here, take a look. As Chu Xiao handed over a meticulously prepared document, Chu Feng remarked, "Ah, so you were well prepared. Are you this confident in him?" With a slight blush, Chu Xiao did not counter. Chu Feng gazed at the materials in her hands, her apprehension growing with every word she read. Uranium, or a resource of utmost sensitivity, is fundamentally under the absolute control of the state. Alas, despite the vast expanse and abundant resources of the People's Republic of China, the proven reserves of uranium are quite deficient, rendering it a nation with scarce uranium. According to intelligence team analysis, although the nation possesses the complete technology for nuclear power plants and enjoys an overwhelming cost advantage over traditional power generation facilities, the dearth of uranium hinders the long-term, stable promotion of nuclear power. Consequently, there are only a few nuclear power plant projects in the country to date, with the majority of nuclear power plant projects in various regions unable to even secure approval from the State Council. Therefore, the nation is compelled to import uranium at exorbitant prices from the land down under, Australia, annually, and what is obtained are merely low-grade uranium ores, the extraction and purification costs of which are extremely high, and some diplomatic policies are subject to external constraints. Chu Feng merely contemplated it briefly and understood the significance of this matter to the nation. If a stable supply channel could be introduced to the country, there is no doubt that the Chu Corporation would leap to become a key star enterprise of the People's Republic of China, and one of strategic importance at that. Of course, this is predicated on the ability to safeguard such enormous interests, which is precisely what Chu Feng is concerned about. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. What kind of monster has that fellow taken in? Chu Feng Mu Set Wei Li, in the hall of the Chu Corporation. A receptionist was gazing at her eyebrows in a small vanity mirror. "Oh, planning to go on a date? Dressed up so alluringly." A colleague jested from the side. "Oh, it's that new returee in the group who invited me to a movie tonight. He's asked me several times in the past few days, and I just couldn't decline any longer." Though her words suggested nonchalance, the blooming colors on her face betrayed her true feelings. "Ah, it is that charming young man. When did you two become entangled? Spill the beans. Hurry, keep up. Should anyone lag behind and jeopardize my livelihood, I shall withhold their bonus for an entire year." Even before the individuals arrived, their booming voices echoed, startling the young lady to the point where she nearly dropped her eyebrow pencil. The two receptionists turned in astonishment, witnessing a throng of security personnel clad in uniforms, fully armed, marching ominously under the command of the head of security. The white-collar workers in the lobby looked on in bewilderment, quickly making way. A group of individuals hastily passed by the front desk, and upon exiting the building, they filed into 3 7-seater SUVs, which then sped away. The 2 receptionists stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances. Suddenly, one of them burst into laughter upon noticing the makeup of the young lady across from her. The young lady checked her reflection and exclaimed in dismay. Her once elegant willow leaf eyebrows had been transformed into the shape of a startled bird. An hour later, having miraculously refreshed her makeup with impressive speed, the young lady gazed at her reflection and nodded in satisfaction. She then retrieved a Givenchy lipstick from her handbag. Isn't that the lipstick you splurged on after saving for 2 months? I've never seen you use it before, her colleague exclaimed. Oof. This is akin to a lion exerting its full strength to catch a rabbit. Just wait and see. Tonight, I shall have that sea turtle captivated beneath my pomegranate skirt, she declared, lifting her chin with pride. Subsequently, she meticulously applied lipstick in front of the mirror, the vibrant crimson hue rendering her visage even more exquisite. Abruptly, the doors were thrust open with considerable force. Establish a 15-foot perimeter. Several of you, clear the elevators. The familiar stentorian voice reverberated, causing the window panes to audibly tremble. Subsequently, a cohort of burly security personnel, flanking 2 individuals, entered the edifice. Flanking them were even riot shields. The woman in the center was recognized by some in the lobby as Captain Nie, Miss Chu's personal bodyguard. The other was an elderly gentleman with silver hair. Captain Nie clutched a plastic bag in one arm, while the other hand remained poised at her waist, ever vigilant. The elderly man intermittently glanced at the object in Captain Ye's arms, his countenance reflecting apprehension. The entourage warily scrutinized their surroundings before proceeding into the elevator. Their imposing presence silenced the lobby's occupants. Once they had departed, hushed discussions ensued. Who was that old man? The security protocol was more befitting of a head of state. You're clueless. Didn't you notice the bag Captain Yu was carrying? They were clearly safeguarding a priceless artifact. The old man is likely an appraiser. You may be right. I overheard rumors that the corporation discovered a treasure trove at sea. Miss Chu's 2 abductions were purportedly orchestrated by individuals coveting the treasure, seeking to extort its location. I've heard that too. I was skeptical, but now, perhaps there's some truth to it. Listening to the surrounding chatter, the receptionist nudged her colleague beside her, exclaiming about momentous news, the discovery of a significant treasure within their corporation. After a prolonged pause without a response, she turned, perplexed, to find her companion's delicate countenance streaked with tears, her freshly applied makeup marred. A vivid crimson line extended from the corner of her lips to her cheek, resembling a macabre masquerade effect. The receptionist burst into laughter at the sight. Chapter 47. A formidable mother-in-law Chu Feng, Chu Xiaoxiao, Yi Min, and Professor Fong gathered around Chu Feng's executive desk, their gazes fixed on the thermos placed upon it. Unnecessary personnel had been cleared from the vicinity, with the head of security personally overseeing the guarded entrance, ensuring stringent internal and external vigilance. Chu, how should we proceed? Ye minimum inuited. Her gaze subtly drifting toward Professor Fong. Professor Fong felt a sudden sense of unease, his face breaking out in a cold sweat. Wait, are you referring to it? Or to me? He wondered if they were contemplating eliminating him to silence him. Huh. Captain Yi is undoubtedly referring to it. Chu Feng reassured Professor Fong with a smile. It or him? Which it are we discussing? Professor Fong felt as though he was being toyed with. Upon realizing that they merely intended to confine him, Professor Fong was relieved, sensing that his life was likely secure. He adopted a serious tone and stated, Chairman Chu, you are undoubtedly aware that retaining this item offers no advantages and could potentially lead to immeasurable and severe repercussions. Therefore, I propose that you entrust it to our Institute of Atomic Energy for safekeeping. Naturally, we will provide Chu Corporation with a satisfactory remuneration. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, acknowledging it as a viable option. However, before she could respond, Chu Xiaoxiao interjected, Professor Fong, I suspect that the Institute of Atomic Energy at Xia City University alone may not have the capacity to handle such a substantial quantity of highly enriched uranium. While the nominal value of 100 billion US dollars is relative to non-nuclear nations, even when converted at the London Metal Exchange's published uranium or prices, this kilogram of highly enriched uranium could fetch several billion renminbi domestically. Are you certain that your institute, or even Xia City University, possesses the financial strength to acquire it? Chu Xiaoxiao's words left Professor Fong speechless, as they were irrefutable facts. Furthermore, she continued, even if you were to exhaust all your resources to purchase this initial consignment, it is merely the first of many. Subsequent shipments will be even larger. Would you be able to procure each one? We still need to find a buyer with considerable financial resources. Chu Xiaoxiao's statement stunned Professor Fong. What? What did you just say? He stammered. This is just the first shipment? And there will be more in the future? Upon receiving Chu Xiaoxiao's affirmative nod, Professor Fong's heart began to race uncontrollably. No one could comprehend the significance more profoundly than this atomic energy expert. If this consignment represented a staggering fortune of nearly 10 billion, then a consistent supply channel of nuclear fuel signified that the nation would no longer be constrained by other countries' strategic nuclear resources. Furthermore, it meant the unrestricted and comprehensive proliferation of domestic nuclear power plants, leading to a substantial reduction in energy prices. Ultimately, it signified that the individual who resolved this issue would undoubtedly be a great contributor to the nation, perhaps even achieving enduring fame in the annals of history. Professor Fong's aging spirit was suddenly infused with a surge of vitality, rejuvenating his youth. While researchers may not seek monetary gain, those who do not aspire to recognition are undoubtedly few. This matter should be entrusted to. No, it must be entrusted to me for resolution, Professor Fong declared, radiating with renewed vigor. Shortly after parting ways with Yi Min and the others, the Sea Wolf anchored in a secluded area, devoid of any presence. Nie Yun reclined on the deck, alone with his vessel, amidst the vastness of the ocean and the immensity of the heavens. With his eyes closed, his consciousness had already reached the distant continent. In a remote street near the harbor docks of Xia City, Boss, we're really rich, the third exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he held a thick wad of currency. The leader beside him stared at the stacks of bills, his face etched with disbelief. Life is precious. Love is even more so. But for the sake of freedom, both can be relinquished, spurred by the dual incentives of freedom and life. The intrepid duo embarked on their journey to Xia City in less than 20 hours. The moment they completed their task, the little wolf robot reactivated, announcing that they had successfully earned the reward of having their wanted status revoked, thus regaining their freedom. In addition, there exists a set of electronic banking credentials which, if utilized, would allow for the withdrawal of 300,000 yuan from any UnionPay ATM. The two individuals, filled with trepidation, resolved to test the veracity of this reward. They ventured onto the streets, contemplating whether to voluntarily surrender and ascertain if the warrant for their apprehension had been rescinded. Any individual endowed with a modicum of intelligence would likely refrain from such an action. Thus, the first objective upon disembarking was to approach the nearest ATM. The outcome was unequivocal. The vibrant banknotes in their possession were irrefutable evidence of their success. Hey, you two over there, what are you doing? A sudden voice from behind startled them, jolting them from their exhilaration. Turning around, they were met with a sight that sent chills down their spines. A patrolling officer. The policeman had been monitoring the area and had spotted the two suspicious figures lingering at the ATM for an extended period, one of whom emerged with a hefty stack of cash, undoubtedly amounting to several tens of thousands, raising immediate suspicion. Upon observing the panic-stricken expressions of the two, the officer's suspicions only deepened. Police officer, we were merely withdrawing some money. We haven't done anything wrong. The leader, having encountered turbulent waters before, understood the necessity of maintaining composure and feigned calmness. The officer rested a hand on his baton, scrutinizing the ATM for any signs of tampering, and upon confirming its integrity, turned his attention back to the duo. You're withdrawing such a large sum at once. Yes. My brother is getting married soon, so I came to withdraw the bride price. The leader stammered, conjuring a flimsy excuse amidst his anxiety. Identification. The officer produced an identification scanner. Upon hearing this, the two men instantly stiffened. The patrolman began to move his hand towards his baton. It's nothing, nothing. The two hastily produced their identification cards, handing them over with palpable anxiety as they awaited their fate. Their only recourse was to hope that the alien technology wouldn't fail them. Beep, beep. The detector emitted a soft sound. The patrolman glanced at the IDs and then looked up at them. Sweat beaded on their palms, and they clenched their fists, prepared to make a break for it if necessary. It's advisable to be discreet when carrying such a considerable sum of money in public. Ostentation invites unwanted attention. You understand? Fortunately, the patrolman merely returned their IDs, offering a well-intentioned piece of advice. Before departing, he cast a glance at the hefty dowry, amounting to tens of thousands of yuan, in their hands. Patting the younger brother on the shoulder, he lamented, "These days, acquiring a wife is no easy feat." He paused, then inquired, "Do you know how much my bride price was back then?" The brothers exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads. "When I was about to get married, the bride's family demanded 100,000 for the bride price. Unable to meet that sum, I ventured to ask my future mother-in-law, if both of your sons require 100,000 each when they marry, what will you do, since you won't be able to afford it?" The elder brother, impressed, gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. Your tactic of strategic retreat and turning the tables is simply ingenious." "Nonsense," the patrolman retorted bluntly. "After considerable deliberation, my prospective mother-in-law raised the bride price to 200,000. The two brothers, gazing at the solitary figure of the departing patrol officer, Old Three patted his head and lamented, "Mother-in-law truly is a formidable presence." Meanwhile, Lu Guodong was unleashing his fury at the police station. "Why, oh why, have they rescinded the warrant for their arrest?" The subordinate timidly explained, "Director, the young lady from the Chu family has personally recanted her testimony, claiming it was a case of mistaken identity. The kidnapper was not the desperate warrior. According to legal procedure, if there is no victim, we cannot proceed with the warrant." "Fool! There must be something amiss. Something is definitely wrong," Lu Guodong exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 48. The Heart of the Brave Beep. "You have a new mission notification. Please check it promptly." Just as the two brothers were expressing their sympathy for the patrol officer, the little wolf task notification device in Old One's arms emitted sound. The brothers' expressions sharpened, and they quickly found a secluded alley to retrieve the little wolf robot. They then bowed deeply before it, greeting their superior with reverence. A glimmer of silver light flashed in the little wolf robot's eyes, and in an instant, its entire form became animated. The consciousness of Nie Yun, far away, had descended. Ah, the mother-in-law is truly a terrifying creature. This was Nie Yun's first utterance upon regaining clarity, to which the brothers nodded in agreement. "Ahem, I am generally satisfied with your performance on this mission. Now, I shall assign you a more arduous task. Do you have confidence?" The little robot strolled before them with its hands behind its back, exuding an air of authoritative discourse. "Absolutely. We eagerly anticipate your expectations." The little wolf robot revealed a peculiar and enigmatic smile, which soon faded into a glum expression before a synthesized electronic voice echoed. "Ding! A new mission has been released. Main task 1 has been completed. Main task 2 is now active. Task description: in half an hour, a 10,000-ton cargo ship named Water Bottle will depart from the port bound for Indonesia. Your mission is to board this ship by any means necessary before it sets sail. Then stand by. Punishment for mission failure. You know what it entails. Reward for mission success. The heart of a hero. Friendly reminder: please make good use of your backpacks." The two brothers were momentarily taken aback. The task did not seem particularly challenging. However, what was this heart of a hero reward? It sounded reminiscent of some kind of gaming item. "Boss, what is this heart of a hero?" "You ask me, but who can I turn to for answers? However, I suspect it to be a type of physical enhancement item, perhaps replacing our hearts with those of warriors, thereby significantly boosting our abilities. You know, extraterrestrial technology is notoriously unfathomable." "Huh? If we replace our hearts, will we still be human? Are you foolish? There are countless heart transplant surgeries happening nowadays. Do any of them look inhuman? Oh, that is a point. So, could we become superheroes? The youngest brother was quite exhilarated. Enough chatter. Have you forgotten the item around your neck? If we fail this mission, we might become corpses before we ever become superheroes. We only have half an hour. All right, right? Let us hurry. 20 minutes later, at the boarding point for the water bottle, esteemed captain, one of the travelers began, my brother, and I simply wish to experience the exhilaration of a sea voyage. We have no intention of disembarking, so there's no question of us being stowaways. Besides, who would seek to stow away to such a desolate locale? We beseech you, could you possibly make an exception? A stout, middle-aged man in a pristine white captain's uniform regarded the two prospective passengers with a dubious expression. Both were equipped with rucksacks, giving the appearance of genuine tourists. Why not opt for a yacht, then? He inquired. Alas, the first traveler lamented. Those vessels are far too placid and lack the thrill of a sailor's contest against the waves. They offer no true excitement. The captain nodded in acknowledgement, but maintained his refusal. We are a freighter under the employ of the Solarian conglomerate, entrusted with a vital transport mission. Regulations strictly prohibit the conveyance of unauthorized passengers during transit. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot accede to your request. Undeterred, the elder of the two travelers produced 2 bundles of banknotes from his person, discreetly pressing them into the captain's hand. Y comprehend, y comprehend. We would never wish to place the captain in an awkward position. Consider these a token of our gratitude for your consideration. This is highly irregular. The captain stammered, his fingers reflexively testing the thickness of the proffered emolument, his resolve wavering. Ah, but rules are made to be bent, are they not? The elder traveler responded with a knowing smile, as he surreptitiously added 2 more stacks to the captain's collection. The younger brother watched with palpable dismay, his gaze directed at the captain with unconcealed resentment. Very well, the captain conceded, hastily stowing the banknotes within his jacket. However, for the sake of security, you must refrain from wandering about the vessel. I cannot be held responsible for any untoward incidents that may occur. Splendid. A most agreeable arrangement. The brothers exchanged a furtive glance, their elation barely concealed. Of course, you have our utmost assurance, Captain. Although they were permitted to board the vessel, their belongings were still subject to inspection. The 2 individuals possessed but a single backpack, devoid of any hazardous items, and ultimately managed to embark just moments before departure. Standing at the bow of the ship, they gazed out at the ocean, indulging in the delightful fantasy of becoming superheroes. By the way, boss, what do those 2 items placed in the backpack signify? The mission's friendly reminder also mentioned that we should make good use of the backpack. The boss must have profound intentions behind this. We shall adapt to circumstances as they arise, and the backpack must never be out of our sight. Understood, boss. I just observed that aside from an array of steel, there is nothing else on board. Why do you think the boss wants us to embark? Do I resemble an extraterrestrial? Huh, what do you mean? The third one seemed a bit perplexed. I am not an alien. How could I possibly know what they are thinking? Fool. Oh, all right, boss. But boss, you don't look like an alien either. Why do you think these aliens resemble humans? Silence. Beep. The horns sounded, heralding the ship's departure as the water bottle began to gradually set sail towards the boundless expanse of the ocean. The sea has always been a source of wonder and astonishment. Nie Yun rose and stretched, observing the sun gradually descending in the distance, a fleeting smile flickering in his eyes. Thus, I must ensure that certain individuals understand that no one can covet my wealth or harm my friend within my domain. In the yacht kidnapping incident, he had previously uttered these words, but now they bore an air of ominous intensity. Taking a deep breath, he inexplicably shouted into the vast. Open sea, come forth, sea wolf. The sound dissipated in the sea breeze, yet these words seemed to conjure a spell. Beneath the decrepit fishing vessel, a shadow suddenly emerged, gradually enlarging as waves began to churn, as if an ancient behemoth were about to breach the surface. Splash! Thud! A surge of water erupted, and the fishing boat trembled violently, lifted several meters by the creature lurking beneath. As the waters began to calm, the beast revealed part of its true form, the sea wolf. As commanded by Nie Yun, its silvery hull glimmered with vibrant red hues in the fading light of the sunset, a breathtaking spectacle. Just as the sea water encroached upon the deck of the Sea Wolf, it hovered silently upon the surface, while Nie Yun and the fishing vessel were seamlessly placed upon its flat, silver deck. With a thud, Nie Yun leaped onto the deck of the Sea Wolf, striding towards the captain's cabin, while the fishing boat behind him transformed into a pool of silvery liquid, gradually merging into the deck of the Sea Wolf until it vanished from sight. As Nie Yun entered the captain's cabin and the door sealed shut, the Sea Wolf began its descent, ultimately disappearing into the embrace of the twilight. Chapter 49. The essence. The water bottle sailed along its predetermined course towards the nation of Indonesia. Its captain, having encountered unexpected fortune, was in remarkably high spirits, leisurely seated in the control room, humming a cheerful tune while savoring his tea. As the night deepened, the Aquarius ventured into the open sea, where vessels became increasingly scarce. The first mate, ever diligent, intently monitored the radar. With visibility near zero, navigation relied solely on the ship's flickering lights, sonar, and radar to avert collisions. He maintained utmost vigilance. A signal emanated from the radar. The first mate glanced at the screen, noticing a vessel approaching head-on with a converging trajectory. As the ships drew nearer, the blip on the screen persistently moved toward the center. The first mate's brow furrowed, realizing the other ship showed no signs of evasion. He promptly instructed the helmsman to steer to port, attempting to avoid the oncoming vessel. The Aquarius slightly altered course. Moments latte. The first mate's heart skipped a beat as he observed the other ship mirroring their maneuver, stubbornly maintaining its course. He ordered the helmsman to change direction again, but the result remained the same. The vessel seemed determined to collide. "Captain, something's amiss." The first mate urgently alerted the captain. The captain, who had been leisurely relaxing, took the warning seriously and strode to the control panel. "Captain, we've altered course multiple times, yet the other ship continues to approach." The first mate's forehead glistened with perspiration. "What about wide-range communication?" The captain frowned, suspecting malicious intent. As the two ships rapidly closed in, the captain, with a resolute glint in his eyes, was about to order the sounding of the alarm when a thin mist unexpectedly enveloped the tranquil sea, drastically reducing visibility. "What's this? Look, isn't that a ship within the mist?" Upon the deck, several mariners directed their gaze toward the heart of the mist, illuminated by the ship's lanterns. A dark form swelled in size, seemingly advancing in their direction. Subsequently, the sailors beheld in astonishment the sharp prow of a vessel pierce the fog, followed by the gradual emergence of a medieval three-masted sailing ship. The vessel bore the indelible marks of decay and age, its sails tattered and torn, and an ethereal white mist emanated from its every surface. "A spectral galleon," one of the sailors exclaimed in terror. Those within the control room had by this time ascended to the deck, and all bore witness to this inexplicable spectacle. Indeed, does this fog possess an acrid odor, coupled with a saccharine scent? One individual finally noted, sensing something amiss. I find myself experiencing a bout of vertigo." The sound of bodies collapsing reverberated through the air as one after another succumbed to unconsciousness. The captain, too, was overcome by dizziness, and in his final moments of awareness, he appeared to perceive two figures, one with the head of a bull and the other with the face of a horse, advancing toward him. Before he could fully comprehend the inexplicable nature of his demise, he was plunged into the abyss of oblivion. "Chief, so, the gas masks our employer provided are intended for such an occasion." A muffled voice emanated from beneath a gas mask, vaguely identifiable as that of the third mate. "The boss's foresight is unparalleled. I always maintained that those two items would prove invaluable. Observe," the chief proclaimed triumphantly. "Heh. Those who partake of my bounty shall inevitably be compelled to relinquish it." Subsequently, the chief, chuckling with satisfaction, turned his attention to the fallen captain and proceeded to extract several bundles of banknotes from his person, the very funds previously employed to suborn the captain. In the end, not even the captain's wallet was spared from their grasp. At that juncture, the spectral vessel ceased its emission of eerie, pallid gas. A robust maritime breeze swiftly dispersed the mist, unveiling the silhouettes of two ships. The brothers, having removed their protective masks, cautiously observed the phantom ship from behind cover with palpable apprehension. A silvery white staircase extended automatically from the ghost ship, and upon it, Nie Yun descended with a radiant countenance. The Sea Wolf, being merely a vessel of 1,000 tons, was significantly dwarfed by the 10,000-ton freighter. "Boss, good to see you." The brothers, overjoyed to see their employer disembarking from the ghost ship, hastened forward to greet him. "Indeed, you have performed admirably," Nie Yun affirmed with satisfaction, acknowledging their contribution, which visibly elated them, causing them to stand straighter. Thus, Nie Yun's scheme of retribution was brought to light, a trade embargo against the Solar Flare Group. While such a declaration might seem grandiose, attempting to blockade such a vast maritime expanse with a single ship would typically be considered a delusion. The formidable interconnectedness of all things and the Sea Wolf's uncanny combat capabilities rendered Nie Yun's plan feasible. Of course, beyond vengeance, the thousands of tons of steel aboard the ship and the vessel itself were also objects of Nie Yun's covetousness. Although the Ocean Depths team, with virtually inexhaustible resources and deep-sea manganese nodules, could resolve the issue of raw materials for steel, this would necessitate considerable energy and time to extract and process the ore. How could this compare to the efficiency of directly devouring finished steel products? Thus, this mutually beneficial scheme was conceived. Firstly, owing to the advancements of the era of interconnectedness, Nie Yun, with his unparalleled online search capabilities, directly located the vessel information and itinerary of the water bottle, a ship owned by the Sunlight Group. Subsequently, the humanoid self-propelled locator, desperately named Erlang, was dispatched to this ship for manual positioning. Ultimately, the Sea Wolf was disguised as a phantom vessel, strategically dispersing ether gas in the upwind position. This gas, easily produced in large quantities due to the decomposition abilities of mechanical insects, is highly volatile. At low concentrations, ether gas poses no harm to the human body but can induce temporary unconsciousness. It is said that ancient narcotic smoke was modeled after it. According to the dosage set by Nie Yun, the individual's unconsciousness should last for approximately 1 hour. Although seeking vengeance against the Sunlight Group, Nie Yun was reluctant to implicate the innocent. Now, the water bottle was entirely under Nie Yun's control, with countless little wolf robots boarding the vessel along the passageway, efficiently dispersing to execute cleaning tasks. First, the mechanical insects devoured the central control computer to acquire the structural data of the water bottle, followed by the destruction of the onboard GPS navigation system. Meanwhile, the little wolf robots transported all the unconscious crew members onto 2 lifeboats, allowing them to drift freely. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated. Previously, they had only engaged in petty thefts, but now they had directly hijacked a giant vessel weighing 10,000 tons. This operation alone could involve sums exceeding 100 million. Such a crime could lead to a life sentence. Yet why were they so thrilled? The two glanced at Nie Yun with admiration. "Boss, are you referring to that Heart of the Brave?" The two brothers were immediately elated. Could it be that they were truly on the verge of becoming supermen? "Very well, follow me." Nie Yun turned around, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. 10 minutes later, the Aquarius had already been commandeered by Nie Yun's robots and was heading towards the base, disappearing into the darkness. The Sea Wolf, now restored to its original form, hovered above the sea, its streamlined hull exhibiting an aesthetic appeal already resembling a nascent deep-sea warship. At this moment, the two brothers stood on the deck of the Sea Wolf, each carrying a square, silver metallic case strapped securely to their backs, reminiscent of the attire of a saint carrying their cloth. "Boss, does this case contain the heart of a warrior?" The younger brother inquired, a hint of doubt in his voice. Nie Yun paused, realizing he hadn't yet named the device. "Yes, indeed. From this moment forth, it shall be known as the heart of a warrior." This is it?" the elder brother asked cautiously. "What purpose does it serve?" They began to suspect that their understanding of the heart of a warrior might be flawed. Nie Yun stepped back, a smile spreading across his face as he regarded them. "Only warriors are worthy of possessing the heart of a warrior. Now, I shall transform you into warriors." Before they could fully grasp the implications of Nie Yun's words, a sharp click, echoed as Nie Yun snapped his fingers. Following a mesmerizing transformation of the metallic cases behind them, the two men found themselves clad in sleek, black, individualized combat exoskeletons, save for the full coverage helmet visors, which were crafted from a dark, translucent material. The armor possessed a somber, metallic sheen, glimmering faintly in the moonlight. The aesthetic design of the combat exoskeletons was exceptionally stylish. An experimental model conceived by Nie Yun with slight modifications inspired by the armor from RoboCop. Wow, awesome. I love this armor, the third exclaimed, raising his hand to admire his transformed appearance, clearly thrilled. Allow me to correct you. It is a combat exoskeleton, not merely armor. It lacks auxiliary power and should be regarded as a piece of individual protective gear. Boss, this exoskeleton seems rather lightweight. Will the protection be adequate? The eldest inquired, lifting his hand slightly. He noticed the freedom of movement and the relative thinness of the exoskeleton, resembling metallic leather armor. Had it been any bulkier, they would have been unable to wear it without being crushed. The eldest was instantly alarmed, but had no time to react before several bullets struck him. However, upon impact with the exoskeleton, aside from a few peculiar ripples emanating from the points of contact, he merely felt as though he had been nudged, staggering a couple of steps before regaining his balance. So, it really is bulletproof. The two men exclaimed in astonishment. Boss, are you really giving us these exoskeletons? The third inquired, his face flushed with excitement. With this, he would be a veritable human tank. Indeed. However, before that, I require your cooperation in testing the exoskeleton's capabilities. Nie Yun replied with a sly grin. Ush! How will we be testing them? The two seemed to sense a shift in the atmosphere. A piercing scream echoed across the sea. Anyone who has ever skipped stones across water can comprehend the calamity that has befallen the two figures. Shackled by chains to the stern of the speeding sea wolf, two RoboCops are being dragged, bouncing and skipping violently across the water surface. Thump! They slam into the sea, detonating a geyser of spray like artillery shells, only to be hauled aloft once more by the sea wolf, arcing to their zenith before, alas, repeating the agonizing cycle. Were it not for the preternatural shock absorption of their mech insect-constructed valiant heart armors, their bones would have been pulverized long ago. As it is, they are reeling, retching in a symphony of regurgitation. Only now do they apprehend the purpose of the second item in their packs. Not equipment, but motion sickness medication. Alas, the leader divined the prologue, but not the epilogue. Seated in the captain's cabin, the lamentable cries of his comrades reaching his ears, Nie Yun could only shake his head in rueful resignation. You see, he mused, experimental models, they necessitate constant trials. Their resistance to impact, their capacity for cushioning. What constitutes a warrior? Sages of yore have imparted that a true warrior dares to confront the bleakness of existence, dares to gaze unflinchingly upon the effusion of gore. This is the veritable essence of the valiant heart. Chapter 50. The multifaceted excellence of Professor Fong Midnight. The world remains oblivious to the events that have transpired this night aboard the Aquarius freighter. Upon the helipad atop the Chu Corporation Tower, a military helicopter slumbers in silent anticipation. In the office of President Chu, several fully armed soldiers had already been deployed for security, and even the security staff had been escorted out. Chairman Chu, Miss Xiao Xiao, Captain Yi, allow me to introduce to you, this is General Hu from the Southeast Military Region. My university classmate, Professor Fong said, presenting the general to the two women. General Hu was the epitome of a rugged soldier, sporting a scruffy beard and a square face, exuding an air of integrity. Chairman Chu, Professor Fong mentioned that your company could supply a long-term, stable source of highly enriched uranium. Is this true? General Hu greeted the women with a nod, then inquired with a hint of urgency. In his jurisdiction, there were several nuclear power plants and a military research institute directly under the military region, and the demand for uranium had always been a pressing issue for the military. The resources allocated by the state barely sufficed to maintain the status quo, making life quite strained. The Chu mother and daughter exchanged a glance, and Chu Feng spoke. General Hu, indeed. The first batch of goods has already been assessed by Professor Fong. His word should confirm that we indeed have this channel. I have verified the goods, and their quality is beyond your imagination, Professor Fong assured, thumping his chest. General Hu naturally trusted his professionalism. May I inquire about the source of these goods? From Kangaroo Country or the official forces of Maple Leaf Country? General Hu, with his military demeanor, spoke quite candidly. Indeed, those capable of uranium mining and high-level enrichment must belong to powerful national military enterprises. There were only a handful of countries in the world capable of exporting nuclear resources in large quantities. I apologize, General Hu, but we are merely representatives of the suppliers. The specific source of the goods is unknown to us in the Chu family. General Hu nodded knowingly, recognizing that it is best for fewer individuals to be privy to such matters. May I inquire about your relationship with the suppliers? He asked. Well, we have not had any direct contact with the suppliers. They have merely entrusted us with this transaction through an intermediary. Chu Feng hesitated before responding. Very well. We in the Southeast Military District shall undertake this deal, General Hu declared with a sweeping gesture. He had not anticipated extracting any valuable information from his counterpart. Given that such a powerful entity had chosen a small domestic group as their representative, it was clear they wished to keep the matter discreet. As long as it served their interests, the underlying reasons were of little consequence. Are you unaware of the price? General Hu continued, furrowing his brow. The military's budget was indeed quite strained, yet this transaction involved significant assets, and it would require no less than several billion to proceed. He found himself momentarily perplexed. The supplier indicated that they did not require cash. Instead, they sought to engage in barter, requesting goods of equivalent value. 1 kilogram of highly enriched uranium is priced at 5 billion yuan, and we merely need to provide goods of equivalent worth. Oh, what sort of goods? General Hu mused silently, calculating in his mind. This price was exceedingly fair, even arguably low. The annual average price for nuclear resources imported from Australia was typically double this amount, and these were often of inferior grade. Even if he did not utilize these goods himself, reselling them would yield staggering profits. Truly, the counterpart demonstrated considerable sincerity. They were interested in high-tech products and military-grade items, even if they were second-hand. Commander Hu frowned, contemplating the proposition of bartering for military-industrial products, a matter impinging upon national security. At that juncture, Chu Xiaoxiao interjected, elucidating that the purveyor, in addition to engaging in the commerce of nuclear fuel, was also involved in the arms trade. However, Commander Hu was assured that these items were exclusively designated for export and would not circulate within the domestic sphere. Furthermore, there would be no solicitation for classified military hardware. Adherence to the customary arms export protocols and the preservation of buyer confidentiality would suffice. Moreover, even obsolete equipment would be procured at the price point of brand new merchandise, a benchmark that would govern all future transactions. A glint of intrigue sparkled in Commander Hu's eyes. Several military-industrial enterprises within their jurisdiction were grappling with the challenge of penetrating overseas markets, and their warehouses were replete with decommissioned equipment, incurring substantial maintenance expenditures annually. The consummation of such a deal would be a mutually advantageous outcome. The ultimate destination of these armaments and the nations they might afflict were beyond the purview of Commander Hu's concerns. It was rare to encounter an international arms dealer scrutinizing their clientele. Furthermore, Chu Feng judiciously broached some of their own requisites, inquiring whether Commander Hu could facilitate the acquisition of a military-industrial enterprise qualification for the Chu Corporation, thereby streamlining future transactions. They also encountered certain impediments concerning import and export credentials at customs. These were trifling matters, and Commander Hu readily acquiesced. In the context of a stable nuclear fuel supply conduit, these were indeed minor considerations, both for the Southeast military region and the nation as a whole. Given the gravity of the situation, General Hu naturally had to report it, addressing the matter at the national level, which could be seen as using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The two women were overjoyed, as this would resolve a significant portion of Chu's predicament at once. Furthermore, with the status of a military enterprise, they could essentially have free rein domestically. After amicable negotiations, a consensus was reached, and the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. Before General Hu and Professor Fong departed, Chu's generously offered to deliver the goods to the military first. After all, even placing such items in a safe was not entirely secure, causing constant anxiety. As for the matter of trust, with the nation's endorsement, there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, when considering the value of goods worth billions versus a stable supply channel, the choice was self-evident. General Hu and Professor Fong readily agreed, as they would feel more at ease the sooner they had the items in hand. Professor Fong immediately grabbed the thermos from the table, then reconsidered and picked up a bag from the Blue Sky supermarket, placing the thermos inside. "Let's go, Lao Hu," Professor Fong cheerfully called to General Hu. "Wait, where's the merchandise?" General Hu asked, puzzled, stopping Professor Fong as he was about to leave. Professor Fong raised the bag as a gesture. "Isn't it right here?" General Hu, his eyes twitched. This is the merchandise? You see, it's a disguise. Who would know that such a thing is inside if I didn't say so?" Yi Min, who had been standing behind the two women, raised an eyebrow, finding the statement strangely familiar. Commander, who was initially taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized the truth in the statement. He had been present for quite some time, but had never considered that the ordinary thermos on the desk contained nuclear fuel. It was utterly unexpected. "I see now. I never imagined that you, a scientific researcher, would be so well-versed in the art of deception. It seems that in just a few days, you become proficient in both scholarly and martial pursuits. You flatter me, Commander Hu. I'm undeserving of such praise." "Not all. Ye minimum, who said that scientific researchers are all thin-skinned." Chapter 51. Gold and Iron. The secret base's dock. The water bottle vessel, recently commandeered, was now coated with a layer of silvery white metal, with some areas already showing signs of wear. Nie Yun nodded in satisfaction as he observed the mechanical insects devouring the ship. In just a few short days, the number of mechanical insects had exceeded 3,000 tons. According to the data that Nie Yun had meticulously compiled over the past 2 days, the ratio of consumed steel to newly generated mechanical insects was approximately 2:1. This meant that roughly 2 tons of steel could create nearly 1 ton of new mechanical insects. With the water bottle vessel and its nearly 10,000 tons of steel, Nie Yun anticipated that the mechanical insects would officially reach the 10,000-ton mark after devouring it. The underwater base had been largely completed, and the underwater robots collection range had expanded to hundreds of kilometers. Nie Yun's mechanical insect army was rapidly expanding like an inflating balloon. Behind him, in stark contrast to this vibrant growth, 2 humanoid figures clad in mechanical battle armor were sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. The full-face masks of the 2 individuals had been removed, revealing eyes still spinning like incense coils, their faces bruised and covered in the remnants of vomit, emanating an unbearable stench. Nie Yun turned around, casting a glance at the duo of unfortunate brothers, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. With a sudden thought, a silvery fire hose shot forth from the ocean, dousing the 2 with a vigorous spray, cleansing them thoroughly from head to toe. Stimulated by the seawater, the pair finally regained some lucidity, groaning as they clutched their heads and unsteadily rose to their feet. Beside them, a powerful blower materialized, unleashing a torrent of wind upon the 2. Moments later, 2 impeccably clean and revitalized employees stood before Nie Yun once more, albeit with slightly unconventional hairstyles. "Well done, both of you. Your efforts will not go unnoticed by the organization." Nie Yun warmly acknowledged them. It was our duty. We serve the boss." Despite feeling as though their bones were dislocated, the brothers straightened their backs and proclaimed loudly, "Excellent. The water impact, I meant to say, the resistance test was remarkably successful, and the data collected is impeccable. As you witnessed, striking the ocean surface at such velocity subjected you to forces akin to being relentlessly battered by a heavy hammer. Yet you sustained merely superficial injuries, nothing more serious. Theoretically, even a close-range artillery hit would likely result in nothing more than a few broken bones. I trust you now comprehend the formidable power of the heart of the brave armor." Indeed, the brothers nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grain. Not merely powerful, but astonishingly formidable. The fact that I survived such trials last night serves as the finest testament to this. While I may not yet be able to single-handedly confront a mechanized division, I have long ceased to regard those elite SWAT teams with any trepidation. If I were to don this armor and attempt a bank heist, it would feel akin to child's play. Standing still, they would struggle to lay a finger on me. They have begun to envision a day when they can cut through a sea of law enforcement with audacious prowess, a prospect that fills them with exhilaration. The two brothers believe that as long as they wear the heart of the brave armor, they possess boundless courage, which is surging within them. Next time, they would not hesitate to seize not only a colossal vessel, but even a warship. Observing their flushed faces brimming with excitement, Nie Yun couldn't help but smirk. Last night's experiment served not only to validate the practicality of the Braveheart armor, but also to demonstrate its formidable capabilities, instilling in them a psychological assurance that with this armor, they are invincible. Thus, in future endeavors, when they embark on missions, they will charge forth fearlessly. From this perspective, it has indeed bestowed upon them a heart of courage. He seeks valiant warriors to lead the charge, not timid thieves. Mentoring the two has become one of Nie Yun's current pastimes. However, it is crucial to instill in them confidence in their strength, while simultaneously ensuring they remain acutely aware of what true power entails. "Ah-san, I've heard you were once an underground boxer?" Nie Yun suddenly inquired with a grin. "Indeed, boss." He chuckled. "It's not out of conceit, but I was once renowned as the undisputed king of duels in our locality." Lao San chuckled, scratching his head. "Excellent. Then I have a novel assignment for you." As he uttered these words, a diminutive wolf-like automaton materialized beside the two brothers. Beep. New mission initiated. Objective: vanquish the boss. Reward: 10 million renminbi. Penalty for failure: none. Upon hearing that the reward for the mission was 10 million renminbi, the brothers' eyes gleamed with avarice. More crucially, there was no penalty for failure. What more could be said? This mission was practically a gift. "Let's do it. Boss, where is he? Even if it's a prehistoric behemoth, I have unwavering confidence that I can defeat it." Lausen was already itching to give it a try. Nie Yun remained silent, merely stretching his limbs before stepping towards the open space beside him. He then extended a finger towards Lao San with a grin. The two were dumbfounded. Boss, you don't mean to say that you are the boss yourself, do you?" "Precisely. Come at me. It's 10 million after all." Nie Yun grinned, baring his teeth. The two exchanged glances. Lao San hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped forward, his face solemn as he raised his left arm and drew back his right, adopting the stance of a pugilist. The elder brother pondered for a moment before retreating a few steps, evidently intending to allow the more combat-proficient Lao San to probe the boss's capabilities before deciding how to join the fray. Nie Yun simply stood with his hands clasped behind his back, appearing utterly unguarded in Lao San's eyes. Yet, the more he appeared so, the more solemn Lao San's expression became. Old San was not a meticulous individual. He did not ponder why Nie Yun exhibited such arrogance. With decisive action, he unleashed a standard right hook, swift and powerful. Yet, Nie Yun merely sidestepped, the punch gliding past his chest with a near miss. Old San's eyes narrowed. What incredible speed! What precise judgment! After evading, Nie Yun refrained from retaliating, standing still with his hands behind his back. Old San, disregarding all else, launched a series of punches, left hooks, right hooks, knee strikes, and elbow blows, entirely forsaking defense for an all-out assault. However, the words miss echoed continuously above Nie Yun's head, with none of Old San's attacks finding their mark. Through minimal lateral movement, Nie Yun effortlessly dodged Old San's rapid-fire onslaught, hardly shifting his position. Panting slightly, Old San conceded defeat in his futile barrage. Observing the scene, the leader chose not to intervene. He recognized that the disparity in skill between the two was monumental, rendering his assistance pointless. "Boss, your speed is truly astounding. I am no match for you." Old San gasped. "It is not that I am faster than you. Rather, my reactions far surpass yours. In my eyes, you move as slowly as a snail. The speed of cognitive reaction and the brain's computational ability are directly correlated. With the entire mechanical insect legion serving as an external brain, Nie Yun's computational power had increased exponentially, consequently enhancing his reaction speed. Theoretically, had his physical capabilities matched his intellect, he could create a detailed masterpiece in just 0.1 seconds. However, boss, even though we are clad in battle armor and can evade the third's attacks, standing still for you to strike will not breach our defenses. Will it? Wouldn't that result in a stalemate? If it's a stalemate, does that mean we win half? At this moment, the leader chimed in with a sly grin. You are quite astute in your calculations, but I have made my promise. A stalemate means a half victory. Nie Yun generously proclaimed. Oh yeah. The two cheered, elated at the prospect of earning 5 million from a mere skirmish. This deal seemed exceedingly profitable. However, in the next instant, their jubilations were abruptly silenced. But who said, "This battle is a stalemate"? Nie Yun taunted. As he spoke, he extended his right hand, and silver, liquid mechanical worms swirled around his arm like a tornado, enveloping his entire being. In the blink of an eye, Nie Yun stood before them, fully adorned in a suit of golden armor identical to theirs, transforming him into a formidable figure akin to a golden-armored deity, exuding an immense sense of pressure upon the two. What is this? They both recoiled in astonishment. Did you truly believe I would be an unarmed wild boss? Heh. A cold laugh emanated from beneath the golden visor. Wait. Even if you don the heart of the hero armor, it cannot amplify physical strength, right? You still cannot breach our defenses. The leader, quick-witted, immediately grasped the situation. Indeed, striking with a fist versus striking with a metal gauntlet yields the same result. The third also realized this, letting out a sigh of relief. Just because you cannot wield it effectively does not mean I cannot. As Nie Yun's words faded, he stamped his foot, creating a deep pit in the ground. With lightning speed, he appeared before the two men. With two swift thuds, his fists landed squarely on their abdomens before they could react. Eerie ripples spread across the points of impact on their hearts of valor armor. But the armor ultimately failed to withstand the immense force. The armor visibly contorted before the two men were launched away like projectiles. With a resounding crash, they slammed into the cliff face dozens of meters away, sending debris flying and creating two large craters. After a long moment, they struggled to extract themselves from the rubble. Clutching their abdomens with pallid faces, their internal organs seemingly twisted together. Boss, the leader stammered, our armor is constructed identically to yours. Yet why does your armor amplify your strength? Nie Yun crossed his arms, lifted his gaze, and replied nonchalantly, simple. It's because I am gold, and you are merely iron. The leader was dumbfounded. Boss, are you implying that this golden armor is different from ours? He asked, attempting to interpret the boss's words with some semblance of rationality. However, his hopes were dashed as Nie Yun shook his finger. No. Aside from the color, the armor is identical. It's simply that I can control it with ease, while you cannot. Theoretically, once I commandeer control of your exoskeletons, you will become mere marionettes, still capable of exhibiting velocity and potency akin to what I demonstrated. Upon hearing this, the two brothers exchanged glances, wry smiles playing on their lips. It dawned on them that the mission was fundamentally unattainable. No wonder the penalty was left unspecified. They had been far too naive. A smirk graced Nie Yun's countenance, precisely the effect he had intended. If even the boss could be vanquished, their arrogance would know no bounds. The art of leadership lay in a balance of benevolence and authority. The brothers attempted to rise, but found themselves unable, the force of Nie Yun's earlier strike having thoroughly depleted their strength. Nie Yun, observing their plight, nodded in satisfaction, devoid of any remorse for the beating he had inflicted. Now, he declared, allow me to unveil the second function of this armor. The two were taken aback, followed by the sensation of numerous slender needles piercing their bodies, causing a mild, sharp pain. What is this? They exclaimed aghast. Few could remain composed when subjected to a sudden barrage of needles. However, moments later, a wave of tingling washed over them, alleviating the pain and seemingly ameliorating the bruises and contusions from the earlier impact. Incredulously, they moved their bodies, finding no trace of their injuries. This is? Astonishment was evident in their eyes. You surmise correctly. Nie Yun pronounced, each word measuring grave. This is the long-lost art of gold. Needle. Acupuncture, both individuals retorted. When did we ever engage in such conjecture? Furthermore, who would deign to speculate on such arcane matters? You've witnessed it firsthand with this. Ordinary injuries can be remedied at a moment's notice. Barring decapitation or cardiac impalement, you are effectively immortal. The pair then inquired, might we be permitted to substitute a more sophisticated analogy? Perhaps something with a touch more panache, such as vampires. Of course, the reality of the situation was not quite as mystical as Nie Yun portrayed. The so-called golden needle acupuncture was, in fact, the culmination of Nie Yun's extensive study of internet-based knowledge, which sparked an epiphany. He had ingeniously applied the capabilities of mechanical insects to a novel domain, biomedical science. Einstein once posited that the future of science lies in the continued exploration of both the macroscopic and microscopic realms. Within the realm of microscopic technologies, the field of nanorobotics has long been heralded as a truly epochal scientific revolution. As early as 1959, Nobel laureate and theoretical physicist Richard Feynman pioneered the concept of nanotechnology. In his lecture entitled There's Plenty of Room at the Bottom, he proposed a notion that humanity would one day employ nanoscale microrobots for medical applications. Envision, if you will, millions of microscopic robots, dutifully following programmed instructions, traversing the human body with impunity. These robots would be capable of utilizing molecules, or even individual atoms, as components, constructing matter, or altering cellular structures within exceedingly confined spaces. This would signify humanity's capacity to cure cancer through the agency of these microrobots. Moreover, it would portend the possibility of human lifespans extending for centuries. Wounds shall mend within mere seconds, and no virus shall pose a threat to the human body. Diseases will vanish into oblivion. In other words, the microscopic robots possess the potential to heal the entire world. However, while the future of these microscopic robots gleams with promise, the path remains fraught with challenges. Despite the flourishing of life sciences in the 21st century and the increasing recognition of nanobiology, an amalgamation of nanotechnology and biomedicine, there remains a considerable distance to traverse before the successful creation of such nanobots is realized. Yet, the existence of mechanical insects has enabled Nie Yun to shatter this technological barrier in an instant. In terms of size, mechanical insects are even more diminutive than nanobots. Regarding control, Nie Yun wields command over these mechanical insects with unparalleled finesse. As for the comparative capabilities of both, the distinction is unequivocal. Thus, the realm of microscopic robotic medical technology has, quite naturally, been formally breached by Nie Yun. Moreover, the prospects for future advancements are sure to surpass those of nanobots. Although Nie Yun has yet to delve deeply into biological studies, thereby still maintaining some distance from extending human lifespan, he is currently more than capable of addressing injuries related to muscles, skin, and bones with ease. Even in the case of fractures and torn ligaments, healing is but a fleeting moment for him. Tumors and cancers pose even less of a challenge, as he can simply eradicate cancer cells without concern for the aftermath. In other words, from this moment forth, please refer to him as Dr. Nie. Boss, does this mean we now possess two formidable trump cards? The boss, whose body has finally regained its strength, is now able to properly digest the information imparted by Nie Yun. After a brief moment of contemplation, he responds with clarity. Nie Yun silently praised the leader's agile mind. Indeed, you are astute. In addition to formidable healing abilities, I have just indicated another powerful tactic. What other tactic? I don't quite understand, Third murmured, scratching his head in confusion. Fool! The boss just mentioned that as long as he personally controls the battle armor, we can exhibit the same speed and strength he just displayed. This means that whenever we encounter an insurmountable foe, we can readily call for reinforcements. Nie Yun smiled and nodded, and, at that moment, Third finally grasped the idea. How'd I not think of that? This implies that we possess not only invincible defense, but also formidable offensive capabilities. Boss, how can we reach you for assistance during battle? The leader inquired. Oh, What is the secret phrase? Nie Yun coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and adopted a solemn expression. Omnipotent boss, please bestow upon me your strength. Leader. Third. Mechanical bug. Chapter 53. Malice Southeast Military District Command. Yes. Yes, Commander. I will do my utmost to fulfill the task assigned by the organization. Rest assured, Commander. General Hu set down the red telephone and let out a long sigh of relief. Old Hu, how did it go? Did the commander agree? Professor Fong asked eagerly from the side. Indeed, the commander has sanctioned this transaction, emphasizing the importance of nurturing this conduit and refraining from any probing of the other party's capabilities for the time being. Securing the nuclear resources remains the paramount objective. Our Southeast military region possesses autonomy in this matter. Excellent. That's splendid news. Professor Fong exclaimed with elation. Furthermore, their orders will galvanize several of our military-industrial enterprises and facilitate the disposal of a significant quantity of our decommissioned equipment. This presents a lucrative prospect for us. Fong, you've rendered a great service this time. Ah, mere fortune, pure fortune. Oh, by the way, I must caution you to engage with the Chu group with utmost diligence. The viability and extent of this channel hinge largely, perhaps 80 or 90%, on them. Really? Is the Chu group that crucial? 80 or 90%? How much decision-making power can a mere representative wield? Ultimately, isn't it the forces behind them that dictate matters? Commander Hu remarked with skepticism. In his estimation, the Chu group was merely a front presented by the other party, akin to celebrity spokespersons whose creative input is ultimately subject to the director's vision. I was present throughout the previous transaction. Do you know what the liaison conveyed? Professor Fong teased, piquing his interest. And what was that? He stated that Chu Xiaoxiao's word is his word. Even if she were to gift the entire consignment, he would have no objections. He actually said that? Who? His eyes widened in astonishment. To simply give away billions of dollars worth of merchandise? There can be no deception, and upon observing the accomplice, it is evident that he is but a youth, yet he conducts himself with an air of mystery and remarkable discretion, navigating a dilapidated fishing vessel. Although the Chu family claims he is merely a spokesperson for the supplier, I perceive otherwise. His manner of speaking and nonchalant demeanor suggest that he possesses the authority akin to that of the actual owner of the goods, with the liberty to dispose of them at will. Professor Fong, with his seasoned wisdom and keen insight, finds this most peculiar. Indeed, it is strange. Why would foreign powers seek an intermediary from our nation and grant him such extensive autonomy? It is perplexing. However, overthinking is futile. We must first finalize the initial transaction. Should the counterpart indeed be able to supply further goods, what does it matter the reasoning behind it? Once the collaboration is stable, we can seize the opportunity to investigate the other party's background. Indeed, that sounds reasonable. I shall instruct my subordinates to compile a transaction list to present to the Chu family. I will also expedite arrangements to meet the requirements set forth by them. Splendid. Old Hu. You see, I have rendered you such a significant service and contributed immensely. Should there not be some acknowledgement? What is it that you desire? Our research institute requires 5 grams of highly concentrated uranium. That request is not unreasonable. Very well. When it comes time for distribution, I shall ensure it is addressed. Excellent. Old Hu, you are quite generous. It is settled then. Chu Xiaoxiao comfortably slumbered until the sun was high in the sky. Indeed, she had once again skipped class today. Dressed in her pajamas, she yawned as she entered the living room, where she found Chu Feng seated on the sofa, engrossed in financial news. With a playful enthusiasm, she greeted, "Good morning, Mom." Chu Feng, upon witnessing her daughter's demeanor, could only roll her eyes in resignation, accepting that she could no longer manage this spirited girl. Chu Xiaoxiao proudly settled beside her mother and began to munch on an apple from the table. The television suddenly announced breaking news. Around 11 o'clock last night, the water bottle, 10,000-ton cargo ship under the Dayo Group, mysteriously disappeared in the eastern waters of our province. Fortunately, there were no casualties, as all crew members were rescued by a nearby vessel. An investigation into the cause of the incident is currently underway, and as a result, Dayo Group's stock plummeted at today's opening, with estimated losses exceeding 1 billion RMB. The broadcast shifted to footage of a rescue ship, where medical personnel were examining the injuries of several crew members. Among them was a captain clad in white, who appeared visibly shaken, muttering incoherently. Chu Xiao, still chewing a small piece of apple, momentarily forgot to swallow, her mouth forming an astonished O. The mother and daughter stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before them. After exchanging glances, they burst into laughter. What could be more delightful than witnessing a nemesis's misfortune so early in the morning? Indeed, it was even more gratifying when their downfall was more severe. Mom, do you think the Dayo Group has done too many bad deeds? How could they be so unfortunate? She chuckled. Chu Feng chuckled for a moment, then composed herself. Although this was a considerable setback for them, their vast holdings meant it was far from crippling. However, the incident was peculiar. A ghost ship? The vessel was gone. Yet the crew was unharmed. Something seemed amiss. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's heart stirred. Could it be that individual? Surely not. How could he accomplish such a feat? Could he have summoned naval vessels again? However, assisting in the assault on mercenaries was one thing, but hijacking a domestic freighter? Which navy would dare to aid him in such an endeavor? It seemed highly improbable. The Sunburst Group headquarters. Bang! Han Xiangsheng slammed his hand heavily on the desk. Before him stood the vice president of Sunburst. Chairman, the matter is still under investigation. According to the crew's accounts, it is highly probable that they encountered a ghost ship. The middle-aged, balding vice president said hesitantly. Nonsense. You believe such tales? Conduct a thorough investigation and uncover the truth. What do the maritime patrols say? They stated that since the incident occurred in international waters, they can only conduct a search in the area to the best of their ability, but cannot guarantee any results. Continue monitoring and report any findings immediately. What are our losses from the disappearance of the Aquarius? Reporting, Chairman. The loss of the vessel and cargo is approximately 500 million, and the group's share price has plummeted, causing our market value to evaporate by nearly 500 million. Moreover, the delivery of the tens of thousands of tons of steel aboard the ship has become delayed, and in accordance with our contract, we are obligated to compensate the buyer with a substantial penalty for breach of contract. This incident has also cast a shadow over our reputation. Indeed, Chairman. The vice president exited the room. Han Xiangxing was furrowing his brow, contemplating the subsequent ramifications of this matter, when suddenly the phone rang. Upon answering, his expression shifted. It was the director of the customs of Fujian province. Hello, Director Wu. It's a pleasure to hear from you. Old Han, you've really landed yourself in a serious predicament this time. Director Wu's opening remark startled Han Xiangxing. Today, the higher-ups have instructed me to immediately lift any restrictions on the import and export qualifications of the Chu Group. Furthermore, henceforth, for any business pertaining to the Chu Group, the customs must provide full cooperation without any obstructions. What? Han Xiangxing was taken aback. Director Wu, being the head of the Fujian customs, was implying that this directive came from even higher authorities. Director Wu, do you know who issued this order? He inquired cautiously. The higher-ups didn't specify, but it seems to be somewhat related to the military. The military? Indeed, the Chu Group has connections to the military. Han Xiangsheng lamented inwardly, realizing that his fears had materialized. Old Han, I've faced reprimand from the higher-ups over this issue, so you must proceed with caution from here on out. I will not be intervening further in this matter. After hanging up, Han Xiangxing's brow was furrowed even deeper. The situation concerning the Shui Ping Hao had yet to settle, and now the influence of the military had emerged behind the Chu Group. Truly, one crisis had not yet abated when another arose. He harbored a subtle unease, as though malevolent eyes were observing Rieo from behind. Chapter 54. The military demonstrated remarkable efficiency and eagerness for the transaction. Consequently, the following day, Nie Yun received a call from Chu Xiao. Hello, Nie Yun. We've secured a buyer for your merchandise, the southeast military region of the Zhonghua family. They've dispatched a manifest. You can come and select your desired purchases. I'm confined by my mother, so would you. Perhaps visit my residence? It so happens that my mother also wishes to meet you. HM, your home? Couldn't this be managed via email? Nie Yun inquired naively, questioning the need for a physical visit. Besides, do you even possess an email address? Chu Xiaoxiao's tone turned frigid. Ah, was that a condescending remark? Understandable, given Nie Yun's previous existence, akin to an 80s-era fisherman. The prospect of him possessing such a modern convenience as email was improbable. Nie Yun began to assert that he did, but fortunately, sensing the precipitous drop in temperature, he quickly amended his response. No. All right, I'll pay a visit. Provide me with your address. Upon concluding the call, Nie Yun scratched his head, contemplated the matter, and promptly assigned a task to the ever-diligent Erlang before embarking on the Sea Wolf. Haiying Town, Nanwan Wharf Fish Market. Well, old Lu, you've had a bountiful haul today. That mackerel must weigh 7 or 8 kilograms, wouldn't you say? Uncle Lu, still habitually clenching his pipe, responded with hearty laughter. Haha, this is the harvest of my young lad. I am growing old and cannot fish as I used to. What a fine boy. Very well. I shall value this fish at 100 as a token of congratulations for your promising future. When combined with the others, it totals 370. Agreed then. The deal was struck, and Uncle Lu was preparing to receive the payment when suddenly he felt a shove on his shoulder, stumbling 2 steps and nearly losing his balance. In that moment, a hand reached over and snatched the money away. Uncle Lu turned to glare at the perpetrator, only to find a brutal scar marring the man's face, which quelled his anger instantly. He had heard that not long ago, someone from across the street had a quarrel with this scarred individual and ended up severely beaten, ultimately forced to leave in disgrace. Most fishermen here were wary of such a man. What is the meaning of this, Scar? I have already paid this month's protection fee. Uncle Lu managed to suppress his fury and demanded. Heh. Unfortunately, the protection fee has increased this month, and with your contribution, it's just barely sufficient. Scar grinned wickedly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth as he counted the bills in his hand. The onlookers, including the shop owner from earlier, maintained their distance, their eyes filled with suppressed anger. Uncle Lu's eyes blazed with fury, but thinking of his son, he muttered a curse under his breath and turned to leave. Wait, Scar called out to Uncle Lu, who halted and turned back to face him. Scar narrowed his eyes and said, I've heard that Nie Yun has been getting rather close to your family. Uncle Lu was taken aback by the mention of Nie Yun. And what of it? Excellent. I have a matter to discuss with him. Do you happen to know his whereabouts? Uncle Lu was taken aback, sensing the ominous tone in Scarface's voice. His expression shifted, but he forced a smile and said, Scarface, Nie Yun is merely a child. If he has caused any offense, I shall make amends on his behalf. Before Uncle Lu could finish, Scarface's eyes turned cold. Did I give you leave to prattle on? All you need to do is tell me. Where is he? A perceptive underling seized the moment and punched Uncle Lu squarely in the face. Old codger, did Scarface give you permission to speak out of turn? Cough, cough. Uncle Lu fell to the ground, unable to rise for a moment. Dad! A voice filled with alarm and fury came from nearby. A balding youth rushed over. It was none other than Uncle Lu's son, Lu Xiaoyo. He knelt beside his father, examining his injuries, seeing the blood trickling from his father's mouth. His eyes turned red with rage. He was about to attack Scarface and his men when a hand gripped his arm. He turned to see his father shaking his head, holding him back. Old man, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Reveal the whereabouts of that brat Nie Yun, or else. Or else what? A chilling voice cut through the air. Everyone paused, turning to see a youth emerge from the crowd. Nie Yun, the Lu father and son exclaimed in unison. Scarface's eyes lit up. So, you're Nie Yun? Uncle Lu, in a state of agitation, struggled to sit up, exclaiming, Scarface, what are you planning to do? He is merely a child. Nie Yun glanced at the wounds on Uncle Lu's face and then noticed the broken pipe lying in 2 halves on the ground not far away. His eyes narrowed slightly. He stepped forward, unconcerned by the presence of others, and picked up the shattered pieces of the pipe, meticulously wiping away the dust that clung to them before approaching Uncle Lu. What others could not see was the fleeting glimmer of silver that flashed subtly from Nie Yun's hand as he held the pipe. Uncle Lu, remain calm. Take good care of the pipe. I will handle the situation, Nie Yun said as he placed the pipe into Uncle Lu's palm. Uncle Lu, in a state of urgency, opened his mouth to speak but was suddenly taken aback, lowering his gaze to the pipe in his hand. To his astonishment, the pipe, which had previously been broken in two, now lay perfectly intact in his palm, devoid of any trace of damage. This, Uncle Lu was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Nie Yun had already approached Scarface and his group. "You're looking for me?" he inquired. "Hi, you have some guts, kid. I have a few questions for you. Come with us." Scarface sneered after sizing up Nie Yun. "Very well," Nie Yun responded with alacrity. That was unexpected," thought Scarface, taken aback by Nie Yun's compliance. He had anticipated resistance from Nie Yun to assert his dominance. "Then let us proceed. What is your question?" Scarface inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. "You just instructed Uncle Lu to reveal my whereabouts. Otherwise, what will you do?" Scarface studied the calm-faced youth before him, and for reasons unknown, felt an unsettling sense of danger emanating from him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, signaling his subordinates, who promptly encircled Nie Yun. "Heh, if you don't speak, you'll be crippled. Kid, I abhor needless chatter. It seems I must first acquaint you with my rules, courtesy of Scarface. Give him a welcoming gift." Scarface's henchmen grinned savagely as they closed in. "Nie Yun, I am here to assist." Baldy had somehow materialized beside Nie Yun, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Yet he stood his ground valiantly. Nie Yun glanced at Baldy and smiled faintly. A minute elapsed. Everyone gazed at the groaning figures of Scarface's underlings sprawled across the ground, their faces etched with utter astonishment. Even Baldy, who had played a negligible role, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Heavens, what did we just witness? A martial arts expert. Uncle Lu scrutinized Nie Yun, who remained unscathed, with a perplexed gaze. In just a few days, the boy he had watched grow up had transformed into someone almost unrecognizable. "We've stumbled upon an immovable object." Cold sweat beaded on Scarface's brow. "A little brother, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. We merely sought to pose a question, with no malicious intent." Scarface retreated a step, forcing a smile. Nie Yun approached him deliberately. "Is that so? Well, now, this misunderstanding has escalated considerably." As Nie Yun drew near, Scarface's eyes flashed with sudden malice. He produced a dagger from his bosom, aiming a thrust at Nie Yun's chest. "Nie Yun, watch out!" The Lu family cried out in alarm. Nie Yun simply pivoted, evading the dagger, and in the blink of an eye he was behind Scarface, one hand firmly placed on his shoulder. As Scar was about to turn and strike, he suddenly felt a sharp sensation in his shoulder, akin to a needle prick. Almost immediately, his arm went numb, rendering him devoid of sensation. The dagger clattered to the ground, and Scar's right hand fell limply at his side. In a state of sheer terror, he desperately attempted to lift his right hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to perform such a simple motion, as if that hand had ceased to exist entirely. What have you done to me?" Scar shouted in horror at Nie Yun. "Clearly, you've suffered a stroke," Nie Yun replied, gazing at him with feigned pity. "A stroke?" Everyone was taken aback. Indeed, a stroke could lead to paralysis, but Scar was not genuinely afflicted. The reason was simple. If microscopic robots could be employed for non-invasive surgeries, capable of curing nearly any ailment, they could certainly be used to inflict harm without a trace. What Nie Yun had done to Scar was rather straightforward. He had severed the main nerve in his arm, preventing the brain's signals from reaching that limb, thus rendering it useless. There was no bloodshed, no broken bones, but this kind of nerve damage was far more vicious than mere physical injury. You take pleasure in crippling others, do you not? Then perhaps you should experience the taste of disability yourself. Nie Yun had never been known for his patience, especially when it came to Uncle Lu, who was like family to him. Scar had dared to touch Nie Yun's sore spot. What are you saying? How could I possibly have a stroke out of the blue?" Scar cried out in fear. This bizarre scene left him no choice but to tremble in terror. In his eyes, Nie Yun had transformed into a demon. Who knows? Perhaps you were simply exposed to too much sea breeze yesterday? Nie Yun shrugged his shoulders in exasperation. What? Is it that the sea breeze can lead to a stroke? The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances, yet they felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Previously, they had been fearful of retaliation, unable to voice their anger. Now, witnessing the misfortune of the scarred man brought them considerable solace, Some even regarded Nie Yun with admiration. Ignoring the scarred man's expression of sheer terror, Nie Yun approached a group of the scarred man's henchmen sprawled on the ground. Although they were unable to rise, they nonetheless scrambled away from Nie Yun like frightened vermin, their eyes filled with dread. They refrained from uttering even a whimper, fearful of attracting Nie Yun's attention. "Tell me," he began, "you claim to be thugs, and while I can overlook your means of earning a living, is there truly no humanity left in you when you resort to attacking the elderly? Not to mention that the pipe was a treasured keepsake from Aunt Lu to Uncle Lu. Now speak up. Who was responsible for this?" Silence enveloped the scene, and then all eyes turned to a trembling underling. His face was a mask of terror. "And no, it wasn't intentional. It was Scar who ordered me to do it. It's not my fault." However, Nie Yun paid no heed to his excuses. As he turned away, the underling's right hand hung limply from his shoulder, clutching his arm as he wailed in agony. Nie Yun felt no sympathy for such a person. He turned back, shrugged, and sighed, "Look, another one has suffered stroke. With a frail body and still choosing this life, truly, they do not know how to cherish themselves." Everyone remained silent, and Nie Yun then directed his gaze towards the scarred man. The scarred man retreated several steps in trepidation, realizing that the youth before him was responsible for the crippling of his arm. From a youth's frigid gaze, he sensed his arm would likely never recover. "Pray tell, who sent you?" Nie Yun inquired, arms crossed. I know not who he is," he stammered. 2 days prior, a mysterious benefactor deposited 100,000 yuan into my account, promising an equal sum upon completion of the task. I swear, every word is the truth. How clever. Erecting a firewall, Nie Yun scoffed. Yet deduction was simple. He had maintained a low profile, save for his involvement in the conflict between the Chu Corporation and the Rieo Group. Who else could be behind this but the Rieo Group? Evidence? Such trifles were beneath him. However, the manner in which they discovered his existence was perplexing. The Chu Corporation would never betray him, and he had never appeared before them. A curious matter indeed. Nevertheless, it was but a minor inconvenience. Nie Yun held the Rieo Group in utter contempt. If they sought death, he would gladly oblige them with a demise far more agonizing. One could only imagine Han Yi's reaction upon learning that a single act of probing had plunged the Han family from the 17th circle of hell to the 18th. Henceforth, this territory falls under my protection. Should I discover anyone engaging in extortion or protection rackets, I shall not hesitate to grant them a taste of the sea breeze," he declared. A taste of the sea breeze? The ruffians were momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement, desperately scrambling away. Only the scarred man hesitated and cautiously inquired, "Bosnia, what about my hand? Do I appear to be an elderly physician skilled in treating strokes?" Nie Yun squinted at him. "And no, I'm leaving right this moment." The scarred man, in a state of panic, turned to flee, yet as he did so, a look of malice crossed his face. "Nie Yun, this matter is far from over." Nie Yun observed the retreating figure of the scarred man, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Unbeknownst to everyone, a fleeting glimmer of silver flickered at the back of the scarred man's collar. "Young Yun, is it you?" At that moment, Uncle Lu, supported by the bald man, stepped forward hesitantly. "Uncle Lu, would you like me to remove my pants so you can see the birthmark on my backside?" "Ha!" Nie Yun laughed heartily as he approached to support Uncle Lu's other arm. "You rascal, still so disheveled at this age." Uncle Lu chuckled in response. "You're still the same young Yun." 10 minutes later, aboard the Lu family's fishing boat. "Huh, why does it feel like this wound suddenly doesn't hurt anymore? Is this some sort of magical egg? No remedy works this quickly," Uncle Lu exclaimed in astonishment, touching the corner of his mouth, where there was no trace of a bruise, let alone a cut. Nie Yun, putting away the warm egg, smiled. "I told you, you are as vigorous as ever. It's merely a small injury, and your recovery speed is remarkable. Wow, just moments ago, there were 7 or 8 of them, yet they couldn't even touch the hem of your clothes. That was incredibly impressive. Is the technique that immobilizes others' arms, as mentioned earlier, the legendary acupoint striking? It seems this method can indeed affect only the arms. Alas, could you possibly teach me? I would even be willing to become your disciple." The bald man, with a sycophantic expression, shuffled closer, chattering incessantly, oblivious to the fact that the two were not only close friends but also bitter rivals. Do you wish to learn? However, my skills are beyond your grasp. You possess an additional trait. Huh? An additional trait? This line of dialogue seems somewhat amiss. The bald man pondered, perplexed. Traditionally, a master selects a disciple based on either a deficiency in innate talent or a lack of sincerity. Why would I possess an additional attribute? Wait, could it be that to master this technique? Suddenly, the bald man recalled a scenario from a novel, his face paling with terror as he recoiled until his back pressed against the corner of the wall, trembling as he pointed at Nie Yun. You haven't gone and harmed yourself, have you? Nie Yun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. You are the one who harmed yourself. Your entire family has. However, he refrained from voicing this in front of Uncle Lu and decided to let it slide. Rolling his eyes, he dismissed the bald man's antics and turned to Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, come, I have something to show you. With that, he stood and walked towards the deck. The Lu father and son, puzzled, followed him outside, surveying their surroundings. Besides the boats coming and going, there was nothing but the vast expanse of the sea. Young man, what is it that you wish to show us? Where is it? Uncle Lu inquired, bewildered. Behold, it is right before you. Nie Yun gestured to the side. The father and son glanced in that direction. But apart from a large cargo ship docked beside their fishing boat, there seemed to be nothing else of interest. Are you referring to this vessel, Nie Yun? Uncle Lu inquired, finally understanding. Nanwan was a small dock, capable of accommodating ships up to 1,000 tons at most. The one adjacent to them was of that size. Given the modest flow of goods in Sea Eagle Town, it was rare to see such a large ship there, making it stand out among the fishing boats. Uncle Lu gazed at the freighter with a hint of longing. Indeed, it's the Changjiang, Nie Yun responded. From this day forward, it's yours, Uncle Lu. Nie Yun grinned, handing over a ship transfer agreement, already signed by him. All the documents were complete. Once Uncle Lu signed, the ship would be his. What? This you? Uncle Lu was too shocked to speak. Rest assured, Uncle Lu, this ship wasn't stolen or plundered. I purchased it. Uncle Lu opened his mouth. But seeing the resolute look in Nie Yun's eyes, he chuckled, his eyes moistening. Am I such a sentimental person? You Yun are like a son to me. If a son shows filial piety to his father, how can a father refuse? Nie Yun grinned, joining in the laughter. Nie Yun ambled out of the dock, the sunlight illuminating his slightly tanned skin, revealing a subtle, lustrous sheen upon closer inspection. He paused, glancing down at his hand. When a miraculous event transpired, his hand gradually turned silvery white, eventually transforming into a pure silver hand, gleaming with a metallic luster, an utterly bizarre sight. Nie Yun shook his head with a smile. As he delved deeper into the integration with the mechanical insect, he himself began to undergo a transformation, becoming less human by the moment. The words he had just spoken to Xiao Niu were not mere fabrications. To master this skill, one must first abandon their corporeal form. Only by relinquishing his humanity could he metamorphose into a being like himself, restoring his hand to its original state. Nie Yun turned to gaze at the Lu family fishing boat, where the father and son stood on the deck, observing him. With moist eyes, he waved farewell, then resolutely turned and strode away, leaving behind a proud silhouette. Father, where is Nie Yun headed? Xiao Niu inquired. Xiao Niu, Yun has now become a man. He has his own path to forge. Let him go. One day, you two will experience this. Uncle Lu's eyes glistened with emotion, yet he felt a sense of pride. As Xiao Niu watched Nie Yun's retreating figure, an inexplicable longing surged within him. Chapter 56. Titles in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Haiying Town. Scarface's voice was tinged with desperation. What? What should we do? If our hands cannot be restored, we shall be crippled for life. The younger brother, who had also lost a hand to Nie Yun, lamented to the grim-faced Scarface. Surrounding them were lackeys, their expressions a mixture of dread, relief, and anger. They had just consulted the town's doctor, but the limited capabilities of a small-town hospital could not even identify their nerve injuries, let alone treat them. Scarface and the young man returned empty-handed, consumed by fear. If the town hospital is inadequate, we shall go to the city. If the city fails us, we will seek help from the province. If that proves insufficient, humph, there remain the two individuals from the Liu family. At worst, we shall resort to desperate measures, taking them hostage and compelling Nie Yun to administer treatment. A malevolent glint flickered in Scarface's eyes, rendering his facial scar even more grotesque. Would that not entail provoking that particular individual? Nay, perhaps ill-advised? What is there to fear? Irrespective of his combat prowess, he remains but a solitary figure. Given the haste of our departure, we are bereft of weaponry. Can he evade bullets, regardless of his capabilities? Scarface speaks sagaciously. We cannot allow matters to conclude thus. Else, how shall we maintain our dominance in this territory? 1. Loath to relinquish the comfortable existence of parasitizing upon the fisherman, voiced assent. The others echoed their agreement, their morale, which had plummeted to its nadir, experiencing a modicum of restoration. Scarface surveyed the scene with satisfaction. So long as he retained his underlings and his firearms, he possessed the means to continue his feud with Nie Yun. However, as he commenced contemplation of the means by which to target the Liu family, a prickling sensation, akin to that of a needle, assailed the nape of his neck, whereupon he collapsed limply to the ground. Scarface, what ails thee? The surrounding underlings, perceiving the anomaly, arose in alarm, exclaiming vociferously. Scarface retained control solely over his head, having forfeited all dominion over his corporeal form, as if his body had ceased to exist. The familiar sensation, the familiar prickling, needle-like ache. He finally recalled the dread that Nie Yun had once instilled in him. Tis that man. He has tampered with my person, Scarface exclaimed in terror. Haste! Fetch the implements, and abduct those two from the Liu family. Haste! Scar instantly comprehended that this was his sole hope for survival. He immediately shouted commands, yet that man was a demon. He possessed sorcery. The group of underlings, their eyes filled with overwhelming terror, instinctively distanced themselves from Scar as if he were afflicted by a plague. Finally, one of the lackeys could bear the pressure no longer and fled the abandoned factory. The others quickly scattered, terrified that lingering even a moment longer would draw the demon's attention upon them. No, don't leave. We still have a chance. Please, don't abandon me. Someone help me. The boundless fear and helplessness engulfed Scar. In the desolate, forsaken factory, only the echoes of Scar's despairing wails remained. A tiny silver spider silently emerged from the nape of Scar's neck, its delicate legs pattering softly as it departed. Shortly thereafter, by the roadside, not far from the factory, Nie Yun hailed a taxi. Just before entering the vehicle, a silver spider crawled onto Nie Yun's shoe, then inexplicably merged into it. As he stepped into the taxi, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and the taxi sped away into the distance. At the Xiamen City Public Security Bureau, what did you say? The target has appeared. Liu Guodong sprang to his feet. Yes, Director. 2 hours ago, our informant in Nanwan reported that Nie Yun was sighted, but after some events unfolded, the target vanished. What transpired? Liu Guodong discerned his subordinate's hesitation to speak. As Nie Yun had just arrived in Nanwan, a group of local ruffians, led by a character known as Scarface, inexplicably attempted to abduct him. What? Liu Guodong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, his countenance immediately darkening. Who else in the Bureau is privy to Nie Yun's case? With his extensive criminal investigation experience, he swiftly deduced that information had been leaked. Besides you and the Director, I also reported to the Deputy Director. The subordinate confessed truthfully. Ma Guoliang, Liu Guodong scoffed. He comprehended the underlying machinations all too well. Continue. You mentioned the target vanished, taken away by those individuals? Not exactly. The subordinate's expression was somewhat peculiar, carefully choosing his words before proceeding. The target single-handedly subdued 8 or 9 thugs, allegedly crippling 2 of them, and shortly thereafter departed the docks on his own accord. What? Liu Guodong nearly doubted his hearing. Single-handedly? 8 or 9 thugs, and crippled 2 of them. Are you certain he isn't Bruce Lee? Hold on. You said allegedly crippled. What do you mean? Liu Guodong inquired, his brow furrowed. According to eyewitness accounts, the target possessed exceptional martial prowess, dispatching the thugs virtually unscathed. Furthermore, he employed a technique akin to acupressure, rendering Scarface and one of his henchmen's right arms limp, ostensibly disabling them. The subordinate's tone betrayed undisguised astonishment as he reported, "Acupressure? Are you certain this isn't a work of fiction? It appears this young man, named Nie Yun, is far from ordinary." Lu Guodong mused, tapping his fingers on the table, his brow deeply furrowed. Initially thought to be merely a clue, it unexpectedly appears to have ensnared a significant catch. Immediately, I shall instruct the local police station to locate those ruffians and procure their testimonies. I demand a detailed account and ascertain who directed them to pursue Nie Yun. Understood, Director. As his subordinates departed to execute his orders, Lu Guodong remained lost in contemplation regarding the matter. Nie Yun. A sensation stirred within him. It was highly probable that he was a pivotal figure in the Chu case. In Xiamen, at the Seaview Garden Villa district, the doorbell rang. Upon hearing it, Chu Xiaoxiao hastily glanced at her reflection in the mirror, despite having checked several times within the hour. Once she confirmed that she appeared utterly flawless, she swiftly made her way to the door. Chu Feng observed the scene with amusement, inwardly lamenting the swift passage of time for young women. With a click, the door swung open, revealing none other than Nie Yun, dressed in his usual attire of jeans and a tank top, so unrefined that it extinguished any desire for mockery. Who could fathom that this individual was, in fact, a billionaire? Yet, Chu Xiaoxiao had long since grown accustomed to Nie Yun's idiosyncrasies and paid it no heed, casually greeting him with, "You've arrived?" "Gumin." She then raised her delicate neck with an air of pride, resembling a swan poised for admiration. Nie Yun cast a glance, then could not resist stealing another look, and yet another. Today, Chu Xiaoxiao adorned herself in a pink princess dress, her ears adorned with teardrop-shaped blue crystal earrings. Her exquisite features were accentuated, rendering her beauty even more radiant. Beneath her short skirt, a pair of long, slender, fair thighs were revealed, leaving Nie Yun momentarily dazzled. Upon noticing Nie Yun's gaze, Chu Xiaoxiao could not help but curve her lips into a victorious smile. As Nie Yun entered, a middle-aged woman approached him, her features somewhat reminiscent of Chu Xiaoxiao's. She scrutinized him with a mix of curiosity, inquiry, and the discerning gaze of a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law. "Nie Yun, this is my mother," Chu Xiaoxiao introduced. Nie Yun looked at Chu Feng. His lips parted as he momentarily found himself at a loss for how to address her. Should he call her aunt? Given that Xiaoxiao mentioned that her father had jumped from a window to leave, and presumably was not yet divorced, how could he refer to his father's wife as aunt? That would be quite disrespectful. Mota. The atmosphere froze instantly. Zhu Xiaoxia. Zhu Feng. Chapter 57. Foolish Actions in the Living Room. The three sat upon the sofa, the ambience somewhat awkward. Nie Yun grimaced, clutching the soft flesh at his waist, likely bruised from Chu Xiaoxiao's earlier pinch. Ahem. Chu Feng cleared her throat twice, breaking the peculiar silence. Before he left, he wrote me a letter. He mentioned your situation, and initially intended to bring you here to live. However, it seems you have your own path to follow, and aunt respect your choice. Chu Feng gazed at Nie Yun, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Yes, thank you, Chu. Aunt, I truly appreciate your kindness, but at present, I am indeed unable to make the time. Unable to make the time? I understand. However, in working for such forces, you must be vigilant regarding your own safety. National interests often transcend personal connections. Nie Yun was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the matter concerning nuclear fuel had led Chu Feng and the others to mistakenly believe he was involved in espionage, with a formidable force behind him, which was why he found it difficult to extricate himself from the organization. This misunderstanding could escalate significantly. However, sensing the concern in her words, he turned a glance at Chu Xiaoxiao, who also wore a worried expression, bringing a warmth to his heart. Thank you for your care. Andy, truly, you need not worry. It is not as perilous as you imagine. I am quite safe, I assure you. Observing that Nie Yun did not appear to be lying, both women felt somewhat reassured. All right then, Annie has rambled on enough. It's already noon. I shall prepare lunch. You two can continue your conversation. Chu Feng casually cast a glance at Chu Xiaoxiao, causing the latter's cheeks to flush slightly. Once Chu Feng's figure disappeared through the kitchen door, the atmosphere in the living room grew somewhat intimate, leaving only the two of them. Nie Yun turned his gaze towards Chu Xiaoxiao. It's evident that Annie cares for me. Nie Yun nodded affirmatively. It's good that you understand, responded Xiaoxiao. Nie Yun shifted a little closer, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at her. What? Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned slightly red as she averted her gaze. Nie Yun sat in close proximity, nearly able to catch the scent of his masculine presence. What did he wish to convey to her? If it were a confession, how should she respond? Was it too soon to think like this? Where's the list? Nie Yun wore an expression of eager expectation. Chu Xiaoxiao felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. It seemed she had overly anticipated this fellow to tread the path of romance. With a huff, she thrust a tablet into his hands, her tone icy. The military's manifest is on there. See for yourself. She then folded her arms and turned away, ignoring him. Perplexed, scratched his head, baffled by his sudden fit of pique. Women were such enigmatic creatures. Could it be because he was no longer human? No, it's because you've been single for 18 years. Picked up the tablet. Reading was far too sluggish for his tastes. That had spoiled him with its efficiency. Feigning to retrieve a silver USB drive from his pocket, he inserted it into the tablet's port. Instantly, the mechanical vermin transformed into a silver thread, coursing through the tablet circuits with incredible speed, heading straight for the storage hardware. Had been anticipating his request for assistance, recalling his earlier inability to operate a satellite phone. Instead, he produced a USB drive and connected it to the tablet, leaving her astonished. You know how to use that? She asked, surprised. Oh, this? Stammered, improvising. I took a crash course the last couple of days. It's not that difficult, really. A novice who couldn't even use a phone learns to operate a tablet in 2 days? What kind of course was that? She inquired, suspicion laced in her tone. Just then, a message from the mechanical vermin. Complete. S consciousness began to peruse the manifest. Wow. Weapons of mass destruction. Although these weapons are designed for external sales, their performance has undoubtedly been compromised. However, had the military not believed that I was backed by national-level power, it would have been improbable for them to sell these items to me so readily. As fate would have it, this turn of events has proven serendipitous. Nie Yun began to eagerly select the goods he required. The One-Sure 2 rocket artillery boasts a range of 480 kilometers, making it the longest-range rocket artillery in the world. Each rocket has a lethal radius of up to 450 meters, and a set of 100, including a mobile launch platform, is priced at 20 million renminbi. Each individual rocket is a mere 100,000 RMB. How affordable! I shall procure 3 sets to bolster my long-range offensive capabilities. The C-82A class frigate, capable of air defense, anti-ship, and anti-submarine operations, exhibits exceptional comprehensive combat capabilities, priced at 280 million renminbi. As the sole warship on the list, I must acquire you. The C-802 anti-ship missile, also known as the Flying Fish, can fly at supersonic speeds at ultra-low altitudes, exhibiting strong stealth and superior penetration capabilities with a remarkably high hit rate, priced at 5 million renminbi each. The FC-1 Xiaolong fighter jet, an all-weather, single-engine, lightweight multi-role combat aircraft, is the only third-generation fighter jet available for export from Rabbit Country, priced at 120 million renminbi. This serves as a reminder of our Air Force's inadequacy. If confronted by enemy aircraft, will we not be left vulnerable? While we can submerge, adopting a defensive stance is not befitting of a true mariner. Therefore, I shall purchase 3 aircraft. The VD-4 main battle tank features an integrated power compartment, composite reactive armor, a 125mm main gun, a sophisticated fire control system, and a comfortable operational environment, priced at 60 million. In addition to these formidable weapons, there are military-grade radar systems, digital individual combat systems, small reconnaissance drones, various firearms, and other smaller equipment. Ultimately, Nie Yun meticulously acquired every item on the list, exhausting a total of 5 billion. In truth, he only needed to purchase one of each item to replicate countless versions after absorption, and the results would be enhanced. However, this was not merely a tasting session. Would others not raise suspicions if he sampled everything? To convincingly disguise himself as an arms dealer, Nie Yun opted to procure additional items, justifying them as scrap metal for mechanical insect snacks. With nuclear fuel at his disposal, such extravagance was permissible. After saving his carefully curated shopping list in the tablet storage unit, Nie Yun drafted another list. This one comprising a selection of non-military goods that encapsulated some of the world's finest technological marvels, which he intended for the Chu family to purchase on his behalf. Chu Xiaoxiao observed Nie Yun for a full minute, utterly motionless. "What are you doing?" "Placing an order for goods." But you haven't even turned on the screen. "Oh, this is a high-tech USB drive with foolproof operation. The automated ordering software knows what to do. Just leave it to that." "Zhu xiao xia." Why do I feel like I'm the one out of my depth here? This ISNT online shopping. Where did the automated ordering software come from? Furthermore, it seems that your 2 days of tutelage have merely equipped you with the skill of inserting a USB drive. The plethora of absurdities overwhelms me, leaving me momentarily at a loss as to where to begin my critique. Chapter 58. Have this. Is this all? Receive the tablet with a bewildered expression. Could the hundreds of items on the list truly be selected so swiftly? Could have been merely 2 minutes? Is it possible that an automated ordering software exists? And yet, I have not even disclosed the location of the manifest file. She cast a dubious glance at the complacent, then unlocked the tablet. Upon opening a file on the desktop, S mouth agape. The originally dense list of hundreds of items now had purchase quantities neatly inscribed next to each, with the sums already computed, totaling 4.95 billion. Where can one acquire this ordering software? It is proprietary to the organization, not for sale. Invoked a grand facade. I am now affiliated with an organization. Remained incredulous. Has electronic technology truly advanced to such a degree? She temporarily suppressed her skepticism, casting a scrutinizing gaze over the items had selected on the list. Are you purchasing nearly every item available? Does your organization have such a substantial outflow? We had initially intended to substitute a portion with cash. Rest assured, the organization behind me far exceeds your imagination. No amount of goods poses a problem. Jesting. Unless I command them to cease, the mechanical insects could devour the entire planet. Very well, I shall place the order with them promptly. The remaining 50 million will be remitted to your account in cash. Nay, that is your commission. After all, it is the organization's funds. One should not let the bounty flow to outsiders. When Nie Yun noticed that Chu Xiaoxiao was about to decline, he quickly fabricated a lie. He realized that being part of an organization has its advantages. Upon hearing the phrase about not letting the bounty flow to outsiders, Chu Xiaoxiao's face flushed slightly as she shot a glance at Nie Yun. Yet she did not oppose further and merely nodded in agreement. By the way, there's also a list nearby containing high-tech products that I would like you to assist me in procuring. Chu Xiaoxiao curiously opened a new document on the interface. The list featured the top 20 smartphones globally in 2018, including Huawei, Apple, Samsung. It also included the top 10 supercomputing chips, DJI Spark drones, Porsche 918 Spider, Tesla Model X, Renault heavy trucks, VR headsets, 3D printers, flexible displays, Apple Watch, Microsoft Surface Book, and AirPods wireless earphones. After perusing a portion of the list, Chu Xiaoxiao raised her head in confusion and asked, "What do you need these high-tech products for?" This list encompasses nearly all high-tech products currently available worldwide, representing the pinnacle of Earth's technological advancements. Nie Yun's intention, of course, was to absorb these technological essences for his own use. Obtaining the physical products would be tantamount to acquiring the complete set of blueprints and design concepts. Technical protective measures? Haha, for the mechanical insects, it is non-existent. In the foreseeable future, Nie Yun will integrate the pinnacle of Earth's technology, complemented by the formidable manufacturing capabilities of the mechanical insects and their remarkably superior material properties. The sea wolf will truly become a world factory. Only the most extraordinary vessel on the planet deserves the greatest fisherman. enabling Nie Yun to hunt without restraint across the globe. This encapsulates Nie Yun's ambition. Regarding this, as you know, our organization has recently established a branch in a flowering nation, and thus requires some office equipment. We ought to procure the finest. After all, it is not my money being spent, Nie Yun asserted with conviction. But why purchase an entire set of each item? Does this branch consist of only one person? Chu Xiaoxiao regarded him with skepticism. Chu Xiaoxiao. This fellow harbors too many secrets. She decided not to delve deeper for now, knowing that there would inevitably come a day when he would have to speak the truth. All right, these items are relatively easy to acquire and in small quantities. However, some items necessitate overseas procurement, which may take a bit longer, approximately a month, during which we will prepare the goods. Very well. Let the payment be deducted from the next nuclear fuel supply. By the way, when will they require the next shipment? How much do they need? Chu Xiaoxiao glanced at him quizzically. From Nie Yun's tone, it seemed that whatever was needed could indeed be procured in abundance. Oh, I see. Nie Yun felt a twinge of disappointment. Having tasted the sweetness of such transactions, he had grown fond of this manner of trade, which bore no difference from thievery. What is a treasure to them is but a trifle to me. Such is the transformative power of technology. By the way, since your Chu conglomerate is also involved in trade, are there any goods you're looking to import? Nie Yun inquired, immediately thinking of the Chu conglomerate as a potential major client. Indeed, we do have some needs in terms of suppliers, though it certainly wouldn't be anything like nuclear fuel. That's not a problem. We offer other goods as well. Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Oh, you have other goods? Yes. Let me see. Would you be interested in iron ore? I'm looking to sell iron ore and purchase a large amount of steel. Iron ore? Do you have a reliable channel for providing iron ore? Nie Yun nodded. Among the undersea mineral deposits previously collected, iron ore was a primary focus of Nie Yun's collection due to the mechanical insect's demand for steel. His undersea base is now filled with it. These iron ores contain a significant amount of other impurities, and the mechanical insect's consumption efficiency is only 1/10 of that of directly consuming steel. It also requires additional energy to decompose the ore, which has been a source of dissatisfaction for Nie Yun. After raiding the Aquarius, which was filled with steel, the mechanical insects had a more efficient target for consumption, so these ores were temporarily stockpiled and listed as backup resources. The little wolf robots are still collecting nonstop, and they're now almost full, which is giving Nie Yun a headache. Actually, a major focus of our Chu conglomerate recently has been to enter the steel trade, which accounts for a significant proportion of Hua's foreign trade, mainly iron ore imports and steel exports. However, the industry's prime supply chains are monopolized by established corporations, rendering market penetration arduous. Should you furnish a dependable iron or supply conduit, we will be most amenable to procurement. Might I inquire as to the magnitude of your potential yield? I reiterate, our organization's capacity for provision is inexhaustible, Nie Yun declared with commanding assurance, a testament to his dominion over global resources. Having witnessed the nuclear fuel affair, Chu Xiaoxiao harbored no skepticism towards Nie Yun's pronouncements, her eyes gleaming with newfound interest. What might the pricing structure be? Half the prevailing market rate, he replied casually. Since the acquisition cost is nil, consider it a venture of marginal profit, high volume. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment, incredulous at such a pricing strategy. Chapter 59. Apprehension. Nie Yun's nonchalant demeanor belied the significance of his words. A weight not lost on Chu Xiaoxiao, a veritable commercial prodigy. Given the Chu Corporation's aspiration to rival the Radiant Sun Group in the steel trading sector, the intelligence division had meticulously scrutinized the industry. Presently, the Chinese nation reigns as the world's foremost steel producer, accounting for approximately half of the global steel output. However, owing to the scarcity of domestic iron ore resources, a colossal volume of raw iron ore is imported annually, with over 80 originating from Australia. As the premier exporter of iron ore, Australia reaps staggering profits from China annually, capitalizing on its monopolistic control of iron ore resources, thereby placing domestic steel manufacturing enterprises at a significant disadvantage, with a substantial portion of profits being seized by raw material vendors. To infiltrate the domestic market at such an unprecedentedly low price would shatter the monopolistic dominance of Australia's iron ore, an indisputable strategic triumph for our nation. Furthermore, Mr. Nie harbors an insatiable demand for steel. Due to the economic deceleration, the nation is currently plagued with a surfeit of steel production, necessitating the dumping of vast quantities abroad annually. In 2017, a staggering 50 of global anti-dumping investigations were directed at our nation's exported steel, a predicament that has engendered considerable international embarrassment. The capacity to engage in unrestricted trade, procuring iron ore and vending steel, would concurrently resolve two of our nation's most pressing domestic quandaries, an undertaking of extraordinary significance. Presently, Ms. Chu remains uncertain of the magnitude of Mr. Nie's trade volume, precluding a comprehensive impact assessment. However, the sheer price disparity has instantly illuminated the staggering value inherent within this proposition. Are you certain about vending at half the prevailing market price? That scarcely covers the extraction expenditures, does it not? Ms. Chu inquired, assuming a more upright posture. Extraction expenditures? Is that a concern of mine? Emer, Nie retorted. Rest assured, have I ever been known for uttering hyperbole? Ms. Chu ruminated, acknowledging the veracity of his statement. On the previous occasion, when he proposed vending nuclear fuel, he promptly produced an entire thermos flask. In comparison to such commodities, iron ore should be deemed a mere, trifling matter for Mr. Nie's organization. However, these iron ores lack certificates of origin. Is this not problematic? Mr. Nie inquired. In essence, devoid of export documentation from other nations, these commodities would be classified as contraband. This presents no impediment. We are currently a military-industrial enterprise, capable of procuring governmental dispensation through military channels. They would be overjoyed to receive an abundance of your merchandise, given the immense national advantage it confers. In less than half an hour, the two individuals not only finalized the military order, but also secured another substantial contract, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. When Chu Feng called them for a meal, she was astounded for quite some time after hearing the details from Chu Xiaoxiao. The two pressing issues that had troubled the Chu family, one concerning customs import and export qualifications, and the other regarding suppliers, were unexpectedly resolved with ease by Nie Yun through these two transactions. If Nie Yun's iron, ore, and steel orders truly have no upper limit as he claimed, domestic suppliers will flock to the Chu family without any prompting. Soon, the Chu family could become the most sought-after entity among all steel enterprises in the country. In contrast to Chu Xiaoxiao, Chu Feng possessed a wealth of experience and a more discerning eye. Steel is a fundamental material for infrastructure development, and Nie Yun's strategy of selling iron ore to the nation at nearly half the price will significantly reduce domestic construction costs. This effectively lowers the production costs for almost all enterprises in the country, enhancing the competitiveness of domestic products in the international market, thus having an immediate positive impact on the national economy. The source of such a vast amount of inexpensive iron ore remains a mystery. Nie Yun and the organization behind him appear increasingly enigmatic in Chu Feng's eyes. At the Summer City Public Security Bureau, the chief was informed, "Director, we have obtained the testimonies from Scar and the others." However, the reporting subordinate hesitated. "Speak." Lu Guodong furrowed his brows. The general course of events aligns closely with prior intelligence. Furthermore, according to the accounts of Scar's subordinates, a mysterious individual prepaid a sum of 100,000 to Scar, instructing him to capture Nie Yun and extract certain information, with the promise of an additional 100,000 upon completion of the task. As for the identity of this enigmatic figure, they have exercised extreme caution, to the extent that even Scar remains in the dark, concealing their true intentions. Lu Guodong has begun to speculate about the powerful forces behind this mysterious individual. With such financial resources and motivation, who else could it be but the Yeo group? Additionally, not long ago, the presumably injured Scar and a thug visited the town's hospital, where the doctors found themselves utterly powerless. There were no visible injuries, yet both had lost sensation in their right arms, and the town hospital was unable to ascertain the source of the problem, which was exceedingly strange. Subsequently, an even more bizarre incident occurred. Hiss! Lu Guodong widened his eyes in astonishment. Paralysis from the waist down. Are you certain he suffered no external injuries or severe blows? A professional physician has already examined him, and I assure you, there is no mistake. Where was Nie Yun at that time? Although it remains unclear where he was situated, there were at least a dozen thugs present at that stronghold, and not a single one witnessed Nie Yun's presence. He possesses an irrefutable alibi. This. Lu Guodong felt that the revelations he had encountered throughout the day were enough to astonish him for an entire year. Yes, director. And what about the deputy director? No need to concern ourselves with him. They have likely received word and are currently grappling with the situation. Lu Guodong smiled with a hint of schadenfreude. What? The person you sought was incapacitated? Confined to his residence by Han Xiangsheng these past days. Han, he was already in low spirits. Upon hearing this unwelcome news, his agitation only intensified. No, not quite, but the matter is rather peculiar. The subordinate then recounted the information he had gathered in its entirety. The more Han listened, the deeper his frown became. You're saying he alone crippled Scarface and drove him to the point of mental derangement? Indeed, young master, is the unvarnished truth. I have had several individuals corroborate the account repeatedly. Furthermore, in the process, we discerned that the police are also investigating the matter. Did you compromise your identity, leaving any loose ends? Han, he felt a vague sense of unease. Absolutely not. I maintained contact with Scarface exclusively via telephone. He never even laid eyes on me. Very well, let this matter rest here. Cease all interaction with this Nie Yun. Faced with a Nie Yun capable of inflicting harm invisibly, Han, he was indeed wary. Before ascertaining the extent of his abilities, he dared not make another move. He dismissed his subordinate and sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed in thought. Nie Yun. The commotion stirred by the Scarface incident had no effect on Nie Yun, or at least, none on his appetite. Your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Nie Yun, his mouth full of food, mumbled to Chu Feng. If you enjoy it, please have more. Annie has prepared plenty. Here, have another bowl. Chu Feng said with a smile as she ladled another bowl for Nie Yun. Mother, why do you always serve him food? Who is the real child here? Chu Xiao felt a twinge of jealousy. If you could eat as deliciously as he does, I would serve you too. Chu Feng shot a glare at Chu Xiao. In response, Chu Xiao silently regarded the towering pile of dishes beside Nie Yun. Had it not been for Chu Feng hastily preparing additional dishes, that overflowing table would scarcely suffice for Nie Yun alone. Glutton, Chu Xiao muttered under her breath. Just as her chopsticks were about to reach the last piece of braised pork in her dish, which promptly vanished. A vexed exclamation escaped her lips. Nie Yun swallowed the morsel of meat in his mouth, licking his lips as he scanned the table. Xiao, could you pass me that plate of lion's heads over there? Chapter 60. The Prey Boss. Why do you think the owner enjoys commandeering other people's ships so much? The third member inquired while placing a small wolf robot into the water. As the robot submerged, its legs transformed into miniature propellers, propelling it forward with remarkable speed. In no time, it made a plopping sound as it adhered to a nearby 10,000-ton cargo ship, morphing into a pool of silvery liquid metal, akin to paint, that began to slowly corrode the hull. This vessel was the Panama, and, as you might have guessed, it belonged to the Sunlight Shipping Company. Today, it had made a brief stop at the harbor of Summer City, only to unfortunately attract the attention of Nie Yun. Who knows? Perhaps it's just a personal hobby of the owner? Let us move on to the next target. We still have 2 more ships to go today. The speedboat emitted a roar as it departed from the harbor, unnoticed by anyone, for it was but a diminutive vessel compared to the grandeur of a colossal liner. After indulging in a hearty meal, Nie Yun bid farewell to the Chu mother and daughter before leaving the villa community. Chu Feng glanced at her daughter, who remained fixated on Nie Yun's departing figure, and sighed. Alas, while Nie Yun is indeed a commendable young man, he is shrouded in mystery. Should one wish to be with him, one must ponder carefully. Life may not remain tranquil thereafter. Mother, what are you saying? Who wishes to be with him? Chu Xiao retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. In your state, only that foolish boy Nie Yun remains oblivious. Chu Xiao. Upon exiting the villa area, Nie Yun failed a taxi. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he entered the vehicle, a nearby police officer promptly activated his radio. Report. A target has been identified outside the Seaview Garden Villa area. The target has just boarded a taxi heading towards Binjiang Road. License plate number XXXXX. Received. Follow the target, but do not engage. Report the target's movements at all times. Came the command over the radio. Understood. With the conversation concluded, the officer started his vehicle and trailed the taxi from a distance. After navigating several blocks, Nie Yun glanced at the rearview mirror and muttered, "Even following is executed so unprofessionally. Don't they know to switch to a civilian vehicle?" Truly, having alighted from the vehicle at a secluded coastal location, Nie Yun strolled leisurely toward a precipitous cliff jutting out into the sea. The cliff, exceedingly steep, ascended to approximately 100 meters in height. Standing at the edge, one gazed down upon the azure expanse where waves crashed against the cliff face, shattering into a myriad of foamy crests, emitting a resounding roar. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of the target's sighting, Lu Guodong hastened to the scene. Upon disembarking, he observed Nie Yun approaching the cliff's edge, seemingly engrossed in admiring the distant vista. His brow furrowed slightly as he tightened his grip on the sidearm at his waist, and accompanied by two accompanying officers, he advanced towards Nie Yun, intending to engage him. However, when still several dozen meters distant, Nie Yun, as if sensing their approach, slowly turned to face the trio. Lu Guodong was taken aback, for he distinctly perceived a subtle upturn at the corners of Nie Yun's mouth. Then, to the astonishment of the three men, Nie Yun abruptly bent his knees, leaned back, and with a sudden leap, cast himself off the cliff's edge. Unseen by the trio, Nie Yun's attire underwent a rapid metamorphosis, transforming into a full-body combat suit that enveloped him entirely. The next instant, he plunged into the sea with a muffled splash, leaving behind a small ripple before vanishing into the vast ocean. Recovering from their initial shock, Lu Guodong and his companions rushed to the cliff's edge, peering down in search of any sign of Nie Yun. However, he had utterly disappeared. The three men exchanged bewildered glances. Shortly after submerging, Nie Yun felt a sudden tug at his waist as a silver cable drew him towards the awaiting Sea Wolf submarine. A hatch on the vessel's hull opened, engulfing Nie Yun before sealing shut once more. Subsequently, the Sea Wolf initiated its engines and commenced its gradual voyage into the distance. At the base of the water chamber where Nie Yun resided, several drainage outlets opened, causing the seawater within to drain rapidly until it entirely vanished. The armor shifted in a flurry, and Nie Yun returned to his original form. Shortly thereafter, the adjacent hatch opened, and he stepped inside with measured grace. "What a nuisance! I have been exceedingly discreet," Nie Yun murmured to himself. He surmised that the incident involving the scarred man had drawn the attention of the authorities. Nonetheless, to him, it was merely an inconvenience, soon relegated to the recesses of his mind. Upon arriving at the captain's quarters, Nie Yun sensed the location of his target and commanded the Sea Wolf to accelerate towards his quarry. Indeed, the term retrieve is accurate in this context. As he reached the designated coordinates, the vessel Panama lay quietly suspended approximately 300 meters beneath the ocean surface, resembling a stray dog forsaken by the world in this desolate expanse. The Sea Wolf extended a tow line, dragging the Panama as if walking a dog, and soon vanished from this maritime realm. Report to the captain. Our vessel has entered international waters. Visibility at sea is excellent. The Panama is navigating smoothly, and all instruments are functioning normally. The first officer reported. Very well. Maintain the current course and continue sailing. Command to the captain. Understood, Captain. By the way, Captain, this is the area where the Aquarius went missing. The organization issued a document a couple of days ago, urging us to remain vigilant and to signal for help at the first sign of irregularity. Huh. Do you truly believe there are ghost ships here? Even if there were, would they dare to emerge in broad daylight? I perceive that the incident was caused by the ship, the Aquarian itself, fearing accountability from the company, thus fabricating the tale of a phantom vessel. Since the age of 18, I have traversed the seas, and throughout the decades, I have heard countless legends. Yet, How many have proven to be true? If it were indeed to materialize, I would be eager to witness it firsthand. The first mate chuckled softly, nodding in agreement with the captain's assertion. At that moment, the control room was suddenly engulfed in a cacophony of alarms, accompanied by a frantic shout from a crew member over the intercom. "Captain, this is dire. The ship is taking on water." It was the number 5 compartment that was leaking with a significant influx of water. The maintenance team had assessed the situation and discovered a gaping hole, nearly half a meter wide, rendering emergency sealing futile. "What? Quickly, evacuate the 5th compartment immediately, then seal the isolation door. Block off the connections between compartments 5 and 4, as well as 6. Understood." Modern vessels are equipped with numerous isolation doors. Should a compartment experience a leak, it can be promptly sealed to prevent the ship from sinking due to excessive water ingress. This is a preventive measure developed in recent times. Once the orders were issued, both the captain and the first mate anxiously awaited the latest updates. 3 minutes later, the crew member's voice crackled through the microphone, tinged with an unexpected tremor. "Captain, the 5th compartment has been sealed." A wave of relief washed over the captain upon hearing this. Yet, before he could fully exhale, the crew member's voice returned, laden with urgency. "No, that's not it. The 5th compartment is sealed, but the 4th and 6th compartments have begun to leak as well." "What?" The occupants of the control room were immediately dumbfounded. While an unexpected water breach in one sector might be comprehensible, simultaneous breaches in 3 sectors were beyond belief. "Are you certain this isn't a jest?" "Captain, I assure you it's not. Sectors 4 and 6 are currently taking on water, mirroring the situation in Sector 5. This caused the captain's mind to momentarily cease functioning. He couldn't spare a thought for the inexplicable simultaneous breaches. His only thought was that the vessel was doomed. As the captain, he possessed an intimate knowledge of his ship. With a mere 5 isolated sectors in the hold, the breach of 3 rendered the impending submersion of the Panama inevitable. "Captain, what are our orders?" the first mate inquired, panic-stricken. The captain took a deep breath and made a final confirmation with the repair team. "Are you certain that emergency repairs are unfeasible?" "Absolutely certain. The breaches are too extensive to seal." The crewman responded anxiously. "Alas, dispatch a distress signal immediately." The captain sighed, then, with evident anguish, activated the ship-wide broadcast system. "I command all personnel to abandon ship." 30 minutes later, aboard the lifeboats teeming with crew members, everyone watched the distant Panama slowly succumb to the depths, their gazes reflecting both relief and disbelief. Why? What could have caused this? Such was the question resonating within everyone's minds. How could a seaworthy vessel sink so abruptly? How could such extensive breaches materialize without warning? The vicinity was deep ocean, precluding any possibility of grounding. And to have 3 breaches simultaneously was simply unfathomable. Why, indeed? The captain, equally astonishing, seemed entranced, murmuring incessantly. As the captain voiced his endless queries, the Panama ship, having succumbed to the depths, was eerily sealed by 3 gaping holes, now filled with silvery liquid metal, ceasing its descent and hovering at a depth of 300 meters, awaiting its new master. Concurrently, in a nearby area, a similar phenomenon unfolded, as 2 cargo vessels, each belonging to the Sunlight Group, mysteriously sank, their crew abandoning ship without a single casualty. Shortly thereafter, Nie Yun, trailing a sizable vessel alongside 2 smaller ones, leisurely navigated towards his clandestine base. Chapter 61. Weibo in contemplation of the plan to exchange iron ore with the Chu Group for steel. Nie Yun devoted half a day to augmenting the production of small wolf robots, crafted from ordinary materials, to a staggering scale of 30,000 units, nearly depleting the diverse stockpiles recently amassed at the base. Subsequently, these small wolf robots commenced relentless extraction of iron ore day and night in the 3 underwater iron ore rich zones identified, stacking their haul on-site in anticipation of Nie Yun dispatching a vessel for retrieval. Each of the 3 underwater iron mines was classified as an easily exploitable open-pit mine, and at the current efficiency, nearly 30,000 tons of iron ore could be extracted within a single day. to facilitate energy supply. He also laid cables from the base to these 3 locations, enabling the small wolf robots to replenish their energy on-site. Viewed from above, this underwater mining area was densely populated with mining robots, the cacophony of ore extraction sending nearby fish into a frantic flight. Humanity's industrial stride has, for the first time, reached such profound depths of the ocean as the technological prowess of large-scale intervention begins to subjugate the tranquil underwater realm that has remained undisturbed for millennia. Once the mining operations have been streamlined, all the mechanical insects, under Nie Yun's command, will resume their devouring of the Aquarius and the underwater base. The Aquarius now exists as a dilapidated remnant, a mere half of its former self, presenting a rather wretched spectacle. Adjacent to it, the Panama and 2 other smaller 1,000-ton freighters await their turn to suffer the same fate as the Aquarius. Myriads of mechanical insects are incessantly gnawing away at the ship's hulls and cargo. The quantity of these insects is escalating at a rapid pace with each passing moment. In just over a day, their population has swelled to 8,000 tons, just a step away from reaching the 10,000-ton mark. In accordance with the proliferation characteristics of the mechanical insects, the larger the colony becomes over time, the faster its rate of consumption and growth will be. As the mechanical insect population continues to expand, Nie Yun has already begun preparations for the next stage of upgrading the Seawolf. He has been researching naval architecture, and according to his plan, he intends to construct a 10,000-ton Super Seawolf. In his vision, the Super Seawolf will not only be capable of submersible navigation, possessing amphibious and aerial combat capabilities, but will also be able to adapt to a variety of harsh environments and possess formidable manufacturing capabilities. In the future, it will be an omnipotent, multifunctional super mothership. Such a vessel design is unprecedented in human history, as Earth has never before possessed such a wondrous construction material as mechanical insects. As the pioneer in uncharted territory, Nie Yun could only draw from the strengths of various sources, distilling their essence, and embark on a journey of self-design from the ground up. He brimmed with anticipation for the new Seawolf. In Xia City, the incident was swiftly uncovered by the media, igniting a considerable uproar. Within 3 days, the Sunlight Group reported a total of 4 vessels, one allegedly hijacked by a phantom ship, and 3 others mysteriously sunk in the same maritime region. This left numerous media outlets astounded, while the flames of gossip began to blaze. The Phantom Sea emerged as the media's new moniker for the area. A single vessel being seized by a ghostly craft might be seen as sensationalism. 3 vessels sinking simultaneously could be dismissed as mere coincidence. However, if all 4 belonged to the same conglomerate and occurred in the same waters, the implications would be grave. The phrase "cursed sunlight" began to appear with alarming frequency in reports. One tabloid even boldly proclaimed that the Sunlight Group was under a curse from the phantom ships inhabiting those waters, asserting that all vessels under their flag would be subject to attacks from these spectral marauders. In an instant, the Sunlight Group's reputation plummeted, and their overseas operations came to a near standstill, with no enterprise daring to entrust their shipping tasks to such an ill-fated company. Nevertheless, in a twisted sense, they gained notoriety. At least 7 or 8 gossip magazines had reporters gathered outside the Sunlight Group's headquarters, eager to uncover the untold tale between the conglomerate and the phantom ship. At the Sunlight Group's headquarters, Han E, having heard of the situation, rushed over, standing nearby with a visibly grim expression. "Mr. Han, we are genuinely uncertain of the precise cause." The captains of all 3 vessels recount identical incidents, citing inexplicable breaches in the hulls, rendering them irreparable, thus necessitating abandonment. They profess ignorance regarding the genesis of these events. Could it truly be nonsense? The notion of phantom ships inexplicably targeting us is preposterous. Foul play is evident. He answered the telephone, recognizing the caller as the leader of the investigative team, but not before seeking authorization from Han Xiangsheng. "Hello. Have you arrived at the wreckage site? What is the status of the investigation?" The vice president inquired immediately. "Pardon? Could you repeat that?" The vice president's countenance shifted, incredulity coloring his tone as he sought confirmation. After a prolonged silence, he replaced the receiver, his complexion pallid, and turned towards Han Xiangsheng. What is the situation? Speak, Han Xiangsheng demanded, sensing an ominous development. Mr. Han, those ships, they have vanished, the vice president stammered. Vanished? The Han family echoed in disbelief. What do you mean vanished? How could they vanish? Han Xiangsheng questioned, his demeanor darkening. The 3 sunken ships have all disappeared. The investigative team has scoured the vicinity of the ship's last known location. Yet no trace of the wreckage remains. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. How could this be? Could they have been salvaged? Han Yi said, unwilling to accept the implications. Aside from the 2,000-ton freighters, the Panama was a fully loaded 10,000-ton cargo ship. The crew was present when the vessel sank, and there were no suspicious ships in the vicinity. Even if there were, it would have been impossible to complete the salvage operation in such a brief period. The deputy general manager lamented with a wry smile. Even Han Yi, an avowed atheist, felt a shiver run down his spine and dared not delve further into the matter. That's right. Quick, impound the news immediately. We can't let the media get wind of this. Han Xiangsheng exclaimed, rising to his feet with urgency. Alas, it was already somewhat late. The head of the public relations department rushed in, exclaiming, Chairman Han, this is terrible. There are hordes of reporters downstairs, all clamoring to know if the sunken ship has vanished mysteriously. What? The Han family father and son exchanged a glance, their faces ashen. Undoubtedly, the bizarre disappearance of the sunken ship would only solidify the existence of the ghost ship, and they would be inextricably branded with the label of the cursed solar radiance. Today was undeniably a calamitous day for solar radiance. While idly browsing the internet, Nie Yun discovered that it was inundated with reports about the ghost ship incident. He himself was taken aback, utterly captivated by the public's fertile imagination. After a moment of contemplation, he grinned mischievously, reveling in the spectacle, and posted a Weibo update. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, an unremarkable Weibo post was swiftly propelled to the top by the avid onlookers, its number of reposts rapidly surpassing 1 million. The blogger's name was Angry Captain, a rather mundane moniker compared to the eccentric names that proliferated online. However, the attached photo was anything but ordinary. The diverse marine life and dappled play of light and shadow unequivocally indicate that this photograph was taken underwater. Within the frame, 3 cargo vessels, 1 large and 2 smaller ones, rest serenely on sediment accumulated over millennia. The ship's exteriors remain remarkably pristine, suggesting their recent submersion. On the bow of the largest wreck, the prominent letters spelling out Panama are clearly visible. Given the extensive media coverage, the vessel is undoubtedly familiar to all. The comments section erupted instantaneously. Heavens, what am I witnessing? It's the 3 vanished shipwrecks. Someone, please assure me this is not a figment of my imagination. A spectral captain has materialized on Weibo. I swear on my life. Experts have authenticated the image. It is genuine. My dear, come and behold this apparition. Why does the spectral captain appear incensed? The answer is self-evident. The solar flare group must have incurred the captain's wrath. Otherwise, why would they target only their vessels? I inquire, does the esteemed captain require additional crew members? I am determined to become the king of pirates. Initially, the commentary remained relatively conventional, but predictably, it soon veered off course. Esteemed spectral captain, allow me to remind you that, according to our nation's criminal code, the act of plundering public or private property through violence, coercion, or other means is punishable by imprisonment ranging from 3 to 10 years, in addition to a monetary fine. Firstly, there is no fault in the previous comment. We must construct a prison capable of containing spirits, and to facilitate the ghost captain's payment of fines. We also need to ascertain the exchange rate between ghost coins and soft currency. Indeed, the proposal above is both reasonable and agreeable. As the 567 descendant of the Maoshan lineage and an expert in ghost hunting, I personally suggest employing a high-voltage electric net to restrict the freedom of our adversaries. Huh? Are you all attempting to make me laugh myself to death so you can inherit my fortune? Chapter 62. For instance, the heart. Has anyone checked the personal profile of the Weibo blogger? Can someone confirm if my eyes are deceiving me? Such an inconspicuous comment caught the attention of several individuals, prompting them to click on the Angry Captain's Weibo profile. As they scrolled through the information section, Angry Captain VIP verified account, following 39,879, followers 1,567,889, location Earth, Ghost Sea, birthday February 6th, 1352, bio I want my heart. Character tag Captain is only following one Sunlight Group VIP verified account. Are you all missing the point? Did you not notice? His sole following is the Sunlight Group. Sunlight Group, you have been followed by the Ghost Captain. What is your psychological shadow area? A copper sphere. 100,000 tons of copper sphere. He wants his heart. Could it be that the radiant sun conglomerate has purloined the spectral captain's heart? Intriguing. This narrative bears a striking resemblance to something I've encountered previously. Radiant sun conglomerate. Your actions are reprehensible. The spectral captain has neither provoked nor antagonized you. Under his dominion, Earth has enjoyed a century of tranquility. To pilfer his heart and instigate conflict is an act that could potentially ignite a global conflagration. Are you cognizant of this? Alas, have you not discerned the crux of the matter? His birth date is of paramount significance. 1352? The individual above is unduly alarmed. Are not all specters venerable beings of centuries past? It is hardly an anomaly. It is February 6th, 1352, which implies that today marks the spectral captain's natal day. A joyous natal day to you, Captain. Happy birthday to you. A felicitous birthday to you, Captain. Nay, I implore you to calculate the captain's age. By Jove, 666. The individual above, you were tasked with ascertaining the captain's age, not exclaiming 666. 2018 to 1352. Perform the calculation yourself. By Jove, 666. News of the spectral captain's emergence on Weibo has disseminated with astonishing alacrity throughout Xia City, then across the Middle Kingdom, and subsequently to foreign lands. The media is in a frenzy, vying to report on this event. However, certain parties are already in a state of agitation. At Weibo headquarters, the president stated, "Our entire technical contingent, upon receiving the information, immediately initiated a technical investigation and discovered evidence of our back-end data having been tampered with by a hacker." Hacker tampering. Why has the data not been immediately restored and the vulnerabilities patched? We have attempted that, but once the data is recovered and the network is connected, it is swiftly altered again by the adversary. Deleting accounts proves futile. The hacker's prowess far exceeds our imagination. We are utterly outmatched. The technical officer was sweating profusely. What? Are you suggesting that our entire technical department is incapable of defending against the hacker's onslaught? Indeed, that is the case. The officer admitted, somewhat shamefaced. Could it be that we're facing a top-tier hacking team? The president asked incredulously, considering that his technical department comprised some of the finest IT talents in the Rabbit Kingdom, yet they were no match. Could it be an international hacking group? But would the data of a single account be worth such effort? No, absolutely not. The officer shook his head with conviction. The coordinated effort displayed by the adversary is certainly beyond the reach of mere collaboration among multiple individuals. I am certain it is the work of a single person. Moreover, it appears that the adversary's learning curve is astonishing. Initially, their hacking skills were somewhat rudimentary, marked by the typical blunders of a novice, allowing us to engage in mutual attacks. However, after merely 3 or 4 encounters, we were no longer their equals. The president gasped in shock. How could such a learning speed be possible? Do you believe such a person exists? The president hesitantly posed this question. It is improbable that humanity could attain such a level of proficiency. Perhaps a fictional artificial intelligence could achieve this degree of competence. Therefore, though it seems implausible, I prefer to believe that he is truly a specter. The CEO mused for a considerable time before finally raising his head and instructing, issue a statement on the company's official website, asserting that the account is due to a technical malfunction and that we have not authenticated the individual in question. However, in light of the significant public attention, we will refrain from altering its data for the time being. Understood, sir. The CEO and the technical officer exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. This course of action has become their only viable option. Secret base. Open his eyes. Oh, have they given up so quickly? I was hoping to learn more. How uninspiring. Next time, I shall seek a more formidable adversary. Speaking of which, do not many clandestine laboratories also have connections to external networks? They contain a wealth of confidential technical data that would be of great use to me. With my current capabilities, I shall attempt to, share some technology next time. En residence. This afternoon at 4 o'clock. A photograph of a sunken ship on Weibo incited considerable public concern, attributed to the enigmatic blogger known as Angry Captain. The Han family father and son watched the pervasive news coverage on television, their countenances reflecting their displeasure. Deliberate. This must be deliberate. Someone intends to undermine our Radiant Sun group through this method. Enraged, Hani blurted out. Although Han Xiangxing's countenance was also grim, he swiftly regained his composure, sneering. Regardless of any animosity the adversary harbors against our Radiant Sun conglomerate, their actions are ultimately self-defeating. In fact, they have inadvertently assisted us. Ah, father, what sagacious insight do you possess? Han, he promptly inquired upon hearing this. They presume that conjuring a fictitious phantom captain will inflict greater reputational damage upon Radiant Sun. Yet they are merely inviting calamity upon themselves. We are, after all, a prominent domestic enterprise. The disappearance of the Aquarius in international waters will, at most, elicit a routine investigation from the National Maritime Patrol without undue emphasis. However, now that the matter has become nationally known, do you believe the government will remain indifferent? If we permit the adversary to plunder the vessels of domestic enterprises with impunity, who will dare to engage in maritime trade, and what will become of the nation's prestige? Consequently, the nation is certain to intervene, perhaps even dispatching the military to investigate the matter directly. At that juncture, regardless of the adversary's cunning or the depth of their concealment, can they truly withstand the might of the state? Moreover, the Phantom Sea is situated to the east of the Southern Sea, a region already fraught with sensitivity among multiple nations. Even other countries may be stirred into action upon hearing of this. The more realistically they portray the Phantom Captain, the greater the interest various factions will take in it. When the time comes, even if we do not act, the Phantom Captain will be exposed for what it is. For cargo vessels of such immense size cannot vanish without a trace. With the power of the state, I refuse to believe that we cannot seize hold of their trail. Their move is truly a blunder. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? The adversary is hoisting themselves by their own petard. Han Yi's eyes gleamed with enlightenment. Indeed, it seems that all we need to do now is to adeptly manage the crisis communication, presenting ourselves as victims. Once the investigation concludes, our company will undoubtedly garner widespread sympathy from society, and the group may even benefit from this predicament. I understand. Han, he finally displayed a look of relief. By the way, there is one more thing. Han Xiangxing hesitated. Father, you command. Well, could you discreetly investigate within the company to see if anyone has taken something they shouldn't have? What kind of thing? Han Yi's face was filled with confusion. Ahem. For instance, something like a heart. Han Yi. Chapter 63. Shoulder to shoulder with the sun as adversaries. The Ghost Captain incident swiftly reached the ears of the Chu family. Chu Feng and Chu Xiaoxiao observed the unfolding events with a sense of wonder, akin to watching a fantastical drama. Why do I feel that this situation is fraught with peculiarity? Has the Ri Yao group offended someone? Chu Xiaoxiao stared in disbelief. Soon feeling a vague sense of familiarity, this bewildering style of action seemed reminiscent of something. Are you perhaps contemplating whether it could be Nie Yun and the forces behind him? Chu Feng quickly discerned Chu Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Yes, I have a faint suspicion of that. But if it were he, how could he have orchestrated this? Chu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. Nie Yun had always acted unpredictably, and if he were involved, she would not be the least bit surprised. The actions taken by the other party indeed seemed to assist the Chu family. At least for now, we are among the primary beneficiaries. Find an opportunity to contact Nie Yun. It never hurts to offer a reminder, regardless of whether he is involved. Chu Feng, possessing greater experience, will naturally discern more. Yes, I am aware, but nonetheless, given the drastic decline in the business volume of the Jiao Group, this presents an excellent opportunity for us to seize the market, Chu Xiaoxiao remarked. Indeed, I've already set this matter in motion. Furthermore, their stock price has suffered a significant blow, which also presents considerable operational space. Anyone daring to harbor ill intentions towards our Chu family will soon realize that we are not to be trifled with. A glint of cold light appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. By the way, when can we commence the iron ore transactions with Nie Yun? Chu Feng inquired again. He mentioned that he would be able to receive the first batch of 100,000 tons the day after tomorrow. So soon? Yes. He likely has a substantial inventory on hand. Very well. I will immediately contact the military to expedite the special approval for this transaction. We will choose the largest domestic steel enterprise, Baowu Steel Group, as our entry point to penetrate the market, offering them goods at a price 10% below the market rate. I believe it will not be long before other enterprises seek collaboration. Although Nie Yun claims that the iron ore can be sold at half the market price, the specifics of commercial transactions are never so straightforward. A price under 10% can dominate the market. From here, it will depend on the volume of goods that Nie Yun can deliver. Swiftly, the military received a specially approved application from the Chu Corporation. Due to previous reminders from Professor Fong and their trade in nuclear fuel, the military held the Chu Corporation in high regard, and the application was immediately delivered to Director Hu's desk. What? An unlimited supply of high-quality iron ore offered at 10% below market price? Director Hu was taken aback upon seeing the application. Where is the Chu Corporation getting so much iron ore? An aide standing nearby reported. According to intelligence, the source of the goods is likely the force behind them. Investigations indicate that the Chu Corporation does not possess any large-scale mines under its name. Indeed, Director Hu mused, and the goods lack a certificate of origin? The force behind them is certainly well concealed, acting with such caution. Nevertheless, this matter is highly beneficial to our domestic steel enterprises. Regardless of their motives, let's seize this opportunity. Although Director Hu harbored some doubts about the authenticity of the matter, he dared not underestimate the other party's capabilities. Given the previous incident with the nuclear fuel, he was also sure that they would not trifle with him without reason, and he was already inclined to believe it to a considerable extent. At the headquarters of Baowu Steel Group, the general manager reacted with disbelief upon hearing his subordinate's report. What did you say? An unlimited supply of iron ore offered at 10% below market price? Are you certain you are not jesting? The subordinate, equally incredulous, replied, General Manager, the official documents have been issued from above, instructing us to attach great importance to this cooperation with the Chu Corporation. It seems unlikely to be false. Could it be that a cooperative agreement has been reached between our nation and several South American countries? The general manager wondered. But why is the Chu Corporation involved? They are hardly even part of the industry. The general manager mused himself. There are only a handful of countries globally that export iron ore. Apart from the land of kangaroos, only a few nations in South America contribute, yet their supply pales in comparison to that of Australia. Regardless, I shall first adhere to the instructions and make contact with the Chu family to ascertain the specifics. If the goods are genuine, I shall consume as much as is available. Indeed, in the secret base, Nie Yun casually stirred the tempest created by the ghost captain and promptly cast aside all external concerns. The prospect of investigations by national powers did not faze him. Given the current capabilities of the Sea Wolf, there was no vessel on Earth that could pose a threat should it wish to evade. With a hint of arrogance, Nie Yun declared that beneath the waves lay the dominion of the Sea Wolf. Not to mention, in terms of diving depth, no submarine could ever hope to capture the Sea Wolf. Moreover, Nie Yun was far from foolish enough to cause trouble right at his doorstep. The base was located south of the South China Sea, and the ghostly waters east of it were worlds apart. You may conduct your investigations. They hold no relevance to me. At this moment, Nie Yun's mind was wholly consumed by an impending challenge facing the base, an energy crisis. The uninhabited island that housed the base was inherently small, even if it were brimming with energy collection devices. Supplying operations across 3 mining areas and accommodating nearly 10,000 mechanical insects had proven to be quite taxing. It seems the time has come for an energy upgrade. In truth, Nie Yun had already begun to formulate some ideas. He continues to direct his gaze towards the most efficient energy technology currently available, nuclear energy. As previously mentioned, humanity has two primary avenues for harnessing nuclear energy. The first is the fission of heavy elements, such as uranium, and the second is the fusion of light elements, such as deuterium and tritium. Deuterium and tritium are isotopes of hydrogen, and under conditions of extreme temperature and pressure, their atomic nuclei can collide and merge into a heavier nucleus, helium, while simultaneously releasing immense energy. This constitutes the fundamental principle of nuclear fusion technology. In fact, one can witness this phenomenon of nuclear fusion daily in the form of the sun. The sun's ability to maintain high-temperature radiation is fundamentally due to the vigorous nuclear fusion occurring within it, a process that has been stable and continuous for billions of years. I aspire to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Chapter 64. The most enduring the extraction of deuterium and tritium is not particularly challenging, as vast quantities of these elements are contained in seawater. Even with current human technology, extraction is relatively straightforward, especially with Nie Yun wielding a mechanical worm. Given the abundant resources of deuterium and tritium in the oceans and the fact that the byproduct of fusion is completely non-polluting helium, nuclear fusion is regarded as a primary energy technology for the future of Earth. However, the conditions required for nuclear fusion demand instantaneous temperatures exceeding millions of degrees and unimaginably high-pressure environments, which, despite the most advanced technology available today, remain unattainable under normal circumstances. The only weapon that has harnessed the principles of nuclear fusion is the hydrogen bomb, which first employs fission reactions to create the high-temperature, high-pressure conditions necessary to trigger fusion reactions. This is what is known as the atomic bomb detonator. Nevertheless, while the detonation of a hydrogen bomb is a straightforward process, sustaining controlled fusion reactions for continuous energy provision is a considerably more intricate endeavor. The foremost nuclear powers globally are dedicating resources to the study of stable nuclear fusion. This technological pursuit encompasses the cutting edge of virtually all fundamental disciplines, including physics, materials science, mechanical engineering, and general engineering. And it has assembled a cadre of the most eminent experts. However, technological barriers continue to impede humanity's progress. The deuterium-tritium nuclear fusion reaction presents two primary technical challenges. First, the creation of a stable, high-temperature, high-pressure environment, and second, the confinement of the ultra-hot plasma generated during fusion. However, equipped with mechanical insects and having assimilated an extensive base of fundamental physics knowledge, Nie Yun has conceived an exceptionally audacious concept. At midnight, upon a mechanical insect population surpassing 10,000 tons, Nie Yun, aboard the Sea Wolf, transported all of the mechanical insects to a designated experimental site several hundred nautical miles from the base. This location was a small, isolated reef far from commercial shipping lanes, with no large islands within 1,000 square kilometers, ensuring that Nie Yun would not be disturbed while conducting his experiment. The mechanical insects swiftly leveled the small, 10-square-meter reef, creating a circular platform. Nie Yun, aboard the Sea Wolf, remotely commanded the operation from a depth of 3,000 meters, several nautical miles away. This precaution was taken due to the uncertain nature of the experiment, ensuring a safe distance. The sky was overcast, with distant thunder suggesting an impending maritime storm. Reclining languidly in the commodious captain's chair, Nie Yun closed his eyes, exerting complete control over the mechanical insects populating the platform. At the center of the meticulously leveled circular platform stood 3 argent, tapering supports, their apices converging to form a precise, triangular pyramid. Perched securely at the apex was a crystalline, multifaceted spheroid, akin to an infant's fist in size. At the very heart of this sphere, a minute metallic grain, containing refined deuterium-tritium mixture, was suspended. The interior of the sphere was devoid of atmosphere, and, according to Nie Yun's design, this transparent, multifaceted sphere, entirely constructed by mechanical insects, functioned as a potent magnetic confinement structure. Electrical current coursed through the three supports, energizing the magnetic confinement. With the preliminary preparations concluded, hundreds of argent spikes abruptly emerged from the platform's periphery, their densely packed tips uniformly aligned, all directed towards the sphere. Nie Yun inhaled deeply. The experiment was set to commence. Suddenly, the apex of the first spike ignited, emitting an exceedingly fine, high-energy laser beam that instantaneously pierced the transparent sphere. Within the sphere, the beam underwent multiple refractions, tracing intricate reflective pathways before ultimately converging at the central point, impacting the metallic grain. The calculation of the laser beam's trajectory was precise. Next, Nie Yun mentally affirmed begin. Following the successful initial laser trial, all the laser spikes sequentially emitted identical high-energy laser beams. Countless beams, adhering to the predetermined pathways, converged harmoniously at the center. Instantly, an intense radiance emanated from the core of the translucent orb, piercing the darkness and illuminating the surrounding maritime expanse for hundreds of meters. The minute metallic particles at the epicenter were almost instantaneously vaporized by the extreme heat, allowing myriad high-energy lasers to converge upon the exposed deuterium-tritium mixture. As if igniting a miniature sun, the deuterium-tritium amalgam at the core was instantaneously kindled under the ultra-high temperature and intense photonic pressure generated by the lasers, transforming into a minuscule, dazzling fireball. This incandescent sphere gradually expanded to the size of a grain of rice before being rigidly confined to the central locus. Almost immediately, the prodigious thermal radiation impinged upon the inner wall of the transparent orb. The mechanical insects, veritable artifacts of an advanced civilization, proved their mettle as the transparent sphere exhibited no sign of deformation, even under the searing heat of millions of degrees, steadfastly maintaining its structural integrity. A fraction of this thermal radiation refracted out of the orb, transmuting into potent luminous energy that lit up several nautical miles of the ocean. The majority of the thermal radiation, however, was promptly converted into immense electrical energy by the mechanical insects, channeled through three support struts into the platform. Nearly 10,000 tons of mechanical insects connected beneath the platform absorbed and stored this electrical energy within their bodies. A potent surge of electricity overflowed, causing countless electrical serpents to instantaneously erupt from the pyramidal supports on the platform and the exterior of the orb, ensnaring the entire platform. The peals of thunder, concealed within the layers of storm clouds above, seemed stimulated, intensifying their roars, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Finally, with a deafening roar, a bolt of lightning descended from the cloud cover like a silver serpent, striking the apex of the orb with unerring accuracy. The platform was immediately engulfed in a chaotic dance of electrical snakes, an awe-inspiring spectacle reminiscent of the thunder god's advent upon the world. Observed from above, the expanse of the sea, for several nautical miles, transformed into daylight. With the platform as the epicenter, the water temperature abruptly surged, causing nearby schools of fish to scatter in a manner reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Concurrently, as the fuel diminished, the confined nuclear fusion plasma at the core was gradually contracting at a minuscule rate. At this juncture, beads of perspiration trickled down Nie Yun's forehead as he meticulously orchestrated the subsequent operation. For sharp prongs gradually extended from the inner wall of the transparent sphere, converging towards the central plasma in a triangular pyramidal configuration. Subsequently, they collectively ejected uniform, minute particles of deuterium-tritium, replenishing the consumption of nuclear fusion. Eventually, with consumption and supply maintaining equilibrium, the plasma's dimensions ceased to fluctuate, consistently providing copious amounts of energy. By this time, the dense array of laser spikes had long been retracted by Nie Yun. Subsequently, the transparent sphere gradually morphed in hue, ultimately transforming into a silver-white metallic sphere, adorned with occasional electric arcs, quiescently positioned atop the pyramid. Deprived of its light source, the breached darkness reclaimed this expanse of the sea. Exhaling deeply, Nie Yun savored the immense energy transmitted from the silver sphere. A look of elation graced his countenance as he gazed ardently at the seemingly unremarkable metallic sphere from afar, recognizing it as his future energy core. Nuclear fusion technology acquired. Nuclear power, indeed. I never imagined it could be achieved. Henceforth, I shall be the most enduring of men. Mechanical insect. Shameless. Nestled beneath the waves, he established a nuclear fusion energy supply station. A hemispherical underwater fortress housing the fusion core. Countless cables radiated outwards, tirelessly transmitting power to the entire base and its 3 mining sectors. With a virtually inexhaustible energy source at his disposal, the mechanical insects and mining robots operated at peak efficiency, unburdened by concerns of depletion. 2 days elapsed, witnessing the complete assimilation of the 4 vessels by the mechanical insects, whose numbers burgeoned to 18,000 tons. Standing atop a high cliff on the base island, Nie Yun surveyed the 18 gleaming, 1,000-ton sea wolves arrayed in a line on the water's surface, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. The duo, standing behind him, were awestruck by the formidable and technologically advanced fleet. They recalled a time when the base possessed but a single sea wolf, whose impressive submersible capabilities and peculiar transformation features had already elicited exclamations of technological marvel. Yet, within a mere week, their number had swelled to 18. They finally understood Nie Yun's motive for commandeering ships, a rapid expansion of forces. With a martial prowess now at Nie Yun's command, overwhelming a small nation seemed entirely plausible. "Where do you call this?" Nie Yun asked, gesturing magnanimously towards the sea wolf fleet below. The older, quick-witted of the two immediately responded with obsequious flattery. "Why, it's your invincible fleet, of course." "Invincible? Nay, it lacks one crucial element," Nie Yun countered, wagging a finger. "What could that be?" The leader inquired with perplexity. "Lacking an undefeated record." Confidence brimmed in Nie Yun's eyes. Possessing such a fleet, how can one be deemed invincible without demonstrating its might to the world? "Boss, when shall we venture forth to dominate Earth?" The third member, catching Nie Yun's drift, was instantly thrilled with a touch of mischievousness. A pugilist combative spirit coursed through his very being. Unexpectedly, Nie Yun shook his head noncommittally. "Dominate Earth? Nay, I harbor a superior notion." The two were taken aback. As they were about to inquire about the idea, Nie Yun's phone chimed. "Hello, Xiao Xiao." Nie Yun answered the call without reservation, heedless of his 2 comrades. The two, upon hearing the name Xiao Xiao, were momentarily stunned. Does that name not ring a bell? Nie Yun. The military has readied all the goods and is currently loading them onto ships at the harbor. Furthermore, the batch of, office supplies that you requested us to procure has been acquired, as much as was available domestically. You may now receive the goods. "Oh, so expeditiously?" Nie Yun expressed some surprise. It must be said, Nie Yun had underestimated the magnitude of this nearly 5 billion order. Upon receiving the arms deal provided by the Chu Group, Chief, who was simultaneously astounded by the appetite of the other party and elatedly commanded the subordinate military enterprises and the military region logistics department to immediately commence preparations for the goods. Various research institutions and nuclear power plants, in their pursuit of nuclear fuel, were paying them handsomely. Ordinarily, acquiring such materials is an impossibility, but now, with the opportunity to purchase high-quality enriched uranium at less than half the usual price, all institutions were practically clamoring to offer them funds in exchange for goods. Upon receiving the funds, the military district proceeded to place orders with its own military-industrial enterprises, thereby invigorating the production capacity of these firms. Shortly after the orders were issued, all notified institutions were taken aback by the sudden influx of substantial orders. There were no visiting procurement teams, no preliminary agreements, no forewarnings, and no hint of apprehension. You simply materialized in my realm, bestowing upon me unexpected delight. Ahem. Well, we shall save the song for another occasion. In any case, the news left all institutions astounded, leading to rampant speculation that perhaps affluent magnates from the Middle East had come to indulge in extravagant expenditures. This speculation has led domestic military enterprises to frequently lament that the sole reason they cannot attract these wealthy patrons is their pricing, which is deemed insufficiently lofty. For these merciless tycoons, the maxim "they only purchase the expensive, not the appropriate" is far from mere rhetoric. The energized military institutions treat their customers as deities, swiftly preparing all merchandise within mere days, seemingly fearful that the order might slip away, expediting delivery to the dock agreed upon with the Chu family. You are truly a coveted client. How could they not be attentive? Chu Xiaoxiao remarked with a smile. Nie Yun, who was troubled that the mechanical insect would have to resort to merely consuming ore, was unexpectedly uplifted by the arrival of a new wave of equipment. Chu Xiaoxiao interjected. Do you think this is a food delivery service? By the way, is your iron ore ready? The Chu Group has already established a long-term cooperation agreement with the domestic Baowu Steel Group, and this transaction can commence. Is that so? The efficiency of the Chu family is indeed remarkable. No problem. The first batch of 100,000 tons of iron ore is already prepared. Just provide me with a port address, and I will ensure delivery to your doorstep. Very well. There is another matter. Are you aware of the Ghost Captain incident? Chu Xiaoxiao hesitated before speaking. Oh, I have heard a bit about it. What is the matter? Nie Yun feigned ignorance. Well, it's nothing, just that the situation has escalated significantly, and many factions are likely to investigate. The waters of the Ghost Sea may become quite turbulent recently. So if you venture out to sea, it would be wise to take a detour. Oh, I understand now. Nie Yun paused, then smiled. He had certainly picked up on Chu Xiaoxiao's subtle warning, and he couldn't help but think how formidable a woman's intuition could be. Nevertheless, the feeling of being cared for while away from home wasn't too bad. Did you all hear that? Nie Yun said with a serious expression, raising an eyebrow. Gulp. The two brothers swallowed hard, although the voice on the other end of the line was inaudible. The mere mention of Xiao Xiao and Chu from Nie Yun's lips had already sent their hearts racing. The tone of their conversation clearly indicated that their relationship was anything but ordinary. The elder brother wiped his brow and cautiously inquired, boss, may I ask? Is Miss Chu Xiaoxiao here? She's my sister. Nie Yun coldly laughed, shattering their last shred of hope. The two brothers were instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Why didn't you mention she's an alien sister? If we had known we were dealing with an extraterrestrial princess, we wouldn't dare to act so recklessly on Earth. 3 hours later, a myriad-ton cargo vessel, under the aegis of the Chu Corporation, lay at anchor at the designated rendezvous, replete with merchandise. It was attended by 2 escort vessels, one of which was affiliated with the military, while the other was a C-82A class frigate, the singular warship procured in the purchase order. Juxtaposed against these imposing vessels was a dilapidated fishing boat, seemingly out of place. By virtue of the military escort, Chu Xiaoxiao had been permitted by Chu Feng to accompany the delegation, albeit with a retinue of 12 bodyguards, led by Yi Min. In a gesture of profound respect, Chifu himself graced the transaction site, eager to meet the reclusive and enigmatic Nie Yun, as described by Professor Fong. Upon convening aboard the cargo vessel, Chu Xiaoxiao, Yi Min, and Chief were taken aback. Nie Yun was no longer solitary, but accompanied by 2 individuals who appeared to be bodyguards, albeit of peculiar mien. Adorned in ebony armor, their visages obscured by full-face masks, they exuded a metallic sheen. Mechanical RoboCop cosplay? The onlookers exchanged perplexed glances. Nie Yun, who are these? Chu Xiaoxiao began, her inquiry truncated as the enigmatic bodyguards advanced, genuflected, and proclaimed, We attend to you, your highness. Chu Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless. Chief who? Ye minimum. Chapter 66. Discontent ahem. My subordinates are prone to jesting. Nie Yun offered with a rueful smile. Fools! Yet, it seemed I had carried the jest too far. How was I to break the harsh truth that I was no extraterrestrial to these naive children? Indeed. Colonel Hu, standing nearby, was beset by doubts. He glanced at the 2 enigmatic figures now stationed behind Nie Yun, yet still displaying deference towards Chu Xiaoxiao. A princess, you say? Could it be that this young lady of the Chu family was, in fact, the illegitimate daughter of some monarch? Indeed, it must be so. No wonder. No wonder she had been rescued under mysterious circumstances by unknown forces during her 2 kidnappings. No wonder the power behind Nie Yun had sought out the Chu group to act as their mouthpiece. No wonder this Nie Yun had dared to utter that. Should Chu Xiaoxiao consent, nuclear fuel worth tens of billions could be given away freely. So Chu Xiaoxiao was a princess, and it seemed a princess of considerable influence within their organization. Thus, everything was explained. As if a beacon had pierced through the fog, the truth was now revealed. Colonel Hu's eyes shone with a light of newfound understanding. At that moment, the communication from the military escort ship came through the earpiece of the guard captain beside Colonel Hu. Upon hearing the message, the captain's face paled, and sweat beaded on his brow. He hastily whispered into Colonel Hu's ear, relaying a shocking revelation. The sonar radar on the escort ship had detected no fewer than 18 submarines lurking beneath the waves, encircling the vessels in a semi-enclosed formation. At that moment, Colonel Hu felt a profound sense of injustice, bordering on tears. We are merely here to deliver merchandise. Despite arriving in a warship, we harbor no intentions of double-crossing you. Is such a formidable display of force truly necessary? Pray tell, the nuclear fuel was relinquished to us long ago. Even if we entertained such treacherous thoughts, what would be left to pilfer? 18 submarines. What an astounding number. The entirety of the People's Republic of China possesses a mere 73 submarines, including nuclear ones. Furthermore, considering shift rotations, only slightly more than half are actively on duty. You dispatched 18 submarines merely to retrieve cargo. It is akin to my delivering a package, only to be met with an armored division as an escort. Suffice it to say, the courier is thoroughly petrified. Hold on, something is amiss. Commander Hu, having composed himself from this astonishing revelation, realized the implausibility of the situation. There is no logical explanation for such an action, from the transaction itself to their demeanor. Commander Hu sensed a genuine desire for collaboration with the People's Republic of China. The present situation is undoubtedly not their intention to provoke a rift. Thus, only one truth remains. They are flaunting their military prowess. Aside from this, Commander Hu could conceive of no other rationale for their actions. Upon reflection, it is readily understood that conducting business with a nation is not something that ordinary, small-scale entities can withstand. Trade necessitates comparable strength. Disparity inevitably leads to the exploitation of the weaker party. Although directives from above have cautioned against probing into their affairs for the time being, remember that it is only temporary. In the realm of nations, there exist neither eternal allies nor perpetual adversaries, but rather enduring interests. This adage encapsulates the essence of international relations, devoid of moral judgment, dictated solely by one's position. Understanding the complexities within his mind, General Hu felt a slight sense of relief. Yet his confusion deepened. The capability to deploy such military forces is a rarity, possessed by only a handful of nations. However, upon reflection, it was evident that none of these nations operated under a monarchy. Could it possibly be the Eagle Nation? Yet, their royal family had long since become a mere symbol. Even if Chu Xiaoxiao were a queen, she could hardly mobilize such a vast military force. Furthermore, Chu Xiaoxiao evidently bore the quintessential features of an Eastern face, devoid of any traits characteristic of a mixed heritage. It was perplexing, truly perplexing. General Hu's thoughts began to cause him a headache. Observing the movements of the military personnel across from him, Nie Yun allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. General Hu's suspicions were not unfounded. Nie Yun indeed intended to flex his muscles, conveying a message to the Flower Nation. Do you see? My strength is not to be underestimated. If we were to clash, it would only lead to chaos, resulting in a loss for all involved. As a citizen of the Flower Nation, Nie Yun had acquaintances at home, and he had no desire for conflict with his own people. Thus, demonstrating this show of force was quite necessary. General Hu, allow me to introduce you to this gentleman, Nie Yun. Do not be deceived by the humble vessel he commands. It merely reflects his modest demeanor. Unaware of the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them, Chu Xiaoxiao eagerly introduced Nie Yun to General Hu. Seemingly concerned that Nie Yun might be at a disadvantage during their conversation, even going so far as to embellish his reputation. Ah, this young brother, Nie, truly embodies modesty. General Hu's eyelids twitched. 18 submarines had indeed arrived. Was this what one termed modesty? What a farcical notion. Ah, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Commander Hu, I am merely acting as an emissary for a friend and must extend my gratitude for your invaluable assistance in this transaction, remarked with a genial smile. Hearing the amicable tone in Yun's words, Commander Hu's countenance softened slightly, and he reciprocated with courtesy, "The pleasure is all mine. Your goods are of paramount importance to our nation, and we both benefit from this exchange. It is our sincere hope that this relationship will endure and remain stable." "Assuredly, as long as Commander Hu desires to maintain this rapport, it shall be so," responded with a knowing smile, his words carrying a subtle undertone. "Indeed, we are most earnest in our intentions," Commander Hu promptly affirmed. "Ha! Ha!" Both men erupted in laughter simultaneously, clasping hands in a display of apparent camaraderie. Regarded the two men with a perplexed expression, sensing an enigmatic undercurrent in their conversation, as if there were undisclosed elements at play. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Commander Hu cast a curious glance at the two towering mecha cops standing behind. "Pray tell, these two, their attire possesses a certain, unique quality. May I inquire as to the master craftsman behind their design?" Commander Hu inquired tentatively. "Oh, these are merely the product of my idle tinkering. I am hardly deserving of Commander Hu's generous praise of master," replied, feigning modesty while his face betrayed his vanity. "Yeah." Commander Hu was momentarily taken aback by the sheer audacity of the man's ego. "I was at a loss for a more fitting compliment and resorted to unique. Perhaps a more direct approach would have been more appropriate. Oomph. The appearance of the silver-plated spearhead is impressive, yet it serves little purpose." At this moment, the captain of General Hu's guard team unexpectedly interjected. "Xiao Dao, do not be disrespectful." General Hu feigned admonition, yet he refrained from commenting on the captain's words, sending a clear message. "I shall cast my silent vote in favor." As seasoned soldiers, both men recognized that this equipment lacked any auxiliary propulsion devices. It was merely metallic armor. In terms of weight, it did not qualify as heavy gear and was certainly incapable of withstanding bullets, appearing impressive, but ultimately serving as a mere target in combat. "You disagree?" asked Lao San, his voice tinged with a metallic edge. "What if I do?" the captain retorted, puffing out his chest. "If you disagree, let us fight. Then let us fight." In a matter of moments, the two hastily agreed to this bout. Naturally, such impulsive and irrational behavior could easily escalate into a bloody conflict, so children watching at home should not attempt to imitate. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao was caught completely off guard as the confrontation erupted, having had no psychological preparation for it whatsoever. How could the leaders engage in conversation while their subordinates were already on the verge of fighting? Why was no one intervening? She glanced at Nie Yun and General Hu, who shared an unspoken understanding, choosing to simply watch with amused expressions as their subordinates began to warm up for the clash. What was happening? Was it truly the case that a man's friendship must be proven through physical confrontation? Chapter 67. Vanished. The two quickly completed their warm-up, facing each other on the deck, locked in a steady gaze. General Hu held unwavering confidence in his subordinate, Xiao Dao, a champion of the military's grand competition for 3 consecutive years, with years of practical combat experience to boot. In a rather popular phrase, it can be summarized as a mere 7 or 8 burly men cannot approach. Do not assume that clad in a suit of armor, I am powerless against you. Even without a firearm, I could make you lose your teeth. The confident Xiao Dao declared. I advise you to try using a gun. Oomph. Arrogance. Xiao Dao interpreted Lao San's words to imply that he could not possibly surpass him, and his eyes turned icy. He ceased to speak, advancing instead with a formidable punch. Lao San observed, making no attempt to evade it. After all, it was futile. Although the heart of the brave battle armor offered nearly invincible protection, its considerable weight was no trifling matter, undoubtedly affecting his agility. Not to mention, judging by his opponent's skill, it was evident that he was superior. Any attempt to strike would be in vain, prompting Lao San to abandon all resistance. I'm not a warrior. I am a tank. Bam! The heavy fist struck Lao San's chest, and he did not even flinch. With a flurry of blows like a tempest, Xiao Dao targeted the vulnerable spots, neck, knees, and ribs. Yet, it proved fruitless. Lao San remained steadfast. Xiao Dao, however, was not taken aback. After all, This armor could withstand ordinary melee weapons, so how could it be harmed by mere human strength? But then, a glint of determination sparkled in Xiao Dao's eyes as he deftly maneuvered behind Lao San, one hand pressing on his shoulder while the other seized his arm. Oof. Today, I shall demonstrate the prowess of military grappling. I twist. Silence descended upon the arena for a fleeting moment. I told you so. Try employing a firearm. Lest you accuse me of exploiting superior equipment, for that is precisely what I am doing. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dao instantly flew into a rage. Do you genuinely believe that contraption of yours is bulletproof? If firearms were permitted, you would have long been prostrate. Ha! Do not presume I underestimate you. I shall grant you 3 opportunities to discharge your weapon at me. Should you manage to inflict injury upon me, I shall concede your prowess. What? These words left the military personnel utterly dumbfounded. Was the adversary actively courting death? Enough. Firearms are indiscriminate. What if someone is injured? Xiao Dao desist. Our collaboration with Nie Yun is still in its nascent stage. There is no justification for jeopardizing it over a mere contest of pride. Should we inadvertently slay their guard, a fissure would undoubtedly emerge in our relations, a prospect I am loath to entertain. Indeed, Chief, whose words resonate with reason. Asan, cease your ostentatious display of arrogance, leveraging your battle armor to bully others. Both Chief Hu and Xiao Dao experienced a twitch at the corner of their lips upon hearing Nie Yun's words. Bullying? This skirmish barely qualifies as a draw. I dare say, you are the most conceited of all. Yes, sir. Esteemed brother, I stand corrected. I ought not to have bullied you. Xiao Dao's forehead throbbed with pulsating veins. I shall endure. As atonement, I shall impose upon myself a penance of 3 gunshots. In the ensuing moment, all present were utterly astonished by Lao San's declaration. A penance of 3 gunshots? Surely I must have misheard. Is such a form of self-imposed punishment even conceivable? Yet, before the crowd could fully process the situation, he discharged 3 consecutive shots into his own chest. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the lively figure of the third son, and upon glancing at his chest, they noted the absence of any white marks. A collective gasp of disbelief emanated from everyone, including those from the Chu group. Could this truly be bulletproof? Meanwhile, Nie Yun and his companions departed with the vessel and cargo, leaving behind a spectacle of astonished onlookers. On board the military escort ship's bridge, the atmosphere was tense. Xiao Dao, what is your assessment of the armor worn by the adversary? Inquired Chief, who with a grave expression. I cannot discern, Xiao Dao replied, his mood dampened. Despite its seemingly lightweight nature, it exhibited defensive capabilities akin to heavy armor, which was utterly perplexing. He had clearly lost the recent confrontation. Without firearms, he found himself at a disadvantage. Yet if both parties were armed, it would surely be his own side that fell. The armor undoubtedly harbored some mystery, suggesting that the enemy possessed knowledge of bulletproof technology that eluded them. This indicated that the opposing side was remarkably proficient in research and development. However, there was no need for excessive concern. Such technology likely could not be mass-produced at present. Either the cost was prohibitively high, or it could only be manufactured on a small scale in a laboratory setting. Otherwise, news of such formidable armor would have already circulated widely. Indeed, Xiao Dao nodded in agreement. If this technology were to be widely adopted by the military, conventional small arms would be rendered obsolete. Chief Hu pondered deeply. Nie Yun had certainly delivered a striking warning. Yet overall, he appeared to harbor no ill intentions, merely wishing to demonstrate his might. Regardless, this incident must be promptly reported to the higher-ups to gauge their response. By the way, how is the surveillance from military satellites progressing? Everything is progressing swimmingly. We have maintained unwavering vigilance over our adversaries. Even if we cannot ascertain their origins, we must at least discover their base of operations. Boss, how was my performance? The third member inquired with a hint of excitement. Excellent. Impulsive, brash, and irritatingly arrogant. A truly authentic portrayal. I award you 5 stars. The third member was rendered speechless. Naturally, Nie Yun was not merely posturing for the sake of appearances. The more enigmatic he appeared, and the more formidable his demonstrated power, the more compliant his adversaries would become. It would seem that the effect of intimidation has been quite efficacious, albeit with a slight detour. Nie Yun offered a subtle smile. He turned his gaze skyward, his eyes penetrating, as if peering across vast distances to meet the gaze of an unseen pair of eyes. What? They have vanished? Xiao Dao appeared equally perplexed. Affirmative. Satellites maintained constant surveillance. However, after a rain cloud obscured their position for a dozen or so minutes, the targets disappeared from monitoring. Satellite surveillance, while incisive, is heavily reliant on favorable weather conditions and visibility. Are there any islands or similar land masses in the vicinity? Could they have taken refuge there? Negative. The surrounding area extends nearly 100 kilometers, consisting solely of open ocean. In that case, what was their heading? Toward the East Sea. However, given their counter-surveillance awareness, I fear this may be a deception. They grow ever more enigmatic. Chapter 68. Collaborative testing given the current quantity of mechanical insects. The completion of this task would likely require merely a day's time. Throughout this process, Nie Yun remained industrious. With each item the mechanical insects devoured, he promptly synchronized to analyze its structure and design principles, assimilating the technological advancements inherent in these items and storing them within the mechanical insects. Nie Yun had experimented extensively with the replication and analytical capabilities of the mechanical insects, becoming quite adept at it. However, this time, he was not merely replicating and absorbing these technologies. He was embarking on a path of optimization. The optimization encompassed two primary aspects: the mechanization of the insects and the integration of technologies. The construction of devices utilizing ordinary materials versus those employing mechanical insect materials represented two fundamentally different concepts. As a supermaterial, mechanical insects inherently possess the potential to instigate the fourth industrial revolution. Firstly, while serving as a material, they also possessed energy storage characteristics, thereby allowing for the elimination of most low-power batteries and power components. For instance, if a smartphone were entirely constructed from mechanical insect materials, the substantial battery component could be removed, resulting in a reduction in thickness by over 50. Moreover, the battery life would theoretically approach infinity, as the mechanical insects could continuously and automatically harness energy from their surroundings, with the replenishment rate surpassing the consumption rate. Secondly, they acted as superconductors for thermal and electrical energy, enabling direct absorption of both as power sources. Taking the mobile phone as an exemplar, the battery capacity of a typical smartphone ranges from approximately 300 to 400 mAh. However, the efficacious energy utilized for chip computation and screen display merely constitutes about 10 of this total, from commencement of usage until complete depletion. A considerable proportion of energy is dissipated as resistive heat during circuit transmission. Concurrently, supplementary components and energy are requisite within the phone specifically for heat dissipation, thereby precluding chip overheating. Conversely, the energy utilization rate of a mechanical insect is fundamentally above 99. Can you envision a mobile phone that generates absolutely no heat? Its power consumption would plummet by 90, concurrently obviating the substantial space occupied by heat dissipation mechanisms. Consequently, the phone is rendered 20 more svelte. Furthermore, the mechanical insect, inherently functioning as an information storage medium, negates the necessity for storage devices such as SD cards, internal memory, and external memory, thereby contributing to an additional 10 reduction in bulk. Finally, the picometer, 1,000th of a nanometer, level processing technology inherent in mechanical insects allows for a further 50 reduction in the space required for assembly materials and integrated circuits. Thus, following Nie Yun's meticulous design and refinement, the mechanical insect future phone, embodying the design philosophies of the world's 30 most cutting-edge smartphones, materialized in Nie Yun's hands as a palm-sized black crystal plate, merely 1 millimeter in thickness. Upon gently touching the surface of the crystal plate, ripples akin to waves undulated, and a high-definition image of the Sea Wolf ship background materialized before his eyes, its program icons indistinguishable from those of an ordinary smartphone. Technology transforms existence. Nie Yun, scrutinizing his creation, marveled with admiration, acknowledging that this artifact, from every perspective, epitomized absolute future technology. If this invention were to be sold, it would undoubtedly drive the entire world into a frenzy. He harbored no doubts about this assertion. With the first achievement under his belt, Nie Yun was invigorated, embarking on ascent through his technological tree, one milestone after another. The military's display technology is indeed antiquated. They're still utilizing peripheral screens. By transitioning to an integrated crystal panel, the spatial footprint of this equipment could be reduced to a mere 30 of its original size. This launch platform's fire control system possesses considerable redundancy. By adopting the latest programming languages, the response speed could be enhanced by 20. It seems that the radar system of the Falcon fighter jet is constrained by the aircraft's weight limitations, resulting in a suboptimal power output. Let us replace it with a naval-grade high-power radar. By merely reducing the size of the naval radar and augmenting the energy supply, this should pose no challenge for mechanical insects. The design of this military-grade gyroscope and level is remarkably ingenious. It could be repurposed for the enhancement of drones. Although the tank's diesel engine boasts formidable horsepower, the noise it generates is quite overwhelming, making it rather distracting within the confines of the vehicle and adversely affecting combat morale. Switching to a high-power electric motor, leveraging Tesla's electric motor technology, would be ideal. However, this still yields somewhat inadequate peak power. So a transition from dual-wheel to six-wheel drive is in order. Quality must compensate for quantity. The electromagnetic disturbance shielding method for this critical component is not entirely flawless. I had previously encountered a conceptual solution on a related technology forum that might be worth testing here. Reposing in a semi-recumbent posture, his eyes firmly shut, Nie Yun was mentally dissecting and optimizing each assimilated technology at an astonishing rate. The sheer computational demand caused a subtle fever to rise on his brow. The mechanical insects, the primary agents of this computation, appeared outwardly normal, yet their energy consumption was escalating rapidly. Had Nie Yun not recently acquired nuclear fusion energy, he might not have sustained such a prodigious expenditure. In essence, Nie Yun was not innovating new technologies, but rather engaging in a process of selective adaptation and resource consolidation. Your circuit board design is ingenious. I shall adopt it. Your engine delivers greater power. I shall incorporate it. Your logical program is more rational. I shall utilize it. By maximizing this principle of appropriation, a technological marvel was emerging. Human civilization, over millennia, had engendered a vast array of technological achievements. Nie Yun was meticulously gathering these scattered kernels of excellence from around the globe. After rigorous selection and integration, he was forging them into a radiant gem of scientific advancement. He did not possess greater foresight. Rather, he stood upon the shoulders of giants. The entire Earth served as his logistical base, and the collective intellect of humanity was at his disposal. Dockside at the base, two brothers, each with a fishing rod in hand, were seated by the water's edge, angling. Hey, the boss has been inside for 2 days now. Why hasn't he emerged? Yawned, betraying his boredom. Haven't you noticed that all the ships are gone? I surmise the boss is orchestrating something significant. Oh, what sort of significant undertaking? Ahem. The two turned their heads and beheld Nie Yun, who was smiling at them. Hello, boss. At last, you have emerged, the brothers exclaimed, their faces brimming with excitement at the prospect of a task. A task signified a reward, and having savored the sweetness of previous endeavors, they had become utterly engrossed in their missions. It's nothing much, just some newly designed equipment that requires your cooperation for testing, Nie Yun informed them with a grin. Cooperative testing? The brothers instinctively took a step back. Boss, is it absolutely necessary? The third brother asked apprehensively. What do you think? They exchanged a glance, resolutely retrieving a vial of medicine and promptly swallowing 2 pills. What are you taking? Nie Yun inquired, perplexed. Motion sickness medication, he received as a response. Chapter 69. Ballast Boss. Is this the equipment we are supposed to test? The third brother, now clad in battle armor, exclaimed with evident enthusiasm. Before them stood 2 silver, shuttle-shaped flying machines, their streamlined bodies adorned with graceful, seamless lines, resembling exquisite artworks formed from a single stamp. This is the battle aircraft I just designed, aptly named Silver Shuttle. The Silver Shuttle measured approximately 3 meters in length and was powered by a single turbocharged engine, lacking the combat components typical of conventional fighter jets, making it appear more like an ordinary aircraft. Boss, is this truly a battle aircraft? What weaponry does it possess? The elder brother gazed at the sci-fi infused machine with rapt fascination. The eagle soars through the vast sky, embodying the romance that resides within every man. As you may have observed, its size is less than half that of an ordinary fighter jet, yet it possesses all the fundamental capabilities of such aircraft, enhanced by an array of advanced technological support systems. Its sole offensive weapon is the Gauss machine gun, situated at the nose of the aircraft. The principle behind Gauss weaponry involves the generation of a powerful electromagnetic force through coils within the gun barrel, which propels magnetic projectiles with remarkable potency, capable of penetrating heavy armor. Similarly designed is the renowned electromagnetic cannon, though the two exhibit slight distinctions. In essence, Gauss weaponry is better suited for compact armaments, while electromagnetic cannons are ideal for high-powered weaponry. The experimental weapons currently produced, however, are rendered impractical for combat due to their extremely slow firing rate and exorbitant energy consumption. Yet for the mechanical insect, these technical challenges are its forte. Nevertheless, the mechanical insect itself has limited energy storage and cannot independently sustain weapon-grade energy consumption. Thus, Nie Yun has meticulously miniaturized the nuclear fusion core. There are no significant breakthroughs in nuclear fusion technology. Rather, it involves the creation of a smaller nuclear fusion core utilizing the mechanical insect's exceptional processing precision. Inside the core compartment of the Silver Shuttle lies a nuclear fusion core the size of a marble, which theoretically can sustain the Silver Shuttle in full combat for an entire week. Nie Yun has truly achieved the democratization of nuclear power. Oh, how impressive! The two brothers gazed in awe, clearly unfamiliar with the concept of Gauss weaponry. Hey, boss, why can't I see the transparent cockpit canopy? The eldest brother inquired, puzzled. Although I have never piloted a fighter jet, one does not need to have eaten pork to recognize a pig, does one? Photographs of the aircraft are hardly classified information. The Silver Shuttle, entirely adorned in a lustrous metallic silver, lacks any glass components. Ah, the Silver Shuttle requires no such things. Nie Yun squinted and chuckled. Could it possibly feature a 360-degree panoramic imaging system? The boss became even more exhilarated. This is undoubtedly extraterrestrial technology. Well, that is not entirely inaccurate. You will soon experience it firsthand. However, boss, we only possess C-1 licenses and have never flown a plane before. After the initial excitement, the boss recalled a significant concern. Which pilot does not undergo years of rigorous training before operating an aircraft? Are you suggesting we let novices take control? That seems rather fanciful. Fear not. This is equipped with autopilot, an utterly foolproof operation. Nie Yun's words dispelled any lingering doubts, and the two immediately pledged to complete the testing mission. Before we proceed, I shall upgrade your battle armor. As soon as Nie Yun's words fell, a shimmering silver light enveloped the two. Moments later, they examined one another and noted that aside from a small protruding backpack on their backs, the only change in their belts was the addition of circular recess. Nie Yun then produced two silver, marble-like fusion cores and seamlessly embedded them into the recesses of their belts. With a soft crackle of electricity, they sensed a transformation within their armor. Optical camouflage activated. With Nie Yun's command, the two suits of armor underwent a remarkable transformation, gradually vanishing before the astonished gazes of the two individuals, leaving only a faint, indistinct apparition visible as their bodies swayed. This is invisibility. Witnessing this spectacle, the two men quickly comprehended the upgraded capabilities of the armor, their hearts swelling with joy. The legendary power of invisibility. With this, I shall no longer need to discern whether the figures at the bathhouse entrance are clad in trousers or skirts. A heavenly ability that men have long yearned for. It is not true invisibility, but rather an optical camouflage developed through the integration of biomimicry, flexible screen technology, and plasma shielding technology, proximity would still reveal one's presence. The Silver Shuttle is likewise equipped with such an invisibility system, providing excellent shielding against infrared detection and radar waves. Transforming the surface of the armor and aircraft into flexible screens? Only advanced materials like mechanical insects can achieve this feat, however, for the two brothers. Such technology surpassed their wildest imaginations. "Boss, when shall we depart?" the third brother inquired, a hint of impatience evident in his voice. Nie Yun smiled, then maneuvered the mechanical arm to gently rotate the two silver shuttles into position, their noses pointed skyward in a vertical stance. The design of the Silver Shuttle allows for vertical takeoff and landing without the need for a runway, akin to a rocket launch. "Now, please step onto this platform." Nie Yun gestured towards the two circular platforms beneath the aircraft. The two men exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if the entrance lay beneath the belly of the machine. Yet they complied and stepped onto the platforms. As soon as they stood firm, a sharp click echoed, and 4 locking clasps extended from the aircraft's belly, securing the two individuals tightly around their waists. "Boss, what is this?" A sudden alarm gripped their hearts. It was evident that something was amiss. This certainly did not resemble the customary procedures prior to boarding. "Oh, fret not, these clasps are exceedingly sturdy." The design of the Silver Shuttle inherently accommodates suspended flight, ensuring absolute safety and reliability. Suspended flight? The brothers were taken aback, realizing that this was not what they had anticipated. "Boss, are you not asking us to test the Silver Shuttle? How can we conduct a test without piloting it?" The elder sibling desperately sought to salvage their predicament. "Whoever said you were to pilot the Silver Shuttle? Your primary task is to test the combat armor. The Silver Shuttle is merely a ballast. It is an unmanned vehicle, requiring no pilot. Unmanned, ballast." The two exchanged glances, realizing that automated piloting was indeed a literal interpretation of the term. "Well, safe travels," Nie Yun remarked with a smile as he waved goodbye. With a low rumble, the engines of the two silver shuttles roared to life, and ethereal blue flames erupted from their undersides. Amidst the gentle tremors of the earth, the silver shuttles ascended slowly into the sky, revealing a breathtaking 360-degree panorama. Although they had anticipated the journey, the outcome still eluded them. A melancholic sigh escaped the elder brother as the wind carried it away. Chapter 70. Flawless Perfection in the Phantom Sea, following the incident involving the Phantom Captain. It came as no surprise that neighboring nations dispatched investigation teams to probe the matter further. Some vessels are research ships, while others are warships dispatched directly. And even certain amateur paranormal enthusiast groups have come to join the fray. The waters of this open sea have become quite lively in recent days. At this moment, 2 ships belonging to different factions unexpectedly cross paths, and fortuitously, the individuals aboard are acquainted with one another. "Hey mate, have you encountered any ghosts today?" "Not yet. Perhaps the spirits are taking a break this weekend?" "Do ghosts even have days off?" "Well, you're not a ghost. How would you know they don't?" "That is a fair point. By the way, have you heard? A ship from the Sunlight Group is passing through today." "What? The very group that has caught the attention of the Ghost Captain?" "Yes, the unfortunate one. It said that the military vessels from the Flower Kingdom are escorting them. They are quite clever, merely waiting for the right moment. If the Ghost Captain truly exists, he is bound to strike again." "Indeed. How did I not think of that? The ship from the Sunlight Group is the perfect bait. Have they clarified their route?" "The Sunlight Group has long made their route public. They are practically hoping for all the investigation ships to act as their guardians." "I see. They've certainly devised a clever plan. So what are we waiting for? Let's join them. If we delay, we might miss the prime spots." Indeed, the situation unfolded as they had anticipated. Upon locating the cargo ship of the Sunlight Group, they found it encircled by 7 or 8 vessels, including both warships and research ships, forming a small fleet. Clearly, they arrived rather late. The VIP seats have already been taken. At the headquarters of the Daylight Group. "Father, your skills are truly remarkable. Not only have you summoned a substantial number of guards for free, but you have also managed to draw the serpent from its lair. If that group of pretentious tricksters dares to appear, they will undoubtedly find themselves exposed under the scrutiny of the public." However, upon hearing Han E.'s words, Han Xiangxing did not display much enthusiasm. His brow remained furrowed. Let's hope that the ghost captain will indeed show himself, allowing us to eradicate this calamity once and for all. By the way, Father, isn't the recent fluctuation in stock prices somewhat irregular? Logically, having already intervened to stabilize the market, we should not be experiencing such a decline. Han Yi, not being a complete fool, quickly discerned the unusual nature of the situation. Indeed, I suspect that someone is taking advantage of our misfortune. A glint of sharpness flashed in Han Xiangxing's eyes. Is it the Chu family? Han Yi swiftly grasped the implication. The enmity between the two families is nearly public knowledge, making it entirely reasonable for the Chu family to stoke the flames at this moment. It would be odd if they did not intervene. Yes, it must be them. I even harbor a vague suspicion that the recent ghostly incident may have been orchestrated by the Chu family behind the scenes. Based on the information I possess, they are the prime suspects. Have you forgotten the two bizarre instances where Chu Xiaoxiao was saved? Upon careful consideration, could it be that she inadvertently acquired something that the ghost captain finds threatening, compelling him to obey the Chu family's commands, not only rescuing her, but also turning against us at daylight? Father, are you suggesting? Indeed, it is the heart of the ghost captain. Han Yi, must the elderly cling so tenaciously to superstition? I'm a staunch atheist. Yet, Han Xiangxing paid no heed to the peculiar expression on his son's face. He continued with his analysis. Recently, there have been rumors suggesting that Chu Xiaoxiao auctioned a collection of ancient gold coins. You must have heard about this, right? Indeed, I have heard whispers of it. Han Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation, becoming more serious. Being a scion of a wealthy family, he was naturally inclined to dabble in antiques and artworks to showcase a certain prestige, and he was not entirely oblivious to the gossips circulating within the collector's circle. Initially, he had dismissed it as mere nonsense. However, given the substantial quantity of ancient gold coins, there were previous whispers suggesting that Chu Xiaoxiao had stumbled upon a maritime treasure. Perhaps there is indeed some truth to these rumors. I wonder if, during her first kidnapping, Chu Xiaoxiao inadvertently came into possession of a treasure, which, besides the ancient gold coins, contained other items, such as a heart. Upon hearing this, Han Yi immediately envisioned a scenario where Chu Xiaoxiao was abducted by 3 kidnappers to a deserted island, where they unexpectedly discovered a treasure. After a series of treacherous schemes, betrayals, and battles of wits, she emerged as the victorious one, ultimately acquiring the mysterious heart from the treasure, which released a long-sealed ghost captain. Goodness, this plot seems quite plausible. It aligns perfectly with moral integrity. Father, do you mean to say that whether it was the 2 failed kidnapping attempts or the actions against Ardeo, they threatened the ghost captain with the heart of the captain? Could this heart be the spectral captain's Achilles heel? Despite Han Yi's lingering skepticism regarding the existence of phantoms, as disparate clues coalesced, he was taken aback to discover that this seemed to be the most plausible explanation. Indeed, in this light, all events appeared to become coherent. It now occurred to him that bizarre occurrences had proliferated since the abduction of Chu Xiaoxiao. Furthermore, there was Nie Yun. Han Yi suddenly recalled Nie Yun's uncanny abilities and the events that befell Scarface, which defied conventional elucidation. Indeed, another crucial factor underpinning his conjecture was the enigmatic Nie Yun himself. According to your account, Chu Xiaoxiao, immediately after being abducted, still insisted on setting sail to meet this seemingly ordinary fisherman, whereupon your mercenaries were annihilated. Could it be that Nie Yun is the spectral captain or one of his subordinates, and that the mercenaries inadvertently walked into a trap? What manner of treasure could warrant such importance from the Chu family? Could it be the spectral captain's heart? Han Yi, as Han Xiangxing's analysis unfolded, meticulously linking one point to another, Han Yi's materialistic beliefs began to waver, ultimately collapsing. Verily, this line of reasoning was so impeccably airtight. Chapter 71. Plasma cloaking ascending to a height of 100 meters, the 2 silver shuttles activated their optical camouflage. Following a series of transformations involving light and shadow, they abruptly vanished from sight. Observing meticulously through a pair of military-grade binoculars, Nie Yun discerned a diaphanous phantom against the azure sky, its subtle, cerulean contrail attesting to minute adjustments in its flight attitude. Subsequently, it accelerated with prodigious velocity, swiftly vanishing from Nie Yun's visual range. Indeed, the visual deception is quite effective. Now, let us assess the Silver Shuttle's radar stealth capabilities. Although the mechanical insects are comprised of advanced materials, they inherently reflect radar waves, precluding natural radar invisibility. This was evidenced during the prior Aquarius mission when they were detected by conventional civilian radar. Stealth technology, in essence, demarcates the distinction between fourth and fifth generation combat aircraft. Historically, the United States pioneered the use of stealth aircraft technology during the Persian Gulf War, rendering enemy radar and anti-aircraft defenses virtually obsolete, an engagement that can only be characterized as a complete rout. Pragmatism aside, strategic concealment is a paramount consideration for Nie Yun at this juncture. Hence, his substantial investment in developing the mechanical insect cloaking device. Plasma, the fourth fundamental state of matter, possesses stealth capabilities due to its refractive, reflective, and absorptive effects on various wavelengths. At equivalent reflective cross-sections, it can diminish radar reflectivity to less than one of its original value. However, this comes at the expense of significant energy consumption. An activation of the plasma shield concurrently impedes communication. Nevertheless, energy is not a limiting factor for the Silver Shuttle. Furthermore, no method has yet been discovered to sever or disrupt the connection between the mechanical insects and Nie Yun. In most instances, the Silver Dart operates according to the intelligent program crafted by Nie Yun, requiring only the assignment of task objectives without excessive intervention. This test, undertaken by Nie Yun, aims to validate the various functionalities of the Silver Dart and the applicability of its intelligent program for further optimization. At this moment, high in the atmosphere, the tip of the Silver Dart's head continuously generates plasma, utilizing the airflow to envelop the entire craft, encasing it in a protective plasma shield. They gradually relaxed, reassured by the armor's protection, as the furious winds had no effect on them. The Silver Dart pierced through the clouds, with the limitless azure sea stretching below. This exhilarating experience, akin to that of soaring birds, filled both individuals with wonder. "Boss, I never imagined I could fly at such high speeds. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating." The voice of the third member burst with excitement through the helmet communicator, reaching the elder's ears. While I share your excitement, there remains a subtle unease within me. This flight experiment seems to be progressing normally, right? There shouldn't be any issues, should there? Recalling the last experiment, the third member felt a twinge of apprehension. Let us hope so. Dad, if the Chu family truly possesses the supernatural power of the Ghost Captain, how can we possibly contend with them? He expressed his concerns. Indeed, it is a crisis, but also an opportunity. A glint of determination sparked in Han Xiangxing's eyes. What do you mean by that? Nie Yun puts lid. Consider this. If the Chu family can control the Ghost Captain with their heart, then why can't we? Han Xiangxing's tone was laden with temptation. Han Yi's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, whoever possesses the heart of the Ghost Captain can wield the Ghost Captain's power. A temptation few can resist. If he could control the world's shipping routes with the Ghost Captain's influence, it would not be impossible for Ri Yao to ultimately become the undisputed sovereign of the world. However, after the initial excitement, he hesitated and remarked, "But we have no idea where the Chu clan has hidden the heart of the Ghost Captain." Moreover, both attempts at kidnapping were effortlessly thwarted by the Ghost Captain. Now that they are on guard, even if we were to target them directly with the Ghost Captain involved, I fear the casualties would be dire. Indeed, to lull the Chu clan into a false sense of security, we must refrain from taking any action against them for the time being, lest we provoke them further. If it were just one, it would be manageable, but if it escalates to two, who knows if they might unleash the Ghost Captain upon us directly. Nevertheless, abstaining from attacking them does not preclude us from seeking the heart. Father, do you have any ideas? Nie Yun urgently. You mentioned the Ghost Captain being threatened with the heart. Would they acquiesce willingly? Why not seek its cooperation? Surely, if it is the Ghost Captain themselves, They might provide some clues about their own heart. Ah, are you referring to Nie Yun? Precisely. Whether he is the ghost captain or one of their subordinates. Establishing contact with him could very well lead us to the ghost captain. Is undertaking such a course of action not fraught with excessive peril? Should our adversaries be allied with the Chu faction and become cognizant of our possession of their profound secret, might they not seek to silence us permanently? Then we shall fortify ourselves with additional layers of defense. Did not the aforementioned Nie Yun remain oblivious to the fact that Scarface was our operative? The risk is justifiable. Very well. I shall immediately task individuals with establishing contact with this Nie Yun. He ultimately elected to place his trust in his father's judgment. Chapter 72. The Hunting Ground. Phantom Sea all-survey vessels had coalesced into a composite fleet of 12 ships, advancing at a measured pace. At the heart of this formation, akin to a celestial body surrounded by its satellites, lay the Arizona, a cargo vessel belonging to the Sunburst Corporation. Heighten your vigilance and diligently monitor all anomalies. We are approaching the region notorious for incidents. Maintain a keen watch and promptly report any observations. The captain, a middle-aged man of stout build, declared with a grave countenance. The incidents to which the captain alluded were well understood by all present. The corporation had previously lost or seen the sinking of 4 cargo vessels in this area. To the Sunburst Corporation's ships, this place was an omen of misfortune. Had Sunburst not offered tenfold compensation and the previous Phantom incidents had not resulted in casualties, they would have refused to come here under any circumstances. It was evident to all that they were serving as bait. Observing the apprehensive expressions of the crew in the control room, the captain sought to reassure them. There is no need for excessive apprehension. Observe your surroundings. Here lies a fleet comprised of warships from the Flower family, Neon Nation, and South Bang Nation, alongside numerous research vessels from various countries. Our safety is assured. Captain, while these warships are formidable, do their weapons possess any efficacy against phantoms? The first mate inquired anxiously. Can cannons affect spirits? It sounds thrilling. Yet is it not common knowledge that energy entities are impervious to physical assaults? Fear not. With our numbers, the Spectre's audacity to manifest remains questionable. Moreover, even if our weapons prove ineffective against the ghost ship, we still have one final trump card. The captain declared with utmost seriousness. What? Everyone perked up at this revelation. I have prepared a total of 4 rescue boats aboard. Surrounding the USS Arizona, 3 warships stood like sentinels, encircling her at the center. They were the Jiang Kai-class frigate, the South Bang Nation's Po-Hong-class corvette, and the Neon Nation's Murasame-class destroyer. Except for Neon S-4000 ton destroyer, the other 2 vessels were frigates under 3,000 tons. The Phantom Sea lies at the nexus of the 3 nations, a region where merchant vessels have encountered continuous mishaps, a matter of grave concern for any nation. Furthermore, due to the Ghost Captain's conspicuous appearance on Weibo and the bizarre occurrences aboard the 4 cargo ships, the 3 nations have heightened their vigilance. Their domestic intelligence agencies even suspect this may be a clandestine weapon experiment by a certain nation, prompting neighboring countries to dispatch warships for investigation. Neon, in particular, dispatched a destroyer to assert its naval superiority in the region. The implication of rivalry with the other 2 nations is quite palpable. Although endowed with vast lands and abundant resources, its current naval vessels and oceanic combat capabilities still lag behind those of the Empire of the Setting Sun. This is further compounded by the presence of its benefactor, the United States of America. In contrast to the Middle Kingdom, which is compelled to intervene due to the hijacking of its merchant vessels, and the Empire of the Setting Sun, which seeks to assert its regional influence. The Southern Korean nation is merely present as a spectator, casually observing and contemplating whether the spectral captain could potentially be a long-lost ancestor, thereby providing an opportunity to lay claim to cultural heritage. Apart from these 3 nations, 7 research vessels hailing from Indonesia, Malaysia, Annam, and other countries have also arrived in this recently sensationalized spectral sea, each with its own distinct objectives. The remaining vessel is a temporary investigative team comprised of paranormal enthusiasts from around the globe, some of whom are devotees of the spectral captain. As this heterogeneous spectral investigation task force ventures deeper into the spectral sea, all parties immediately heighten their vigilance. Radars, sonars, and an array of peculiar paranormal detectors are activated at maximum power, closely monitoring the surrounding environment. However, unbeknownst to them, thousands of meters above, two translucent silver shuttles are rapidly approaching the fleet with fleeting grace. Simultaneously, the helmet-integrated communication devices of the two brothers beneath the fuselage emit a sudden alert. Alert! New mission received. Please review. Mission title: Angling Mission Brief. A school of large fish has trespassed into the Master's hunting grounds, arousing the Master's culinary desires. The Master eagerly anticipates savoring a delectable fish consomme. Your mission entails commanding the silver shuttle to capture designated prey, with a minimum requirement of 3 targets. The capture method is straightforward. Sink them without hesitation. Failure to comply will result in consequences you are well aware of. The reward for success is an IQ recharge card. A helpful hint: the more intact the prey, the higher the evaluation. The duo was initially perplexed. Big fish? What does that even mean? And what's an IQ recharge card? Surely not the literal interpretation. Is it some form of universal currency? As they grapple with the ambiguity of the mission, the silver shuttle suddenly dove, swiftly piercing through a cloud beneath their feet, reaching the airspace above the ocean. Finally, they beheld what Nie Yun referred to as big fish. Holy cow! The leader exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Suddenly, red targeting reticles materialized on their helmet visors, pinpointing the small fleet below, accompanied by star ratings for each target. Jiang Kai-class frigate, 3-star Big Fish Pohang-class corvette, 3-star Big Fish Murasame-class destroyer, 4-star Big Fish Arizona-class freighter, 3-star Big Fish Standard Research Vessel 7, 2-star Small Fish Standard Passenger Ship, 1-star Shrimp This. Are we supposed to capture ships? And 3 of them are friggin' warships. Just the 2 of us and a couple of drones? The brothers' spirits plummeted. Meanwhile, in an underwater base, Nie Yun stood before an immense floor-to-ceiling window. Before him, a colossal vessel was gradually taking shape, its gargantuan frame dominating the entire underwater facility. Across the ship's hull, mechanical insects continued to writhe and morph, evidence of the ongoing design modifications orchestrated by Nie Yun. At this juncture, the essence of Nie Yun's scheme became apparent. Whether it was his ostentatious emergence on Weibo under the guise of the Ghost Captain, or his deliberate targeting of the Sun Flare Group's vessels within the same maritime region, all converged towards a singular objective: to set the stage. He fabricated the illusion of a spectral sea, ultimately enticing various international powers to initiate investigations. Consequently, this locale would not only serve as Nie Yun's arsenal procurement hub, but also facilitate real-world trials through the captured targets, thereby validating the practicality of his weaponry, a veritable killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Nevertheless, for the flawless sea wolf, such technologies were indispensable. Thus, Nie Yun resolved to acquiring desired technologies step by step across the globe, leveraging the capabilities of the mechanical insects, would undoubtedly present challenges. Yet, where else could one achieve such widespread efficiency? This ghost sea, for the foreseeable future, was destined to become Nie Yun's hunting ground. Chapter 73. Meteorite. Regardless of the brothers' astonishment at the mission, the silver shuttle swiftly reached the airspace above the fleet on the sea surface. Without affording them a moment for contemplation, the silver shuttle's latch abruptly disengaged, launching the 2 brothers towards the small fleet below like projectiles. Utterly unprepared, the 2 emitted a chorus of shrieks as they plummeted through the air in free fall. Just then, with a distinct click, a pair of 2-meter-long silver metallic wings suddenly unfurled from the small protrusions on their backs, embodying the essence of Nie Yun's style. The metallic wings operate with an astonishing simplicity. The 2 individuals felt a sudden, powerful pull, and before they could comprehend the situation, they found themselves restored to a stable flight posture. The 2 brothers, still shaken, exhaled a sigh of relief. They then realized they were slowly hovering above the fleet. While higher up in the sky, two silver shuttles were executing similar maneuvers in pursuit of them. Wow, cool. Boss, I had no idea this battle armor upgrade included a flying backpack. They exclaimed. Phew. Fortunately, the equipment is formidable. There remains a glimmer of hope for completing our mission. The fleet below seems utterly oblivious to our presence, and we are merely a kilometer apart. This stealth technology is truly remarkable. Wait, this flying backpack appears to be controlled through visual focus? How impressive! The heads-up display on the helmet provided concise instructions for operating the flight wings. The elder brother directed his gaze towards the younger sibling not far away. The helmet's ocular sensor captured his pupil characteristics, and then several jets at the tail end of the metallic wings emitted gentle streams of air, propelling the elder brother toward his sibling's position. The process was straightforward, and they quickly became adept at maneuvering the flying backpack. What should we do now, boss? The younger brother asked, his expression one of concern. What else can we do? Besides completing the mission, do we have any other options? You understand the reason. That is indeed true, but there are only two of us. How are we supposed to sink at least 3 ships? The mission states that we can command the silver shuttles. If that fails, we can always utilize our battle armor to charge in and sink them directly. We wield extraterrestrial armaments. What significance do a few warships hold? Fortune favors the bold. Let's engage them, the leader proclaimed, eyes bloodshot, seemingly resolved to fight to the bitter end. Captain, I am with you. What is our next course of action? The third in command responded with fervor. Such individuals are inherently perilous, deriving exhilaration from transgressions of increasing magnitude. This engagement with a multinational fleet transcends ordinary criminal law, verging on crimes against humanity, legally speaking. First, let us examine the silver shuttle's offensive capabilities. The leader contemplated. The helmet, equipped with voice recognition, discerned the leader's intent. A prompt echoed in his ears. Confirm activation of the silver shuttle's weapon system? Affirmative. The leader responded without hesitation. Silver shuttle weapon system activated. Attack may be initiated via voice command or firing gesture. Simultaneously, a faint crimson reticle, adorned with crosshairs, materialized on the visors of both individuals, mirroring their gaze. The third in command, upon receiving the prompt, likewise activated the weapon system of his silver shuttle. It appears to be an aiming device. Shall we test its efficacy on a target? The leader proposed. Excellent. Which target shall we engage? The third in command eagerly inquired. The leader surveyed the array of targets, his gaze settling upon the largest warship. Acquire that behemoth. The solitary 4-star prize. Understood, Captain. Allow me to discharge the initial volley. His gaze immediately gravitated towards the Murasame-class destroyer, with his helmet display activating its telescopic function, automatically magnifying his focal point. After a cursory glance, the intricate layout of the warship remained inscrutable to him. Consequently, he directed his attention to the central area of the bow deck. As his vision honed in, the reticle aligned with the target. Lock, he commanded. Instantly, a silver dart adjusted its flight path, assuming a nosedive posture, gradually aligning its nose with the designated target. Concurrently, a pale yellow halo materialized on the screen within Lao San's field of vision, steadily converging with the red reticle. Lock complete, the prompt announced. Attack, Lao San exclaimed with fervent anticipation. With a swift whoosh, a barely perceptible aperture on the silver dart's nose emitted a streak of light, accompanied by a terrifying shriek of intense friction with the atmosphere. It descended like a meteor, instantly impacting the target deck. A deafening roar erupted as the Murasame-class destroyer shuddered. A fissure instantly piercing through the vessel from deck to keel, revealing a gaping hole of approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, emanating a pungent, acrid odor, a testament to its formidable destructive power. The Silver Dart's Gauss machine gun employed mechanically enhanced 8mm steel core magnetic needles. By virtue of breakthroughs in ambient temperature superconductors and thermal dissipation, the projectile's initial velocity reached Mach 8, boasting an effective range of 5 kilometers and a rate of fire of 60 rounds per minute. In contrast to conventional weaponry, electromagnetic weapons offer projectiles with enhanced velocity, precision, range, and destructive power. The projectiles, imbued with immense kinetic energy, penetrate targets through direct impact. Furthermore, the projectile's exceptional velocity diminishes flight time, mitigating potential interference and ensuring unparalleled accuracy. Particularly noteworthy is the high penetration capability of electromagnetic weapons, which exhibit formidable lethality against heavily armored targets. Additionally, due to their compact size and light weight, the ammunition capacity of electromagnetic weapon systems is significantly enhanced, with the silver bolt capable of carrying up to 1,000 rounds. The two brothers gazed wide-eyed at this scene, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Darn it, a mere small hole on the deck. Such power is utterly insufficient to sink us, lamented the younger brother. Indeed, the firepower seems rather lacking, the elder brother concurred, equally disheartened. Suspended in the high altitude, they could only observe the damage on the deck, oblivious to the fact that the singular bullet had penetrated the entire warship. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the soldiers aboard the vessel. At the bridge, a captain sporting a prominent mustache bellowed, "Have we been attacked? Why was there no warning? Quickly, compile the damage report and ascertain the cause." Before long, a subordinate relayed information via communication. "Captain, the hull appears to have been breached by an unidentified high-velocity falling object. Currently, the source of the attack remains unknown. The damage to the hull is minimal, though there is slight leakage at the bottom. The repair team is working diligently and expects to temporarily fix the breach within 10 minutes. Upon hearing that the damage was minimal, the captain let out a slight sigh of relief. The source of the attack remains unidentified. Did the radar detect any anomalies? He inquired, puzzled. No suspicious targets were detected. We can only conclude that the assault originated from above. However, at the moment of the attack, someone reported seeing a flash of light fall, vanishing in an instant. What? Are you suggesting that we have been unfortunate enough to be struck by a meteor? Good heavens! Though it seems improbable, it is likely the only explanation. Fortunately, the meteorite is of a diminutive size. Captain, Chapter 74, a modicum of knowledge concurrently. Individuals aboard several vessels in closer proximity to the Murasame-class destroyer also witnessed the fleeting glimmer of light. What was that? I just heard a tremendous crash. It appeared as though something fell from the sky. A missile, perhaps, but there was no detonation. Amidst the conjectures, one individual raised a telescope to observe. As all vessels had drawn nearer to the Arizona, in order to observe any potential paranormal occurrences, they were already in close proximity to one another. Consequently, they could clearly discern the situation aboard the ship. The ship's deck has been breached, with a modest area of damage. There are no signs of an explosion. It seems to have been caused by an impact, the observer noted. An impact? What could possess such destructive force? Could it be the Phantom Captain? Someone immediately surmised. Surely not. Aren't they solely focused on the Nika group? Why would they attack us without provocation? Perhaps they perceive us as allied with Niku. Our current formation could easily be mistaken for an escort fleet. There may be some validity to that. However, our sensors detected nothing, and the attack originated from the sky. Would a ghost ship be capable of flight? Is a spectral vessel with the capacity for aerial navigation truly so outlandish? Upon learning of the situation, the captain of the USS Arizona, already at peak vigilance, grew anxious and promptly directed his crew to initiate the predetermined protocols as a safeguard against unforeseen events. Meanwhile, the officers and crewmen aboard the other two naval vessels, while heightening their vigilance against potential assaults, were secretly amused. Given historical tensions, neither nation held any affection for the other, and the adversary's destroyer had subtly outranked them both. Consequently, upon witnessing their misfortune, there was no reason to suppress their schadenfreude. As for suspecting the involvement of a spectral captain as military personnel, they dismissed such notions outright. Nevertheless, an order was issued to elevate vigilance and transition to secondary combat readiness. Furthermore, a communication was dispatched to the Japanese vessel, inquiring about their need for assistance, given their status as international allies. Upon receiving the condolences from the two nations, the Japanese captain was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, high above, The two brothers were deliberating how to accomplish their mission objectives with the Silver Shuttle's underwhelming firepower. Elder brother, perhaps we should descend, eliminate everyone on board, and then scuttle the ships. The younger brother proposed fiercely, since experiencing the extraordinary protective capabilities of the hero's hard armor. The younger brother's impulsive and fearless nature had been amplified by the aura of courage. In his estimation, once he boarded the vessel, devoid of the warship's formidable artillery, no one can impede his godlike feat. How can we sink it? Isn't there an ammunition depot aboard the warship? After stealthily infiltrating, we could simply detonate it, right? I didn't expect you to actually think that one through. The leader gazed at the third member with a hint of surprise, suddenly viewing him with newfound respect. Oh, come on, leader. You flatter me too much. Ha! Primarily, it was written in the combat strategy on the helmet display. The third member chuckled innocently. The leader. He glanced at the strategy guide icon on the operation interface, his lips twitching in irritation. Cursing himself for being careless, he hastily clicked to open it. The comprehensive combat strategy for the Phantom Sea region reads: 1. Strike with precision. With the silver dart in hand, I shall claim the sunken ship. 2. The art of explosion. Are you not aware that the swiftest method to sink a warship is to detonate its ammunition depot? Infiltrate quietly, no gunfire needed. Explosion is art. And art is that simple. 3. Use a knife to kill. First, you must locate a legendary USB interface. Above all, the final interpretation rights of this strategy rest with the boss, and we bear no responsibility for any unintended casualties. The leader's heart skipped a beat upon reading that last line. These three strategies, aside from a second one being somewhat comprehensible, the other two appeared rather perplexing. The leader expressed his bewilderment. Well, that's precisely why I opted for the second one. The third member declared triumphantly. Very well. It seems this plan is the safest. Let us proceed with the second strategy. Although the silver dart's weaponry is rather feeble, it can still serve as a cover. Itruli edor art, exclaimed a third, flashing a broad grin. The duo had firmed up their plans and immediately maneuvered their flying wings into a steep dive. Before long, at the rear deck of the neon ship, there came a resounding thud of metallic impact, and two indistinct, translucent figures successfully boarded the warship. Boss, it appears to be deserted here, came the voice of the third. Of course, everyone was drawn to the foredeck by our recent attack. It would be peculiar to find anyone here. Come on, now is the perfect moment to infiltrate. Soon after, the sound of soft footsteps echoed, trailing towards the bridge entrance. However, as the two approached the entrance, they discovered two individuals engaged in conversation. Mr. Narita, you witnessed the recent breach as well. As an expert in weaponry, what are your thoughts on it? Captain, this appears to be damage inflicted by a high-velocity object, remarkably similar to that of the electromagnetic kinetic weapons currently under experimentation. However, the attack originated from above, almost vertically. Such a potent electromagnetic weapon would entail considerable size and energy consumption, rendering it impractical for aerial deployment. Not a single nation has yet achieved its practical application, even for ground-based armaments. Moreover, the radar detected no anomalies. Thus, I'm inclined to believe this is a small, high-density meteorite or debris from outer space. However, under such circumstances, the probability of it striking us is approximately less than 1 in 10 million. Captain, he had just received condolences from both nations, and understandably, his mood was rather dismal. After listening to the expert's explanations, his expression darkened even further. Truly, what a stroke of ill fortune to encounter such a low probability. Boss, what are those two chattering about? How would I know? I do possess some understanding, but upon careful listening, I realized their dialogue was laden with profound vocabulary that I couldn't comprehend. Perhaps they're discussing some confidential matters. Damn, boss, you actually understand. No wonder you are an exceptional talent. Alas, how do you speak? You are the brilliant one. Your entire family are prodigies. I am merely a legitimate underachiever. If you keep saying this, I might have to accuse you of slander. The boss cautiously glanced at the monitor, seemingly fearful that someone might overhear their conversation. This regular employee is always aware, and if one is not careful, they might be demoted back to an intern. which could lead to dire consequences. Oh, I see, boss. By the way, what languages do you speak? Arabic, Hebrew, Hindi, and Spanish. Chapter 75. So, the question arises, with them blocking the door, how do we enter? Old 3 inquired. Although optical camouflage is formidable, one can still perceive a vague, transparent figure upon closer inspection, posing a risk of exposure. After a brief interval, observing that the pair seemed engrossed in their conversation with no inclination to move, another resounding boom echoed through the vessel. The metallic clang of the collision was deafening. What's happening? The captain and weapons specialist, in the midst of analyzing the source of the initial attack, were startled. Following the sound, they noticed a breach approximately 20 centimeters in diameter on the port side of the ship, emitting a trail of bluish smoke. The shape was eerily familiar. Nearby, a Japanese officer, clutching his ears, staggered to his feet, evidently injured in a recent assault. What occurred? The captain stared in disbelief at the scene. After waiting for a moment and observing no further anomalies, he and the weapons specialist cautiously approached to assess the situation. While the attention of everyone was completely diverted by the renewed assault, 2 indistinct figures stealthily infiltrated the entrance to the bridge. Reporting captain. A Navy soldier rushed over to inform the captain. The port side of the vessel has been struck again by an unidentified attack, mirroring the previous incident. Furthermore, the trajectory of this attack was a mere 3 meters from the ammunition depot. The repair team has been dispatched to urgently investigate potential hazards and mend the breach in the hull. Still no detection of the enemy's whereabouts. Reporting, Captain. There is a complete absence of any sign of the adversary. Captain. At that moment, the weapons specialist, who had meticulously examined the damaged area, approached. Captain, I have just conducted an examination, and the circumstances are indeed identical to those of the initial encounter. The size and mass of the colliding object are remarkably similar. The upper deck of the battleship lacks the robust protection of the sides. Even if it did, it would likely struggle to withstand such a high-speed impact. What do you surmise is the cause this time? Given the current situation, I suspect we find ourselves in a region prone to meteorite activity. I have a bold hypothesis. The Earth's magnetic field in this area may be influenced by unknown factors, drawing fixed-size, high-density metallic meteorites towards us. The weapons expert exclaimed with an air of significant discovery. But tell me, why have other vessels encountered no issues while we have been struck repeatedly? The captain cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone indifferent. This, I believe, perhaps it is due to our larger target, which is more susceptible to this enigmatic magnetic field. However, based on my calculations, the likelihood of experiencing consecutive impacts is less than. The weapons expert remained oblivious to the increasingly dark expression on his captain's face, continuing his analysis. Yet, he had not finished his statement. Enough. With a surge of frustration, the captain could no longer contain himself and delivered a resounding slap to the expert's face. Dazed by the blow, the weapons expert looked at the captain, whose fury was nearing explosion, with an utterly innocent gaze. Curse this magnetic field. Curse these meteorites. Can't you see that there's a 10,000-ton vessel nearby? Is our target larger than theirs? What is wrong with your mind? Are you foolish? The captain unleashed a torrent of invective, then briskly strode towards the control room. To attribute this to mere accident would be an act of utter foolishness. Upon returning to the control room, the captain issued a series of commands. I order the entire ship to Condition 1. This is not a drill, I repeat. This is not a drill. Furthermore, immediately contact military satellites to thoroughly scan the aerial domain of this sea, seeking any potential enemy aircraft. It is highly probable that the adversary possesses radar stealth capabilities and has operational electromagnetic kinetic weaponry. Also, apprise the military of our situation and request strategic support from the general staff. Aye, Captain. The crew responded in unison, and the entire vessel was plunged into a flurry of activity. As the Japanese naval vessel realized it had been subjected to an inexplicable assault, the other survey ships and warships in the vicinity also discerned that something was amiss. Once could be attributed to a meteor, but not twice. The captain of the Arizona was increasingly on edge. If they dared to attack a warship, what would the ghost captain be unwilling to do? The other two warships also heightened their alert status, while remembering to send a message of condolence via the public channel. In contrast to the undisguised schadenfreude of the South Koreans, the Chinese were far more circumspect. The message they transmitted was roughly as follows: "We express our sympathy and condolences for the renewed losses you have suffered. We empathize with the tribulations of your vessel and will provide international humanitarian aid to the best of our ability. If rescue services are required, please press 1 for immediate assistance." Upon receiving these two dispatches, the captain of the Nipponese vessel was incensed to the point of near apoplexy. To board and render assistance? Such audacity! Who could discern whether their intentions were benevolent aid or clandestine reconnaissance? Our damage is negligible. We are in no exigency of rescue. We implore you to exercise restraint and maintain a circumspect distance. Should any untoward misunderstanding arise, you shall bear the full onus of responsibility. In essence, this missive conveyed the sentiment: I have merely suffered a minor epistaxis. It is of no consequence. On no account should you approach, dare to encroach, and you shall face my unbridled wrath. Amidst the foment within the investigative flotilla, stirred by the two assaults upon a Nipponese warship, within the bowels of that ill-fated vessel, nigh unto the control chamber, in a secluded alcove, "Chief, pray, direct me to the armory. Perchance consult a walk-through?" At that juncture, a cadence of footsteps echoed from around the corner. Instantly, the brethren fell silent, their bodies immobile, maximizing the efficacy of their optical camouflage. Two uniformed crewmen, laden with tool chests, hastened past, seemingly repair technicians. Once the oblivious pair had traversed their position, the chief's voice resonated anew: "Move. Shadow them." In the wake of the two repairmen, they arrived at a compartment adorned with a "No Open Flame" sign. There, they encountered two additional repairmen emerging from the chamber, their countenances reflecting profound relief. "Ono-Koen, what is the status?" one of the newly arrived inquired with urgency. "Rest assured, it merely grazed the hazardous zone. No latent threats remain. The situation has been duly reported." A sigh of relief. That was a close call. As the quartet ambled away, their voices fading into the distance, the two figures lurking in the shadows finally approached the compartment. "Boss, what is this place? Didn't you see the No Open Flame sign? We've struck gold. This has to be the armory." "Really? What are we waiting for? Let's blow it to kingdom come," the third exclaimed with fervor. They heaved open the hatch and stepped inside, their eyes widening at the sight of munitions and torpedoes galore. "Boss, it truly is the armory. This is almost too easy." The boss's intel was spot on. "Huh, let's get this party started." "Indeed, smoother than anticipated. Best not to tempt fate. Let's get to it." The leader nodded with a grin. A strange silence then befell the duo, stretching on for what seemed like an eternity. "Boss, why aren't you moving?" "Number 3, I'm waiting for you to take the initiative." A pregnant pause. "So the million-dollar question, what do we use to detonate this place?" Neither was a seasoned demolitions expert. Heck, they didn't even bring a fuse. "Didn't the intel mention how to trigger the explosion?" the leader asked, his voice tinged with desperation. It appears not," the third stammered, crestfallen. The leader recalled the disclaimer at the bottom of the intel: "Not responsible for outcomes," and let out a groan. This has got to be the most irresponsible guide ever. It's like they just set us up to fail. "Did you bring anything that can produce a spark?" the leader inquired, clinging to the last vestige of hope. Does a lighter count?" "Chief," one of them lamented, "I had anticipated a mere equipment trial today. Never did I imagine being a live ordnance delivery to this locale. Bereft of even a sidearm, a timed explosive would be a godsend." Another chimed in, crestfallen, "I do possess a firearm, but I can hardly expend ammunition on this stockpile. Why would the employer dispatch us on a mission without prior briefing or armaments? Did you not attend to the employer's pre-departure remarks? We are merely ballast for the Silver Shuttle, primarily present for armor evaluation. Supplying us with potent weaponry would render the assessment futile." "Ah, that is indeed the case." One conceded. "This armor is excessively formidable." "Precisely," the chief concurred. "Given the technological disparity of the heart of a hero armor, should they wield armaments, they could potentially commandeer the vessel upon boarding single-handedly, albeit with time. Furthermore, do you not find it peculiar? Despite my inability to comprehend their vernacular, The crew appears profoundly disquieted, alarms incessantly wailing. The maintenance personnel who just passed bore expressions of palpable tension. It would seem the Silver Shuttle's assault is more formidable than we initially surmised. Indeed, one assented. Their consternation seems somewhat excessive. Ahem. Do you recall Directive 1? The chief inquired. Are you alluding to direct incursion? The description states, with the Silver Shuttle in hand, shipwrecks are mine for the taking. Indeed, I now ponder whether the commander intends to convey to us that a mere silver dart could indeed sink a battleship. Perhaps this Gauss weapon is deceptively subtle in appearance, yet inflicts severe internal damage. Is the potency of the silver dart truly that formidable? Should we perhaps conduct a test on this munitions depot? Proposed the third member. Yes. The silver dart possesses a target lock feature. Let us mark this location and take note of it, and once we reach a safe distance, we shall proceed. Very well. At this moment, the captain, whose ship had been infiltrated without a hint of awareness, found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. Military reconnaissance satellites had failed to detect any enemy aircraft, and the Japanese military, deeming the situation grave, had even sought reconnaissance assistance from the United States, conducting a thorough search of the airspace. Yet, the results yielded nothing. The assailants appeared as phantoms in the sky, entirely untraceable. This left the captain in profound confusion. The Murakumo-class's air search radar is an advanced active phased array system, renowned for its exceptional target lock capabilities among vessels of its class. Yet, it had failed to detect any sign of enemy aircraft. Surely even the most advanced stealth fighters in the world could not leave no trace whatsoever. At the very least, they would manifest on radar at the moment of attack. Now, not only had the ship's radar remained unresponsive, but even satellites had yielded no findings. The situation was exceedingly strange. Could it truly be some cursed anomaly of the Earth's magnetic field? That seemed utterly absurd. The captain now felt a sense of uncertainty creeping into his mind, primarily due to the lack of any viable explanations. Fortunately, amidst a barrage of unfavorable tidings, a solitary piece of good news emerged. The General Staff, in light of the spectral anomalies plaguing the Ghost Sea, has resolved to dispatch a pair of F-15JS and an E-767 Airborne Warning and Control System (AWACS) aircraft as reinforcement, slated to arrive in the vicinity imminently. The F-15J, a paragon of contemporary multi-role combat aircraft, stands as the mainstay of the Japanese Air Self-Defense Force. Boasting a maximum velocity of Mach 2.5 and a range of 600 kilometers, it possesses formidable air-to-air and air-to-ground capabilities. Complementing it, the E-767 AWACS, operating at combat altitude, can precisely detect targets up to 320 kilometers away, extending its reach to 600 kilometers for high-altitude objects, all while concurrently tracking hundreds of aerial entities. Enhanced by its aerial refueling capacity, it is among the most advanced airborne early warning systems globally. This formidable duo represents the Japanese Air Force's premier assets, underscoring the gravity with which the General Staff regards this matter, instilling a measure of tranquility within the captain's heart. He departed the control room, intent on inspecting the hull repair progress in the lower decks, entrusting his adjutant with command and continuous communication with the General Staff. The captain, embodying the poise of a seasoned commander, refrained from betraying any semblance of disquietude before his subordinates, thereby assuaging their anxieties. His gait, though swift, exuded composure. Yet upon rounding a corner, a sudden collision ensued. The captain, as if meeting an unyielding metallic barrier head-on, suffered a forceful blow to his nose, precipitating a backward fall. As he sat up, clutching his nose in agony and casting his gaze forward, he found nothing but empty space where a wall should have been. The captain was perplexed, questioning the presence of walls in a corridor. He was certain he had discerned a voice emanating from the opposite direction. He scrutinized his surroundings with increasing intensity, his eyes widening in disbelief. A faint, translucent figure hovered silently before him, barely a meter away. A specter? The captain was seized by mortal terror, realizing the spectral legends of the sea were indeed true. In the next instant, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and his eyes rolled back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Boss, what do we do with him? Do you even need to ask? Why weren't you more careful while moving? The leader retorted, glaring at the space beside him. It's not my fault. How was I supposed to know he walks like a ghost? Silent and incredibly fast. I barely had time to react before colliding with him. Leaving him here will quickly alert the crew. Let's move him. Take him to that room over there, the leader commanded, spotting a nearby cabin. Right? Thereupon, the captain levitated eerily, transported towards the designated cabin. The door opened, and the captain floated inside, followed by the door slowly closing shut. In the control room, the second-in-command affirmed, understood. I assure you, we will coordinate fully with the Air Force to conduct a thorough search of the area. The military can rest assured. The officer concluded, placing the communicator down. What's that? Try again. Perhaps the noise from the repair site is interfering. The officer frowned. We've attempted multiple times, but there's still no response. Then contact the maintenance crew in the lower deck and have them reach out to the captain. After a while, the lieutenant exclaimed, Sir, the captain is not in the lower deck. The maintenance crew said they have not seen him at all. Continue to try and establish communication with the captain, and you, guard officer, immediately dispatch personnel to search the lower deck. As soon as you locate the captain, inform me at once. The lieutenant was utterly bewildered. How could a living person simply vanish into thin air? Sir, could this all be the work of a ghost? Someone whispered nearby. It was indeed exceedingly strange. Everything felt bizarre. First, they suffered 2 attacks from unidentified meteors, and now their captain had disappeared. They found themselves in a remarkably mysterious, ghostly sea. So it was no wonder their imaginations were running wild. Chapter 77. Fierce Resolve Boss. What do we do now? The third member asked, visibly distressed. The two had initially planned to leave that unfortunate soul behind and hasten their departure from the area to avoid the explosion from the munitions depot. Listening to the chaotic sounds outside, it seemed as if the entire ship was in an uproar. This is all you're doing? That unfortunate fellow clearly wore different attire from everyone else. He must be a high-ranking officer, and now we've stirred up a hornet's nest. What if we just blow up the munitions depot now? The world would be at peace. The third member suggested. Are you foolish? The munitions depot is only about 10 meters away. Who knows how powerful the explosion might be? What if our armor cannot withstand it? Then let us charge out. With our armor for protection, they can't harm us. We are confronted with a mere pistol, yet the adversaries stand before us. And the ammunition is insufficient to grant each of us a single bullet. Shall we then resort to our fists? Who knows what heavy weaponry might be concealed aboard the vessel? The captain shot him a disapproving glance. Is it truly acceptable to simply wait here for them to conduct a search through our quarters? The captain surveyed the cabin, seeking any windows or means of escape into the sea. However, a warship is no yacht. It does not cater to one's desire for scenic views. And it was evident that this cabin possessed but a single exit. Yet, he did glean something of interest. This appeared to be a machinery room, housing numerous towering mainframes, their tangled wires spreading out like a spider's web. The unfortunate captain had been discarded behind one of the cabinets. The captain approached a central mainframe, his gaze lingering on a particular port, an odd expression crossing his face. Could this be the fabled USB port from the game Strategy 3? The third mate ambled over to inspect it, scratching his head. It certainly resembles it, though how does one determine if it is indeed the legendary one? If I knew that, would it still be considered legendary? Let's test it and see how we proceed with this test. Ahem. The captain's expression grew conflicted as he mustered the courage to speak after a prolonged silence. Oh, omnipotent overseer, we have located the USB port. Please instruct us on our next course of action. The third mate. Just as the third mate was about to voice his thoughts, a notification suddenly echoed through the helmet communicator. Beep. Congratulations to you all. Having discovered the fabled USB port of miracles, the moment of revelation was at hand. As the prompt concluded, a data cable emerged from the leader's vambrace, directly interfacing with the port. Subsequently, both individuals observed the indicator lights on all the mainframes within the room erupt into a frenzied cascade of blinks. Concurrently, hundreds of miles away, amidst his bustling activities, Nie Yun paused abruptly, a glint of amusement in his eyes, before breaking into a subtle smile. These two haven't done badly at all. Now, let's examine our new plaything. within the control room of the Murasame-class warship. Amidst the widespread consternation over the missing captain and the impending aerial support, all the displays flickered in unison, revealing a pirate emblem, a pointed-eared skull superimposed over two crossbones. The bizarre skull's mandible moved in sync with a deep, metallic voice that echoed throughout the vessel via the external amplification system. "Have you tasted death?" In Japanese, silence permeated the room. Everyone was bewildered by the eerie situation, their gazes fixed on the bizarre skull symbol on the screens, sending shivers down their spines. The ghost captain," someone exclaimed in terror, the words sending a jolt of fear through everyone's hearts. "Sir, someone has infiltrated our shipboard systems," a signalman at a nearby console exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he frantically typed away at the keyboard. Just then, another crew member shrieked, "The cannons are moving on their own. And no, the number 1 missile silo has opened by itself. Our fire control system has been compromised." "What?" Everyone gasped in astonishment. Despite a lingering premonition, the fact that the fire control system had been compromised indicated that their ship's mainframe had succumbed entirely. Whether he was the ghost captain or some other infernal pirate leader, they all grasped the gravity of their predicament. Meanwhile, several soldiers still on the deck were astonished to witness their warship-esque cannons slowly pivoting, seemingly primed for action. Ultimately, they had no choice but to manually sever the power supply. Yet, the main system, it continued to operate. The electronic officer's tone was tinged with disbelief. "What?" Everyone stood in stunned silence. "The ghost captain." There was no longer a shred of doubt in anyone's mind. Who but a ghost could accomplish such a feat? "Hurry, there is no time." It has locked onto its target and entered a state of launch readiness. What is its target?" The first officer urgently inquired. It is the Pohang class of South Korea." Upon hearing this, the first officer's mind buzzed. Thrown into utter disarray, the Nie Yun nation's warship openly attacking a South Korean vessel. What a grave accusation. If things go awry, this could escalate into a serious international dispute. He was uncertain whether the two nations would engage in conflict, but he knew he would inevitably face a military tribunal. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. He must stop it. However, before he could issue the order, the thunderous roar of high-velocity cannons reverberated, striking directly at the core of the first officer's being. His complexion drained, his legs weakened, and he collapsed into the chair. It was over. This was the only thought racing through his mind. Outside the control room, the relentless barrage of naval artillery persisted, the acrid scent of gunpowder permeating the marine atmosphere. The Japanese crewmen stood transfixed, their visages etched with astonishment as they beheld the unfolding spectacle. Concurrently, a short distance away, the South Korean Pohang-class corvette sailed serenely beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds, reveling in their adversary's misfortune, when suddenly, they were unexpectedly greeted by a deluge of naval gunfire. Disbelief gripped their hearts. The warship's exterior was immediately engulfed in a tempest of ordnance, raked from stem to stern and back again. Although these cannons were primarily intended for engaging diminutive, lightly armored targets and possessed limited destructive capability, their disfiguring effect was undeniable. The Pohang-class vessel's surface was promptly riddled with craters and pockmarks. Fortunately, the entire ship was already at battle stations, and no personnel were lingering on deck, averting immediate casualties. However, the vessel's violent tremors instilled trepidation in the hearts of all South Korean servicemen. The South Korean captain was utterly bewildered by the assault, his heart brimming with injustice. Had he committed an act so heinous as to invoke divine retribution? He had merely dispatched 2 brief communiques, and although he conceded that their tone may have lacked a certain degree of empathy, was such a response truly warranted? Had he foreseen such a vehement reaction, he would have tempered his words. Chapter 78, Proxy Warfare Aboard the Besieged Warship. A crewman inquired, "Captain, what are our current directives?" The captain retorted, "Initiate evasive maneuvers immediately while returning fire with our naval artillery. Furthermore, signal the Japanese warship. Are they attempting to initiate hostilities without a formal declaration, thereby inciting a conflict between our nations?" The captain's voice was imbued with indignation. His commands were swiftly executed. As ordnance roared from the South Korean warship, the Japanese vessel was immediately engulfed in a deluge of reciprocal fire, engaged in a furious exchange at a distance of less than 300 meters. Both warships were soon rendered unrecognizable, their hulls erupting in conflagrations. The remaining vessels of the mixed fleet looked on in stunned disbelief at the sudden and unprovoked eruption of hostilities. Bewilderment was universal as crews struggled to comprehend the situation. The Chinese captain, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, had clearly observed the Japanese warship initiating the assault, compelling the South Koreans to retaliate. He conjectured as to the precise nature of the South Koreans' inflammatory remarks that had precipitated such a violent reaction. Mentally reconstructing the dialogue between the two sides, misfortune has befallen you, has it not? I caution you against gloating. Should I find myself in an unfavorable circumstance, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Does my exultation displease you? I shall persist in my gloating. What redresse do you propose? Indignation overwhelms me. Do you presume I lack the courage? Take this. Indeed, you dare to strike. I shall engage you in mortal combat. Wiping the perspiration from his forehead, the captain was profoundly grateful for the refined traditions of his own nation, which favored more temperate language. After a moment of reflection, he promptly instructed his communications officer to dispatch a message to both vessels, imploring them to exercise restraint and resolve their dispute in a spirit of amity and concord. Affirmative gestures were made, but his actions spoke louder as the Chinese vessel swiftly disengaged from the combat zone. Witnessing this prudent maneuver, the remaining survey ships in the vicinity were jolted into action, scattering in all directions, leaving only 3 vessels in the area. The captain of the USS Arizona was on the verge of despair. While he desired to flee, his ship's immense size hindered its agility, making it impossible to match the speed and maneuverability of the other vessels. He could only laboriously steer the colossal vessel, attempting to distance himself from the 2 belligerents. The 2 warships had initially encircled the Arizona, and now their artillery fire was exchanged perilously close to it, leaving the crew terrified. They had been warned about encountering a phantom captain, but not about naval warfare. Had they known, even a 20-fold increase in compensation would not have enticed them to come. The phantom captain sought a vessel, but this situation threatened their very lives. Amidst the intense observation of the unfolding events, an even more shocking revelation emerged. Captain, our ship has been targeted by the enemy's fire control radar, indicating an imminent attack, exclaimed the South Korean radar operator. What? The captain stammered, dumbfounded. The use of naval guns was already a dangerous escalation, but weapons requiring fire control radar, such as torpedoes or missiles, were potentially lethal. Either weapon possessed the power to sink their ship. The adversary was determined to destroy them. Activate all weapon systems and lock onto the enemy. If they deploy high-powered weaponry, retaliate with full force without hesitation. He commanded. The captain, his eyes bloodshot, roared, fully cognizant that restraint was paramount. Initiating a fatal assault was out of the question, even if it meant their own vessel being sunk. South Korea must not be allowed to seize the moral high ground in this conflict. Launching an unprovoked attack, deploying weaponry of lethal caliber with so many witnesses would leave Japan utterly defenseless. As a military man, he possessed no shortage of valor for national sacrifice. Yet survival remained preferable. He commanded all personnel to take cover on the port side of the warship, while simultaneously informing the homeland of the situation, requesting reinforcements. The South Korean warship, sailing in the same direction to the port of the Japanese vessel, was most vulnerable to an attack on its starboard side. The proximity offered virtually no chance of evasion or missile interception. He braced for the worst. Moments after the order was issued, to everyone's utter astonishment, a plume of smoke erupted from the missile bay of the Japanese warship, and a slender ship-to-ship missile soared into the sky. Having leaped from its nest, the missile adjusted its trajectory slightly and hurtled toward the nearby South Korean vessel. Concurrently, aboard the South Korean warship, the gunnery officer executed the captain's orders with meticulous precision. Upon witnessing the launch of the enemy missile, he retaliated without hesitation, launching a ship-to-ship missile that streaked skyward toward the Japanese warship. At this range, Talk of evasion or interception was futile. Before a multitude of onlookers, the two missiles struck their respective targets almost simultaneously. Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions ripped through the air as each missile tore a gaping hole in its target. Thick smoke billowed from the points of impact, leaving both vessels severely damaged. This time, it was not a mere trivial bombardment. Two warships began to tilt at a visibly alarming rate, gradually sinking as they took on substantial amounts of water. Vice Admiral, our port side has sustained severe damage. We will be completely submerged within 30 minutes, exclaimed a soldier, perspiration streaming down his face. Just moments ago, everyone had watched helplessly as events unfolded, utterly powerless to intervene. It was as if an invisible hand were manipulating their vessels like puppets, leaving them mere spectators in this dire scenario. The Vice Admiral, consumed by despair, slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant. Order everyone to abandon ship. He uttered weakly. By the way, has the system mainframe been checked? Why is it still operational despite the power being cut? This was the only matter occupying the Vice Admiral's mind. Sir, we have dispatch personnel. We should receive news shortly. 3 minutes later, a report came through the communicator. Sir, we found the mainframe in the control room powered off with no anomalies detected. Additionally, the captain is unconscious. What? The Vice Admiral stared in disbelief. The captain of the Flower Kingdom gazed blankly at the scene of the two ships slowly sinking, utterly at a loss for how to react. He had lost any inclination to revel in the misfortune of others, completely bewildered by the unfolding situation. Although he felt a twinge of malicious satisfaction witnessing the South Korean and Nie Yun nation in conflict, the entire affair was steeped in an eerie strangeness that left him deeply unsettled. Surrounding the two warships, several inflatable lifeboats were ferrying the survivors from both nations away from the whirlpool of disaster. Unbeknownst to all, two diaphanous figures aboard the Murasame-class vessel exploited the pandemonium, stealthily submerging into the ocean. Subsequently, a jet of air propelled from their backpacks, propelling them swiftly toward the Arizona. At that moment, the brothers held their employer's capabilities in utmost reverence. They had indeed witnessed a miracle, the orchestration of a masterly scheme of borrowed force, accomplished with nothing more than a USB interface. Chapter 79. Defection. As the onlookers stood bewildered, beholding the gradual descent of the two battleships, a resounding roar echoed from the heavens. Two grayish-blue F-15J fighter jets streaked across the maritime expanse from an altitude of 1,000 meters. In the higher echelons of the sky, an early warning aircraft, moving at a more deliberate pace, was also advancing toward the location with utmost haste. The aerial support squadron of the nation of Japan had finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Upon reaching their designated location, the two fighter pilots promptly attempted to establish communication with Allied warships. After a protracted interval, the communication channels remained silent. Observing this scenario and assimilating the prior intelligence regarding the assault on Allied vessels, the Supreme Commander of the Japanese forces on the early warning aircraft was immediately alarmed. He instantly discerned that something was amiss and promptly issued an order. The Blue Falcon Squadron was to maintain combat formation, conduct low-altitude reconnaissance of the target area, and locate Murasame 086, all while remaining vigilant against potential adversaries. Affirmative. The command reverberated to the fighter jet squadron. The two aircraft in the higher altitudes executed a coordinated turn, reducing their velocity and altitude as they commenced low-altitude reconnaissance. Shortly thereafter, aerial reconnaissance from the fighter jets enabled the airborne early warning and control center to comprehend the situation. Everyone stared blankly at the two warships, now emitting thick smoke as they slowly succumbed to the depths. One of these vessels was intimately familiar to most of them, the very Murasame-class destroyer they had been dispatched to assist. The commander gazed in astonishment at the Murasame, which appeared to have been utterly devastated, his expression one of disbelief. How could it be that the ship, which had recently requested assistance while reporting only minor damage and a stable condition, was now in the process of sinking? The other vessel, in a similarly dire state, appeared to be a South Korean warship. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that the Chinese had launched a surprise, devastating attack, This was the only possibility he could conceive of, as only a Chinese frigate in the vicinity would be capable of sinking 2 warships in such a short time with complete surprise. However, with so many witnesses around, how could the Chinese dare to act so brazenly? What advantage would they gain from such an act? Immediately notify the military headquarters of our situation and request the dispatch of rescue vessels to search for our survivors, the commander ordered. Additionally, activate the radar at maximum power to search for potential adversaries in this airspace. Then, inform Blue Falcon Squadron to immediately disengage from the low-altitude zone. Remain vigilant against Chinese warships and thoroughly search the surrounding airspace for any suspicious aircraft. Yes, sir. Upon receiving their orders, the pilots of the 2 fighter jets immediately ascended, assuming a state of heightened alert. Just as they were rapidly gaining altitude, Nie Yun, through the silver shuttle nearby, also detected their presence. A surge of elation flashing through his mind. Originally intending to catch a few large fish, he was unexpectedly greeted with an additional surprise. He immediately maneuvered the Silver Needle and commenced a new round of hunting. Blue Falcon 02, this is Blue Falcon 01. Guard my right side, maintain a dual formation, and begin a spiral search in this area with this point as the epicenter. Received, Blue Falcon 02. Just as the 2 aircraft began to maintain their formation and search, a ghostly transparent figure swiftly darted through the airspace between them, causing a slight tremor in their fuselages. What was that just now? Am I seeing things? Exclaimed the pilot of Blue Falcon 01. No, I saw it too. It seemed like a transparent shadow. So fast. At least Mach 3, shouted Blue Falcon 02. Why did the radar not respond at all? Is it stealthy? Whoosh. At that moment, another spectral figure swept past the left side of Blue Falcon 01. With a sharp sound, a section of the left wing of Blue Falcon 01 was severed. The more sophisticated the weaponry, the less room there is for error. Although the damage to the left wing was minor, the aircraft's flight stability was immediately compromised, causing it to wobble and veer out of formation, descending perilously. Blue Falcon 01, what happened? The wingman cried out in alarm. My left wing was attacked by an unidentified flying object. I can't maintain balance. The pilot of Blue Falcon 01 shouted in terror. What? Just as they were in shock. Whoosh. In the distance, a sudden streak of crimson light shot forth from the sky, striking the center of the right wing of Blue Falcon 02 with unerring precision, creating a gaping hole. By the time the pilot reacted, he could only watch helplessly as debris was whisked away by the fierce winds, rendering the entire right wing precariously unstable, causing the aircraft to tremble violently. The pilots of Blue Falcon 02 were gripped by sheer terror at the bizarre assault, their panicked communications echoing through the command center of the early warning aircraft, every word captured with chilling clarity. Faces turned pale as the radar offered no indication of the threat. The very air seemed to shimmer with an unsettling transparency, flooding their minds with ominous tales of the phantom sea. Could it truly be a ghost? The commander was rendered utterly bewildered. However, he quickly recognized that this was not the moment for such contemplations. Grabbing the communicator, he urgently declared, "You are permitted to initiate an emergency landing should you ascertain that recovery is impossible. If necessary, you may eject." Thus, all crew members aboard the vessels, including those of the Flower Nation's escort ship, stood transfixed on the deck, gazing up at the 2 neon fighter jets as they approached in haste, only to soon make a shaky landing upon the sea, sending up a spray of water and debris. Concurrently, 2 parachutes blossomed in the sky, revealing 2 bewildered pilots anxiously surveying their surroundings, fearful that the elusive specter might strike again. Fortunately, the silver shuttle exhibited no interest in them whatsoever. Their apprehensions proved unfounded. Others caught fleeting glimpses of the swift streak of light that had attacked the fighter jets, yet the assailant remained unseen. The Phantom Captain, a singular name, emerged in the minds of all. Witnessing this scene, the captain of the Arizona decisively commanded all crew members to board the lifeboats, abandoning ship in haste. Observing the eerie circumstances surrounding them, one could only ponder, could this be the handiwork of the ghost captain? reflecting on the ghost captain's audacious nature. Having already dispatched military vessels and aircraft with ease, what remained that he would not dare to undertake? Even those who were presumed to be protectors faced a similar fate. How could the Daylight Group, the sole entity under the ghost captain's gaze, expect to escape such a calamity? Was it due to their tonnage? How amusing! That would only draw more attention. Thus, when the two brothers infiltrated the Arizona, they found it already deserted. Although taken aback, they would not disdain the unclaimed objective. With remarkable ease, they manually opened the ship's large sea valves, and, as the vessel took on water, it swiftly began to sink. Witnessing the bizarre sinking of the Arizona, its captain felt an immense relief for his sagacious decision. Good heavens, this work is perilously hazardous. Surviving this calamity, I shall resign tomorrow and never return to daylight. The captain of the Arizona, still trembling from the ordeal, resolved firmly. An hour later, several stealth-modified sea wolves arrived to retrieve the two brothers, silently towing away the remnants of 3 spoils and 2 aircraft, vanishing into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 80. Intelligence. The events occurring in the Phantom Seas rapidly spread with lightning speed across East Asia, and then cascaded throughout the world, leaving everyone in disbelief. Initially presumed to be a mere paranormal investigation, it culminated in a naval altercation between Japanese and South Korean warships, resulting in their submersion, with Japan also losing 2 fighter jets. Concurrently, the focal point, the USS Arizona, met a similar fate, succumbing to the depths like its predecessors. The sequence of events was extraordinarily bizarre. A Japanese vessel was subjected to an enigmatic assault, swiftly spiraling out of control, initiating an attack on a South Korean ship, ultimately leading to the demise of both. Subsequently, Japanese aircraft dispatched for rescue were targeted by what appeared to be spectral aerial phenomena, resulting in their crash. The spectral sea swiftly garnered a notorious reputation. Numerous eyewitnesses chronicled these events, providing a relatively clear reconstruction of the occurrences. Although South Korea maintained that Japan initiated the hostilities and demanded accountability for the sunken vessel, including a public apology and reparations, Japan, having suffered the most substantial losses, was indignant and unwilling to comply. Your forces sank my ship. How is this justified? Consequently, Japan attributed everything to the purported ghost captain. The ghost captain is responsible. We are innocent victims. Let us cease this mutual animosity. If you seek compensation, direct your claims to him, declared Japan. South Korea expressed disbelief, questioning Japan's credulity regarding the existence of a ghost captain. You are, after all, a sovereign government. Can you refrain from such superstition? Ahem. Your nation has no jurisdiction over our freedom of belief. Irrespective of the mutual recriminations between the two nations, a multinational investigative contingent soon descended upon the spectral sea. Dozens of warships from various nations have completely sealed off this maritime region, while aircraft soar through the skies, meticulously scanning every inch of airspace. All eyes are turned towards the Shirayuki-class vessel of the Neon Nation. It is the catalyst of this turmoil. You were the first to be attacked and the one to spiral into chaos. Who else would the crowd focus on? Salvaging the Shirayuki class has become the foremost priority for the investigative team. In this regard, the Neon Nation holds precedence, as it is their warship. The wounded spirit of the Neon Nation finds some solace, as they can at least obtain first-hand investigative data. However, the outcome is all too evident. The Neon Nation's specialized salvage vessels yield nothing, completely failing to locate any trace of the Shirayuki class. Moreover, news soon arrives that even the wreckage of 2 aircraft and the warship from the Southern Bamboo Nation have vanished without a trace, mirroring the earlier incident involving the Panama. At this point, everyone is left in utter bewilderment. In the Intelligence Analysis Department of the Neon Nation's military, 7 or 8 officers gather around the conference table. This is all the information we currently possess. What are your thoughts, gentlemen? A commanding officer inquires of those present. According to the captain of the Shirayuki 086 and the 2 pilots, they all reported witnessing a transparent, ghost-like object, although it indeed appeared spectral. There are many points of contention. One officer analyzed. Oh, please elaborate on your perspective. Based on the captain's account, He claimed to have had a physical collision with the suspected ghostly object. Could a ghost possess a corporeal form? Moreover, from the assessment of his injuries, it can be concluded that a severe blow to the nape caused his unconsciousness. This mode of attack resembles human behavior. Everyone present nodded, slightly in agreement. Furthermore, considering the two attacks suffered by the Murakumo class, it was evident that they were targeted by a high-speed electromagnetic weapon. The notion of a meteorite impact was statistically improbable. It appeared that the adversary had mastered the miniaturization of electromagnetic weaponry. Perhaps today's incident was merely a trial of their novel armament. As for the enigmatic transparent aircraft, I am inclined to believe that a certain nation has developed optical cloaking technology, which has been successfully integrated into small individual armor and aircraft. Despite harboring some conjectures, the analysis elicited a collective gasp from the crowd. As for electromagnetic weapons, many nations are merely a step away from a breakthrough, so it is not surprising to be outpaced. However, optical invisibility is an entirely different matter. This undoubtedly falls under the realm of cutting-edge technology. If this is indeed true, then the force behind the mysterious ghost captain is exceedingly formidable. Could it be a secret weapon experiment from a particular nation? After all, aside from optical stealth technology, even radar invisibility is a feat that only a handful of major powers can achieve without detection. The officer furrowed his brow. Regarding the force behind the ghost captain, I have some thoughts. I believe the likelihood of them being a national-level force is rather slim. Another intelligence officer remarked with a smile. Oh, everyone sat up straight, attentive. From the actions of the ghost captain targeting the Sunlight Group, it appears to be an act of retribution, suggesting that there is animosity between the parties involved. It is improbable that a national entity would engage in such unwise behavior. If a major power truly achieved such a remarkable technological breakthrough, it would be unlikely to flaunt it publicly in a manner that draws global attention. Such an action would be utterly senseless and more likely classified as top secret. The crowd nodded in agreement, affirming his assessment. Additionally, we can infer from the ghost captain's social media that it is possible something of great importance has indeed fallen into the hands of the Sunlight Group. Certainly, it cannot be something as absurd as the heart of the ghost captain. It might refer to something specific, such as a core component of a weapon or an energy source. Therefore, whether it pertains to the true identity of the ghost captain or that crucial item, seeking a breakthrough through the Sunlight Group is undoubtedly a wise course of action. Indeed, Morikuin's analysis is quite reasonable. The investigation into the Sunlight Group is now your responsibility, the commander stated. At this moment, another intelligence officer spoke up. Everyone, the areas targeted by the ghost captain are consistently confined to the Phantom Sea. I estimate that this is merely due to restrictions in operational range. Electromagnetic weapons, which are power-intensive, cannot be easily deployed, whether airborne or ground-based. They are typically quite large and cumbersome. While I believe the adversary has overcome the issue of weapon miniaturization to equip it on an aerial vehicle, the significant energy demands of electromagnetic weapons and the limited power supply of such vehicles imply that their endurance must have been compromised. This is evidenced by the fact that electromagnetic attacks have occurred only thrice. Therefore, I surmise that the adversary's clandestine base is likely situated near the Ghost Sea, warranting focused reconnaissance. Furthermore, given their repeated ability to pilfer shipwrecks with utmost stealth, their submersible capabilities must be considerable. We can prioritize our efforts in this area. Fortunately, anti-submarine warfare is a forte of our nation. Indeed, the principal officer concurred. There's another point. I wonder if you have noticed that whether it is the Huaxia's Helios group or social media platforms like Weibo, they are inextricably linked to Huaxia. And among the three nations' warships, only Huaxia's frigate emerged unscathed. What could be the reason for this? Considering the technological prowess displayed by the ghost captain today, he could have easily stormed the Helios group headquarters, and I believe no one could have stopped him. However, he refrained from doing so. Is he perhaps mindful of the Huaxia government stance? At least from these aspects, the possibility of a connection or even a favorable relationship between the adversary and Huaxia is quite plausible. Given his feud with the Helios group, could we not infer that this is an independent faction within Huaxia? Everyone present furrowed their brows, as this was a shared concern. If Huaxiao were to acquire such technology, it would spell disaster for them. Judging from today's engagement, they were nearly annihilated without even glimpsing their opponent, a veritable rout. One can only imagine the extent of their advantage in a military confrontation. If such weaponry could be mass-produced, their chances of victory would be virtually non-existent. Following a period of meticulous analysis, the Japanese government has delineated a general direction for their investigation. One should never underestimate the collective acumen of a nation. Although certain inferences may contain inaccuracies, a considerable amount of intelligence has also been procured. Concurrently, multiple national intelligence agencies are engaged in analogous pursuits, yielding similar conclusions. At the port of Lianyungang, as the clock struck midnight, a colossal bulk carrier slowly docked. The head of Baowu Steel Group, beholding the vessel laden with iron ore, was visibly moved. It was indeed genuine, a consignment of 100,000 tons of iron ore, priced 10% below the prevailing market rate, and merely the inaugural shipment. Mr. Chu, he expressed, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the entire group for your invaluable contribution to the domestic steel industry. He offered his sincere thanks to Chu Feng, who stood beside him. Accompanying them was a liaison from the military region, tasked with documenting the transaction. Mr. Ma, you are too kind, Chu Feng responded with a smile. We merely facilitated the connection, ensuring mutual benefit. However, her gaze towards the cargo ship betrayed a hint of astonishment. Mr. Chu, I would be grateful if you could introduce me to the suppliers of this consignment. Ah well, Chu Feng hesitated. Is there an issue? Forgive my impetuosity. I understand that the confidentiality of the suppliers is of paramount importance, as instructed by higher authorities. That is not the case. I have complete trust in Mr. Ma. However, it is purported that this vessel is autonomously navigated, devoid of any crew. Even if I were inclined to make an introduction, it would be beyond my capabilities. Chu Feng explained with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma observed the cargo ship before him with a look of astonishment, only to discover that the vessel was indeed shrouded in darkness, save for a few navigational lights that barely illuminated the surroundings. Has autonomous navigation technology advanced to such an extent, and can they truly be so confident in the safety of cargo worth tens of millions in soft currency? Mr. Ma questioned incredulously. It is said that the other party is short-staffed, hence the high degree of automation. Chu Feng could only reiterate Nie Yun's words, feeling somewhat powerless in the face of this individual's peculiar methods. Nonetheless, Nie Yun had not spoken falsely. The entire base was staffed by merely 3 individuals, with the rest being robots. The level of automation surpassed their wildest imaginations. Fortunately, with Chu Feng facilitating communication with the buyer, there was no need for Nie Yun to worry about the cargo's arrival at the dock. Though curious about the supplier's eccentric behavior, Mr. Ma refrained from probing further, aware of their mysterious origins, and promptly instructed his subordinates to begin inspecting and unloading the goods. Naturally, both he and Chu Feng could not resist the temptation to board the ship and witness this so-called autonomous navigation for themselves. Indeed, the vessel was devoid of any human presence. However, it appeared rather ordinary. The arrangement within the cockpit was not as technologically advanced as one might have imagined. Rather, it seemed to be filled with an abundance of robotic toys. The shipowner's tastes are quite peculiar, Mr. Ma mused, observing the dozen or so robotic toys clad in pink dresses, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This hardly resembled an autonomous navigation control room. It was more akin to a toy display, and all of the same style. Just how fond are you of this particular type? Chu Feng regarded the toys with a curious expression. She recollected that not long ago, Chu Xiaoxiao had entreated her to commission a pair of robots of this design, 1 male and 1 female, and the female robot was essentially modeled after Chu Xiaoxiao herself. However, why were there so many of them appearing here suddenly? Greatly disillusioned with the so-called autonomous driving, the two departed the control room, oblivious to the silvery glint that flickered in the eyes of the robots behind them. The group disembarked the vessel, at which point their subordinates approached to report on the inspection. Mr. Ma, after preliminary assessment, the quality of this consignment is impeccable. The iron content exceeds 50, meeting the standard for high-grade ore. However, the composition is somewhat peculiar, seemingly of marine origin. Marinore. Mr. Ma mused, a hint of perplexity in his tone. Could it be that they have discovered a readily exploitable seabed deposit? The inspection and unloading proceeded seamlessly, and upon completion, Mr. Ma promptly arranged for the loading of 20,000 tons of steel procured by the Chu Corporation onto the vessel. Regarding this major client, who was both a purveyor of inexpensive iron ore and a purchaser of steel, Mr. Ma was practically inclined to venerate them as divine. However, with the principal absent, he could only focus his efforts on the intermediary, the Chu Corporation, resolving to safeguard the relationship at all costs. The loading and unloading of such a substantial quantity of goods could not be accomplished swiftly, the handover having been completed. Chu Feng departed ahead of schedule. Then, by the forenoon of the following day, with the final consignment of steel loaded and all personnel evacuated from the cargo ship, Mr. Ma was just about to notify Chu Feng when, to his astonishment, the vessel autonomously weighed anchor and set sail, slowly departing the dock. He stared blankly as the unmanned cargo ship receded into the distance, utterly dumbfounded. The sentience of this autonomous driving system is excessively advanced, isn't it? Sunburst Conglomerate. When the Han family, father and son, received the latest intelligence from the Phantom Sea, they were utterly astonished. Despite having attempted to overestimate the Ghost Captain's capabilities, the ease with which he seized warships and fighter jets was still profoundly shocking to both men. They could ill afford to lament the loss of another cargo vessel, nor the subsequent ramifications for the Sunburst Conglomerate. Based on today's events, the Ghost Captain's uncanny abilities far surpass our initial estimations, and his actions are utterly unrestrained. The risk of collaborating with him is exceedingly high, Han Xiangxing remarked, furrowing his brow. Father, I beg to differ, Han countered. The greater his power, the more substantial the potential gains upon subduing him. Wouldn't you agree? We are merchants, willing to risk life and limb for a 300 profit margin. How much more so when the returns are potentially 1,000-fold? Han, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Ever since learning that the Ghost Captain possessed combat prowess comparable to that of a nation-state, his heart had been in turmoil. The Sunburst Conglomerate may reign supreme in several southeastern provinces, but that is the extent of their dominion. Before true apex power, they remain as insignificant as ants. Now, with such an unprecedented opportunity for rapid ascension presenting itself, how could he possibly relinquish it? However, today's events had served as a rude awakening for Han Xiangxing. Could they truly covet an entity capable of contending with national-level forces? A single misstep could lead to their utter annihilation. Regrettably, due to the escalating influence of the Phantom Captain, the Riyao Group, as his sole focus, has inevitably attracted the attention of various national intelligence agencies. Even the government of Huagua cannot overlook the necessity of taking action against Riyao. At this juncture, any further clandestine maneuvers will be tantamount to courting disaster. This situation has surpassed his previous estimations. The strength of Riyao is ill-equipped to bear such peril, which can only be described as recklessness. Han Xiangxing, well-versed in the wisdom of retreating from perilous waters, promptly made a decision. There is no need for further discussion. My mind is resolute. This matter has transcended our capacity for involvement. We shall immediately cease all actions related to the Phantom Captain and the Chu family. Henceforth, we will observe the developments quietly, as national forces will undoubtedly intervene on our behalf against the Phantom Captain. Our duty is merely to await in silence. Hani, witnessing the unwavering determination etched on his father's face, understood that further argument would be futile and thus lowered his head in acquiescence, though a flicker of fervent desire glimmered in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 82. Hidden Attributes, Secret Base. Before Nie Yun lay a magnificent longsword, the result of an entire day's meticulous calculations to create the latest individual weapon. The sword measured 4 meters in length, its surface gleaming silver-white, reminiscent of a Western cross sword with an ample guard. The blade spanned approximately 3 fingers in width, tapering towards both ends with a sharp tip and edge, adorned with intricate and delicate engravings. The blade was smooth, reflecting Nie Yun's figure like a silver mirror. The entire sword was constructed from mechanical insect materials, designed so that the blade's tip was almost translucent under Nie Yun's craftsmanship. He brandished the long sword, scrutinizing it against the sun's radiant glow. A mesmerizing halo shimmered along its slender blade, scintillating like a diamond's edge. The blade's sheer refinement surpassed the most meticulous standards achievable in the world, while its resilience was equally extraordinary. Such a long sword defied the conventional notion of a divine weapon. Even an ordinary individual wielding it could effortlessly cleave through a tank. Through Nie Yun's experiments, he discovered that nothing could resist its cut, rivaling the legendary high-frequency oscillating blade. Indeed, this sword was also a uniquely designed electromagnetic rifle. At the center of the handguard was an embedded transparent crystal bead, the size of a glass marble, with a tiny flame burning at its core, radiating soft, starlight-like brilliance, a peculiar sight. This was Nie Yun's microfusion battery, designed with both aesthetics and practicality in mind. The elongated blade served as the electromagnetic accelerator for the rifle, with the patterns on its surface acting as miniature electromagnetic coils. The entire sword appeared to be a magical artifact, yet it was, in essence, the culmination of human technological prowess. Boss, we've completed the mission. It was incredibly exhilarating. Lao San's voice still resonated with excitement. The fact that two individuals, aided by two silver shuttlecrafts, had vanquished a world-class national armed force was a feat that left them in awe. You've performed adequately. The stealth armor's combat capabilities have been tested, and I'm reasonably satisfied. Nie Yun responded with a smile. Boss, what's that in your hand? Lao San finally noticed the object in Nie Yun's grasp. The moment he laid eyes on the magnificent longsword, he was utterly captivated. This is my new design, a personal assault weapon. The two individuals' eyes lit up. Although the armor's defensive capabilities were astonishing, they lacked powerful weaponry, which would have made their mission significantly easier. Could this possibly be the complementary weapon designed for the armor? Noticing their expressions, Nie Yun smiled and nodded, affirming, "You are indeed correct. This is the matching weapon for the armor." At this revelation, the two became exhilarated. Was this a transition from a mere bird gun to a cannon? Have you ever played video games? Nie Yun suddenly inquired. They were taken aback, puzzled by the abruptness of their boss's question. The elder brother nodded, admitting, I played a few games, though I'm not particularly skilled. Then you should be aware of how character attributes are defined in games. They can generally be categorized into attack, defense, speed, intelligence, and constitution. What do you believe the heart of the brave armor endows you with? Indeed, unparalleled defense instills the courage to charge forward in a battle. But what about indomitable offense? The two shook their heads, unable to comprehend. Indomitable offense inevitably ignites a fervent desire for conquest in battle. Therefore, I have chosen to name this sword. What shall it be named? The brothers gazed at Nie Yun with intense anticipation. It shall be named Little Flame, the elder brother, the younger brother, the mechanical insect. A sense of regret washed over them, as if something precious had been squandered, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Boss, how about we rename it to Blazing Inferno? The leader cautiously suggested, wielding this magnificent long sword in battle while exclaiming, Take this, my diminutive fire strike. Would instantly obliterate any semblance of gravitas, wouldn't it? Nie Yun scrutinized him askance, his countenance reflecting displeasure. What's wrong with diminutive fire? It's quite problematic. To be frank, I merely feel that employing diminutive to characterize such a formidable blade is somewhat inappropriate, the leader murmured, shrinking back slightly. Very well then. After considerable deliberation, Nie Yun weighed diminutive fire against blazing inferno and reluctantly nodded. Both individuals breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, since you mentioned the 5 cardinal attributes of characters, are there other equipment pieces besides attack and defense? The leader swiftly discerned the subtext in Nie Yun's earlier remarks. Indeed, in my design, I intend to progressively complete them. Thus far, you have witnessed 3. 3? But haven't we only seen 2? The third individual inquired, scratching his head in bewilderment. Boss, are you alluding to the silver shuttle? It likely represents velocity, wouldn't you agree? The leader ventured tentatively. Indeed, you possess a modicum of perspicacity. Apart from facilitating battlefield support, the silver shuttle also serves as your individual conveyance, or what you might term out air. The two brothers, recalling their experience of flying with ordnance attached, inwardly grumbled, a mount indeed, we're more like its mounts, to be honest. However, recalling the lightning speed of the silver shuttle, it indeed resonates with what Nie Yun has asserted. The silver shuttle will bestow upon them unmatched swiftness. Thus, the most formidable set of 5 individual gear meticulously crafted for humanity gradually comes into view. What about intellect and physique? The leader inquired. Well, the intellect equipment is the reward for your current mission. You may claim it now, but as for the fierce flame, that shall serve as your reward for the next task. Upon hearing that they could not yet acquire the offensive weapon, the two felt a tinge of disappointment, yet their excitement surged at the prospect of obtaining another powerful gear. Is the intellect equipment the IQ recharge card you mentioned, boss? Indeed, intellect, IQ. This contraption cannot truly enhance one's intelligence, can it? The leader questioned with skepticism. As for that, you shall soon find out, Nie Yun offered a habitual smile. Yet that expression elicited a rather chilling sensation in the eyes of the two. They vividly recalled that he had donned a similar demeanor when testing the armor of the brave heart. Boss, is there any danger in claiming this reward? The leader cautiously glanced around and asked. To be frank, this was a query the leader had long wished to have answered. Is it not due to educational background? The third one tilted his head in confusion. Nie Yun. Leader. Ahem. Nie Yun awkwardly cleared his throat. I could never be that superficial. In truth, beyond the 5 primary attributes of character, there exists a far more significant hidden attribute that ultimately determines your fate as mere fodder for flowers. Oh, what could that be? Is there a hidden attribute even more crucial than the 5 primary ones? Could it be the legendary aptitude? Are we possibly the rarest geniuses to emerge on Earth in a millennium, evoking admiration even from extraterrestrials? Their hearts ablaze with enthusiasm. The answer lies in luck, revealed Nie Yun. What? Luck? The two brothers found themselves somewhat dumbfounded. It seems that their previous encounter with a shipwreck from which they drifted to an alien base indeed suggests a considerable degree of fortune. Of course, they were unaware that they had already crossed paths with Nie Yun prior to that. Speaking of which, it appears that there's a certain fate connecting the 3 of them. Boss, you assert that we possess the hidden attribute of luck. How does that relate to this reward ceremony? The elder brother sensed an ominous premonition. Of course, it is relevant. It is precisely because your luck levels are exceptionally high that I am confident you will survive to claim your prize. The Two Brothers. Chapter 83. Brainship. The brothers had barely a moment to flee before they found themselves restrained, their limbs locked onto metal chairs. Boss, why is there a life-threatening risk associated with merely claiming a reward? The elder brother was on the verge of tears from fright. Well, you see, this involves newly developed human technology, delving into the ultimate realm of intelligence, and the chances of success are already quite remarkable. Did you think I'm truly an extraterrestrial? The mere suggestion of having even a chance at success is overwhelming. I feel as though I might faint from fear. Huh? Boss, are you not an alien? The two were instantly taken aback. Clearly, this statement was far more shocking than the previous one. Of course not. I have never claimed to be one. Nie Yun replied with a shrug. The two brothers exchanged bewildered glances. Well, it does seem that way, but you have never explicitly stated that you are not. They questioned. Do you not realize that your tacit acceptance of these misunderstandings inflicts silent wounds upon us? Boss, even if you wish to unveil this harsh truth, could you not choose a more suitable moment? It only heightens our fear. The leader cast a mournful glance at Nie Yun. Although they ultimately could not escape the fate of being bound and sliced in the laboratory, the notion of an alien's intervention versus that of a human was an entirely different matter. Despite knowing it was rather unearthly and inappropriate for a human being, they could not suppress their inclination to trust the technology of extraterrestrials. Boss, are you truly capable of this? Ahem. You have both successfully passed the trial of courage. I am confident that you shall overcome this minor difficulty with ease. Nie Yun reassured, patting the shoulders of the two. The brothers felt utterly despondent. If every hero were to confront such a grim existence, I believe no one would willingly choose the path of a hero. Ignoring their sorrowful gazes, Nie Yun reclined in a comfortable chair, fully immersing himself in the control of the mechanical insects. Suddenly, a metallic probe emerged from the chair that bound them, piercing directly into the spinal nerves at the nape of their necks, severing the neural connections in their brains. At present, the two individuals, save for their eyes, are utterly incapable of controlling their bodies, having completely lost dominion over them. Very well, the preparations are complete. As the adage of hierarchy dictates, let us commence with you. Ada, Nie Yun remarked with a smile. In the next moment, an exceedingly fine probe pierced the back of the leader's head. Within the confines of the brain, unseen by the outside world, the probe's tip unleashed a multitude of mechanical insects, gradually coalescing into a chip the size of a fingernail. Subsequently, the chip emitted countless threads resembling spider silk, swiftly connecting to two regions of the brain. Should a neurologist be present, they would discern that these two areas are the core regions responsible for cognitive control and memory within the human brain. The method by which Nie Yun sought to enhance the intelligence of these individuals had long been conceived, implanting miniature supercomputing chips within the human brain. Currently, the forefront of neural engineering technology is nearing maturity, and the integration of the human brain with computers has emerged as one of the most advanced research directions globally. Regarded as a core technology for the future transformation of humanity, comparable in significance to artificial intelligence. In truth, the technological knowledge Nie Yun previously acquired did not encompass neural engineering. His ability to achieve this remarkable breakthrough, often deemed as black technology, is entirely attributable to his own ingenuity. The transformation into mechanical insects bestowed upon Nie Yun a direct advantage. He could leverage their capabilities to model himself. Theoretically, he could ultimately unravel the essence of his being, including the most enigmatic realm of the divine, the brain. The intricacies of the human body are profoundly complex. Despite having devoted all available computational power to derive insights, a mere rudimentary understanding of the operational patterns within the brain's neural system has been achieved, falling far short of a genuine comprehension of its depths. Nevertheless, this initial grasp has sufficed to establish a preliminary connection between supercomputing chips and the brain's neural architecture. Thus, the inception of this extraordinary chip, which intertwines neural and computational technologies, has come to fruition. At this moment, beads of perspiration dot Nie Yun's forehead. Although he possesses considerable confidence in his technological prowess, the human brain's precision and complexity are staggering, the neurons requiring connection number in the millions. Even with his adept control over mechanical insects, he must exercise utmost caution. A single misstep could render one of his two subordinates utterly incapacitated. It is evident that even if Nie Yun were to disclose all his technical documentation, the current state of medical technology on Earth would render the connection between the chip and the brain's neural pathways unfeasible. The exquisite manipulation of mechanical insects remains an indispensable condition. Meanwhile, as a test subject, the leader finds himself in a state of acute discomfort. There is no embellishment in this description. It is a literal sensation of prickling on his scalp. It feels as though someone has pried open his skull and is gently blowing air onto his cerebral cortex, again and again, in an unending cycle. The horror of this experience is overwhelming. If he still had control over his body at this moment, a singular thought would dominate his mind. His countenance was bedecked with a tapestry of delicate, frigid perspiration, his eyes dilated to an unnerving extent, his gaze possessing a certain vacant quality. Though the anticipated agony had not materialized, the sheer, indescribable dread was akin to subjecting a spectrophobic individual to an interminable marathon of horror films, an ordeal tantamount to exquisite torture. At long last, after a protracted 10 minutes, the surgical procedure reached its culmination. With the neural pathways of the chief restored, Nie Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. Observing the continuing dazed expression of his superior, Nie Yun felt a twinge of trepidation. Could it be that the endeavor had been unsuccessful? It ought not to be so. Theoretically, the probability of success was rather substantial. Smack! Without hesitation, Nie Yun administered a sharp slap to his face. Ugh! Where am I? The chief, roused by Nie Yun's abrupt, awakening service, gradually regained lucidity, and with a bewildered shake of his head, he murmured, "Who am I?" Nie Yun inquired. "You are the proprietor. Who are you?" "I am 76 45 53,754 9 2746 4 3 5 777 7544. Nie Yun suddenly posed a protracted mathematical equation. 7362 662 2723. Unexpectedly, a spark of brilliance ignited within the chief's mind, and he promptly recited a lengthy sequence of numerals. As he concluded, even he was gradually astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. By Jove, it has come back to me. I was subjected to, I was endowed with an IQ augmentation. The effects are truly remarkable. I must award it 5 stars. The boss was instantly exhilarated. It appears there are no significant issues. After assessing the situation, Nie Yun nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to the ever-watchful third brother. "See, the surgery is exceedingly simple, and there is hardly any risk involved. Moreover, the results speak for themselves. It is undeniably honest." Nie Yun smiled as he spoke to him. Third brother, feeling a sense of relief, had a serene look in his eyes, tinged with a hint of yearning. The prospect of acquiring such abilities with just a moment's confusion, surely no one with an average intellect would decline. Unbeknownst to him, the gaze from the boss held a mixture of trepidation and sympathy. Chapter 84. Deception. Half an hour later. "Boss, why didn't you give me a heads up?" Third brother, whose complexion had regained some color, looked at the boss with a sense of grievance. "Would have made a difference if I had." The boss rolled his eyes. Third brother pondered and conceded. "Congratulations to both of you. You have successfully recharged your IQ. It is evident that your luck is indeed substantial." Nie Yun beamed at them, the two brothers. "As the first 2 successful users of this recharge, I am pleased to announce the exclusive first recharge gift event. In addition to the vast array of information and knowledge stored within the chip, you will also receive a personal cognitive assistant." A personal cognitive assistant? The two were momentarily taken aback. As the thought surfaced, a miniature robotic wolf materialized on their retinas, now adorned in military camouflage and wielding a pointer. "Alpha Wolf, auxiliary intelligence activated. Greetings, fortunate initiates. From this day forward, I shall serve as the nexus for your cerebral implants, guiding you in the adept utilization of your abilities and the acquisition of diverse skills. Moreover, I will function as a command and communication hub during combat scenarios." The wolf intoned, its words resonating within their minds. "Initiates? Is this our new designation? Astounding. Could this be the fabled artificial intelligence?" The leader exclaimed in astonishment. Instantly, the wolf's pointer descended with a sharp crack. The leader cried out, clutching his posterior, a searing pain akin to a physical blow assailing him. Insolence towards the instructor warrants reprimand, albeit leniently for a first offense, the wolf declared impassively. The leader, dumbfounded, stared at the wolf. You are merely a simulation, yet you inflict genuine pain? While I am a construct of the virtual realm, the cerebral implant to which I am linked is not. A deceptive neural signal is all that is required to manifest such sensations. Should I desire, the legendary agony rune is easily within my repertoire, the wolf retorted. A shiver ran down the leader's spine. Such ferocity. Where's the promised personal auxiliary intelligence? What assistance do you offer? Evidently, this is an individualized cognitive enhancement system. Boss, your aptitude for nomenclature remains as unreliable as ever. As the little wolf was utilizing a public channel, it was effectively addressing both the leader and the third-in-command simultaneously. The third-in-command, comprehending the situation, promptly stood at attention and exclaimed reverently, "Good day, instructor. Indeed, you are quite exceptional. A promising individual," Little Wolf affirmed with satisfaction. The leader, however, gazed at the third-in-command with a hint of resentment. lamenting that he had not perceived such shrewdness in him previously. Nie Yun, who had remained taciturn since the outset, observed the interaction between the two and the cognitive system with an amiable smile. Discerning that the moment was opportune, he stated, evidently, "You have engaged in preliminary discourse with the little wolf cognitive system. As you have surmised, this system is an artificial intelligence that I have meticulously crafted, drawing upon the legendary chaos theory and expending considerable effort over 3 consecutive days and nights. It possesses advanced intelligence comparable to that of humans. In its creation, I imbued it with a plethora of pedagogical knowledge, intending to cultivate it into a mentor figure, assisting you in mastering and utilizing the capabilities of the cerebral chip. My intentions were genuinely benevolent." Indeed, the two nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing this act as considerate of subordinates and indicative of an exemplary leader. However, the term originally evoked a sense of foreboding within them. Subsequently, as you are aware, I hail from the cradle of Chinese civilization. Consequently, I am predisposed toward our nation's educational paradigm. Thus, I condensed the quintessence of 5 millennia of Chinese education and infused it into its core code, aspiring to amalgamate the strengths of diverse schools of thought and forge an ultimate master educator. Ahem. However, the path of scientific development is invariably fraught with twists and unforeseen events. What I did not anticipate was the overwhelming presence of educational philosophies in our traditional education system, such as a strict teacher produces outstanding students. A jade must be carved to become a gem, and if teaching is lax, the teacher is at fault. Thus, when this intelligence was born, it surprisingly deemed roles akin to that of a drill sergeant more fitting for its educational framework. As a result, you have witnessed what? The mentor has transformed into a commanding officer. The two exchanged incredulous glances at Nie Yun. "Boss, can you not make any slight modifications to this?" "Ahem. To the code of this officer?" The boss cautiously glanced at Officer Xiaolang. "Alas, it is too late." Nie Yun sighed. "Why?" the two inquired, puzzled. The core code of artificial intelligence constitutes its foundational existence. Once altered, this intelligence will inevitably collapse. Then, can't we just start over? Can't we uninstall and reinstall? The boss exclaimed in haste. Just the thought of the whip in Officer Xiaolang's hand sent a pang of discomfort to his rear. And in an effort to evade a future of relentless chastisement, he desperately sought to preserve his basic human rights against corporal punishment during his educational journey. "What? I never imagined you would harbor such thoughts." Setting aside the unreliable chaos theory that relies solely on luck to generate new artificial intelligence, even if it could, it has only existed for less than 2 days. It is still but a child, not yet a month old. How could you act so mercilessly? Nie Yun regarded the boss with a look of disbelief, as if he were gazing at a scoundrel. The two of them stared blankly at Instructor Wolf's frigid countenance, unable to discern any semblance of childishness. "Unless my ears deceive me, were you not just contemplating the ultimate transgression of betraying your master?" At that moment, Instructor Wolf's eyes flashed crimson, and he tapped the pointer in his hand, speaking slowly. "And no, it's not like that. Instructor, I was merely momentarily confused," the leader exclaimed in terror. Smack! Smack! Alas, you courted disaster. Why couldn't you comprehend? Nie Yun sighed, turning away with a hint of pity, shaking his head as he departed the heated exchange between instructor and students. With his hands clasped behind his back, Nie Yun strolled leisurely into the underwater base, a mischievous grin playing on his lips, musing, such naive children. Indeed, the so-called chaos algorithm and artificial intelligence were nothing more than a fabrication. To dictate their life or death was no exaggeration. Nie Yun could even manipulate their emotions and control their thoughts, albeit with subtlety. Ordinarily, upon realizing the situation, they would likely harbor rebellious sentiments due to coercion. However, Nie Yun had conjured an artificial intelligence to create the illusion that Instructor Wolf possessed an independent and sentient persona. Consequently, the animosity between the two individuals would largely be directed toward Instructor Wolf, even if they were fully aware that Nie Yun was the mastermind behind everything. They would instinctively focus their attention on the primary executor. This is akin to the War of Resistance, where people understood that the source of all disasters was the invading enemy, yet they felt even greater hatred for the collaborators and puppet soldiers among their own ranks. This is a classic application of psychology. Nie Yun aimed to instill a psychological suggestion in them. Could an independently thinking artificial intelligence's actions be directly attributed to him? As you know, he has always been one to initiate actions without concerning himself with the aftermath, never providing after-sales service. This role of the benevolent leader would naturally be assumed by someone else, while Wolf would bear the blame. Wolf. Chapter 85 guarantees setting aside the matter of training subordinates. Nie Yun had considered developing true artificial intelligence, opting for the popular chaos theory and human brain simulation theory. Human brain simulation is still in the foundational accumulation stage, so he turned his attention to chaos theory. However, for Nie Yun, who is currently focused on integrating existing equipment and innovating black technology, this would be an inefficient choice, so this path was temporarily shelved. Ultimately, Nie Yun concluded that his current level of knowledge was insufficient to develop true artificial intelligence in the short term, and, at most, he could only create fixed programs with relatively high intelligence. On the other hand, Nie Yun himself can be likened to an artificial intelligence, possessing abilities that are undoubtedly formidable. This advanced technology is not an immediate necessity for him at this moment. After promptly archiving the completed skeleton model of the Super Sea Wolf, he disbanded the assembly and joined the devouring army. The mechanical insect swiftly reverted to its liquid metal form, requiring a remarkably brief time, less than 3 minutes, for the skeleton of the Super Sea Wolf to vanish entirely. However, destruction is far easier than construction. The process of rebuilding will not be as straightforward. By the time the Super Sea Wolf is completed, the duration may extend even further, and the energy consumed will be significant as well. As the size of the Sea Wolf increases, the time and energy costs for disassembly and reassembly will likewise escalate. Thus, upon its completion, the Super Sea Wolf shall exist as a semi-permanent piece of equipment for Nie Yun, unless confronted with a need for substantial devouring materials or further modifications. He is unlikely to dismantle it lightly again, observing the considerable steel being consumed before him. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his devised plan to exchange iron ore for steel. Currently, the iron ore is being mined by ordinary small wolf robots, allowing the mechanical insects to focus on their own growth or to venture into more advanced domains. According to Nie Yun's vision, the ideal scenario would involve outsourcing all mundane, repetitive tasks, thus enabling the mechanical insects to concentrate on the development of cutting-edge technology. Just as Nie Yun was contemplating the future of construction, a beep interrupted his thoughts. His phone was ringing. "Hello, Xiao Xiao," he answered. The initial exchange of iron ore for steel has been successfully executed, with the counterpart expressing profound satisfaction with the ore's quality and pricing. They are keen to augment the transaction volume substantially, acknowledging that the current 100,000 tons barely scratches the surface of the People's Republic of China's domestic iron ore demand. An escalation in scale? Mused Nie Yun, observing the rapidly diminishing steel reserves. He concurred that amplifying the trade volume was indeed imperative. Very well, it is settled. I shall dispatch another consignment to Lianyungong in 3 days. The subsequent transaction will be increased to 200,000 tons, with subsequent exchanges occurring every 3 days, each incrementing by 200,000 tons, up to a ceiling of 3 million tons. Nie Yun articulated this data set, having swiftly calculated the production augmentation achievable through immediate expansion. Chu Xiaoxiao was rendered momentarily speechless, utterly bewildered by the figures presented. A progressive increase of 200,000 tons, culminating in a supply of 3 million tons every 3 days? What implications did this hold? It signified a capacity to furnish the People's Republic of China with nearly 30 million tons of premium iron ore each month. What was the People's Republic of China's total monthly iron ore import? According to the latest statistics, it barely reached 100 million tons. In essence, Nie Yun's organization alone could potentially command approximately 30 of the entire iron ore supply to the People's Republic of China. Mines constitute long-term investment ventures. How could they possibly escalate production at such a pace? Yet, if it were pre-existing capacity, to whom had these yields been previously allocated? Such prodigious quantities could not have gone entirely unnoticed within the market. Chu Xiaoxiao found herself in a state of utter incomprehension. What is it? Insufficient? Then we shall augment production subsequently. Rest assured, these are mere trivialities. Upon observing silence, surmised that the reported quantity was insufficient. These are by no means trivialities. The magnitude of the issue is substantial. In truth, as a distinguished business magnate, she harbored profound skepticism towards such preposterous figures. However, S series of unexpected actions had consistently demonstrated that he was a man of his word. He pledged to sell nuclear fuel, and he delivered. He promised to sell 100,000 tons of iron ore, and he fulfilled his commitment. Now, even if we're to announce his intention to sell an aircraft carrier, she pondered meticulously and ultimately concluded, "Good heavens, I find myself actually believing him." She inhaled deeply, composing herself from the astonishment that gripped her. Sufficient. More than sufficient. In fact, it slightly exceeds our expectations. It appears that our corporation must promptly revise its plans and formulate a novel strategic blueprint. Very well. I have unwavering faith in the corporation. Proceed with your operations unreservedly. As for the nuclear fuel, what is their precise deficit? Let us dispense with the inconvenience of multiple installments and resolve it in a single transaction. Request them to furnish a specific quantity. The terms remain consistent with the previous arrangement. Exchange for weaponry and advanced technological commodities. However, items previously acquired are no longer required. Should the commodities prove insufficient, the transfer of valuable technologies would be acceptable. If that, too, falls short, convert the remaining balance into renminbi and remit it directly to your corporate account, enabling the continued procurement of steel. Nuclear fuel resolved in a single transaction. Chu Xiaoxiao was already somewhat numbed by the shock. She calmly nodded, instinctively disregarding the illogical aspects, and then curiously inquired, "Why is it that the items previously procured are no longer needed?" Generally speaking, those engaged in the arms trade tend to focus on a few high-demand, quality weapons to effectively penetrate the market and establish a reputable name. It is common knowledge, even to those unversed in marketing principles, that one should not frequently alter their product offerings. Why does your sales approach seem so erratic? Well, you see, today's buyers are all about personalized customization. Everyone seeks something unique as it signifies distinction. It's that, all right, limited editions, scarcity marketing. The arms business must also keep pace with the times. Chu Xiaoxiao rubbed her forehead, feeling a sense of helplessness. Although she recognized that much of what this individual was saying was nonsensical, Nie Yun harbored countless secrets. Often, while she was still grappling with one of his mysteries, another would emerge, leaving her utterly bewildered. Well, aside from nuclear fuel and iron, or if there is anything else you require, feel free to let me know. Don't hesitate. As the spokesperson for the super-mechanical worm factory, Nie Yun spoke with remarkable confidence. His casual tone suggested a familiarity akin to that of neighbors, casually offering soy sauce or seasoning. No need for formality. Speaking of which, I actually do need something. Chu Xiaoxiao pondered briefly, a hint of shyness in her voice. What do you need? A person. Nie Yun. Blushing, Chu Xiaoxiao hung up the phone, taking a moment to calm her racing heart. Just then, the door creaked open, and Chu Feng entered. Xiaoxiao, did you speak with Nie Yun? Yes, everything is settled. Oh, what did he say? Well, he mentioned that the data seems rather outrageous. Chu Xiaoxiao immediately straightened her posture, as if she had been anticipating this response, her eyes gleaming with hope as she looked at her mother. Mom, this time, I assure you, I will not skip classes throughout my university years. Chu Feng. Chapter 86. Bravery and Wisdom. After concluding his conversation with Chu Xiaoxiao, Nie Yun promptly set about increasing the iron ore extraction rate. According to his calculations, augmenting the number of ordinary little wolves from the current 30,000 to 1 million would nearly elevate the daily extraction rate to a staggering 1 million tons. Nie Yun dubbed this initiative the Million Little Wolves Project. The term Million Little Wolves may sound formidable, yet the operational area they occupied is relatively modest. Nie Yun estimated that once the production increase is realized, the three bases combined would only expand to approximately 100 square kilometers, a minuscule figure in comparison to the vast ocean. However, as these little wolves are constructed from ordinary materials and require wireless signal control, Nie Yun's previous approach involved establishing a small computing control center and signal tower constructed from mechanical insects at each mining base, thereby enabling him to manage these little wolves with ease at any moment. With the exponential increase in the number of ordinary little wolves, there arises a necessity to upgrade the accompanying equipment to enhance computational capacity and extend signal coverage. Furthermore, the expansion of mining bases will, to some extent, heighten the potential for exposure, necessitating the prioritization of safety concerns regarding these mining establishments. Given the limited pressure tolerance of ordinary little wolves, Nie Yun has strategically selected 3 shallow sea mining bases, where conventional submarines can effortlessly dive to the required depths. Although the likelihood of encountering such incidents is minimal, precautionary measures cannot be overlooked. After careful consideration, Nie Yun resolved to design and construct a specialized mining escort vessel, using the 1,000-ton class Sea Wolf as a foundational model. Nie Yun boldly eliminated nearly all internal facilities and compartments, retaining only essential reconnaissance, camouflage, and offensive systems. The hull was subsequently widened and elongated, incorporating a vast computer control center within. Additionally, a colossal signal transmission tower was mounted on the rear deck. Moreover, a large-scale nuclear fusion energy core was directly installed in the propulsion compartment to provide power for the million-level Little Wolves. Upon completion of the design, the specialized mining escort vessel bore a resemblance to a shark with only a dorsal fin. This innovative escort ship is not only capable of performing patrol and escort missions, but also serves as a mining control center. Its interior is generously equipped with numerous compartments, enabling it to accommodate nearly 1 million Little Wolf robots for direct transfer as necessary. This vessel is envisioned by Nie Yun as a mobile mining base, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice whenever required. The design posed no significant challenge. The technological complexity of the new class of frigates was rather low. Nie Yun deftly assembled various components like a child playing with building blocks, completing the task in just half an hour. He then proceeded to construct 3 vessels, which were dispatched to 3 different bases, where upon their arrival, they commenced the rapid production of the standard Little Wolf. At the headquarters of the Southeast Military Region, the liaison from the Chu Group had informed us that we could immediately initiate the second transaction. Oh, did they mention the quantity they can provide this time? Who inquired? A hint of excitement in his voice. Beside him sat his old classmate, Professor Fong, who equally bore a look of delight. Given the Southeast Military Region's capacity, a kilogram of nuclear fuel would typically suffice for several months. However, the whispers of a pathway to acquire inexpensive, highly enriched uranium soon circulated among the upper echelons of the nation. As a result, all the influential figures became restless. Southwest Military Region. Old who, hoarding all the resources is not the way of a good comrade. Northwest Military Region. By seniority, you ought to address me as uncle. I used to carry you in my arms as a child. Now, tell me, where did you procure these goods? Northeast Military Region. Do you remember the 4th Company? 3rd Squad, under Hellion Mountain? We have endured hardships together as old comrades. Must we only share in adversity and not in prosperity? Calls flooded into Hu's office like a relentless stream, leaving him utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, news of many research institutes and nuclear power stations in the southeast obtaining cheap, enriched uranium could hardly be concealed. Tracing back to the origins, all eyes were fixated with a fervent intensity on Professor Fong, who was rumored to be the first contact. Over the past few days, the threshold of his home had nearly worn thin from the incessant visits. When researchers become obstinate, they surpass even the resolve of soldiers, and Professor Fong found himself overwhelmed. In shared sympathy two old classmates convened to discuss the possibility of purchasing another batch of enriched uranium from Nie Yun, explicitly indicating that their required quantity might be substantial. To their astonishment, the response came swiftly, with an immediate agreement from the other side, igniting their delight. "What? Could you repeat that?" Hu exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening as he gazed at his subordinate delivering the report. They claimed there were no limits on the transaction quantity. A sharp intake of breath escaped both of them. What an audacious statement. This was the sole thought occupying their minds at that moment. Dismissing his subordinate, who, perplexed, turned to old Fong and inquired, "Do you think they truly possess such an abundance? It feels as though they're not selling nuclear fuel, but rather offering handfuls of roadside grass." Indeed, Hu was onto something. Nie Yun, with dominion over vast territories, possessed an almost inexhaustible supply of nuclear fuel, which held little significance to him, akin to the inconsequential roadside grass. Moreover, having already made significant strides into the realm of nuclear fusion, such material was of no use to him whatsoever. "I share your sentiment, but they have no need to deceive us," Fong countered. "By the way, didn't you meet with Nie Yun last time? I find it hard to believe you didn't attempt to probe him. What was the outcome?" Professor Fong inquired. "I did attempt to probe, but cough. I didn't manage to uncover anything of substance," Hu replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. He felt too embarrassed to elaborate, as during their last encounter, he had been thoroughly suppressed by Nie Yun, ultimately failing to uncover any of his opponent's secrets. "What? Even you, old fox, have your moments of failure?" Professor Fong looked at him in astonishment. "Ahem, it's not that I came away empty-handed." Hu immediately shared his speculations regarding Chu Xiaoxiao's identity. "What? The eldest daughter of the Chu group is the princess of that mysterious force? Are you absolutely certain you are not jesting with me?" Professor Fong couldn't help but curse. He glanced sideways at Hu, remarking, "Old Hu, as a soldier, how did you end up playing detective? Your analysis is quite impressive. I almost believed you." Hu rolled his eyes, retorting, "Oh, so it's only permissible for you, Professor Fong, to be both scholarly and martial, while I, Hu, am not allowed to possess both courage and wisdom?" Professor Fong. Chapter 87. The Masquerade Ball. Well, since they are so confident, let us delve into their depths and report the entire required quantity at once. I've estimated that around 5 kilograms should suffice. Professor Fong stated. No, let us report 10 kilograms. General Hu raised a finger, shaking it with a smile. Why? Professor Fong asked, puzzled. Nuclear resources are not only scarce in our nation. Even kangaroo country can export them at high prices. Why can't we? Such inexpensive nuclear resources. Even if we resell them, just think of the profits involved. Not to mention, this is a strategic resource that can serve as a political bargaining chip. Even if we can't sell it, keeping it for our own use would still be advantageous. The division commander narrowed his eyes, his face a picture of shrewdness. That's a valid point. Indeed, it's a pity you're not in commerce. You're remarkably talented, Professor Fong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. However, he furrowed his brow. But with such a substantial quantity, involving funds close to 50 billion renminbi, what do you intend to use for the purchase? It's improbable that classified technologies and weapons concerning national security would be involved. I believe the higher-ups will ultimately lean towards transacting in RMB. Indeed, why are they consistently interested in weaponry and technology? Could they be dispatched by a hostile nation? Unlikely. We're not naive. We wouldn't sell critical assets. Are they betting on our lack of intelligence in exchange for such significant advantages? If they harbor ulterior motives, they wouldn't consent to settling in cash. Indeed, what you say holds merit. It's perplexing. After seeing Professor Fong off, the division commander promptly reported the matter to the central authorities, immediately garnering the utmost attention from the leadership. The State Council convened a high-level meeting and ultimately resolved to approve the division commander's plan, entrusting him with full responsibility for this transaction. The transaction is also in 3 days. 2 engagements in a single day. Honestly, I've been swamped lately. Grumbled Nie Yun, quickly dismissing the matter from his mind. He was currently occupied with formulating an exceptionally audacious scheme, and for this purpose, he was designing several pieces of equipment. 3 days later, in the evening, Nie Yun stood at the entrance of the Crown Plaza Hotel in Summer City, letting out a weary sigh. 3 days prior, Chu Xiaoxiao had requested his company to accompany her to an extravagant masquerade ball, an annual event that draws the elite youth of high society. As one of the foremost enterprises in Summer City, the Chu family could hardly afford to appear aloof, and thus, despite her reluctance, Chu Xiaoxiao felt compelled to attend. The young lady, overcoming her shyness, extended the invitation, leaving Nie Yun with no choice but to comply. Having just concluded his previous engagements, he promptly arrived at the venue, flanked by 2 imposing figures, his loyal bodyguards. The trio's attire was decidedly peculiar. Nie Yun donned a vintage black trench coat, complemented by black leather boots, with a silver longsword sheathed at his waist. In stark contrast, his 2 companions were clad in armor reminiscent of a mechanized enforcer, their visors concealing their expressions entirely. Each bore a metallic box emblazoned with a Triskelion insignia on their backs. Standing resolutely behind Nie Yun, the previously nonchalant demeanor of the 2 had transformed into one of sharp efficiency and formidable presence, a remarkable change wrought in just a few days. Thanks to Nie Yun's personal assistant intelligence, he recalled vividly how, not long ago, upon announcing their training's conclusion and preparing them for a mission, the duo had stood in stunned silence for a full quarter of an hour before collapsing into each other's arms, weeping uncontrollably, a scene that would bring tears to the eyes of any observer. After enduring a hellish 3-day ordeal, the 2 brothers have undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving into the sharp fangs of Nie Yun. This trio, while striking in their own right, remains firmly within the realm of humanity, unlike the eccentric figures around them. With pumpkin heads, mummies, avatars, and crawlers emerging from lavish automobiles to enter the hotel, the peculiar array of creatures captures attention. Though the trio's attire may not stand out, their unique aura draws many gazes. If the socialites attending the ball resemble deer frolicking in the forest, then these 3 are akin to lions patrolling their territory, instinctively distancing themselves from the others due to the hierarchy of the food chain. Many onlookers ponder the incongruity of such outliers attending their gala, as though they hail from entirely different worlds. At that moment, the bustling entrance of the hotel fell into a sudden hush as the trio turned their curious eyes toward the source of the commotion. They beheld Chu Xiaoxiao, who had just alighted from a vehicle, gracefully stepping onto the red carpet in a pair of crystal shoes. The moment she appeared, she became the focal point of the event. Dressed in exquisite white tulle and adorned with soft, ethereal wings, her princess gown blossomed like snowflakes. She elegantly clasped her hands around her legs, her ebony locks dancing in the breeze. With a pair of devilish horns atop her head and angelic wings at her back, her delicate features and graceful silhouette, combined with the juxtaposition of angel and demon, captivated the entire audience. A profound silence enveloped the room as men gazed at Chu Xiaoxiao with rapturous admiration, while women expressed a myriad of jealousy and envy. Isn't she the esteemed young lady of the Chu family? I recall that in previous gatherings she maintained a rather low profile, yet today she appears as usual, to be without a male companion. I have resolved to ascend the social ladder today. Ascend? Dream on, for I have yet to hear of anyone achieving such a feat. Amidst the various murmurs, Chu Xiaoxiao surveyed her surroundings and promptly spotted Nie Yun in the corner. Their eyes met, and he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, his steps gradually leading him towards her. He acknowledged that today, Chu Xiaoxiao was particularly enchanting. Accompanied by his 2 brothers, who followed closely behind, Nie Yun approached her, extending his hand with a smile. Chu Xiaoxiao, a bit flustered, placed her small hand into his. A stir erupted around them, accompanied by the collective sound of shattered hearts from the gentlemen present. Chapter 88. Who is more ostentatious? It was evident that the goddess was already claimed. Who is that fellow? This question lingered in the minds of all, as they speculated about Nie Yun's identity. What distinguished young master had silently won the heart of such beauty? In a nondescript corner of the hotel, Nie Yun and Chu Xiaoxiao sat facing each other, engaged in conversation, though the subject matter was far from romantic. Did you bring the items? Chu Xiao sought to fill the silence, her gaze somewhat unfocused, seemingly unaccustomed to the ambience. Yes, I brought them. How shall we proceed with the exchange? Nie Yun appeared considerably more at ease. The two brothers standing behind him and Yi Min, who accompanied Chu Xiao, exchanged subtle glances, their expressions betraying their surprise. Hey, I implore you both, could we not engage in a more reasonable dialogue in this setting? It feels as though we are conducting some clandestine transaction. The atmosphere has been utterly ruined, has it not? As the two conversed, they remained oblivious to the presence of a young man, adorned as a vampire count, who was fervently gazing in their direction. His gaze, unlike that of others who were surreptitiously observing, did not linger on the exquisite Chu Xiao, but was fixated intently on Nie Yun. He was exhilarated beyond measure. He had not anticipated such an opportunity arising at the ball. For the past few days, he had been eager to establish contact with Nie Yun, seeking a chance to collaborate with the Ghost Captain. Naturally, his ultimate aim was to find an opportunity to obtain the heart of the Ghost Captain. Unfortunately, the only means of contacting the Millennium-residing Nie Yun was through Chu Xiao, leaving him utterly unable to reach out. Yet, fate had smiled upon him today as he unexpectedly encountered Nie Yun at the ball. His heart soared with joy as he keenly observed the individuals nearby. Aside from Chu Xiao and her bodyguard, Nie Yun sat opposite her, clearly of equal standing. The two ominous figures behind Nie Yun were evidently his subordinates. He was now nearly certain that Nie Yun was indeed the Ghost Captain. If he were not the Ghost Captain, what right did he have to be on par with Chu Xiao, who possessed the heart of the Ghost Captain? If everything is but destiny, then it is all preordained. I am uncertain how the delivery will proceed. Director, who merely mentioned that we would be informed when the time is right. Chu Xiao hesitated slightly. Nie Yun furrowed his brows. What is the purpose of such covert behavior? Could it be a prelude to some unforeseen treachery, double-crossing, an abrupt disruption? It seems illogical, given that both parties are currently enjoying a harmonious alliance. Such actions would be exceedingly myopic. A shadow of unease fell upon Nie Yun's countenance, as he pondered whether his prior intimidation had inadvertently backfired. Conversely, he observed Nie Yun's face darken in response to Chu Xiao's utterance, and a surge of elation coursed through him. It was unfolding precisely as he had anticipated. Chu Xiao was undoubtedly making exorbitant demands once more. Excellent. The more pressure she exerted on the ghost ship captain, the greater his opportunity to infiltrate and seize control. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance to the ball. Nie Yun and his companions turned to witness 5 heavily armed Special Forces operatives escorting 2 individuals into the venue. While such attire was not entirely uncommon, the advanced age of the 2 individuals contrasted starkly with the youthful demographic present. Nie Yun and Chu Xiao were taken aback upon recognizing the faces of the 2 individuals, Chief Hu and Professor Fong. Chief Hu's hawkish gaze swept across the room, swiftly locating the pair in the corner. He grinned, striding purposefully towards them. Upon settling down beside Chu Xiao and her companion, with Professor Fong in tow, the 5 Special Forces operatives immediately formed a protective perimeter, shielding them from prying eyes. The leader, a man known as Little Knife, who had previously clashed with Lao San, cast a piercing glare at Nie Yun's rearguard, swiftly identifying Lao San by his physique. He emitted a soft snort in his direction. Lao San, in turn, glanced dismissively at him, maintaining his stoic posture and radiating an aura of inaccessibility. Little Knife was momentarily taken aback, realizing that in just a few days, this individual had transformed so completely that he now emanated an aura of intimidation that had not been present before. Could it be that he was not the same person as before? How could one's presence shift so dramatically in such a short span? Little Knife felt a twinge of confusion. What on earth? Where did this military enthusiast come from? The realism is astonishing. Just moments ago, I nearly convinced myself that an army had marched in. It frightened me to my core. I share your sentiments. I cannot fathom why the sight of those firearms makes me feel so faint. This is a tad too lifelike. Wouldn't you agree? Look at those 2 elderly gentlemen in the center. Could they possibly be visiting for amusement? Do they know Chu Xiao and the others? What is their connection? I am so eager to eavesdrop. Let me see. There's special forces, mechanized police, military bigwigs, Einstein, and Kei Saka Carino, alongside angels and demons. What a chaotic ensemble. I comprehend the rest. But who exactly is Kei Saka Carino? Damn it, I have no desire to engage with beings from the third dimension. Surrounding chatter fill the air, but the guards of Chief who obstructed the view, rendering the events within invisible. Huh. Did you ever imagine we would meet in such a manner? Chief who exclaimed with cheerful laughter upon taking his seat. Indeed, it was quite unexpected that you would choose to conduct business in such a venue. Isn't it a tad ostentatious? Nie Yun remarked, somewhat astonished. Great concealment lies in plain sight. Conducting transactions here draws less attention. Chief responded with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Nie Yun couldn't help but smirk, glancing at the curious onlookers outside, pondering what could possibly grant them the illusion of discretion. Since that is the case, I shall deliver now. With a wave of his hand, the two individuals behind him unfastened their backpacks and placed them upon the table. General Hu and Professor Fong exchanged glances at the yellow three-leaf fan emblem emblazoned on the backpacks, their eyes twitching. Goodness, they even emblazoned the radioactive symbol of nuclear weaponry. Who, pray tell, is truly being ostentatious here? Chapter 89. What is your QQ number? Fortunately, amidst the revelry of the masquerade ball, who would suspect that these bags contained actual nuclear fuel? Nie Yun unzipped one of the backpacks, revealing 5 thermos flasks arranged neatly within. Chu Xiao held her forehead, exasperated by this fellow's persistent absurdity. Each backpack contained 5 kilograms of goods, which Professor Fong could verify, he remarked with a smile. No hurry in verifying goods. Brother Nie can deliver first, and we shall pay later. If we were to doubt Brother Nie, it would surely reflect poorly on us. General Hu chuckled. Yet, his actions belied his words, as he swiftly grasped one backpack tightly in his hands, while the other had already been firmly embraced by Professor Fong. By the way, a few days ago, my superiors spoke with me, mentioning that upon successful completion of this matter, I would be promoted to director. I must find an opportunity to remind them of this. May our collaboration flourish. General Hu extended his hand. Nie Yun reciprocated with a smile, shaking his hand. May our collaboration flourish. By the way, I wonder if your esteemed company's bulletproof vest production technology is available for trade? In truth, our two parties could engage in a certain degree of technological exchange. The commander's gaze fixated on the two figures behind Nie Yun, and he stated with suddenness. It was evident that he had long coveted such equipment. The implication of his words was clear. While nuclear fuel, as a resource, was not something they could exchange for advanced technology and weaponry, a technology-for-technology exchange was certainly negotiable. Upon hearing this, Nie Yun was taken aback and then lowered his head in contemplation. The bulletproof capabilities of the battle armor, in essence, stem from a single core component, the mechanical insect material. Therefore, unless he divulged the manufacturing process of the mechanical insect to the other party, it would be impossible for them to replicate it. But the manufacturing process of the mechanical insect? Alas, even Nie Yun himself did not possess it. It would include the manufacturing instructions within the product itself. If one desired to acquire the manufacturing technology, they would have to seek out the Iris civilization. Of course, the self-replication of the mechanical insect could also be considered a form of manufacturing technology. However, for Nie Yun to sell his own mechanical insects would be akin to selling his own offspring, devoid of humanity. Mechanical insects? Hold on. If the price were right, perhaps selling a ton or two wouldn't be out of the question. After all, whether or not to implement family planning was his decision alone. Furthermore, the mechanical insects replicated by others using his own would ostensibly still be under his control. Wouldn't this be akin to using someone else's resources to one's own advantage? At most, it would be like having one's children adopted by others, which shouldn't be considered selling one's offspring, right? Nie Yun pondered deeply, resting his chin in thought about the feasibility of the proposal. Alas, it seemed unworkable. What if the nation discovered a method to counteract the mechanical insects, severing the connection between them, or worse, replicating an entirely new breed of mechanical insect. Such outcomes would surely lead to his undoing. One must never underestimate the scientific prowess of the state. Ultimately, Nie Yun shook his head, dismissing the notion of selling the mechanical insects. The mechanical insect lamented silently. Even so, I shall not express gratitude. Meanwhile, General Hu observed Nie Yun, who was lost in contemplation for an extended period, his eyes gradually brightening with intrigue. To be candid, he had not anticipated that Nie Yun would acquiesce. After all, such critical technology is typically guarded jealously. Yet, Nie Yun's demeanor suggested that there might be a glimmer of hope. A full minute passed, and despite his earlier hesitation, Nie Yun ultimately shook his head with regret. I'm afraid we cannot sell this technology. General Hu, having waited so long only to receive such a terse refusal, felt a surge of frustration. Why the dramatic pause? Just say no. It's fine. I understand, he replied, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Although this particular technology was off the table, he added, there was another technology that could be gifted to them. Huh? What technology? Wait, did you just say what I think you said? Gift to us? General Hu blinked in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Are you certain your Haven team has spoken? A gift? You're not referring to some commonplace bicycle manufacturing technology, are you? Indeed, it is the improvement blueprints for the Falcon and the VT-4 main battle tank, conservatively estimated to enhance their performance by a remarkable 20. Consider it a complimentary addition to our previous transaction. What? General Hu and his entourage were left utterly astonished. Improvement blueprints for the Falcon and VT-4 main battle tank. A 20 performance enhancement. Are you truly not jesting with me? You acquired this just under a month ago, and now you present me with blueprints for modifications? I distinctly recall that I did not sell you any blueprints. Let alone in such a brief span, you produce a design that boosts performance by 20, and, as a bonus at that, do you think me a fool? General Hu regarded Nie Yun with a peculiar expression, pondering whether he was being trifled with. However, since it was offered freely, he decided to take it as a light-hearted jest from the other party. Ahem. Well, that is rather embarrassing, but I cannot refuse such generosity, so I sincerely thank you for your kindness. General Hu politely responded. The corners of General Hu's mouth twitched, leaving him at a loss for words. Well, that truly is commendable. After a lengthy pause, he could only muster that much. Haha, by the way, General Hu, what is your QQ number? Nie Yun inquired suddenly. QQ number? What purpose does that serve? General Hu found himself struggling to keep pace with Nie Yun's train of thought. Expressing his confusion, he indeed possessed a QQ number, which his grandson had helped him set up for convenient communication with family, though he seldom used it. Nevertheless, in such a serious context, Nie Yun's request for his QQ number felt somewhat out of place. After all, I am not a young lady. Why would you ask for my QQ number? Of course, it is intended for you to send improved blueprints. Xiao, and I utilize this email for file exchanges. With a colossal 30 gigabytes capacity and exceptionally rapid transmission speed, it even supports resuming interrupted transfers. Those who have used it all sing its praises. Nie Yun gave a thumbs up, revealing a dazzling smile of white teeth. General Hu, Professor Fong, Chu Xiao, all present. Let us be frank. How much advertising fee did that fellow surnamed Ma actually provide you? Chapter 90. The Mysterious Weapon. Once the transaction concluded, General Hu and his entourage promptly took their leave. The hotel's general manager personally attended to them, showing utmost respect as he bid them farewell. Although this was a masquerade, it was evident that apart from Einstein Fong, the rest were not merely in disguise. You might wonder how the hotel manager knew this. Did you not see the military helicopter stationed on the rooftop helipad? How could I possibly be unaware? The armed helicopter ascended slowly, soon vanishing into the night sky. Inside the helicopter, Professor Fong immediately retrieved a portable detection device to conduct an initial examination of the goods. Despite their seemingly nonchalant demeanor, they were deeply concerned. After all, these items were of immense value, and caution was paramount. Phew, the goods appear to be in order, matching the quality of the previous shipment. Professor Fong exhaled with relief. Ah, that is good to hear. General Hu felt considerably more at ease upon hearing this. It is a pity we could not acquire that bulletproof vest technology. He still harbored some regrets about it. Still not satisfied? They even included 2 additional technical blueprints. Professor Fong jested. Who would believe such a thing? Have you ever seen such confidential weapon blueprints sent via QQ email? Chief Hu rolled his eyes. Well, have you ever seen nuclear fuel transported in a thermos? Chief Hu was momentarily speechless, a peculiar thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. Could it be that this time it's actually genuine? Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Nie Yun, did you just casually give away something so crucial? She knew that Nie Yun was a man of his word, never making frivolous claims about such matters. Ever since he allowed her to win a bet that granted her a year of truancy, she had unwavering faith in him. Therefore, the technical blueprints were likely authentic. Rest assured, I'm not one to be taken advantage of so easily. Bonus features? Heh, you have such a devious smile. Do I? Perhaps the lighting is a bit dim. Neither of them relished the ambience of the ball. Chu Xiaoxiao's presence was merely a formality for the Chu Corporation, and to have Nie Yun fend off some unwanted admirers. Now that the objectives had been met and the transaction completed, there was no need for them to linger. After a short while, they exited the hotel together. As they stepped out of the hotel's main entrance, they were surprised to find several police cars parked there, partially encircling the hotel. The flashing lights illuminated a large area, attracting onlookers. Many people emerged from the hotel to investigate the situation. Nie Yun and Chu Xiaoxiao were both puzzled, wondering if a crime had occurred at the hotel. At that moment, as Nie Yun and Chu Xiaoxiao emerged, 5 or 6 individuals clad in police attire swiftly surrounded them, clearly intent on confronting the two. Leading the group was none other than an old acquaintance. The director of the Public Security Bureau, Lu Guodong. Nie Yun furrowed his brow. He had not traversed any ordinary path. So how could the police have discovered his whereabouts? Could it be that there were informants within the hotel as well? Is the efficiency of the police nowadays truly this remarkable? What he failed to notice was a young man in the crowd that had gathered outside the hotel, wearing a smug smile, none other than Han Yi, the scion of the Han family. Indeed, it was Han Yi who had deliberately leaked Nie Yun's movements to the authorities, thus prompting their arrival. At this moment, Han Yi was positively elated. He had been covertly observing Nie Yun and his entourage from within the hotel. And when Chief Hu and his companions departed, he astutely noted that the backpacks previously slung over the shoulders of the 2 individuals behind Nie Yun had now come into the possession of this new group. They were engaged in a transaction. He immediately grasped the significance of this realization. Moreover, the hotel manager's eagerness to bid farewell to the military personnel further aroused his suspicions. All these clues connected in his mind, and a bold hypothesis flashed through him. The Chu family, leveraging the ghost captain to establish a connection with the military, was indeed a plausible theory. Father, I must commend you 1,000 times over. It is a travesty that you do not pursue a career in detective work. No wonder that during the recent battles in the Phantom Sea, only our nation's warships emerged unscathed. It turns out the military had already established ties with the ghost captain. They are indeed in cahoots. But what exactly do those 2 backpacks contain? The treasure of the ghost captain? No, that can't be right. Judging by the emblem on the backpack, could it be a magical weapon of mass destruction? Could the battle in the Ghost Sea have been a staged event orchestrated by the military and the ghost captain? Was the motive to test the ghost captain's mysterious magical weapon on foreign troops? Given its effectiveness, silently eliminating 2 warships and 2 fighter jets with a single strike, its power is undeniably that of a major weapon. Now that the weapon test has been successful, the military is undoubtedly eager to take delivery. No wonder those military personnel were smiling so broadly when they left. The backpack must contain this mysterious weapon. Why did they choose to conduct the transaction at a masquerade ball? Presumably, this was to conceal the bizarre existence of the ghost captain and his crew. Han Yi glanced at the 2 heavily wrapped figures behind Nie Yun, their faces completely obscured, and immediately conjured up the image of a grimacing skull face in his mind. Only in such a setting would their strange attire not arouse suspicion. Han Yi's lips curled into a smile as he saw through everything. At this point, all doubts were dispelled. All clues proved the impeccability of the Han family's reasoning. Han, he felt a sense of clarity and well-being. Our Han family truly has superior genes. Not only are we skilled in business, but we also possess a remarkable talent for deduction. Like father, like son. Father, when it comes to reasoning, your son has not let you down. He felt incredibly excited, believing he had uncovered a huge secret. As a result, his desire for the ghost captain grew even stronger. The mysterious weapon will be mine. Ghost captain, you will be mine too. Han, he gasped for breath, his eyes tinged with red. He compelled himself to regain his composure. Though he had now uncovered the intricacies of their dealings, how could he separate Chu Xiao from the ghost captain to create an opportunity for a private conversation? If they simply departed, he certainly lacked the courage to follow them. After all, that was the ghost captain. How could an ordinary mortal dare to trail them? Who could say whether he might be discovered along the way, only to be reduced to ashes by a single stroke of the opponent's sword? Upon confirming the identity of Captain Nie Yun, he could no longer entertain the notion that the sword possessed by the other was merely an ornamental trinket. It was undoubtedly a fiercely malevolent magic sword. Following them was out of the question, but if he let this chance slip away, who knew when he would encounter the Millennium residents of Nie Yun again? He would have to employ official channels to separate the two, at least for the moment. It appeared that the ghost captain was collaborating with the national military and would likely refrain from indiscriminate slaughter, avoiding confrontation with the state apparatus. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Chapter 91. Reverse Meteor. As a group of police officers approached, the two brothers behind him immediately stepped forward to shield Nie Yun and Chu Xiao. Yimin pondered for a moment and positioned herself beside Chu Xiao. Mr. Nie, please remain calm. We have no intention of apprehending you. Merely a few questions to ask. Lu Guodong hurriedly called out. As he looked at the fully intact Nie Yun before him, disbelief flickered in his eyes. Just moments before, he had witnessed this individual leap from a cliff nearly 100 meters high. Surely, he should have been gravely injured, if not dead. However, now, before him stands a lively figure once again. Coupled with the bizarre incident involving the scarred man, it is evident that this individual named Nie Yun is no ordinary person. Glancing at the peculiar attire of those before him, he felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. These wealthy scions certainly know how to indulge in theatrics. And you too, do you really believe that donning makeup transforms you into some sort of robotic law enforcer? Nie Yun regarded Lu Guodong with a hint of exasperation regarding the policeman's unwavering dedication. Yet, the man is merely fulfilling his duty. He cannot resort to extreme measures indiscriminately. Can he? He refrained from mentioning the matter of Miss Chu's kidnapping, as it was clear that Chu Xiao wished to keep Nie Yun oblivious to the previous abduction incident. To blatantly state, it would surely provoke her discontent. The scar man? Chu Xiao appeared puzzled. Huh. Lu Guodong furrowed his brow. Your blatant refusal to cooperate with the investigation clearly indicates you have something to hide. Do you intend to resort to force? Although they were all armed, they had arrived in haste and had yet to deploy the special police. Confronting Nie Yun, he felt an unsettling uncertainty. Ne, I must remind you that as a law-abiding citizen, you are obliged to assist the police. Before he could finish his sentence, Nie Yun swiftly revealed a small notebook. The cover bore an intricately carved golden dragon. What is this? Lu Guodong stared at the notebook in confusion. Everyone else looked on, equally bewildered. I am a member of the Dragon Team. My operations are classified as top secret. Well, you understand. Nie Yun blinked. The Dragon Team? Everyone was taken aback. Did I just hear that? Is this some sort of fiction? Are you implying that the Dragon Group is composed entirely of individuals with extraordinary abilities, selflessly endeavoring to maintain global harmony? Lu Guodong's countenance contorted as he reached for the notebook, eager to scrutinize its contents. However, Nie Yun swiftly retrieved it, casting a serene gaze upon him. Ne, I must confess that I am unaware of any officially sanctioned Dragon Group. To validate your identity, I must meticulously examine your credentials and seek verification from the higher echelons. Before he could complete his statement, Nie Yun deliberately unsheathed a gleaming, silver longsword from his waist. The blade's radiant edge shimmered under the illumination, casting an unsettling, ethereal glow. Lu Guodong, standing in close proximity, was certain that the weapon was genuine and razor-sharp. Hold on. That constitutes the possession of a hazardous, regulated weapon. He retreated cautiously, his hand instinctively grasping the holster at his hip. The other officers mirrored his apprehension, their gazes fixed upon Nie Yun, with the sword's tip angled towards the floor. Nie Yun maintained his grip, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Lu Guodong. Director Lu, I am currently engaged in a clandestine operation. Should you persist in obstructing me, I fear that your potential demise would not be recognized with the honor of a fallen hero. Heavens, that statement possesses an undeniable gravitas. Could this individual genuinely be affiliated with the enigmatic dragon group? The onlookers were perplexed, their expressions reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. Surely, this is merely a performance. Any further, and I might be convinced. Despite Lu Guodong's extensive experience on the battlefield, he valiantly stepped forward, undeterred by Nie Yun's words. Mr. Nie, he declared, I regret to inform you that without verification of your identity, I cannot. Alas, for the third time, an interruption shattered his resolve, preventing him from completing his statement. However, Lu Guodong was no longer concerned with such trivial matters, nor were the others present. They were utterly bewildered by the spectacle unfolding before them. The long sword in Nie Yun's hand emanated an eerie radiance, crackling with arcs of electricity. Dazzling serpents of lightning danced upon its surface, transforming it into a veritable blade of pure energy. Yet, Nie Yun remained unfazed, gripping the sword as if it were an ordinary object. Tendrils of electricity snaked up his arm, only to vanish as if absorbed, leaving him unharmed. Good heavens, what am I witnessing? One exclaimed. Could it be that my eyes deceive me after a sleepless night? Nay, your vision is not impaired, another replied. It appears that Kirigaya Kazuto has ventured into our world to indulge in games. Perhaps we are merely virtual NPCs in a vast gaming simulation. Pray tell, good sir, from which asylum did you escape? Someone inquired. By Jove, an Esper, another exclaimed. The dragon group truly exists. Magnificent. Could this be the legendary electrokinetic? Sublime. Utterly sublime. Amidst the commotion and murmurs surrounding him, Nie Yun pivoted gracefully, his sword's tip plunging directly into the marble floor at the hotel entrance, embedding itself as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A thunderous roar erupted, and in the immediate vicinity, centered around the blade, the marble shattered into fragments, forming a slight bulge as if a small explosion had transpired beneath the surface. If there were still those who previously believed the sword to be merely a prop, and that the lightning was but an illusion conjured by Nie Yun, they were rendered speechless in this moment. Pray tell, what kind of prop could produce such an effect? I would gladly wager 50 cents. Among the crowd, only Sherlock Holmes, Han, exhibited a knowing expression, realizing that it was indeed no ordinary makeup tool. He cast a disdainful glance at the bewildered onlookers, feeling an overwhelming sense of superiority, as if he alone was awake amidst their collective stupor. The truth is singular, and I have seen through it all. On the other side, facing Nie Yun, Lu Guodong and several officers were drenched in cold sweat, cascading down their faces. To think, there truly exist individuals with extraordinary abilities. Does this mean the dragon team is real? The crowd, having just emerged from the brink of death, felt a mix of terror and relief. So, can this be substantiated? Nie Yun flashed a grin, his teeth glinting ominously, sending a chill through the officers present. Gulped. Lu Guodong's eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard, stammering, You. Please proceed. Having departed, Nie Yun and his cohort were left unhindered, no one daring to approach, not even for a photograph, lest they be summarily dispatched under the pretense of obstructing a clandestine operation. Moreover, given their martial prowess, any such attempt would have been futile. Nie Yun, are you truly affiliated with the Dragon Group? Do supernatural abilities genuinely exist? Inquired, her gaze imbued with admiration. Could this be the enigmatic origin of Nie Yun? Preposterous. You've indulged in too much fiction, Nie Yun retorted, casting her a look of bemusement. Speaking of which, behold, a meteor shower, Nie Yun exclaimed, gesturing behind. rolling her eyes, thought his attempt to divert the conversation lacked originality. However, she noticed staring in astonishment at the direction behind her. Turning around, her eyes widened in gradual amazement. Countless streaks of light traversed the night sky, leaving ephemeral trails of brilliance. Indeed, a meteor shower was underway. Yet, news outlets have made no mention of any recent meteor showers, mused, perplexed. Hold on. These meteors seem dissimilar to those I've previously witnessed. However, she could not quite articulate the distinction. A smirk played upon Nie Yun's lips. These meteors were, in fact, the culmination of his covert endeavor, which he had dubbed Project Reverse Meteor. Chapter 92. The spectral sea in the inky expanse of night, a colossal silhouette loomed, partially submerged in the ocean. Waves crashed against its silvery, metallic form, shattering into a myriad of droplets. Here lies the nascent super sea wolf, presently anchored fast to a reef, maintaining its equilibrium. Two parallel, argent metal rails, nearly 100 meters in length, extend outward from its hull, angled skyward. With the position verified, the vessel's internal expansive nuclear fusion reactor commences to furnish a torrential surge of electrical power. A subtle hum emanates from the rails. A streak of light is abruptly launched from the rails, disappearing into the night sky, tracing a fleeting, picturesque arc. This is succeeded by a rapid succession of luminous projectiles, discharged swiftly, accompanied by the violent shriek of friction against the atmosphere as they recede into the distance. In the littoral regions surrounding this sea, an observer gazing at the firmament might witness a wondrous spectacle akin to a meteor shower. This constitutes one of the armaments devised by Nie Yun in recent days to execute the counter-meteor initiative, an electromagnetic railgun. Its operational principle is akin to that of electromagnetic weaponry, albeit a supercharged iteration. Save for the more exacting demands on the rail's machining precision and the more substantial energy requirements, there exist no further technical impediments, both of which are inconsequential to Nie Yun. Conical projectiles, each weighing 100 grams, are accelerated by intense electromagnetic force, achieving an initial velocity of 12 kilometers per second upon ejection, surpassing the first cosmic velocity. This speed enables them to surmount Earth's gravitational pull and directly attain low Earth orbit, unencumbered by concerns of heat dissipation, unlike mechanical insect trajectories. The railgun discharges these projectiles at a blistering pace of 60 rounds per minute. Having accomplished the task, it departs, concealing its achievements. The cessation of the launch did not signify the culmination of events. Projectiles of this magnitude, hurtling at such astonishing velocities, eluded the detection capabilities of conventional radar systems, which could only approximate their trajectory. However, the extensive atmospheric friction generated was readily discernible even to the naked eye, especially considering the intense scrutiny the Gosi region was under by numerous nations. Nevertheless, the search parties dispatched by various countries, comprising both aerial and naval units, returned empty-handed, left with no alternative but to escalate the report of this anomaly through the chain of command. This was a deliberate stratagem by Nie Yun, who specifically chose the Ghost Sea as the location to deflect blame onto the Ghost Captain, thereby augmenting its notoriety. Meanwhile, the 100G mechanical insect projectiles, launched at tremendous speeds, gradually decelerated due to intense friction with the atmosphere. After approximately 20 seconds, these sub-fist-sized projectiles transcended the 120-kilometer atmosphere drag zone, entering the rarefied upper atmosphere of Earth, and their surfaces regained their silvery luster. Subsequently, following another 10 minutes of flight, the mechanical insect projectiles nearing near-Earth orbit underwent a bizarre metamorphosis, gradually transforming into miniature silver shuttles. These miniature silver shuttles were the second piece of equipment Nie Yun had prepared for this operation, christened Space Spies. Although superficially similar to the silver shuttle, their internal architecture differed significantly, equipped with only a select few functional modules. Miniature detectors arrayed across the fuselage, plasma thrusters, stealth systems, and a fingernail-sized data processing chip. Diverging from the conventional turbojet engines employed within the atmosphere, The space probes adopted plasma thrusters, better suited for orbital maneuvers in space, which occupied nearly 80% of the overall volume of the diminutive fuselage. Glimmers of ethereal, cerulean plasma plumes flickered in the upper atmosphere as these space probes accelerated, decelerated, and altered their flight paths, gradually dispersing into various orbital altitudes. Subsequently, they activated optical camouflage, their argent bodies seamlessly merging into the void. 1,000 space probes might seem numerous, but when dispersed across such an expansive space, they became insignificant, akin to a drop of clear water dissolving into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. The entire flight and orbital maneuver lasted nearly an hour before these space probes finally completed their positioning, suspended in predetermined orbits, awaiting their quarry. Yes, their quarry. How exquisite! Only when the meteor in the night sky had vanished did Chu Xiao exclaim in admiration, before turning to look at Nie Yun. Nie Yun, too, was gazing at the night sky, seemingly immersed in the captivating spectacle. However, Chu Xiao suddenly paused, scrutinizing Nie Yun's eyes. Beneath the starlight, the pupils of Nie Yun's eyes seemed to transform into a silver expanse, with countless silver streams flashing rapidly within the depths of his irises, forming a galaxy-like vortex, both bewitching and resplendent, causing Chu Xiao to involuntarily become deeply ensnared. Not long after, Nie Yun withdrew from the state of controlling the mechanical insect, a faint smile gracing his lips as the net was cast. What followed was a matter of patient waiting. Suddenly, as his consciousness returned, Nie Yun was taken aback. He noticed Chu Xiao gazing at him in a daze. Xiao, he called out. Huh? Oh, what? What is it? Chu Xiao responded in a flustered manner after a moment of confusion. Is there something on my face? Nie Yun inquired with curiosity. And no, by the way, what happened to those two who were following you earlier? With a slight blush and an awkward demeanor, Chu Xiao quickly shifted the topic. Oh, just a minor inconvenience. I've sent them to deal with it. Oh, I see. Do you need my assistance? No, it's just a trivial matter. It will be resolved shortly. Nie Yun replied with a casual smile. Unexpectedly, the ghost captain exhibited no concern for revealing his abilities in public. Rather, he displayed an audacious demeanor. What a joke about the dragon team. He could assure that was nothing but nonsense. But what could he do? Step forward to accuse the ghost captain? Was he seeking a death wish? Resigned, he could only watch helplessly as Nie Yun and Chu Xiao walked away, utterly at a loss. Creak! The jarring sound of brakes resonated as Han Yi, filled with indignation, parked his car in the Han family garage. Upon exiting, he furiously kicked the car door twice, inflicting unwarranted damage on the luxury sports car worth over $1 million, leaving a dent in its door. Oomph. Ghost Captain, you will eventually be mine. His gaze brimmed with madness. Indeed, it appears you possess knowledge regarding the Ghost Captain. Oomph. From the obscurity of the garage, a somber chuckle emanated, his Mandarin tinged with a perceptible foreign inflection. Who's there? Hani exclaimed, startled. This was within the confines of the Han family's villa. How could anyone infiltrate so discreetly? From the shadows, a middle-aged man clad in black slowly emerged, sporting a neatly trimmed mustache, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mori, a senior intelligence operative from the intelligence division of the Empire of Japan. The man stated with a cordial smile. A senior intelligence operative? You're a spy? Alarm surged within Han Yi, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Then, what is your purpose in seeking me out? Han Yi inquired, feigning composure. Quite simple, the Ghost Captain. The Ghost Captain, Hani thought, startled. Surely you jest? How could I possibly be privy to the origins of such an enigmatic figure? Our radiant son has merely suffered undeservedly. We are utterly ignorant as to why he targets us. Were I to possess such knowledge, I would have disseminated it publicly long ago, exposing the Ghost Captain. Why would I have waited until now? Han Yi's eyes flickered as he stalled for time, contemplating avenues of escape. Mori, with his seasoned expertise, immediately discerned Han Yi's intentions. Unperturbed, he merely produced a silenced black handgun from his coat, aiming it at Han Yi. I nearly neglected to assign a price to the intelligence possessed by young Master Han. Therefore, How about we exchange it for young Master Han's life? Han Yi gazed in terror at the ominous black muzzle of the gun pointed directly at him. 10 minutes later, the once proud young master of the Han family lay crumpled on the ground, utterly devoid of spirit, having been unceremoniously tossed aside by Maoli. No longer did he possess the inclination to scorn this seemingly ineffectual scion. He was utterly bewildered by the intelligence that Han Yi had divulged. The Ghost Captain was indeed the Ghost Captain. The means to control him lay within his heart. And at this very moment, that heart was in the possession of the heiress of the Chu family, under the duress imposed by Chu Xiao. The Ghost Captain had been compelled to collaborate with the military of the Flower Kingdom. Just moments ago at a ball, a clandestine transaction had taken place involving that enigmatic magical weapon which had previously assaulted their own forces. Was he now traversing a parallel universe? The longer he lingered, the less he comprehended its intricacies. He yearned to refute the hypotheses posited by the Han family. Yet when he combined the intelligence at his disposal with his own deductive reasoning, he found himself reluctantly conceding that their assertions bore an unsettling semblance of truth. Devoid of any glaring flaws, he nearly succumbed to a burgeoning admiration, contemplating the integration of these two individuals into their intelligence department. Setting aside the inexplicable existence of the Ghost Captain, this theory appeared to elucidate everything with remarkable precision. He exhaled in exasperation, tapping his forehead. This world was undeniably mad. Despite harboring substantial skepticism towards this deduction, he simultaneously gleaned some intriguing intelligence, such as the true identity of the Ghost Captain. Nie Yun, possessing mysterious powers, perhaps? How fascinating. Maoli Muset. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards Han Yi, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his firearm and discharged a shot. A soft, muffled sound echoed as Han Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, a crimson aperture blooming on his forehead before he succumbed, collapsing into eternal darkness, his eyes still wide open. Han Yi, why must I, a character with a name, meet such an abrupt end? This defies logic. Mori had no intention of sparing Han Yi, hence his initial declaration of identity. Intelligence, he believed, should remain exclusively within his nation's grasp. By eliminating Han Yi and, subsequently Han Xiangsheng, the sole thread of information would be severed. This would afford his country the upper hand in negotiations with either the genuine Ghost Captain or some enigmatic, supernatural entity. The land of the rising sun harbored a ravenous desire for such uncanny weaponry. Securing it covertly would, in due course, compel even their paternal ally, the United States, to genuflect in supplication. Suppressing his elation, he retrieved a communicator and uttered in Japanese, "Wingman, I've accomplished my objective. Eliminate Han Xiangsheng and then retreat." Mori stowed the communicator, poised it apart. "Boss, someone's poaching our prey." A discordant male voice, tinged with a metallic resonance, suddenly pierced the darkness. "Who's there?" Mori, startled, instantly raised his weapon, aiming towards the source of the voice. A thud of flesh against flesh resonated, and Mori felt a sharp pain in his neck before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Poaching my foot. This is what we call an altruistic carry through a dungeon. Do we gain experience points from slaying these monsters? Do we acquire loot?" The boss gradually materialized from behind Mori. "Ah, you make a valid point. What should we do about this fellow? He is already aware of the boss's identity. Should we simply eliminate him?" The third member also deactivated his invisibility, revealing himself from the shadows. Why is that? Do you recall the circumstances surrounding the last brain chip implantation? During that instance, the boss proceeded to act without even conducting a clinical trial on us. It was utterly ruthless. I nearly became a simpleton. It terrified me to no end. So, consider this. Why does the boss invariably choose the two of us to test new technologies? Could it be not due to our high luck factor? The leader replied, "What can I do with such a dim-witted subordinate? I am equally exasperated. You fool. This time we may rely on luck, but what about next time? Can you expect the goddess of fortune to favor you consistently? What if she decides to have her monthly cycle one day?" The leader couldn't help but unleash a torrent of scolding. Think logically. The reason the boss always uses us for experiments is simply because there are no other candidates in the base besides us. The leader explained with a look of disappointment. Well, that is indeed the case, but it is an unavoidable situation. The boss has so many robotic subordinates that he hardly requires a human workforce. What is there to fear? If the boss disapproves, we can easily dispose of him. Ah, truly, you're a remarkable boss. Impressive. Hee hee. Two individuals fixated on the unconscious Maori sprawled on the ground, their peculiar laughter resonating eerily in the darkness. Chapter 94. Basic etiquette. The two brothers exchanged glances at Hani, whose eyes remained stubbornly open. This fellow truly lacked a sense of self-preservation, daring to set traps for the boss. Engaging in such a disgraceful act as reporting to the police is something we, as brothers, would never stoop to. If one refrains from wrongdoing, one shall not meet a grim fate. How can you not grasp this? The elder brother sighed. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? Speaking of which, the facial recognition system that the boss installed on the helmet is remarkably effective. A mere sweep through the crowd revealed the presence of the Han family's little rodent. Even a disguise would not render him untraceable. By the way, how could his photograph possibly be in the database? Allow me to check. This fellow is among last year's top 10 outstanding youths of Summer City, and the photo was made public online. TSK. It is wise to maintain a lower profile in life. At that moment, the communicator on Maori's person suddenly activated. The elder brother pondered briefly before answering the call. Report to the captain. We have successfully eliminated Han Xiangxing and are now retreating along the predetermined route. The communicator emitted a rapid stream of neon language. The intelligent assistant of the brain chip automatically recognized the speech and provided simultaneous translation. Mastery of various languages is one of the many privileges bestowed by the brain chip. The elder brother's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. What? An assassin? Although this term sounds rather peculiar, their good upbringing prompted them to spring into action immediately. They swiftly sealed off all surrounding passages and dispatched personnel to rush into Han Xiangxing's bedroom to ascertain the situation. Indeed, they discovered that Han Xiangxing had met his demise. In the garage, they also found the lifeless body of the young master. Both father and son of the Han family had been simultaneously assassinated. The bodyguards were instantly overwhelmed with shock and fury, launching a frantic search of the Han residence. Soon, the villa echoed with the sounds of intense gunfire. Outside, a voice cried out, "Captain, I've been spotted, engaging in combat. There are too many of them, requesting backup." The desperate pleas for assistance emanated from the communicator lying abandoned on the ground. With a sinister grin, the leader crushed the communicator beneath his foot and departed with the captive in tow. After a brief moment, a faint humming sound resonated in the night sky nearby. Nie Yun smiled subtly and suddenly leaped into the air, landing forcefully on the railing, propelling himself directly off the rooftop. The night breeze lifted the edges of Nie Yun's trench coat as he plummeted like a meteor. Simultaneously, an almost ethereal silhouette, accompanied by a deep, resonant hum, soared past, slipping through the gap between two towering buildings and precisely catching Nie Yun. The point of contact with Nie Yun created a peculiar indentation, slightly cushioning his fall, before completely enveloping him. Moments later, the indentation returned to its original state, leaving no trace of Nie Yun behind. After securing Nie Yun, the faint blue tail flame at the rear of the silhouette suddenly flared, accelerating upward into the night sky, where it rapidly vanished from sight. At this juncture, following nearly an hour of flight and orbital adjustments, the space-based reconnaissance units had only just completed their final positioning, drifting in predetermined orbits to function as miniature satellites. His method of deploying these units was, in fact, quite ingenious, capitalizing on the mechanical insect's inherent ability to morph into various configurations. Otherwise, it would have been utterly impossible to launch thousands of these reconnaissance units into near-Earth orbit without detection. Although electromagnetic cannons can assist objects in overcoming Earth's gravity, no precision instruments could withstand such instantaneous, extreme acceleration. Even devices constructed for mechanical insects would be incapable of enduring it. Attempting such a feat would merely result in launching a mass of useless debris. Conversely, employing conventional carrier rockets would undoubtedly attract the heightened scrutiny of various nations. thereby exponentially increasing the complexity of the operation. Therefore, this scheme was uniquely executable by Nie Yun alone. The timing was impeccable. A hint of elation played on Nie Yun's lips. Aerospace technology has consistently been the exclusive domain of major global powers, regarded as a hallmark of a nation's technological prowess. Electronics, communications, ballistic missile technology, astrophysics, material science, dynamics, and mechanics. Only by amalgamating virtually all technological advancements can one fabricate the eyes of God in the sky. These satellites serve as the quintessential measure of a nation's comprehensive technological capabilities. Even Nie Yun, with his rapidly advancing technological acumen, would hesitate to assert his ability to successfully launch a satellite, given the myriad technological gaps he has yet to bridge. Such paramount technology, typically a nation's most prized possession, is invariably guarded with utmost secrecy. Access is seldom granted, presenting a formidable challenge. However, irrespective of how meticulously domestic advancements are concealed, the celestial sphere remains expansive. Thus, if terrestrial secrets prove unattainable, extraterrestrial espionage becomes a viable alternative. The covert technology was not designed for conventional reconnaissance satellites. Such high-altitude surveillance capabilities were beyond immediate reach. Instead, it was intended for quintessential clandestine operations. However, the protagonist's ambition extended far beyond mere technological theft, encompassing the appropriation of all satellites and spacecraft. Contemporary data indicates that approximately 200 operational satellites orbit the Earth. Of these, the China, Russia, and the European Union each account for roughly 10, while the United States commands nearly 50, with the remaining nations sharing the residual 20. This multitude of satellites, dispersed across various orbits, ceaselessly revolves around the planet, oblivious to the impending peril. As time elapsed, the protagonist experienced a surge of anticipation upon identifying the initial target. Concentrating attention on a particular reconnaissance satellite, a miniature camera revealed a golden communications satellite traversing a slightly higher orbit in the same direction. Extended solar panels, resembling resplendent wings, unfurled, their golden coating shimmering under the sun's radiance, epitomizing the zenith of human technological prowess. Adorned with the stars and stripes, the satellite was evidently of American origin. Due to the disparity in velocity stemming from their distinct trajectories, it is presently drawing nearer to the aforementioned orbital espionage device. A rapid calculation within Nie Yun's mind led him to the conclusion that, barring unforeseen circumstances, it would narrowly bypass the spatial reconnaissance probe at a relative velocity of 23 meters per second, separated by a mere 154 meters. However, would Nie Yun relinquish such a delectable opportunity? The spatial espionage device was primed for immediate action. Alas, hold your position. Nie Yun commanded the orbital spy with sudden gravity. The mechanical insect responded with bewildered silence. In the ensuing moment, Nie Yun eschewed all other actions and instead proceeded to capture a series of photographs of the satellite in rapid succession. The mechanical insect remained in a state of perplexed inaction. Having completed his photographic endeavor, Nie Yun promptly initiated an acceleration sequence, maneuvering the spatial espionage device into a higher orbit. The differential in velocity between the two objects diminished progressively, their trajectories converging ever closer. Yet the communications satellite remained blissfully unaware. Eventually, the two entities collided with remarkable precision at an exceedingly minute velocity differential, resulting in a soft impact. Were an atmosphere present, a faint padding sound would have been audible. Subsequently, a palm-sized blotch of amorphous, silvery white material materialized ex nihilo upon the communications satellite's gilded surface. The stark contrast between gold and silver rendering it conspicuously conspicuous. It was akin to a pristine work of art being sullied by a splattering of refuse. Owing to Nie Yun's meticulous manipulation of their relative velocities, coupled with the spatial espionage device's inherently diminutive mass, the communications satellite's orbital trajectory remained virtually undisturbed. Subsequently, these successfully landed mechanical insects devoured a pinprick-sized hole on the satellite surface. They then surged through this aperture into the communication satellite's interior. Under Nie Yun's meticulous guidance, they circumvented the majority of the delicate equipment and began to spread inward, seeking the satellite's central control unit. Soon, the mechanical insects congregated around a primary control chip, akin to diners with utensils poised for a feast. Commence. With Nie Yun's command, the mechanical insects swarmed over the chip, consuming it entirely in under 10 seconds. They then rapidly reassembled into an identical chip, replacing the original in a seamless substitution. This clandestine maneuver complete, the mechanical insects immediately began processing data and establishing communication links according to the original chip's design, ensuring that the satellite presented no outward signs of anomaly. At the United States NASA Satellite Control Center, an alert sounded from console. A technician monitoring satellite data noticed that communication satellite number 067 had momentarily lost contact. Alarmed, he was about to investigate when the satellite's signal swiftly returned and the alert ceased. Perhaps it was cosmic particle stream interference? The technician mused, dismissing it as a common occurrence that could cause brief communication interruptions. He simply logged the anomaly in the system and disregarded it. 5 minutes passed, and the satellite continued to operate as usual, receiving no unusual instructions from the ground. Success! Nie Yun exclaimed inwardly, knowing that this indicated the subterfuge had gone unnoticed. Subsequently, centered around the chip, the mechanical worms commenced their methodical consumption of the satellite from the inside out. This satellite, weighing approximately 1.5 tons, is constructed primarily from aluminum and magnesium alloys, while components requiring high strength are made from titanium alloys and stainless steel. To enhance rigidity and reduce weight, some high-strength graphite fiber materials have also been utilized. Thus, the available resources for the mechanical worms to proliferate are rather limited. A solitary space spy contains merely 100 grams of material suitable for the mechanical worms. To completely devour a satellite exceeding 1 ton in weight poses not only a challenge of insufficient material, but also a considerable duration of time. Therefore, Nie Yun instructed the mechanical worms within the satellite to proceed with their slow consumption while awaiting reinforcements. Speaking of reinforcements, it is simpler in theory. Beyond these satellites in space, there exists a plethora of space debris, including tiny dust particles and fragments of asteroids, all containing a significant amount of metal, making them viable targets for the mechanical worms. Should a space spy encounter such objects, it would gravitate towards them for self-proliferation. The solar energy available in space is far more abundant than that on the surface, alleviating any concerns regarding energy supply for the mechanical worms. Once the consumed mechanical worms proliferate to a sufficient quantity, they will promptly replicate another space spy and disperse to continue their quest for the next target. These space spies resemble a virus, continuously spreading and proliferating in the realm 36,000 kilometers above the Earth, until this area transforms into Nie Yun's second garden. Naturally, this process may require a bit of time. Following the triumphant capture of the initial target, Nie Yun executed the subsequent acquisitions with heightened proficiency, securing control over an increasing number of satellites. Behind the duo, a captive was bound. Boss, shall we simply mince him for fertilizer, or would you prefer to repurpose him, perhaps by slicing him up? The elder brother inquired, offering a well-intentioned suggestion. A captive? Nie Yun paused, then swiftly perused the mission logs within the cerebral chips of the pair. The intelligence division of the land of the rising sun? Intriguing. A novel concept for procuring equipment immediately sprang to Nie Yun's mind. However, what is this conjecture by the Han family father and son? Even I, upon hearing it, am compelled to believe myself to be the captain of a spectral vessel. Their demise is indeed a significant loss to the realm of deduction. Nie Yun conceded that he had somewhat underestimated the heroes of the world. My exposure was not in vain. Subsequently, he turned his gaze upon the two brothers. Experimental subjects, perhaps? Nie Yun mused, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips as he scrutinized the elder brother, who evidently possessed a certain ingenuity. The elder brother, unnerved by Nie Yun's amused gaze, offered a sheepish grin. Very well, there is indeed an experiment of considerable peril currently underway. Let's retain him for the time being. Nie Yun declared after a moment's contemplation. The brothers were inwardly jubilant upon hearing these words, simultaneously rejoicing in their quick-wittedness. Had it not been for their moment of inspiration, they would undoubtedly be the unfortunate souls subjected to this high-risk experiment. No, it seems as though a single experimental subject may not suffice to occupy Nie Yun for several days. For the sake of our own well-being, we must seize additional subjects whenever the opportunity arises. Your performance in this mission was commendable. Each of you shall receive a blazing inferno as a reward. The two brothers exclaimed with elation, having long coveted that impressive weapon. Boss, what shall we undertake next? The younger of the two inquired, eager to continue their mission and upgrade their equipment. You shall proceed to the Ghost Sea to fish, engaging exclusively with armed forces, though avoiding confrontations with our own nation's warships whenever feasible. As we are still in cooperation, the boss instructed. Yes, boss. They responded with fervent enthusiasm. Dismantling warships barehanded is my favorite pastime. Very well, I have matters to attend to. Refrain from disturbing me for the next couple of days if nothing of consequence arises. He directed. Understood, boss. Are you perhaps developing another superweapon? The younger brother asked eagerly. Nay, I'm merely going to pilfer some greens, replied Nie Yun with a cryptic smile. What? Pilfer greens? The two brothers exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 96. The reason for attention the subsequent day. The commotion caused by Nie Yun's reverse meteor the previous night began to stir another undercurrent. At the Intelligence Analysis Division of the Japanese Ministry of Defense, a newly formed special investigation team dedicated to the Ghost Captain, abbreviated as DYZ, convened. Let us discuss our perspectives on the anomalous optical phenomenon observed in the Ghost Sea last night. The DYZ intelligence chief initiated. Could it be a mirage? Someone hesitantly proposed. Impossible. The area where this peculiar phenomenon was observed is too extensive, with eyewitnesses spanning coastal and inland regions of multiple nations. The reach of a mirage would not be so vast, countered an intelligence officer well-versed in meteorology. Indeed, I concur. This is certainly no ordinary optical phenomenon. Having perused the footage captured by our personnel, I am led to believe that it resembles the trajectory left by the high-velocity projectiles of an electromagnetic weapon. A young man with a somewhat dark complexion spoke up. The commander turned to this young man. Habuto, you are an expert in asymmetric weaponry. Please share your thoughts. Upon analyzing the footage, I posit that it is the enigmatic Ghost Captain deploying electromagnetic weaponry, or perhaps an electromagnetic cannon. Based on the measurements from the footage, the velocity of these high-speed projectiles approaches an astonishing 12 kilometers per second. What? No way. The room erupted in astonishment. The concept of 12 kilometers per second was all too familiar to these military personnel. Habuto, could there be an error in your calculations? The commander inquired, furrowing his brow. Equally incredulous. I employed multiple sampling methods. The margin of error cannot exceed 10. Coupled with the previous electromagnetic weapon assaults on our vessels, I have ample reason to surmise that their electromagnetic weapon technology has far surpassed our expectations. While 12 kilometers per second may sound utterly astonishing, it is noteworthy that the world's leading laboratories have achieved projectile speeds nearing 11 kilometers per second. However, it is not merely the speed that is most alarming. It is the rate of fire. According to the calculations derived from the footage, their firing rate nearly reaches 60 rounds per minute and has sustained for nearly 15 minutes. The heat dissipation and energy supply of electromagnetic weapons have consistently been the critical factors limiting their firing rates. Achieving such a level of capability on the part of the opponent could only stem from two possibilities. The first is that they have deployed over 30 sets of super-large electromagnetic cannons in the Ghost Sea, which conservatively would require a sea-based operational platform the size of a 100,000-ton Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, along with the energy output of at least 2 to 3 nuclear power plants, even if they possess comprehensive stealth technology. I find it hard to believe they could perfectly conceal such a colossal target. Thus, we are left with the second possibility, that they have at least resolved the challenges of energy miniaturization, material heat dissipation, and material superconductivity in electromagnetic weaponry. Consequently, our previous assessment of this ghost captain's technological prowess appears somewhat conservative. In the realm of electromagnetic weaponry, it seems they are not merely on the verge of a technological breakthrough, but are, in fact, at least 20 years ahead of the entire world. Gasp! Upon hearing Hattori's analysis, everyone was taken aback. Optical stealth is already a definitive black technology. And now, it seems the opponent has also advanced electromagnetic weaponry to a similar level of technological marvel. How could such a force possibly exist? In addition to the opponent's unfathomable technological capabilities, there remains another perplexing question that I have yet to unravel. Hattori furrowed his brow. "Oh, what is it?" the commander inquired. "Their intentions. They are making such a commotion in the Ghost Sea. Surely there must be a purpose behind it. However, I cannot discern what their objective might be. Based on the trajectory of these projectiles, it appears utterly aimless. Even the adversary seemed to have deliberately circumvented the main air routes of various nations, almost as if they feared collateral damage. I once speculated that this might be an assault targeting space satellites, for apart from the laser weaponry currently under investigation by nations, the capabilities of electromagnetic weaponry have reached a level where they could indeed inflict significant harm on satellites. Yet to this day, there have been no reports of any nation's satellites being attacked. In other words, the adversary's actions resemble a futile display, drawing attention without any meaningful purpose. Indeed, your analysis is quite reasonable. The commander nodded in approval. The group immediately engaged in fervent discussion, meticulously analyzing the footage captured yesterday, ultimately coming to a consensus regarding Hattori's deductions. However, they found themselves ensnared in a greater perplexity. What could be the ulterior motive behind the Ghost Captain's actions? Was it merely to witness a meteor shower? At that moment, someone rushed in, breathless and alarmed. "No, this is bad. Hurry, check the Ghost Captain's Weibo." The individual was visibly distressed, beads of sweat on their forehead. "What? The Ghost Captain's Weibo? What is that?" The crowd paused momentarily before realizing it was a social networking platform popular in Huajia, where the Ghost Captain had followed the Ri Yao group. As members of DYZ, they were naturally aware of this intelligence, and Hattori, fluent in Chinese, had even registered an account to follow the Ghost Captain. Realizing this, he promptly opened his notebook and accessed the Ghost Captain's page on Weibo. At this moment, the social media page of the Ghost Captain was inundated with a singular message, the comments cascading in such rapid succession that they became nearly invisible. The intensity of the situation was palpable. The news was straightforward, yet it left Hattori momentarily speechless. "Hattori, what does it say? Has the Ghost Captain released yet another announcement?" inquired an intelligence officer who was unable to read Chinese. "The Ghost Captain has unfollowed the Daylight Group," Hattori replied. "Oh, is that all? Is it truly worthy of such alarm?" A discontented individual shot an indignant glance at the messenger. The latter merely shook his head with a wry smile. "No, that's not all. He has also followed another entity." "Oh, which unfortunate soul has now caught the Ghost Captain's eye?" Someone chuckled. It's Nie Yun," Hattori stammered, swallowing hard. The room fell into an immediate silence. All present exchanged glances, uncertain of how to react to this revelation. "Wait, that can't be right. How could our Nie Yun possibly have an account on any social media platform of the Flower Country? There must be a mistake. Could it be a case of shared name?" Someone hesitated to suggest. Yet, no one believed the matter to be that simple. It is common knowledge that no nation's social platform would permit the use of a country's name as an account identifier, as it could easily lead to political disputes. Just as uncertainty enveloped the room, another individual rushed in, echoing the anxious tone of the previous messenger. "This is bad. Morikuin and his team have failed their mission." "What?" The head of intelligence sprang to his feet in alarm. Mori is a subordinate he holds in high regard, distinguished among his peers for both experience and capability. The mission he undertook was merely to gather intelligence on the inconsequential entity known as the Nie Yun group, which should have been a straightforward endeavor. Could it be that he encountered operatives from another nation? This was his immediate reaction. Furthermore, Mori has gone missing during the operation, and there are reports of others being captured, currently detained by the authorities of the Flower Kingdom. Although they vehemently deny any wrongdoing, Evidence from immigration records has confirmed the involvement of our personnel. They have sent an official communication, demanding an explanation for the alleged murder of the Nie Yun Group's chairman and his heir. What? Everyone was taken aback. The assassination of the chairman and his heir of the Nie Yun Group? And they were caught red-handed? Suddenly, someone turned their head with great difficulty, realizing. Could it be that? All eyes were drawn to the laptop, which displayed the homepage of the Ghost Captain. Is this the reason for the heightened scrutiny? A chill ran down everyone's spine. Chapter 97. Then I can rest easy. The Ghost Captain's social media page had indeed undergone some changes. Oh, foolish humans. I have been on this path of pursuit. Nie Yun, VIP verified account. It was this newly updated message from the Ghost Captain that ignited a frenzy among the public, flooding the comments section with reactions. The Ghost Captain has returned. What? Am I actually the one on the couch? I feel like I'm about to go viral. The couch has been snatched away. I am devoid of hope. I cannot perceive the individual above me. I cannot perceive the individual above me. Ahem. I implore you all to concentrate your attention. A momentous event has transpired. Are you not cognizant of it? The spectral captain has disseminated a missive. Who is this unfortunate soul from the land of the rising sun? Verified VIP account. Hold on. Observe. The spectral captain's profile has also undergone alterations. The Sunburst Corporation has been unfollowed. Upon examining the spectral captain's personal information, the denizens of the internet discovered the persistent captain, verified VIP account, following 16, 979, 879. Followers, 47, 367, 889 location, Earth, Phantom C date of birth, February 6th, 1352 bio, I desire my heart. Character tag, Captain following, 1 Nie Yun, verified VIP account. The sky is falling, the earth is collapsing, the captain has vanished. Indeed, was it not previously the irascible captain? How has it been transformed into the persistent captain? Is it permissible to alter one's moniker on this microblogging platform at one's leisure? I suspect my method of access is flawed. Allow me to attempt again. He is, after all, the spectral captain, a being who has reigned over Earth for centuries. What is the significance of him altering his name? Just last night, I witnessed a peculiar meteor shower in the direction of the Phantom Sea. That was undoubtedly the spectral captain launching pyrotechnics. What manner of deity do you surmise this Nie Yun, verified VIP account, to be? How does one possess such an audacious appellation? Does the microblogging company permit such monikers to exist? This is quite the spectacle. I believe you should take a moment to explore this character. Suddenly, a message appears, awakening those in a daze. Netizens hurriedly click on this Nie Yun, VIP certified account to scrutinize its profile, only to be met with astonishment. 404. It turns out that a highlighted name lacks a profile. Indeed, Captain Phantom possesses remarkable prowess. After much contemplation, I opened my mouth but could utter no sound. Please forgive me, for I am but a humble soul who can only exclaim 666. 666. Captain Phantom has unfollowed the Daylight Group and once more followed this enigmatic Nie Yun, VIP certified account. I sense there's a monumental secret concealed within. Foolish humans. I have been on this quest. Could it be a pursuit of the heart? The steadfast and determined figure of Captain Phantom lingers in my mind. Yet I wonder if there will be oranges? Stay right here. Do not move. I shall go and procure. No oranges, but there exists but one truth. I am certain Captain Phantom's heart has been pilfered by this character named Nie Yun from the Daylight Group. Great minds think alike. The commentary above is spot on. Hee hee. Truly foolish humans. Hey hey hey. Foolish humans. Hee hee. Foolish. After a neat row of foolishness, I suddenly feel a pang of sympathy for Captain Phantom. The commenter above holds such an opinion. That is the formidable Ghost Captain. Such a powerful entity. What is there to pity? I believe it is this fellow named Nie Yun who deserves sympathy. If someone were to pilfer a kidney from you, I would commiserate with you. If someone were to pilfer a kidney from you, and then it was resold several times in short order, I would commiserate with you even more. At Weibo headquarters, the CEO and Chief Technology Officer were speechless, tears streaming down their faces. What kind of situation is this? Utterly capricious, utterly bullying. We cannot alter your data. You alter your name. Very well, we will endure it. Alas, what's to be done now? The CEO covered his forehead. We cannot allow this Neon account to remain active, can we? Before long, the relevant authorities will certainly invite us for a discussion. This is a grave diplomatic matter. Then there's only one recourse. What? Shut down the mainframe. The CTO spread his hands. The CEO, companies like theirs cannot afford to shut down the mainframe for an extended period. Even an hour of downtime would be a tremendous loss, easily leading to customer attrition. Furthermore, who knows if the Ghost Captain will continue to cause mischief when you restart, unless you keep it shut down indefinitely, which is tantamount to declaring bankruptcy. We might as well go have tea with the relevant authorities. Trouble is brewing. Officials have arrived and are currently in the conference room, investigating the peculiar account known as Nie Yun. A secretary hurriedly rushed in. Alas, the inevitable has come to pass. The CEO sighed wearily. Sir, the traffic is surging. At that moment, a technician burst in, brimming with excitement. Traffic? What traffic? The CEO, lacking the patience to address the technician's impetuousness, inquired with curiosity. The visitation traffic on our Weibo platform is skyrocketing, with a significant influx of IP addresses from neighboring countries, particularly from Nie Yun. The number of newly registered users has already exceeded 2 million and is still climbing. What? Both the CEO and the technician exclaimed in unison. Expanding into the overseas markets surrounding the Greater China cultural sphere has long been a crucial strategic goal for Weibo. However, progress had been sluggish due to the dominant position of local social media platforms, resulting in a total overseas registration count of merely around 4 million. Yet, in less than a day, this figure had increased by nearly half. After their initial elation, both men quickly grasped the reason behind this sudden surge. Since the media exposed the battle in the Phantom Sea, the Ghost Captain's popularity has surged once more. This time, he merely shared new information on his Weibo platform. What is this? It is a first-hand exclusive report. As the news spread, it naturally attracted the attention of surrounding audiences. Such is the power of an international influencer. The CEO immediately shook off his despondency, his spirits soaring. Technical officer, I want you to dispatch personnel immediately to maintain the overseas version of the Weibo system. We must seize this opportunity to penetrate the market. Yes, the technical officer exclaimed excitedly, followed by a note of trepidation. But President, what about the relevant departments? We'll grant the relevant departments direct access to the backend, frankly informing them that this is a hacker intrusion, requesting the intervention of the Cybersecurity Division to assist in data recovery. The CEO chuckled mischievously. Brilliant. The technical officer's eyes lit up. That way, we absolve ourselves of any responsibility. He mused, go ahead and modify it if you dare. No matter how formidable the relevant departments are, they can't possibly demand that we shut down Weibo entirely, can they? Do they think our annual taxes are paid in vain? Even setting aside the thousands of Weibo employees who need to earn a living, the vast user base of Weibo alone would never consent. By the way, if the National Cybersecurity Division intervenes, do you think they stand a chance against the Ghost Captain and successfully recover the data? The CEO inquired suddenly. Impossible. The technical officer asserted. Their skills are on par with mine, perhaps a notch above at best. They're no match for the Ghost Captain. That puts my mind at ease. Technical officer. Chapter 98. Complimentary item commander who frowned deeply as he examined the intelligence report in his hand. Recently, the Ghost Sea has been stirring up quite a commotion. Not to mention the bizarre attacks that took place previously, an unusual meteor shower appeared last night, prompting even the highest echelons to pay close attention to the matter and dispatch a specially formed investigation team. The ultimate conclusion drawn bears a striking resemblance to that of Nie Yun, indicating that this mysterious force undoubtedly possesses exceedingly advanced technological prowess. As the sole focus of the Ghost Captain's scrutiny, the Daylight Group was initially a prime target for investigation. However, it came as a shock when Nie Yun spies assassinated the Han father and son, who were pivotal to the inquiry, just last night. Furthermore, there are indications that one Nie Yun operative managed to escape prior to the assassination and is currently unaccounted for. Despite Nie Yun's vehement denials, the situation is glaringly evident. An ongoing espionage war has taken place, with both sides exchanging blows without relent. General Hu is well aware that mere verbal sparring is futile in such matters. Governments tend to obscure the clandestine battles of espionage, rarely bringing the skirmishes between nations into the public eye. Victories and defeats hinge solely on each side's capabilities. However, targeting civilians is a grave misstep. If the culprits are not apprehended, one can overlook it, but now that they have been caught red-handed, the opposing side will undoubtedly have to bear a significant price to quell this incident. If one errs, one must acknowledge it. If one is struck, one must stand firm. I fear the Neon side is seething with indignation. General, there is breaking news from the Ghost Captain's investigation team. At that moment, a subordinate entered to report. Oh, General Hu raised an eyebrow. Speak. Intelligence suggests that this morning, the Phantom Captain ceased monitoring the Sunbeam Corporation and instead focused his attention on a new target identified online as Neon. Upon investigation, the Weibo account Neon was found to be a fabrication, its data corrupted by hackers. Despite the efforts of numerous national cybersecurity experts, a mysterious hacker has thwarted all attempts to rectify the anomaly. The account remains unreadable. Intriguing. He mused. Neonians eliminate the Han Dynasty, and the Phantom Captain immediately shifts his focus to Neon? What are we to make of this? What conclusions has our analysis team reached? Their analysis suggests that the Neon spy who escaped last night may have absconded with the so-called heart, a possession of great importance to the Phantom Captain. This act would have incited the Phantom Captain's ire, leading him to target Neon. To conceal the truth, the Neonians may have eliminated the Han Dynasty. However, this remains a preliminary hypothesis, with several unresolved issues. The Phantom Captain's enigmatic technological and hacking capabilities, as well as his ability to pinpoint the heart's location, defy explanation. One certainty, however, is that this heart holds immense allure for the Phantom Captain, the Han Dynasty, and Neon alike. It must possess extraordinary properties to warrant such intense competition. The Phantom Captain's heart? How curious. What could it be? If it falls into the hands of the Neonians, it cannot be considered a positive outcome. General Hu stroked his chin thoughtfully. In this manner, you shall discreetly arrange to disseminate the details of the recent events, particularly emphasizing the revelation that the heart of the Ghost Captain has fallen into the hands of the Neon spies. It is certain that this news will pique the interest of various nations. Hee. General Hu chuckled with delight. Regardless of whether the heart is in your possession, you shall bear the weight of this matter well. Believe it or not, I certainly do. Indeed. Understood. This ledger shall reflect a significant entry for oneself. Should the outcome prove favorable, one may consider continuing the strategy of buying low and selling high. Who wouldn't seize an opportunity? It has come to my attention that the trade volume of iron ore is set to expand, although the Chu family has yet to specify the exact increase. Nonetheless, it remains an unearned advantage. The more, the better. Reflecting on this fortunate turn of events, a smile crept across General Hu's face. Suddenly, he recalled the supplementary items that Nie Yun had mentioned earlier. While he was thoroughly skeptical of the claim that the performance enhancement was a mere 20, he found himself somewhat intrigued by Nie Yun's so-called bonuses. However, he would not recklessly open the document sent by the other party, for who could ascertain whether it contained a virus? A necessary precaution must be taken. At that moment, he picked up the phone and dialed Director Zhao of the Military Research Institute. Hello, old Zhao. Please arrange for an independent sandbox secure computer immediately. I need your assistance to examine a document. Understood, General. How shall the document be delivered? Ahem. Do you have QQ? Huh. An hour later, the telephone on Ling Ling's desk chimed. Immersed in his paperwork, Commander Hu casually picked up the receiver, continuing to sign documents as he listened. Hello, Commander Hu. Where did that document originate? It's simply, utterly astonishing. Director Zhao's tone was laced with fervent excitement. Commander Hu paused, taken aback. Oh, what are you referring to? What? You dispatched these blueprints for weapon enhancements, yet you're unaware of their contents? Very well. Irrelevant. The crux of the matter is that these blueprints harbor incredibly avant-garde design concepts, particularly the enhancement blueprint for the FC-1 Xiaolong. It has ostensibly resolved several quandaries in our fighter jet design. While the time frame is too brief to fully assess, we can assuredly state that this blueprint is invaluable. Yeah. What are you saying? Commander Hu ceased signing, his astonishment palpable. The pen slipped from his grasp, landing on the desk with a clatter. The blueprints. They're genuine. Are you certain there's no mistake? His disbelief lingered. We are unequivocally certain. Though the FC-1 Xiaolong is inherently a downgraded export model, its enhancement may seem inconsequential. However, certain technologies within this modification blueprint are universally applicable. Their integration into our more sophisticated fighter jets would prove exceptionally beneficial. Yeah. Commander Hu was utterly bewildered by the information he had received. If Director Zhao's words hold any truth, then, to produce improved blueprints in under a month with merely a prototype, what formidable capabilities must their reverse engineering team possess? It is indeed a chilling thought. To enhance a piece of equipment, one must first thoroughly comprehend it. This is fundamental knowledge. Furthermore, the accompanying bonus of this transaction seems to hold greater value than the goods themselves. Chapter 99. Childhood. Upon hanging up the phone, General Hu Jun, despite his elation over the technology obtained, soon found himself engulfed in confusion. The generosity displayed was rather excessive. It must be said that the audacity of the other party was quite daunting. Such items, regardless of the expenditure, are not readily available for purchase. Yet, Nie Yun astonishingly offered them without hesitation. When anomalies arise, one must suspect ulterior motives. But what could the mysterious force behind Nie Yun possibly aim to achieve? Moreover, the technological analysis capabilities of the other party are rather unfathomable, wouldn't you agree? He furrowed his brow deeply. Gradually, he turned his gaze towards the intelligence report regarding the phantom captain that lay on his desk. If the emergence of such a mysterious power is coincidental, what of two? General Hu Jun's fingers began to tap rhythmically on the tabletop, lost in contemplation. After a considerable interval, he finally lifted his head, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He then seized the red phone on the desk and dialed the office of his superior. Hello. Good day, leader. I have an urgent matter to report to you. Yes. The situation is as follows. In the underwater base's main control room, Nie Yun sat in a silver metallic chair, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner, as a remarkably lifelike holographic projection of a blue planet floated before him. The scene was undeniably futuristic. Surrounding the image of the planet were countless luminous points scattered throughout the void. Nearly half of these points glimmered in red, while the other half shone in blue, with red points occasionally transitioning to blue in a sudden flicker. This was none other than a model of Earth and its artificial satellites. After nearly a day of diligent harvesting, Nie Yun had stealthily commandeered close to half of the satellites in orbit. The remaining satellites had mostly been recorded in their trajectories by space spies, and their capture was merely a matter of time. At that moment, however, a particularly intriguing entity demanded the majority of Nie Yun's attention: the International Space Station, ISS. The ISS is an international collaborative endeavor spearheaded by the United States and Russia, with contributions from 16 nations including Europe, Japan, Canada, and Brazil. It is equipped with an array of advanced observational telescopes and research apparatus, enabling scientists from various countries to conduct numerous scientific experiments in fields such as medicine, geology, and astronomy, making it an invaluable cosmic laboratory. The first module of the ISS was launched into orbit in November 1998, with subsequent modules being launched and gradually connected, culminating in this orbiting laboratory, which has amassed an investment of $100 billion and occupies an area comparable to that of a football field, weighing a total of 431 tons. China once aspired to participate in the construction of the ISS, but was met with opposition from the United States, which posited that the technology involved in space stations had military applications, thus rejecting China's involvement under the pretext of safeguarding military secrets. What options did China have in this predicament? He was not without his own tribulations. Nevertheless, aerospace technology undeniably represents humanity's future, necessitating its relentless pursuit. Consequently, he had no recourse but to dedicate himself to the creation of a diminutive space station, the toils of which remain untold to outsiders. This so-called International Space Station, in reality, possesses no extraordinary attributes. Albeit larger in scale, it would merely demand additional exertion on Nie Yun's part. However, the encumbrance lies in the permanent presence of 3 astronauts hailing from various nations. Although surreptitiously replacing the space station's central control system with mechanical insects would pose no significant challenge to Nie Yun, these 3 individuals are akin to gophers in one's own backyard. Inoffensive, yet visually displeasing. At this juncture, 2 spacefaring spies have successfully infiltrated and discreetly ensconced themselves within the International Space Station, eluding detection by all. They meander languidly through the compact mechanical components, meticulously documenting the layout and configuration of their surroundings. Nie Yun swiftly peruses this data, gradually constructing a rudimentary model of the space station's fundamental structure and functional modules within his mind. Space Station Main Control Room. Enough, Tom. I am endeavoring to perform my duties. Could you maintain a modicum of silence? The Caucasian man covered his forehead in exasperation. You are truly devoid of amusement. Allow me to serenade you. Yo, check it out. A complete set of Jianbing Gizi. Dynamic verbs, dynamic. I say Jianbing, you say Yao. Jianbing Yao, Jianbing Yao. Check it out. Jerry, while the vista of Earth from the vantage point of space is undeniably magnificent and awe-inspiring, the daily confrontation with arduous tasks and the inky blackness of the cosmos within confined quarters engenders a sense of solitude and oppression potent enough to drive ordinary individuals to the brink of madness. Despite Tom's eccentricities and loquacious nature, he possessed the most amiable disposition among them, his presence alleviating the pervasive solitude of their duties. As time ebbed away, Nie Yun's spatial station model burgeoned towards completion. The mechanical insect's assimilation of numerous satellite control centers had enriched Nie Yun's aerospace architecture with a wealth of spacecraft structural and functional component data. Is it an oxygen canister? Nie Yun's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. Oxygen in the space station was primarily generated through water electrolysis and stored in high-pressure, hermetically sealed tanks. The hydrogen byproduct from electrolysis could react with the carbon dioxide exhaled by astronauts, regenerating water for further electrolysis, thus establishing a self-sustaining cycle. The electricity required for water electrolysis was supplied by the space station's solar panels, sufficient for the long-term oxygen needs of the astronauts, provided there was a means to store the oxygen. A mischievous grin spread across Nie Yun's face as the mechanical insects in the space station metamorphosed into a slender, silver needle, its tip glinting with a fleeting, cold light. Mischief began with puncturing tires. Alas, I grew up by the sea, surrounded by things without wheels. A lifelong regret, indeed. Nie Yun lamented with a shake of his head. The silver needle pierced its target and swiftly retracted. Though soundless, the expulsion of white, misty gas conjured the imagined hiss in Nie Yun's mind. Childhood is now complete. Nie Yun sighed with blissful contentment. Mechanical Insect, Chapter 100. The woodpecker in the space station. An abrupt alarm shattered the joyful routine of Tom and Jerry. What's going on? Jerry immediately checked the control panel, while Tom removed his headphones, straightened his posture, and adopted a serious demeanor. Those who were selected to be astronauts are undoubtedly the elite among the elite. Tom's selection implies that he is far from being as nonchalant as he appears. The pressure in the oxygen tank is decreasing, Jerry exclaimed. The two exchanged glances, immediately perceiving a shared gravity in each other's eyes. It was clear what the consequence would be in the absence of oxygen in space. Jerry, wake Butch immediately. I will don the spacewalking gear and prepare to exit the cabin to assess the situation. At this moment, Tom exhibited commendable professionalism. They sprang into action. The piercing alarm soon resonated throughout the entire space station. Awakened abruptly from his slumber, another astronaut, Butch, hurriedly made his way to the control room. Jerry, what is happening? Why was the alarm triggered? It seems the oxygen tank has been struck by something, and the pressure is declining. Jerry, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, frantically tapped on the keyboard. What? How could this happen? Is it space debris? Butch gasped. I'm not sure. Tom is already gearing up to investigate outside. You need to assist him and be ready to provide support. Understood. I'm on my way. After Butch departed, the control room was left with only Jerry. Jerry, it is I, Tom. I am prepared to exit the cabin. What is the status of the damages? The voice of Tom resonated through the communicator. Jerry responded. Shortly thereafter, one of the hatches of the space station swung open, revealing Tom clad in a bulky spacesuit, wielding a repair gun. With a safety tether secure behind him, he awkwardly floated out of the space station, gradually making his way towards the oxygen tank along the pre-established handrails. After a considerable duration of over 10 minutes, Tom arrived beside the oxygen tank and immediately spotted a small breach that was emitting a white mist. I've located it. It is prominently positioned right before me. Thank God. The damage is not severe. It appears to have been caused by a collision with space debris. Rest assured, I shall have it repaired swiftly, exclaimed Tom. Splendid. Jerry sighed in relief. I have informed the ground command center of the situation here. Please report your repair progress at all times. Exercise caution. Received. Tom replied. He then grasped the handrail with one hand while maneuvering the repair gun with the other. Approaching the breach, the repair gun, specifically designed for space applications, bore a resemblance to a nail gun, featuring a square muzzle. Tom aimed the muzzle at the breach and pulled the trigger. A puff of sound echoed as he withdrew the gun, revealing that the damage had been securely sealed with a square patch of black repair material, effectively halting the leak, resembling a well-placed patch. The temporary repair was complete, although a thorough inspection and reinforcement of the damage would be necessary subsequently. However, under normal circumstances, this repair sufficed. Ah, Tom, are you certain the repair is complete? However, the barometric pressure continues to diminish. Jerry remarked, perplexed. What? Tom paused momentarily, then pivoted to inspect the oxygen tank. To his dismay, adjacent to the mended patch, yet another rupture had materialized, the telltale leakage of white, vaporous gas distinctly visible. But I distinctly recall there being only one breach, he mused. Could I have erred at such close proximity? Regardless, dismissing it as a minor oversight, Tom promptly resumed the restorative endeavor. PLFFT. Another patch was affixed, Tom meticulously scrutinizing the area, ensuring its integrity. Jerry, it's rectified. I suspect I'm suffering from sleep deprivation. It seems prudent to relieve Butch ahead of schedule. Yet the pressure continues to decline. Jerry responded, somewhat incredulously. What? That's preposterous. I distinctly repaired it. Tom exclaimed. He scrutinized the breach with meticulous attention, his helmet nearly flush against the two patches, ultimately confirming. The repair was impeccable, exhibiting no indication of leakage. Yet the pressure persists in its descent. Could there be other breaches? Subsequently, Tom began to survey the remaining sections of the oxygen tank. Finding none initially, he circumambulated the tank's exterior, only to discover, to his consternation, a third breach emitting gas. Jerry, you may find this hard to believe, but I've unearthed a third breach. Tom remarked, bemused. It's inconsequential. It's possibly a penetrating injury caused by space debris present on both sides. Expedite the repairs. The leakage of this precious oxygen represents a significant detriment to us, and it is exerting a subtle influence on the station's trajectory. Understood. Tom hastened to the breach and commenced the repairs. After mending the third rupture, he swiftly discovered a new fissure situated on the upper right. He avowed that he had just surveyed the area, and a mere 2 minutes prior, it was unequivocally intact. Tom, affirm that you are not jesting. Cease your levity. Expedite the repairs. Nearly half an hour has elapsed. Our losses are already considerable. Jerry exclaimed anxiously. I avow that I am not jesting. Damn it. Tom cursed as he rushed to continue mending the fourth breach. Yet he remained oblivious to the fifth one forming. Naturally, Jerry discerned from Tom's frantic tone that he was assuredly not jesting. Tom, exercise caution. If this is indeed the case, we may have encountered a minor dust belt. Butch, what is your status? Tom requires assistance. I am prepared. I shall immediately exit the airlock to assist Tom. Jerry, you would do well to don your spacesuit and prepare an oxygen tank as a precautionary measure. Very well, I understand. Subsequently, the communication channel was filled with Tom's incredulous exclamations. Damn it, this is the fifth one. Unholy hell. The sixth. The seventh. Eventually, Tom had become almost desensitized. Soon after, Boogie joined the repair expedition, eliciting a cry of astonishment over the comms channel. Good heavens. I just passed through this area, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Where did all these breaches come from? Inside the control room, Jerry remained silent. Outside the space station, 2 astronauts were engaged in a seemingly perpetual repair endeavor. The 2 figures moved up and down, left and right, in a perilous game akin to whack-a-mole. Finally, after half an hour, Tom, catching his breath, gazed speechlessly at the oxygen tank's outer wall, now adorned with dozens of patches, and exclaimed, "I swear, this situation is absolutely abnormal." Boogie, equally exhausted, responded, "Jerry, what's the status? We've depleted our repair materials, and our oxygen supply won't last much longer. The energy expenditure of human activity is even more intense in zero gravity." Tom stared oddly at the oxygen tank, musing perhaps. There's a woodpecker concealed within? Boogie remained silent. Jerry remained silent. Chapter 101. Distress signal in all candor. This oxygen tank evokes a peculiar sensation. Even if we persist repeatedly, it remains irreparable, Tom remarked in a strange tone. Subsequently, Jerry established communication with the command center, which had maintained a continuous connection. "Command Central, this is Jerry. You are undoubtedly apprised of the situation. The oxygen tank has suffered an irreparable malfunction, resulting in a continuous oxygen leak. The space station is facing an impending oxygen deprivation crisis. I request immediate guidance from Command Central regarding the subsequent course of action." At the United States NASA Command Center, an emergency status was promptly declared upon the detection of the oxygen tank anomaly. All personnel are on standby, vigilantly monitoring the unfolding events. The communications among the 3 astronauts aboard the space station are being meticulously monitored by Command Center staff. The prevailing atmosphere is one of palpable unease. While oxygen tank malfunctions are infrequent, the myriad hazards of space render such occurrences within the realm of possibility. A collective sense of resignation pervades the team. However, subsequent developments have engendered bewilderment among the assembled personnel. What? A series of breaches are materializing in rapid succession? Numerous attempts at patching with 2 repair guns have proven futile? Is it conceivable that the tank has sustained damage akin to that inflicted by a shotgun blast? The director of Command Central is visibly perplexed. The failure to effect repairs is understandable, given the intricate nature of the underlying cause. However, the inability to ascertain the etiology of the malfunction is particularly disconcerting. The absence of evidence implicating space debris impact or equipment degradation compels one to consider alternative explanations. Am I to invoke the woody woodpecker trope in the incident report? Even if that were the case, the perpetrator would undoubtedly be of extraterrestrial origin. Would it be prudent to preface the report with a treatise on the existence and modus operandi of extraterrestrial woodpeckers? The director of Command Central winces, but the imperative to address the issue remains paramount. "Jerry, is there any prospect of a renewed attempt at repair?" The supervisor, with a grave expression, made the final confirmation. "Commander, it is impossible. We only have 40 minutes left. Moreover, the rate of oxygen depletion is accelerating. We may have even less time." Jerry gasped slightly. The loss of oxygen signifies death, and the pressure on the 3 astronauts was palpable. The specter of death was drawing ever closer. The supervisor understood that a decision was imperative. The preparation of the escape pod required half an hour. If action was not taken swiftly, the lives of the 3 astronauts would be gravely endangered. "All right, I give the order. All astronauts must evacuate the space station immediately. Everyone, enter the escape pod at once." The supervisor exhaled deeply, issuing the order with great difficulty. Yet, he had no alternative. Should anything happen to these 3 astronauts, as the commander of the control center would bear the blame. Upon hearing this command, Jerry let out a resigned sigh. "Well, fine." Tom exchanged a glance with his companion and replied helplessly, "S.B." The grim-faced Tom tilted his head in confusion. Half an hour later, the escape pod successfully detached from the space station, emitting a stream of white vapor to decelerate as it descended toward the designated landing site. Following the forced evacuation of the astronauts, the now deserted space station lost its last vestige of life. floating in the cold and silent expanse of space. At this moment, perched upon the perplexing oxygen tank that baffled all astronauts, sat a diminutive robot adorned with two pointed antennae, clad in a tiny vest, its large, endearing eyes fixated on the escape pod occupied by the astronauts as it waved its arms enthusiastically. With the bothersome creature now dispatched, we shall proceed to regard this place as our temporary stronghold. Ah, the tonnage is quite commendable. Our heartfelt gratitude to our international allies for their contributions to the advancement of space exploration. Now, my comrades, it is time to feast. With a command from Nie Yun, a multitude of aimless space drones began to converge upon the space station. The surface of the station would sporadically reveal patches of silvery graffiti, which would swiftly vanish as they burrowed into the station. Inside, numerous small wolf-like robots roamed freely, incessantly searching for valuable targets to consume. Once they performed their scans and identified objects of technological worth, or those containing iron, they would leap forth, transforming into liquid metal to commence their voracious devouring. In an instant, the interior of the space station resembled a site of devastation, pockmarked and ravaged. At this juncture, the communication base and control center of the station had already fallen under Nie Yun's control. The operational parameters of the space station continued to be relayed to the ground control center as usual. To the casual observer, it appeared as though everything was functioning normally. However, it was evident that what the control center could perceive was merely a collection of still images, much like the space station, which was on the brink of becoming a relic of history. Alas, what a predicament! Jerry, securely fastened in his safety seat, cast a glance towards the space station and emitted a protracted sigh. An issue within the oxygen tank was the likely culprit, leaving them with no recourse but to await a resupply from Earth. Indeed, such was their only option. A sense of discontentment pervaded him. Alas, a mutual gaze between the two conveyed their shared frustration. Tom? Jerry inquired, directing his attention towards his companion. Tom, typically the more loquacious of the two, had been uncharacteristically silent, a departure from his usual demeanor that Jerry found unsettling. Tom, as if roused from his stupor by Jerry's call, lifted his head, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Jerry, he began, do you suppose there exists a woodpecker capable of deciphering the English alphabet? Jerry was taken aback. All right, he conceded. Allow me to rephrase the question. What significance might the combination of Sambold? Could it potentially serve as a distress signal akin to SOS? Jerry remained silent, perplexed. Chapter 102. Is it a person? Lianyungong Wharf. Mr. Ma, the project manager from Baowu Steel Group, previously responsible for liaising with the Chu Corporation, stood aghast at the colossal mounds of iron ore that dominated the docks. Director Chu, he exclaimed incredulously to Chu Feng, who stood beside him. How is it that the iron ore supply has reached 200,000 tons? Indeed, Chu Feng Hapfim, the supply has been augmented. In addition to the 100,000 tons previously pledged to your esteemed company, the remaining ore is available for procurement based on your company's requirements at the original price. Furthermore, our supplier is in the process of transporting a substantial shipment of 400,000 tons of iron ore to the bustling port of Shanghai, anticipated to arrive tomorrow. Over the course of the following month, this supply will gradually increase, ultimately stabilizing at approximately 3 million tons per month. Subsequently, we shall establish distribution points at 4 major ports: Tangshan, Lianyungong, Shanghai, and Zhangjiang. This significant supply of 30 million tons of iron ore will be allocated across these 4 coastal distribution centers to cater to the various domestic steel conglomerates. Your esteemed company shall possess priority purchasing rights, with prices remaining at a mere 90 of the market rate. As the stream of data unfolded, Mr. Ma found himself gasping in disbelief, his mind teetering on the brink of incredulity. In addition to the 200,000 tons here, there's another 400,000 tons in Shanghai, and a month later, this figure will stabilize at 3 million tons per month. For distribution points supplying iron ore to domestic steel groups, do not regale me with fantastical figures. Yet, despite the incredulity brewing within, the tangible 200,000 tons of iron were laid before him, demanding belief. Moreover, there was no apparent reason for the counterpart to fabricate such an easily debunked falsehood. Director Chu, might you disclose which of the four mining giants is the supplier? Or perhaps which two? Mr. Ma inquired with utmost caution. He could hardly conceive of any other entity possessing such immense iron or extraction capabilities. This resource is not akin to chives, which can be casually harvested in abundance. I apologize, but we must maintain confidentiality regarding the identity of the supplier. Chu Feng responded apologetically. If I could, I would wish to know as well. Oh well, I comprehend. Mr. Ma felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly realized that this presented an unparalleled opportunity for their company. Did you not hear what Chu Feng mentioned earlier? The right of first purchase. Even acquiring it merely to resell would yield a substantial fortune. While this poses a significant challenge for other enterprises, it is utterly manageable for the foremost steel giant in the country, which boasts robust upstream and downstream resources. Furthermore, these iron ore reserves are more than sufficient to meet their own consumption needs, eliminating the necessity to procure additional high-priced iron ore. A reduction of 10% in the cost of iron ore, a primary raw material, would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the overall production costs of steel. Such a decrease could enable their steel products to vastly expand their market share, potentially leading to market dominance. Delving deeper, this circumstance would inevitably precipitate the collapse of numerous small to medium-sized steel enterprises that lack competitively priced raw materials. Their company could seize this opportunity for industry consolidation and restructuring. It is an undeniable truth that the domestic steel industry is plagued by overcapacity, with numerous firms lacking significant competitiveness. The state has been advocating supply-side reforms in recent years, and the steel supply side is undoubtedly at the heart of this initiative. If their company can leverage this opportunity to ameliorate the current state of the domestic steel industry, what might that signify? For those within the state-owned enterprise system, this transcends mere performance metrics. It is a matter of political achievement, and as a pivotal contributor, advancing further before retirement would be exceptionally gratifying. Mr. Ma was instantly filled with excitement. Mr. Ma inquired with gleaming eyes, evidently curious about whether our company's preferential procurement rights were subject to a ceiling. Ms. Chu smiled knowingly, as if anticipating the inquiry. Mr. Ma, she responded, your company may procure up to 20 million tons of iron ore. However, we do have a stipulation. Upon hearing the figure of 20 million, Mr. Ma was beside himself with elation. This meant that 2/3 of the goods would be distributed by them, far exceeding his expectations. There was, of course, a rationale behind Ms. Chu's proposition. Chu's Steel possessed limited experience in the steel industry, and 30 million tons of iron ore surpassed their absorptive capacity. Consequently, they required a distributor with substantial industry prowess, and Baowu Steel Group was the ideal partner. By aligning their interests through mutual benefit, they could ensure a symbiotic relationship. Furthermore, Chu's strategic positioning as a trading conglomerate meant that as long as they maintained control over the raw material supply, their influence would remain paramount. Ms. Chu, please proceed, Mr. Ma urged. Whatever the requirement, our group will undoubtedly comply to the best of our ability. We seek to establish a long-term steel procurement agreement with your esteemed company, she articulated, and we hope that you can extend certain price concessions. Absolutely. That is not a problem at all, Mr. Ma exclaimed with delight. We will provide you with our company's most preferential internal pricing. I can assure you of that. To secure not only a low-cost supply of raw materials, but also a long-term commitment to purchasing finished products. Such invaluable partnerships were rare indeed. Very well. To a fruitful collaboration. Indeed, to a prosperous partnership. Soon, the news reached the headquarters of Baowu Steel Group, followed by Hu Erzhong. Everyone was understandably taken aback by the enormity of the data, prompting the senior management to engage in urgent discussions. However, after their deliberations, for reasons unknown, the state opted for a hands-off approach, issuing explicit instructions to quietly amass wealth without drawing attention. Consequently, transactions were conducted in secrecy, unbeknownst to the outside world. At the underwater base, ding-ding, Nie Yun was meticulously tallying the harvest from his clandestine endeavors when suddenly the communicator buzzed. Hello, Nie Yun. I'm here to inform you that the iron ore trade has been arranged. Additionally, there will be 300,000 tons of steel delivered to your designated location each month, with the option to adjust the quantity according to your needs. All right, this month's 300,000 tons will suffice for now, but I anticipate my requirements will certainly increase in the future. Nie Yun, what does your organization need so much steel for? Chu Xiao couldn't help but inquire. Well, it's for my friend who is building an aircraft carrier. All right. I won't ask any further. Hu Xiao interrupted Nie Yun, exasperated. Nie Yun could only chuckle awkwardly. By the way, do you know what day after tomorrow is? Chu Xiao suddenly posed a question. The day after tomorrow? August 17th. What is special about it? In the lunar calendar? The 7th day of the 7th month? Nie Yun quickly deduced the answer. Yes. So are you alone? Upon hearing these words, Nie Yun's heart skipped a beat. What a sudden leap in logic. Is this an attempt to extract information from me? Could it be that my identity has been compromised? Wait, you've stated that I am not a person. Does that imply I could transform into a dog? Ju Xiao. Beep. As Nie Yun listened to the abrupt, busy signal emanating from the receiver, he was left in a state of bewilderment, lost in contemplation. Have I truly been exposed? Or not? Mechanical Insect. Chapter 103. Follow me. When Maori woke, he found himself in a silver-white metallic chamber, imbued with a sense of futurism. Where am I? Still somewhat dazed, he attempted to raise his hand to rub his forehead, only to be jolted by the realization that his hands and feet were restrained to a metallic chair, rendering him utterly immobile. Wait, I distinctly remember being at the Han family villa, undertaking the mission to investigate the ghost captain. The task was nearly complete when suddenly a voice resonated beside me. And then I lost consciousness. This is dreadful. I have been captured. But how exactly was I rendered unconscious? Maori quickly grasped his predicament. He attempted to break free, but found it utterly futile. He then began to survey the surroundings, discovering the room was barren, devoid of any useful items. With a wealth of experience, a flurry of thoughts raced through Maori's mind, leading him to conclude that escaping solely by his own strength was an impossibility. However, since my captors chose to capture me instead of eliminating me on the spot, it is evident that they wish to extract some intelligence from me. Indeed, the Han family has been entirely eliminated by us, and the information regarding the ghost captain is known solely to myself. They must be intent on acquiring details about the ghost captain from my lips. There can be no doubt. But who are they? Agents from the Flower Nation's national security? Or perhaps operatives from other nations who have infiltrated the Han family, sharing our objectives? Regardless of your identities, as long as you seek to extract information from me, this presents an opportunity for me. A confident smile curled at the corners of Mori's mouth. Little do my captors know that my escape training is rated SSS. I have successfully turned the tables on my captors twice during missions, earning the reputation of the Trojan horse among the espionage community in Neon. Even if I were to obtain merely a pencil lead, I would demonstrate my ability to escape from this predicament. I will make you aware of how grave a mistake it was to choose to capture me. I know you can see me. Now that I find myself in your grasp, I concede my fate. Let us converse. As Mori scanned the walls of the room, he was certain that cameras or one-way observation glass were installed. There must be someone in the adjoining room watching my every move, assessing my psychological state, searching for a breakthrough in the interrogation. These are merely the remnants of my own games. Mori furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. It appears that they aim to wear down my willpower first. Generally speaking, inferior interrogators resort to torture for eliciting confessions. However, for elite agents like myself, who have undergone specialized training to resist such methods, this approach proves largely ineffective. Intermediate interrogators prefer to employ psychological tactics, wearing down the subject's willpower through relentless fatigue, akin to the way one might train a falcon. In contrast, higher-level interrogators excel in instilling fear through their words, exploiting the vulnerabilities of the psyche to achieve victory without conflict. Huh. To think you could employ such tactics against me is merely a testament to your naivety. At that moment, he closed his eyes, disregarding the external circumstances, and maintained a state of mental clarity, transcending the boundaries of self and environment. Patience, the name of my homeland, the land of the ninja, is not without merit. In the underwater base, a small cluster of mechanical insects lay before him, under his command. This cluster transformed into a mechanical spider. Gradually, the mechanical spider began to split, first into 2, then into 4, and subsequently into 8. Yet, when the diminutive spider, no larger than a mung bean, attempted further division, the two halves immediately lost their spider-like form, morphing into 2 irregular clusters of liquid metal. Nie Yun endeavored to control them, urging them to reshape into the spider once more, but all that resulted was a more vigorous writhing. Without any semblance of a complete figure, with a sigh of resignation, he relinquished his hold on them, only to observe as the 2 clusters of irregular liquid metal instinctively drew closer, rapidly merging back into a single 8th-size spider. Indeed, is this the limit? Nie Yun mused with a hint of regret. His research into the mech insects has been incessant, as they are, without a doubt, his most substantial asset and the cornerstone of all his advancements. The formidable nature of the mech insects is undeniable. However, they possess a vulnerability, a minimum threshold of conscious units. As observed earlier, Nie Yun's precise command over the mech insects is subject to a minimum requirement. The more substantial the collective of mech insects, the more comprehensively they grasp Nie Yun's directives, thereby enhancing the precision of control. Conversely, when the group falls below a certain size, they can only broadly interpret the command, forfeiting the capacity for meticulous control. Previously, Nie Yun was perplexed by the genesis of this phenomenon, leading him to refrain from deploying mech insects in a widely dispersed manner. Nevertheless, with the accretion of theoretical knowledge, he gradually formulated a conjecture, the minimum conscious unit hypothesis. First and foremost, it is imperative to acknowledge that a solitary mech insect, owing to its diminutive size, inherently lacks complete logical reasoning capabilities within its construction. Nie Yun's intricate commands would be rendered utterly ineffectual, akin to a computer storage unit. The smallest storage unit can only retain 0 or 1. Should one attempt to store the letter A, it would undoubtedly be in a state of utter bewilderment. Thus, how can one accomplish the storage of the letter A? Precisely, a greater number of storage units are requisite. By extension, what a more complex sentence. In essence, the more intricate the information, the more storage units one must employ. Otherwise, the mech insect will be utterly oblivious to the intended task. For instance, a specific number of mechanical insects possess a storage capacity characterized by 3 syllables. However, when Nie Yun issues the command get out, what will the mechanical insects do? Precisely, they can only comprehend the command get out, and thus, they will whimsically roll back and forth before you, rolling and rolling. Ahem, of course, this is merely an analogy. The complexity of human consciousness is profound, and to this day, no one has elucidated its form of existence. The communication method between Nie Yun and the mechanical insects may be more intricate than that of ordinary human consciousness. In simpler terms, for the mechanical insects to fully receive Nie Yun's conscious commands, a certain quantity of them is required. Nie Yun refers to this as the minimum consciousness unit. If the number of mechanical insects falls below this minimum consciousness unit, they will instinctively gravitate towards the nearest other mechanical insect until their numbers exceed the minimum consciousness unit, at which point they will be recontrolled by Nie Yun. Should there be no nearby mechanical insects, they will automatically enter a state of self-induced dormancy until their energy is depleted, leading to their disintegration. This mechanism serves as a suppression measure established by the Ali civilization to prevent the proliferation of mechanical insects. These 2 instincts may be likened to the binary states of a singular mechanical insect, 0 and 1. Nie Yun gazed at the tiny spider, no larger than a mung bean, and mused, though you're diminutive in size, you certainly prefer larger dimensions. The mechanical insect responded with a silent acknowledgement.